The Books Galaxy.
Barchester Towers. Chapter 28. Mrs. Bold is entertained by Dr. and Mrs. Grantley at Plumstead. It will be remembered that Mr. Slope, when leaving his billet doux at the house of Mrs. Bold, had been informed that it would be sent out to her at Plumstead that afternoon. The Archdeacon and Mr. Harding had in fact come into town together in the brougham, and it had been arranged that they should call for Eleanor's parcels as they left on their way home. Accordingly they did so call, and the maid, as she handed to the coachman a small basket and large bundle carefully and neatly packed, gave in at the carriage window Mr. Slope's epistle. The Archdeacon, who was sitting next to the window, took it and immediately recognized the handwriting of his enemy. "Who left this?" said he. Mr. Slope called with it himself. "Your Reverence," said the girl, and was very anxious that Mrs. should have it today. So the brougham drove off, and the letter was left in the Archdeacon's hand. He looked at it as though he held a basket of adders. He could not have thought worse of the document had he read it, and discovered it to be licentious and atheistical. He did, moreover, what so many wise people are accustomed to do in similar circumstances. He immediately condemned the person to whom the letter was written, as though she were necessarily a particeps criminis. Poor Mr. Harding, though by no means inclined to forward Mr. Slope's intimacy with his daughter, would have given anything to have kept the letter from his son-in-law. But that was now impossible. There it was in his hand, and he looked as thoroughly disgusted as though he were quite sure that it contained all the rhapsodies of a favored lover. "It's very hard on me," said he after a while, "that this should go on under my roof." Now here the Archdeacon was certainly most unreasonable. Having invited his sister-in-law to his house, it was a natural consequence that she should receive her letters there, and if Mr. Slope chose to write to her, his letter would, as a matter of course, be sent after her. Moreover, the very fact of an invitation to one's house implies confidence on the part of the inviter. He had shown that he thought Mrs. Bold to be a fit person to stay with him by his asking her to do so, and it was most cruel to her that he should complain of her violating the sanctity of his roof-tree, when the latches committed were none of her committing. Mr. Harding felt this, and felt also that when the Archdeacon talked thus about his roof, what he said was most offensive to himself as Eleanor's father. If Eleanor did receive a letter from Mr. Slope, what was there in that to pollute the purity of Dr. Grantley's household? He was indignant that his daughter should be so judged and so spoken of, and he made up his mind that even as Mrs. Slope she must be dearer to him than any other creature on God's earth. He almost broke out and said as much, but for the moment he restrained himself. "Here," said the Archdeacon, handing the offensive missile to his father-in-law. "I am not going to be the bearer of his love letters. You are her father and may do as you think fit with it." By doing as he thought fit with it, the Archdeacon certainly meant that Mr. Harding would be justified in opening and reading the letter, and taking any steps which might in consequence be necessary. To tell the truth, Dr. Grantley did feel rather a stronger curiosity than was justified by his outraged virtue to see the contents of the letter. Of course he could not open it himself, but he wished to make Mr. Harding understand that he, as Eleanor's father, would be fully justified in doing so. The idea of such a proceeding never occurred to Mr. Harding. His authority over Eleanor ceased when she became the wife of John Bold. He had not the slightest wish to pry into her correspondence. He consequently put the letter into his pocket, and only wished that he had been able to do so without the Archdeacon's knowledge. They both sat silent during half the journey home, and then Dr. Grantley said, "Perhaps Susan had better give it to her. She can explain to her sister better than either you or I can do how deep is the disgrace of such an acquaintance." "I think you are very hard upon Eleanor," replied Mr. Harding. "I will not allow that she has disgraced herself, nor do I think it likely that she will do so. She has a right to correspond with whom she pleases, and I shall not take upon myself to blame her because she gets a letter from Mr. Slope." "I suppose," said Dr. Grantley, "you don't wish her to marry the man. I suppose you'll admit that she would disgrace herself if she did do so." "I do not wish her to marry him," said the perplexed father. "I do not like him, and do not think he would make a good husband, but if Eleanor chooses to do so, I shall certainly not think that she disgraces herself." "Good heavens!" exclaimed Dr. Grantley, and threw himself back into the corner of his brougham. Mr. Harding said nothing more, but commenced playing a dirge with an imaginary fiddle bow upon an imaginary violoncello, for which there did not appear to be quite room enough in the carriage. He continued the tune, with sundry variations, till he arrived at the rectory door. The Archdeacon had been meditating sad things in his mind. Hitherto he had always looked on his father-in-law as a true partisan, though he knew him to be a man devoid of all the combative qualifications for that character. He had felt no fear that Mr. Harding would go over to the enemy, though he had never counted much on the ex-warden's prowess in breaking the hostile ranks. Now, however, it seemed that Eleanor, with her wiles, had completely trepanned and bewildered her father, cheated him out of his judgment, robbed him of the predilections and tastes of his life, and caused him to be tolerant of a man whose arrogance and vulgarity would, a few years since, have been unendurable to him. That the whole thing was as good as arranged between Eleanor and Mr. Slope there was no longer any room to doubt. That Mr. Harding knew that such was the case, even this could hardly be doubted. It was too manifest that he at any rate suspected it and was prepared to sanction it. And to tell the truth, such was the case. Mr. Harding disliked Mr. Slope as much as it was in his nature to dislike any man. Had his daughter wished to do her worst to displease him by a second marriage, she could hardly have succeeded better than by marrying Mr. Slope. But as he said to himself now very often, what right had he to condemn her if she did nothing that was really wrong? If she liked Mr. Slope, it was her affair. It was indeed miraculous to him that a woman with such a mind, so educated, so refined, so nice in her tastes, should like such a man. Then he asked himself whether it was possible that she did so. Ah, thou weak man, most charitable, most Christian, but weakest of men. Why couldn't thou not have asked herself? Was she not the daughter of thy loins, the child of thy heart, the best beloved to thee of all humanity? Had she not proved to thee by years of closest affection her truth and goodness and filial obedience? And yet, knowing and feeling all this, thou couldst endure to go groping in darkness, hearing her named in strains which wounded thy loving heart, and being unable to defend her as thou shouldst have done. Mr. Harding had not believed, did not believe that his daughter meant to marry this man, but he feared to commit himself to such an opinion. If she did do it, there would be then no means of retreat. The wishes of his heart were, first, that there should be no truth in the Archdeacon's surmises, and in this wish he would have fain trusted entirely, had he dared so to do. Secondly, that the match might be prevented, if unfortunately it had been contemplated by Eleanor. Thirdly, that should she be so infatuated as to marry this man, he might justify his conduct and declare that no cause existed for his separating himself from her. He wanted to believe her incapable of such a marriage. He wanted to show that he so believed of her, but he wanted also to be able to say hereafter that she had done nothing amiss, if she should unfortunately prove herself to be different from what he thought her to be. Nothing but affection could justify such fickleness, but affection did justify it. There was but little of the Roman about Mr. Harding. He could not sacrifice his Lucretia, even though she should be polluted by the accepted addresses of the clerical Tarquin at the palace. If Tarquin could be prevented, well and good, but if not, the father would still open his heart to his daughter, and accept her as she presented herself, Tarquin and all. Dr. Grantley's mind was of a stronger caliber, and he was by no means deficient in heart. He loved with an honest, genuine love his wife and children and friends. He loved his father-in-law, and was quite prepared to love Eleanor too, if she would be one of his party, if she would be on his side, if she would regard the Slopes and the Proudies as the enemies of mankind, and acknowledge and feel the comfortable merits of the Gwynns and Arabins. He wished to be what he called safe with all those whom he had admitted to the penetralia of his house and heart. He could luxuriate in no society that was deficient in a certain feeling of faithful, staunch high churchism, which to him was tantamount to Freemasonry. He was not strict in his lines of definition. He endured without impatience many different shades of Anglo-church conservatism, but with the Slopes and Proudies he could not go on all fours. He was wanting in, moreover, or perhaps it would be more correct to say, he was not troubled by that womanly tenderness which was so peculiar to Mr. Harding. His feelings towards his friends were that while they stuck to him, he would stick to them, that he would work with them shoulder and shoulder, that he would be faithful to the faithful. He knew nothing of that beautiful love which can be true to a false friend. And thus these two men, each miserable enough in his own way, returned to Plumstead. It was getting late when they arrived there, and the ladies had already gone up to dress. Nothing more was said as the two parted in the hall. As Mr. Harding passed to his own room, he knocked at Eleanor's door and handed in the letter. The Archdeacon hurried to his own territory, there to unburden his heart to his faithful partner. What colloquy took place between the marital chamber and the adjoining dressing room shall not be detailed. The reader, now intimate with the persons concerned, can well imagine it. The whole tenor of it also might be read in Mrs. Grantley's brow as she came down to dinner. Eleanor, when she received the letter from her father's hand, had no idea from whom it came. She had never seen Mr. Slope's handwriting, or if so had forgotten it, and did not think of him as she twisted the letter as people do twist letters when they do not immediately recognize their correspondence either by the writing or the seal. She was sitting at her glass, brushing her hair and rising every other minute to play with her boy, who was sprawling on the bed and who engaged pretty nearly the whole attention of the maid as well as of his mother. At last, sitting before her toilet table, she broke the seal and, turning over the leaf, saw Mr. Slope's name. She first felt surprised, and then annoyed, and then anxious. As she read it, she became interested. She was so delighted to find that all obstacles to her father's return to the hospital were apparently removed that she did not observe the fulsome language in which the tidings were conveyed. She merely perceived that she was commissioned to tell her father that such was the case, and she did not realize the fact that such a communication should not have been made in the first instance to her by an unmarried young clergyman. She felt, on the whole, grateful to Mr. Slope and anxious to get on her dress that she might run with the news to her father. Then she came to the allusion to her own pious labors, and she said in her heart that Mr. Slope was an affected ass. Then she went on again and was offended by her boy being called Mr. Slope's darling. He was nobody's darling but her own, or at any rate not the darling of a disagreeable stranger like Mr. Slope. Lastly, she arrived at the tresses and felt a qualm of disgust. She looked up in the glass, and there they were before her, long and silken certainly, and very beautiful. I will not say but that she knew them to be so, but she felt angry with them and brushed them roughly and carelessly. She crumpled the letter up with angry violence and resolved, almost without thinking of it, that she would not show it to her father. She would merely tell him the contents of it. She then comforted herself again with her boy, had her dress fastened, and went down to dinner. As she tripped down the stairs, she began to ascertain that there was some difficulty in her situation. She could not keep from her father the news about the hospital, nor could she comfortably confess the letter from Mr. Slope before the Grantleys. Her father had already gone down. She had heard his step upon the lobby. She resolved therefore to take him aside and tell him her little bit of news. Poor girl. She had no idea how severely the unfortunate letter had already been discussed. When she entered the drawing-room, the whole party were there, including Mr. Arabin, and the whole party looked glum and sour. The two girls sat silent and apart, as though they were aware that something was wrong. Even Mr. Arabin was solemn and silent. Eleanor had not seen him since breakfast. He had been the whole day at St. Ewolds, and such having been the case, it was natural that he should tell how matters were going on there. He did nothing of the kind, however, but remained solemn and silent. They were all solemn and silent. Eleanor knew in her heart that they had been talking about her, and her heart misgave her as she thought of Mr. Slope and his letter. At any rate, she felt it to be quite impossible to speak to her father alone while matters were in this state. Dinner was soon announced, and Dr. Grantley, as was his wont, gave Eleanor his arm. But he did so as though the doing it were an outrage on his feelings rendered necessary by sternest necessity. With quick sympathy, Eleanor felt this, and hardly put her fingers on his coat sleeve. It may be guessed in what way the dinner hour was passed. Dr. Grantley said a few words to Mr. Arabin. Mr. Arabin said a few words to Mrs. Grantley. She said a few words to her father, and he tried to say a few words to Eleanor. She felt that she had been tried and found guilty of something, though she knew not what. She longed to say out to them all, "Well, what is it that I have done? Out with it, and let me know my crime. For heaven's sake, let me hear the worst of it." But she could not. She could say nothing, but sat there silent, half feeling that she was guilty, and trying in vain to pretend even to eat her dinner. At last the cloth was drawn, and the ladies were not long following it. When they were gone, the gentlemen were somewhat more sociable, but not much so. They could not, of course, talk over Eleanor's sins. The Archdeacon had indeed so far betrayed his sister-in-law as to whisper into Mr. Arabin's ear in the study, as they met there before dinner, a hint of what he feared. He did so with the gravest and saddest of fears, and Mr. Arabin became grave and apparently sad enough as he heard it. He opened his eyes and his mouth and said in a sort of whisper, Mr. Slope, in the same way as he might have said the cholera, had his friend told him that that horrid disease was in his nursery. "I fear so, said the Archdeacon, and then together they left the room. We will not accurately analyze Mr. Arabin's feelings on receipt of such astounding tidings. It will suffice to say that he was surprised, vexed, sorrowful, and ill at ease. He had not perhaps thought very much about Eleanor, but he had appreciated her influence, and had felt that close intimacy with her in a country house was pleasant to him, and also beneficial. He had spoken highly of her intelligence to the Archdeacon, and had walked about the shrubberies with her, carrying her boy on his back. When Mr. Arabin had called Johnny his darling, Eleanor was not angry. Thus the three men sat over their wine, all thinking of the same subject, but unable to speak of it to each other. So we will leave them and follow the ladies into the drawing-room. Mrs. Grantley had received a commission from her husband, and had undertaken it with some unwillingness. He had desired her to speak gravely to Eleanor and to tell her that, if she persisted in her adherence to Mr. Slope, she could no longer look for the countenance of her present friends. Mrs. Grantley probably knew her sister better than the doctor did, and assured him that it would be in vain to talk to her. The only course likely to be of any service in her opinion was to keep Eleanor away from Barchester. Perhaps she might have added, for she had a very keen eye in such things, that there might also be ground for hope in keeping Eleanor near Mr. Arabin. Of this, however, she said nothing. But the Archdeacon would not be talked over. He spoke much of his conscience, and declared that, if Mrs. Grantley would not do it, he would. So instigated, the lady undertook the task, stating, however, her full conviction that her interference would be worse than useless, and so it proved. As soon as they were in the drawing-room, Mrs. Grantley found some excuse for sending her girls away, and then began her task. She knew well that she could exercise but very slight authority over her sister. Their various modes of life, and the distance between their residences had prevented any very close confidence. They had hardly lived together since Eleanor was a child. Eleanor had, moreover, especially in latter years, resented in a quiet sort of way the dictatorial authority which the Archdeacon seemed to exercise over her father, and on this account had been unwilling to allow the Archdeacon's wife to exercise authority over herself. "You got a note just before dinner, I believe," began the eldest sister. Eleanor acknowledged that she had done so, and felt that she turned red as she acknowledged it. She would have given anything to have kept her color, but the more she tried to do so, the more signally she failed. "Was it not from Mr. Slope?" Eleanor said that the letter was from Mr. Slope. "Is he a regular correspondent of yours, Eleanor?" "Not exactly," said she, already beginning to feel angry at the cross-examination. She determined, and why it would be difficult to say, that nothing should induce her to tell her sister Susan what was the subject of the letter. Mrs. Grantley, she knew, was instigated by the Archdeacon, and she would not plead to any arraignment made against her by him. "But Eleanor dear, why do you get letters from Mr. Slope at all, knowing, as you do, he is a person so distasteful to Papa, and to the Archdeacon, and indeed to all your friends?" "In the first place, Susan, I don't get letters from him, and in the next place, as Mr. Slope wrote the one letter which I have got, and as I only received it, which I could not very well help doing, as Papa handed it to me, I think you had better ask Mr. Slope instead of me." "What was his letter about, Eleanor?" "I cannot tell you," said she, "because it was confidential. It was on business respecting a third person." "It was in no way personal to yourself, then?" "I won't exactly say that, Susan," said she, getting more and more angry at her sister's questions. "Well, I must say it's rather singular," said Mrs. Grantley, affecting to laugh, "that a young lady in your position should receive a letter from an unmarried gentleman of which she will not tell the contents and which she is ashamed to show to her sister." "I am not ashamed," said Eleanor, blazing up. "I am not ashamed of anything in the matter, only I do not choose to be cross-examined as to my letters by anyone." "Well, dear," said the other, "I cannot but tell you that I do not think Mr. Slope a proper correspondent for you. If he be ever so improper, How can I help his having written to me? But you are all prejudiced against him to such an extent that that which would be kind and generous in another man is odious and impudent in him. I hate a religion that teaches one to be so one-sided in one's charity. I am sorry, Eleanor, that you hate the religion you find here, but surely you should remember that in such matters the Archdeacon must know more of the world than you do. I don't ask you to respect or comply with me, although I am, unfortunately, so many years your senior. But surely in such a matter as this you might consent to be guided by the Archdeacon. He is most anxious to be your friend, if you will let him. In such a matter as what? Said Eleanor very testily. Upon my word, I don't know what this is all about. We all want you to drop Mr. Slope. You all want me to be as illiberal as yourselves, that I shall never be. I see no harm in Mr. Slope's acquaintance, and I shall not insult the man by telling him that I do. He has thought it necessary to write to me, and I do not want the Archdeacon's advice about the letter. If I did, I would ask it. Then, Eleanor, it is my duty to tell you, and now she spoke with a tremendous gravity, that the Archdeacon thinks that such a correspondence is disgraceful, and that he cannot allow it to go on in his house. Eleanor's eyes flashed fire as she answered her sister, jumping up from her seat as she did so. You may tell the Archdeacon that wherever I am, I shall receive what letters I please and from whom I please. And as for the word disgraceful, if Dr. Grantley has used it of me, he has been unmanly and inhospitable. And she walked off to the door. When Papa comes from the dining room, I will thank you to ask him to step up to my bedroom. I will show him Mr. Slope's letter, but I will show it to no one else. And so saying, she retreated to her baby. She had no conception of the crime with which she was charged. The idea that she could be thought by her friends to regard Mr. Slope as a lover had never flashed upon her. She conceived that they were all prejudiced and illiberal in their persecution of him, and therefore she would not join in the persecution even though she greatly disliked the man. Eleanor was very angry as she seated herself in a low chair by her open window at the foot of her child's bed. To dare to say I have disgraced myself, she repeated to herself more than once. How Papa can put up with that man's arrogance. I will certainly not sit down to dinner in his house again unless he begs my pardon for that word. And then a thought struck her that Mr. Arabin might perchance hear of her disgraceful correspondence with Mr. Slope, and she turned crimson with pure vexation. Oh, if she had known the truth! If she could have conceived that Mr. Arabin had been informed as a fact that she was going to marry Mr. Slope. She had not been long in her room before her father joined her. As he left the drawing room, Mrs. Grantley took her husband into the recess of the window and told him how signally she had failed. I will speak to her myself before I go to bed, said the Archdeacon. Pray do no such thing, said she. You can do no good and will only make an unseemly quarrel in the house. You have no idea how headstrong she can be. The Archdeacon declared that as to that he was quite indifferent. He knew his duty and would do it. Mr. Harding was weak in the extreme in such matters. He would not have it hereafter on his conscience that he had not done all that in him lay to prevent so disgraceful an alliance. It was in vain that Mrs. Grantley assured him that speaking to Eleanor angrily would only hasten such a crisis and render it certain, if at present there were any doubt. He was angry, self-willed, and sore. The fact that a lady of his household had received a letter from Mr. Slope had wounded his pride in the sorest place, and nothing could control him. Mr. Harding looked worn and woe-begone as he entered his daughter's room. These sorrows worried him sadly. He felt that if they were continued, he must go to the wall in the manner so kindly prophesied to him by the chaplain. He knocked gently at his daughter's door, waited till he was distinctly bade to enter, and then appeared as though he and not she were the suspected criminal. Eleanor's arm was soon within his, and she had soon kissed his forehead and caressed him, not with joyous but with eager love. "Oh, Papa," she said, "I do so want to speak to you. They have been talking about me downstairs tonight. Don't you know they have, Papa?" Mr. Harding confessed with a sort of murmur that the Archdeacon had been speaking of her. "I shall hate Dr. Grantley soon." "Oh, my dear." "Well, I shall. I cannot help it. He is so uncharitable, so unkind, so suspicious of everyone that does not worship himself, and then he is so monstrously arrogant to other people who have a right to their opinions as well as he has to his own. He is an earnest, eager man, my dear, But he never means to be unkind. He is unkind, Papa, most unkind. There, I got that letter from Mr. Slope before dinner. It was you yourself who gave it to me. There, pray read it. It is all for you. It should have been addressed to you. You know how they have been talking about it downstairs. You know how they behaved to me at dinner. And since dinner, Susan has been preaching to me till I could not remain in the room with her. Read it, Papa, and then say whether that is a letter that need make Dr. Grantley so outrageous." Mr. Harding took his arm from his daughter's waist and slowly read the letter. She expected to see his countenance lit with joy as he learnt that his path back to the hospital was made so smooth, but she was doomed to disappointment, as had once been the case before on a somewhat similar occasion. His first feeling was one of unmitigated disgust that Mr. Slope should have chosen to interfere in his behalf. He had been anxious to get back to the hospital, but he would have infinitely sooner resigned all pretensions to the place than have owed it in any manner to Mr. Slope's influence in his favor. Then he thoroughly disliked the tone of Mr. Slope's letter. It was unctuous, false, and unwholesome, like the man. He saw, which Eleanor had failed to see, that much more had been intended than was expressed. The appeal to Eleanor's pious labors as separate from his own grated sadly against his feelings as a father. And then, when he came to the darling boy and the silken tresses, he slowly closed and folded the letter in despair. It was impossible that Mr. Slope should so write unless he had been encouraged. It was impossible Eleanor should have received such a letter and have received it without annoyance unless she were willing to encourage him. So at least Mr. Harding argued to himself. How hard it is to judge accurately of the feelings of others. Mr. Harding, as he came to the close of the letter, in his heart condemned his daughter for indelicacy, and it made him miserable to do so. She was not responsible for what Mr. Slope might write. True, but then she expressed no disgust at it. She had rather expressed approval of the letter as a whole. She had given it to him to read, as a vindication for herself and also for him. The father's spirits sank within him as he felt that he could not acquit her. And yet it was the true feminine delicacy of Eleanor's mind which brought on her this condemnation. "Listen to me, ladies, and I beseech you to acquit her." She thought of this man, this lover of whom she was so unconscious, exactly as her father did, exactly as the Grantleys did. At least she esteemed him personally as they did. But she believed him to be in the main an honest man, and one truly inclined to assist her father. She felt herself bound, after what had passed, to show this letter to Mr. Harding. She thought it necessary that he should know what Mr. Slope had to say, but she did not think it necessary to apologize for, or condemn, or even allude to the vulgarity of the man's tone, which arose, as does all vulgarity, from ignorance. It was nauseous to her to have a man like Mr. Slope commenting on her personal attractions, and she did not think it necessary to dilate with her father upon what was nauseous. She never supposed they could disagree on such a subject. It would have been painful for her to point it out, painful for her to speak strongly against a man of whom, on the whole, she was anxious to think and speak well. In encountering such a man she had encountered what was disagreeable, as she might do in walking the streets. But in such encounters she never thought it necessary to dwell on what disgusted her. And he, foolish, weak, loving man, would not say one word, though one word would have cleared up everything. There would have been a deluge of tears, and in 10 minutes everyone in the house would have understood how matters really were. The father would have been delighted. The sister would have kissed her sister and begged 1,000 pardons. The archdeacon would have apologized and wondered, and raised his eyebrows and gone to bed a happy man. And Mr. Arabin would have dreamt of Eleanor, have awoke in the morning with ideas of love, and retired to rest the next evening with schemes of marriage. But alas, all this was not to be. Mr. Harding slowly folded the letter, handed it back to her, kissed her forehead and bade God bless her. He then crept slowly away to his own room. As soon as he had left the passage, another knock was given at Eleanor's door, and Mrs. Grantley's very demure own maid, entering on tiptoe, wanted to know would Mrs. Bold be so kind as to speak to the archdeacon for 2 minutes in the archdeacon's study, if not disagreeable. The archdeacon's compliments, and he wouldn't detain her 2 minutes. Eleanor thought it was very disagreeable. She was tired and fagged and sick at heart, Her present feelings towards Dr. Grantly were anything but those of affection. She was, however, no coward and therefore promised to be in the study in 5 minutes. So she arranged her hair, tied on her cap, and went down with a palpitating heart. Chapter 29. A serious interview. There are people who delight in serious interviews, especially when to them appertains the part of offering advice or administering rebuke, and perhaps the Archdeacon was one of these. Yet on this occasion he did not prepare himself for the coming conversation with much anticipation of pleasure. Whatever might be his faults, he was not an inhospitable man, and he almost felt that he was sinning against hospitality in upbraiding Eleanor in his own house. Then also he was not quite sure that he would get the best of it. His wife had told him that he decidedly would not, and he usually gave credit to what his wife said. He was, however, so convinced of what he considered to be the impropriety of Eleanor's conduct, and so assured also of his own duty in trying to check it, that his conscience would not allow him to take his wife's advice and go to bed quietly. Eleanor's face as she entered the room was not such as to reassure him. As a rule, she was always mild in manner and gentle in conduct, but there was that in her eye which made it not an easy task to scold her. In truth, she had been little used to scolding. No one since her childhood had tried it but the Archdeacon, and he had generally failed when he did try it. He had never done so since her marriage, and now, when he saw her quiet, easy step as she entered his room, he almost wished that he had taken his wife's advice. He began by apologizing for the trouble he was giving her. She begged him not to mention it, assured him that walking downstairs was no trouble to her at all, and then took a seat and waited patiently for him to begin his attack. "My dear Eleanor," he said, "I hope you believe me when I assure you that you have no sincerer friend than I am." To this Eleanor answered nothing, and therefore he proceeded, "If you had a brother of your own, I should not probably trouble you with what I am going to say. But as it is, I cannot but think that it must be a comfort to you to know that you have near you one who is as anxious for your welfare as any brother of your own could be." "I never had a brother," said she. "I know you never had, and it is therefore that I speak to you." "I never had a brother," she repeated, "but I have hardly felt the want. Papa has been to me both father and brother. Your father is the fondest and most affectionate of men, but he is the fondest and most affectionate of men, and the best of counselors. While he lives, I can never want advice." This rather put the Archdeacon out. He could not exactly contradict what his sister-in-law said about her father, and yet he did not at all agree with her. He wanted her to understand that he tendered his assistance because her father was a soft, good-natured gentleman not sufficiently knowing in the ways of the world, but he could not say this to her. So he had to rush into the subject matter of his proffered counsel without any acknowledgement on her part that she could need it, or would be grateful for it. "Susan tells me that you received a letter this evening from Mr. Slope." "Yes. Papa brought it in the brougham. Did he not tell you? And Susan says that you objected to let her know what it was about." "I don't think she asked me. But had she done so, I should not have told her. I don't think it nice to be asked about one's letters. If one wishes to show them, one does so without being asked." "True. Quite so. What you say is quite true, but is not the fact of your receiving letters from Mr. Slope, which you do not wish to show to your friends, a circumstance which must excite some surprise, some suspicion?" "Suspicion," said she, not speaking above her usual voice, speaking still in a soft, womanly tone, but yet with indignation. "Suspicion? And who suspects me, and of what?" And then there was a pause, for the Archdeacon was not quite ready to explain the ground of his suspicion. "No, Dr. Grantly, I did not choose to show Mr. Slope's letter to Susan. I could not show it to anyone till Papa had seen it. If you have any wish to read it now, you can do so." And she handed the letter to him over the table. This was an amount of compliance which he had not at all expected, and which rather upset him in his tactics. However, he took the letter, perused it carefully, and then refolding it, kept it on the table under his hand. To him it appeared to be in almost every respect the letter of a declared lover. It seemed to corroborate his worst suspicions, and the fact of Eleanor's showing it to him was all but tantamount to a declaration on her part that it was her pleasure to receive love letters from Mr. Slope. He almost entirely overlooked the real subject matter of the epistle. so intent was he on the forthcoming courtship and marriage. "I'll thank you to give it me back, if you please, Dr. Grantley." He took it in his hand and held it up, but made no immediate overture to return it. "And Mr. Harding has seen this?" said he.
"Of course he has," said she. "It was written that he might see it. It refers solely to his business. Of course I showed it to him."
"And Eleanor, do you think that that is a proper letter for you, for a person in your condition to receive from Mr. Slope?" "Quite a proper letter," said she, speaking perhaps a little out of obstinacy, probably forgetting at the moment the objectionable mention of her silken curls. "Then, Eleanor, it is my duty to tell you that I wholly differ from you." "So I suppose," said she, instigated now by sheer opposition and determination not to succumb. "You think Mr. Slope is a messenger direct from Satan? I think he is an industrious, well-meaning clergyman. It's a pity that we differ as we do. But, as we do differ, we had probably better not talk about it." Here Eleanor undoubtedly put herself in the wrong. She might probably have refused to talk to Dr. Grantley on the matter in dispute without any impropriety, but, having consented to listen to him, she had no business to tell him that he regarded Mr. Slope as an emissary from the evil one, nor was she justified in praising Mr. Slope, seeing that in her heart of hearts she did not think well of him. She was, however, wounded in spirit, and angry and bitter. She had been subjected to contumely and cross-questioning and ill usage through the whole evening. No one, not even Mr. Arabin, not even her father, had been kind to her. All this she attributed to the prejudice and conceit of the Archdeacon, and therefore she resolved to set no bounds to her antagonism to him. She would neither give nor take quarter. He had greatly presumed in daring to question her about her correspondence, and she was determined to show that she thought so. "Eleanor, you are forgetting yourself," said he, looking very sternly at her. "Otherwise you would never tell me that I conceive any man to be a messenger from Satan." "But you do," said she. "Nothing is too bad for him. Give me that letter, if you please." And she stretched out her hand and took it from him. "He has been doing his best to serve Papa, doing more than any of Papa's friends could do, and yet, because he is the chaplain of a bishop whom you don't like, you speak of him as though he had no right to the usage of a gentleman. He has done nothing for your father." "I believe that he has done a great deal, and as far as I am concerned, I am grateful to him. Nothing that you can say can prevent my being so. I judge people by their acts, and his, as far as I can see them, are good." She then paused for a moment. "If you have nothing further to say, I shall be obliged by being permitted to say good night. I am very tired." Dr. Grantley had, as he thought, done his best to be gracious to his sister-in-law. He had endeavored not to be harsh to her, and had striven to pluck the sting from his rebuke, but he did not intend that she should leave him without hearing him. "I have something to say, Eleanor, and I fear I must trouble you to hear it. You profess that it is quite proper that you should receive from Mr. Slope such letters as that you have in your hand. Susan and I think very differently. You are, of course, your own mistress, and much as we both must grieve should anything separate you from us, we have no power to prevent you from taking steps which may lead to such a separation. If you are so willful as to reject the counsel of your friends, you must be allowed to cater for yourself. But Eleanor, I may at any rate ask you this. Is it worth your while to break away from all those you have loved? From all who love you? For the sake of Mr. Slope? I don't know what you mean, Dr. Grantley. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to break away from anybody. But you will do so if you connect yourself with Mr. Slope. Eleanor, I must speak out to you. You must choose between your sister and myself and our friends, and Mr. Slope and his friends. I say nothing of your father, as you may probably understand his feelings better than I do." "What do you mean, Dr. Grantley? What am I to understand? I never heard such wicked prejudice in my life." "It is no prejudice, Eleanor. I have known the world longer than you have done. Mr. Slope is altogether beneath you. You ought to know and feel that he is so. Pray think of this before it is too late." "Too late? Or if you will not believe me," asked Susan, "you cannot think she is prejudiced against you, or even consult your father. He is not prejudiced against you. Ask Mr. Arabin." "You haven't spoken to Mr. Arabin about this," said she, jumping up and standing before him. "Eleanor, all the world in and about Barchester will be speaking of it soon. But have you spoken to Mr. Arabin about me and Mr. Slope?" "Certainly I have, and he quite agrees with me." "Agrees with what?" said she. "I think you are trying to drive me mad." "He agrees with me and Susan that it is quite impossible you should be received at Plumstead as Mrs. Slope. Not being favourites with the tragic muse, we do not dare to attempt any description of Eleanor's face when she first heard the name of Mrs. Slope pronounced as that which would or should or might at some time appertain to herself. The look, such as it was, Dr. Grantly did not soon forget. For a moment or two she could find no words to express her deep anger and deep disgust. Indeed, at this conjuncture, words did not come to her very freely. "How dare you be so impertinent?" at last she said, and then she hurried out of the room without giving the Archdeacon the opportunity of uttering another word. It was with difficulty she contained herself till she reached her own room, and then, locking the door, she threw herself on her bed and sobbed as though her heart would break. But even yet she had no conception of the truth. She had no idea that her father and her sister had for days past conceived in sober earnest the idea that she was going to marry this man. She did not even then believe that the Archdeacon thought that she would do so. By some maneuver of her brain she attributed the origin of the accusation to Mr. Arabin, and as she did so her anger against him was excessive, and the vexation of her spirit almost unendurable. She could not bring herself to think that the charge was made seriously. It appeared to her most probable that the Archdeacon and Mr. Arabin had talked over her objectionable acquaintance with Mr. Slope, that Mr. Arabin in his jeering, sarcastic way had suggested the odious match as being the severest way of treating with contumely her acquaintance with his enemy, and that the Archdeacon, taking the idea from him, thought proper to punish her by the allusion. The whole night she lay awake thinking of what had been said, and this appeared to be the most probable solution. But the reflection that Mr. Arabin should have in any way mentioned her name in connection with that of Mr. Slope was overpowering, and the spiteful ill nature of the Archdeacon in repeating the charge to her made her wish to leave his house almost before the day had broken. One thing was certain: nothing should make her stay there beyond the following morning, and nothing should make her sit down to breakfast in company with Dr. Grantly. When she thought of the man whose name had been linked with her own, she cried from sheer disgust. It was only because she would be thus disgusted, thus pained and shocked and cut to the quick, that the Archdeacon had spoken the horrid word. He wanted to make her quarrel with Mr. Slope, and therefore he had outraged her by his abominable vulgarity. She determined that at any rate he should know that she appreciated it. Nor was the Archdeacon a bit better satisfied with the result of his serious interview than was Eleanor. He gathered from it, as indeed he could hardly fail to do, that she was very angry with him, but he thought that she was thus angry, not because she was suspected of an intention to marry Mr. Slope, but because such an intention was imputed to her as a crime. Dr. Grantly regarded this supposed union with disgust, but it never occurred to him that Eleanor was outraged because she looked at it exactly in the same light. He returned to his wife, vexed and somewhat disconsolate, but nevertheless confirmed in his wrath against his sister-in-law. "Her whole behavior," said he, "has been most objectionable. She handed me his love letter to read as though she were proud of it. And she is proud of it. She is proud of having this slavering, greedy man at her feet. She will throw herself and John Bold's money into his lap. She will ruin her boy, disgrace her father and you, and be a wretched, miserable woman." His spouse, who was sitting at her toilet table, continued her avocations, making no answer to all this. She had known that the Archdeacon would gain nothing by interfering, but she was too charitable to provoke him by saying so while he was in such deep sorrow. "This comes of a man making such a will as that of Bold's," he continued. "Eleanor is no more fitted to be trusted with such an amount of money in her own hands than is a charity school girl." Still Mrs. Grantly made no reply. "But I have done my duty. I can do nothing further. I have told her plainly that she cannot be allowed to form a link of connection between me and that man. From henceforward it will not be in my power to make her welcome at Plumstead. I cannot have Mr. Slope's love letters coming here. Susan, I think you had better let her understand that, as her mind on this subject seems to be irrevocably fixed, it will be better for all parties that she should return to Barchester." Now Mrs. Grantly was angry with Eleanor. nearly as angry as her husband, but she had no idea of turning her sister out of the house. She therefore at length spoke out, and explained to the Archdeacon in her own mild, seducing way that he was fuming and fussing and fretting himself very unnecessarily. She declared that things, if left alone, would arrange themselves much better than he could arrange them, and at last succeeded in inducing him to go to bed in a somewhat less inhospitable state of mind. On the following morning, Eleanor's maid was commissioned to send word into the dining room that her mistress was not well enough to attend prayers, and that she would breakfast in her own room. Here she was visited by her father, and declared to him her intention of returning immediately to Barchester. He was hardly surprised by the announcement. All the household seemed to be aware that something had gone wrong. Everyone walked about with subdued feet, and people's shoes seemed to creak more than usual. There was a look of conscious intelligence on the faces of the women, and the men attempted, but in vain, to converse as though nothing were the matter. All this had weighed heavily on the heart of Mr. Harding, and when Eleanor told him that her immediate return to Barchester was a necessity, he merely sighed piteously and said that he would be ready to accompany her. But here she objected strenuously. She had a great wish, she said, to go alone, a great desire that it might be seen that her father was not implicated in her quarrel with Dr. Grantly. To this at last he gave way, but not a word passed between them about Mr. Slope, not a word was said, not a question asked as to the serious interview on the preceding evening. There was indeed very little confidence between them, though neither of them knew why it should be so. Eleanor once asked him whether he would not call upon the bishop, but he answered rather tartly that he did not know. He did not think he should, but he could not say just at present, and so they parted. Each was miserably anxious for some show of affection, for some return of confidence, for some sign of the feeling that usually bound them together, but none was given. The father could not bring himself to question his daughter about her supposed lover, and the daughter would not sully her mouth by repeating the odious word with which Dr. Grantly had roused her wrath, and so they parted. There was some trouble in arranging the method of Eleanor's return. She begged her father to send for a post-chaise, but when Mrs. Grantly heard of this, she objected strongly. If Eleanor would go away and dudgeon with the Archdeacon, why should she let all the servants and all the neighbourhood know that she had done so? So at last Eleanor consented to make use of the Plumstead carriage, and as the Archdeacon had gone out immediately after breakfast and was not to return till dinner time, she also consented to postpone her journey till after lunch, and to join the family at that time. As to the subject of the quarrel, not a word was said by anyone. The affair of the carriage was arranged by Mr. Harding, who acted as Mercury between the two ladies. They, when they met, kissed each other very lovingly, and then sat down each to her crochet work as though nothing was amiss in all the world. Chapter 30. Another love scene. But there was another visitor at the rectory whose feelings in this unfortunate matter must be somewhat strictly analysed. Mr. Arabin had heard from his friend of the probability of Eleanor's marriage with Mr. Slope with amazement, but not with incredulity. It has been said that he was not in love with Eleanor, and up to this period this certainly had been true. But as soon as he heard that she loved someone else, he began to be very fond of her himself. He did not make up his mind that he wished to have her for his wife. He had never thought of her, and did not now think of her, in connection with himself. But he experienced an inward, indefinable feeling of deep regret, a gnawing sorrow, an unconquerable depression of spirits, and also a species of self-abasement that he, Mr. Arabin, had not done something to prevent that other he, that vile he whom he so thoroughly despised, from carrying off this sweet prize. Whatever man may have reached the age of 40 unmarried without knowing something of such feelings must have been very successful or else very cold-hearted. Mr. Arabin had never thought of trimming the sails of his bark so that he might sail as convoy to this rich argosy. He had seen that Mrs. Bold was beautiful, but he had not dreamt of making her beauty his own. He knew that Mrs. Bold was rich, but he had had no more idea of appropriating her wealth than that of Dr. Grantly. He had discovered that Mrs. Bold was intelligent, warm-hearted, agreeable, sensible, all in fact that a man could wish his wife to be. But the higher were her attractions, the greater her claims to consideration, the less had he imagined that he might possibly become the possessor of them. Such had been his instinct rather than his thoughts, so humble and so diffident. Now his diffidence was to be rewarded by his seeing this woman, whose beauty was to his eyes perfect, whose wealth was such as to have deterred him from thinking of her, whose widowhood would have silenced him had he not been so deterred, by his seeing her become the prey of Obadiah Slope. On the morning of Mrs. Bold's departure, he got on his horse to ride over to St. Ewald's. As he rode, he kept muttering to himself a line from Van Artevelde, "How little flattering is woman's love." And then he strove to recall his mind and to think of other affairs, his parish, his college, his creed, but his thoughts would revert to Mr. Slope and the Flemish chieftain. When we think upon it, how little flattering is woman's love, given commonly to whosoe'er is nearest, and propped with most advantage. It was not that Mrs. Bold should marry anyone but him. He had not put himself forward as a suitor, but that she should marry Mr. Slope, and so he repeated over again. Outward grace nor inward light is needful day by day. Men wanting both are mated with the best and loftiest of God's feminine creation, whose love takes no distinction but of gender, and ridicules the very name of choice. And so he went on, troubled much in his mind. He had but an uneasy ride of it that morning, and little good did he do at St. Ewald's. The necessary alterations in his house were being fast completed, and he walked through the rooms, and went up and down the stairs, and rambled through the garden. But he could not wake himself to much interest about them. He stood still at every window to look out and think upon Mr. Slope. At almost every window he had before stood and chatted with Eleanor. She and Mrs. Grantley had been there continually, and while Mrs. Grantley had been giving orders, and seeing that orders had been complied with, he and Eleanor had conversed on all things appertaining to a clergyman's profession. He thought how often he had laid down the law to her and how sweetly she had borne with his somewhat dictatorial decrees. He remembered her listening intelligence, her gentle but quick replies, her interest in all that concerned the church, in all that concerned him, and then he struck his riding whip against the window-sill and declared to himself that it was impossible that Eleanor Bold should marry Mr. Slope. And yet he did not really believe, as he should have done, that it was impossible. He should have known her well enough to feel that it was truly impossible. He should have been aware that Eleanor had that within her which would surely protect her from such degradation. But he, like so many others, was deficient in confidence in woman. He said to himself over and over again that it was impossible that Eleanor Bold should become Mrs. Slope, and yet he believed that she would do so, and so he rambled about and could do and think of nothing. He was thoroughly uncomfortable, thoroughly ill at ease, cross with himself and everybody else, and feeding in his heart on animosity towards Mr. Slope. This was not as it should be, as he knew and felt, but he could not help himself. In truth, Mr. Arabin was now in love with Mrs. Bold, though ignorant of the fact himself. He was in love and, though 40 years old, was in love without being aware of it. He fumed and fretted and did not know what was the matter, as a youth might do at 21. And so, having done no good at St. Ewald's, he rode back much earlier than was usual with him, instigated by some inward, unacknowledged hope that he might see Mrs. Bold before she left. Eleanor had not passed a pleasant morning. She was irritated with everyone, and not least with herself. She felt that she had been hardly used, but she felt also that she had not played her own cards well. She should have held herself so far above suspicion as to have received her sister's innuendos and the Archdeacon's lecture with indifference. She had not done this, but had shown herself angry and sore, and was now ashamed of her own petulance, yet unable to discontinue it. The greater part of the morning she had spent alone, but after a while her father joined her. He had fully made up his mind that, come what come might, nothing should separate him from his younger daughter. It was a hard task for him to reconcile himself to the idea of seeing her at the head of Mr. Slope's table, but he got through it. Mr. Slope, as he argued to himself, was a respectable man and a clergyman, and he, as Eleanor's father, had no right even to endeavor to prevent her from marrying such a one. He longed to tell her how he had determined to prefer her to all the world, how he was prepared to admit that she was not wrong, how thoroughly he differed from Dr. Grantley, but he could not bring himself to mention Mr. Slope's name. There was yet a chance that they were all wrong in their surmise, and being thus in doubt, he could not bring himself to speak openly to her on the subject. He was sitting with her in the drawing-room, with his arm round her waist, saying every now and then some little soft words of affection and working hard with his imaginary fiddle bow when Mr. Arabin entered the room. He immediately got up, and the two made some trite remarks to each other, neither thinking of what he was saying, while Eleanor kept her seat on the sofa, mute and moody. Mr. Arabin was included in the list of those against whom her anger was excited. He too had dared to talk about her acquaintance with Mr. Slope. He too had dared to blame her for not making an enemy of his enemy. She had not intended to see him before her departure, and was now but little inclined to be gracious. There was a feeling through the whole house that something was wrong. Mr. Arabin, when he saw Eleanor, could not succeed in looking or in speaking as though he knew nothing of all this. He could not be cheerful and positive and contradictory with her, as was his wont. He had not been 2 minutes in the room before he felt that he had done wrong to return, and the moment he heard her voice, he thoroughly wished himself back at St. Ewald's. Why, indeed, should he have wished to have aught further to say to the future wife of Mr. Slope? "I am sorry to hear that you are to leave us so soon," said he, striving in vain to use his ordinary voice. In answer to this, she muttered something about the necessity of her being in Barchester, and betook herself most industriously to her crochet work. Then there was a little more trite conversation between Mr. Arabin and Mr. Harding, trite and hard and vapid and senseless. Neither of them had anything to say to the other, and yet neither at such a moment liked to remain silent. At last Mr. Harding, taking advantage of a pause, escaped out of the room, and Eleanor and Mr. Arabin were left together. "Your going will be a great break-up to our party," said he. She again muttered something which was all but inaudible, but kept her eyes fixed upon her work. "We have had a very pleasant month here," said he. "At least I have, and I am sorry it should be so soon over." "I have already been from home longer than I intended," said she, "and it is time that I should return. Well, pleasant hours and pleasant days must come to an end. It is a pity that so few of them are pleasant, or perhaps rather, it is a pity certainly that men and women do so much to destroy the pleasantness of their days," said she, interrupting him. "It is a pity that there should be so little charity abroad." "Charity should begin at home," said he, and he was proceeding to explain that he as a clergyman could not be what she would call charitable at the expense of those principles which he considered it his duty to teach, when he remembered that it would be worse than vain to argue on such a matter with the future wife of Mr. Slope. "But you are just leaving us," he continued, "and I will not weary your last hour with another lecture. As it is, I fear I have given you too many. You should practice as well as preach, Mr. Arabin." "Undoubtedly I should. So should we all. All of us who presume to teach are bound to do our utmost towards fulfilling our own lessons. I thoroughly allow my deficiency in doing so, but I do not quite know now to what you allude. Have you any special reason for telling me now that I should practice as well as preach?" Eleanor made no answer. She longed to let him know the cause of her anger, to upbraid him for speaking of her disrespectfully, and then at last to forgive him, and so part friends. She felt that she would be unhappy to leave him in her present frame of mind, but yet she could hardly bring herself to speak to him of Mr. Slope. And how could she allude to the innuendo thrown out by the Archdeacon, and thrown out, as she believed, at the instigation of Mr. Arabin? She wanted to make him know that he was wrong, to make him aware that he had ill-treated her, in order that the sweetness of her forgiveness might be enhanced. She felt that she liked him too well to be contented to part with him in displeasure. Yet she could not get over her deep displeasure without some explanation, some acknowledgement on his part, some assurance that he would never again so sin against her. "Why do you tell me that I should practice what I preach?" continued he. "All men should do so. Certainly that is, as it were, understood and acknowledged, but you do not say so to all men or to all clergymen. The advice, good as it is not given except in allusion to some special deficiency. If you will tell me my special deficiency, I will endeavor to profit by the advice." She paused for a while, and then, looking full in his face, she said, "You are not bold enough, Mr. Arabin, to speak out to me openly and plainly, and yet you expect me, a woman, to speak openly to you. Why did you speak calumny of me to Dr. Grantley behind my back?" "Calumny," said he, and his whole face became suffused with blood. "What calumny? If I have spoken calumny of you, I will beg your pardon, and his to whom I spoke it, and God's pardon also. But what calumny have I spoken of you to Dr. Grantly? She also blushed deeply. She could not bring herself to ask him whether he had not spoken of her as another man's wife. You know that best yourself, said she. But I ask you as a man of honor, if you have not spoken of me as you would not have spoken of your own sister, or rather I will not ask you, she continued, finding that he did not immediately answer her. I will not put you to the necessity of answering such a question. Dr. Grantly has told me what you said. Dr. Grantly certainly asked me for my advice, and I gave it. He asked me. I know he did, Mr. Arabin. He asked you whether he would be doing right to receive me at Plumstead if I continued my acquaintance with a gentleman who happens to be personally disagreeable to yourself and to him. You are mistaken, Mrs. Bold. I have no personal knowledge of Mr. Slope. I never met him in my life. You are not the less individually hostile to him. It is not for me to question the propriety of your enmity, but I had a right to expect that my name should not have been mixed up in your hostilities. This has been done and been done by you in a manner the most injurious and the most distressing to me as a woman. I must confess, Mr. Arabin, that from you I expected a different sort of usage. As she spoke, she with difficulty restrained her tears, but she did restrain them. Had she given way and sobbed aloud, as in such cases a woman should do, he would have melted at once, implored her pardon, perhaps knelt at her feet and declared his love. Everything would have been explained, and Eleanor would have gone back to Barchester with a contented mind. How easily would she have forgiven and forgotten the Archdeacon's suspicions had she but heard the whole truth from Mr. Arabin. But then where would have been my novel? She did not cry, and Mr. Arabin did not melt. You do me an injustice, said he. My advice was asked by Dr. Grantly, and I was obliged to give it. Dr. Grantly has been most officious, most impertinent. I have as complete a right to form my acquaintance as he has to form his. What would you have said had I consulted you as to the propriety of my banishing Dr. Grantly from my house, because he knows Lord Tattenham Corner? I am sure Lord Tattenham is quite as objectionable an acquaintance for a clergyman as Mr. Slope is for a clergyman's daughter. I do not know Lord Tattenham Corner. No, but Dr. Grantly does. It is nothing to me if he knows all the young lords on every racecourse in England. I shall not interfere with him, nor shall he with me. I am sorry to differ with you, Mrs. Bold, but as you have spoken to me on this matter, and especially as you blame me for what little I said on the subject, I must tell you that I do differ from you. Dr. Grantly's position as a man in the world gives him a right to choose his own acquaintances, subject to certain influences. If he chooses them badly, those influences will be used. If he consorts with persons unsuitable to him, his bishop will interfere. What the bishop is to Dr. Grantly, Dr. Grantly is to you. I deny it. I utterly deny it, said Eleanor, jumping from her seat and literally flashing before Mr. Arabin, as she stood on the drawing-room floor. He had never seen her so excited. He had never seen her look half so beautiful. I utterly deny it, said she. Dr. Grantly has no sort of jurisdiction over me whatsoever. Do you and he forget that I am not altogether alone in the world? Do you forget that I have a father? Dr. Grantly, I believe, always has forgotten it. From you, Mr. Arabin, she continued, I would have listened to advice because I should have expected it to have been given as one friend may advise another, not as a schoolmaster gives an order to a pupil. I might have differed from you on this matter, I should have done so, but had you spoken to me in your usual manner and with your usual freedom, I should not have been angry. But now was it manly of you, Mr. Arabin, to speak of me in this way, so disrespectful, so— I cannot bring myself to repeat what you said. You must understand what I feel. Was it just of you to speak of me in such a way and to advise my sister's husband to turn me out of my sister's house because I chose to know a man of whose doctrine you disapprove? I have no alternative left to me, Mrs. Bold, said he, standing with his back to the fireplace, looking down intently at the carpet pattern, and speaking with a slow, measured voice, but to tell you plainly what did take place between me and Dr. Grantly. Well, said she, finding that he paused for a moment. I am afraid that what I may say may pain you. It cannot well do so more than what you have already done, said she. Dr. Grantly asked me whether I thought it would be prudent for him to receive you in his house as the wife of Mr. Slope, and I told him that I thought it would be imprudent, believing it to be utterly impossible that Mr. Slope and— Thank you, Mr. Arabin, that is sufficient. "I do not want to know your reasons," said she, speaking with a terribly calm voice. "I have shown to this gentleman the commonplace civility of a neighbor, and because I have done so, because I have not indulged against him in all the rancor and hatred which you and Dr. Grantly consider due to all clergymen who do not agree with yourselves, you conclude that I am to marry him. Or rather, you do not conclude so. No rational man could really come to such an outrageous conclusion without better ground. You have not thought so, but, as I am in a position in which such an accusation must be peculiarly painful, it is made in order that I may be terrified into hostility against this enemy of yours." As she finished speaking, she walked to the drawing-room window and stepped out into the garden. Mr. Arabin was left in the room, still occupied in counting the pattern on the carpet. He had, however, distinctly heard and accurately marked every word that she had spoken. Was it not clear from what she had said that the Archdeacon had been wrong in imputing to her any attachment to Mr. Slope? Was it not clear that Eleanor was still free to make another choice? It may seem strange that he should for a moment have had a doubt, and yet he did doubt. She had not absolutely denied the charge. She had not expressly said that it was untrue. Mr. Arabin understood little of the nature of a woman's feelings, or he would have known how improbable it was that she should make any clearer declaration than she had done. Few men do understand the nature of a woman's heart till years have robbed such understanding of its value, and it is well that it should be so, or men would triumph too easily. Mr. Arabin stood counting the carpet, unhappy, wretchedly unhappy, at the hard words that had been spoken to him, and yet happy, exquisitely happy, as he thought that after all the woman whom he so regarded was not to become the wife of the man whom he so much disliked. As he stood there, he began to be aware that he was himself in love. 40 years had passed over his head, and as yet woman's beauty had never given him an uneasy hour. His present hour was very uneasy. Not that he remained there for half or a quarter of that time. In spite of what Eleanor had said, Mr. Arabin was, in truth, a manly man. Having ascertained that he loved this woman, and having now reason to believe that she was free to receive his love, at least if she pleased to do so, he followed her into the garden to make such wooing as he could. He was not long in finding her. She was walking to and fro beneath the avenue of elms that stood in the Archdeacon's grounds, skirting the churchyard. What had passed between her and Mr. Arabin had not, alas, tended to lessen the acerbity of her spirit. She was very angry, more angry with him than with anyone. How could he have so misunderstood her? She had been so intimate with him, had allowed him such latitude in what he had chosen to say to her, had complied with his ideas, cherished his views, fostered his precepts, cared for his comforts, made much of him in every way in which a pretty woman can make much of an unmarried man without committing herself or her feelings. She had been doing this, and while she had been doing it, he had regarded her as the affianced wife of another man. As she passed along the avenue, every now and then an unbidden tear would force itself on her cheek, and as she raised her hand to brush it away, she stamped with her little foot upon the sward with very spite to think that she had been so treated. Mr. Arabin was very near to her when she first saw him, and she turned short round and retraced her steps down the avenue, trying to rid her cheeks of all trace of the telltale tears. It was a needless endeavor, for Mr. Arabin was in a state of mind that hardly allowed him to observe such trifles. He followed her down the walk and overtook her just as she reached the end of it. He had not considered how he would address her. He had not thought what he would say. He had only felt that it was wretchedness to him to quarrel with her, and that it would be happiness to be allowed to love her. And yet he could not lower himself by asking her pardon. He had done her no wrong. He had not calumniated her, not injured her, as she had accused him of doing. He could not confess sins of which he had not been guilty. He could only let the past be past and ask her as to her and his hopes for the future. "I hope we are not to part as enemies," said he. "There shall be no enmity on my part," said Eleanor. "I endeavor to avoid all enmities. It would be a hollow pretense were I to say that there can be true friendship between us, after what has just passed. People cannot make their friends of those whom they despise. And am I despised? I must have been so before you could have spoken of me as you did. And I was deceived, cruelly deceived. I believed that you thought well of me. I believed that you esteemed me." "Thought well of you and esteemed you," said he. In justifying myself before you, I must use stronger words than those." He paused for a moment, and Eleanor's heart beat with painful violence within her bosom as she waited for him to go on. "I have do esteem you as I never yet esteemed any woman. Think well of you. I never thought to think so well, so much of any human creature. Speak calumny of you, insult you, willfully injure you. I wish it were my privilege to shield you from calumny, insult, and injury. Calumny, ah me, 'twere almost better that it were so, better than to worship with a sinful worship, sinful and vain also." And then he walked along beside her, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down on the grass beneath his feet and utterly at a loss how to express his meaning. And Eleanor walked beside him, determined at least to give him no assistance. "Ah me," he uttered at last, speaking rather to himself than to her. "Ah me. These Plumstead walks were pleasant enough, if one could have but heart's ease, but without that the dull, dead stones of Oxford were far preferable, and St. Ewold's too. Mrs. Bold, I am beginning to think that I mistook myself when I came hither. A Romish priest now would have escaped all this. O Father of Heaven, how good for us would it be if thou couldst vouchsafe to us a certain rule." "And have we not a certain rule, Mr. Arabin?" Yes, surely. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." But what is temptation? What is evil? Is this evil, is this temptation? Poor Mr. Arabin. It would not come out of him, that deep, true love of his. He could not bring himself to utter it in plain language that would require and demand an answer. He knew not how to say to the woman by his side, "Since the fact is that you do not love that other man, that you are not to be his wife, can you love me? Will you be my wife?" These were the words which were in his heart, but with all his sighs he could not draw them to his lips. He would have given anything, everything for power to ask this simple question, but glib as was his tongue in pulpits and on platforms, now he could not find a word wherewith to express the plain wish of his heart. And yet Eleanor understood him as thoroughly as though he had declared his passion with all the elegant fluency of a practiced Lothario. With a woman's instinct, she followed every bend of his mind as he spoke of the pleasantness of Plumstead and the stones of Oxford, as he alluded to the safety of the Romish priest and the hidden perils of temptation. She knew that it all meant love. She knew that this man at her side, this accomplished scholar, this practiced orator, this great polemical combatant, was striving in vain to tell her that his heart was no longer his own. She knew this, and felt a sort of joy in knowing it. Yet she would not come to his aid. He had offended her deeply, had treated her unworthily, the more unworthily seeing that he had learnt to love her, and Eleanor could not bring herself to abandon her revenge. She did not ask herself whether or no she would ultimately accept his love. She did not even acknowledge to herself that she now perceived it with pleasure. At the present moment it did not touch her heart. It merely appeased her pride and flattered her vanity. Mr. Arabin had dared to associate her name with that of Mr. Slope, and now her spirit was soothed by finding that he would fain associate it with his own. And so she walked on beside him, inhaling incense but giving out no sweetness in return. "Answer me this," said Mr. Arabin, stopping suddenly in his walk and stepping forward so that he faced his companion. "Answer me this one question. You do not love Mr. Slope? You do not intend to be his wife?" Mr. Arabin certainly did not go the right way to win such a woman as Eleanor Bold. Just as her wrath was evaporating, as it was disappearing before the true warmth of his untold love, he rekindled it by a most useless repetition of his original sin. Had he known what he was about, he should never have mentioned Mr. Slope's name before Eleanor Bold, till he had made her all his own. Then, and not till then, he might have talked of Mr. Slope with as much triumph as he chose. "I shall answer no such question," said she. "And what is more, I must tell you that nothing can justify your asking it. Good morning." And so saying, she stepped proudly across the lawn and, passing through the drawing-room window, joined her father and sister at lunch in the dining-room. Half an hour afterwards she was in the carriage, and so she left Plumstead without again seeing Mr. Arabin. His walk was long and sad among the sombre trees that overshadowed the churchyard. He left the Archdeacon's grounds that he might escape attention, and sauntered among the green hillocks under which lay at rest so many of the once loving swains and forgotten beauties of Plumstead. To his ears, Eleanor's last words sounded like a knell never to be reversed. He could not comprehend that she might be angry with him, indignant with him, remorseless with him, and yet love him. He could not make up his mind whether or no Mr. Slope was in truth a favored rival. If not, why should she not have answered his question? Poor Mr. Arabin, untaught, illiterate, boorish, ignorant man, that at 40 years of age you should know so little of the workings of a woman's heart. Chapter 31. The Bishop's Library. And thus the pleasant party at Plumstead was broken up. It had been a very pleasant party as long as they had all remained in good humor with one another. Mrs. Grantley had felt her house to be gayer and brighter than it had been for many a long day, and the Archdeacon had been aware that the month had passed pleasantly without attributing the pleasure to any other special merits than those of his own hospitality. Within 3 or 4 days of Eleanor's departure, Mr. Harding had also returned, and Mr. Arabin had gone to Oxford to spend 1 week there previous to his settling at the vicarage of St. Ewold's. He had gone laden with many messages to Dr. Gwynne touching the iniquity of the doings in Barchester Palace, and the peril in which it was believed the hospital still stood in spite of the assurances contained in Mr. Slope's inauspicious letter. During Eleanor's drive into Barchester, she had not much opportunity of reflecting on Mr. Arabin. She had been constrained to divert her mind both from his sins and his love by the necessity of conversing with her sister, and maintaining the appearance of parting with her on good terms. When the carriage reached her own door, and while she was in the act of giving her last kiss to her sister and nieces, Mary Bold ran out and exclaimed, "Oh, Eleanor, have you heard? Oh, Mrs. Grantley, have you heard what has happened? The poor Dean?" "Good heavens," said Mrs. Grantley. "What? What has happened?" "This morning at 9 he had a fit of apoplexy, and he has not spoken since. I very much fear that by this time he is no more." Mrs. Grantley had been very intimate with the Dean, and was therefore much shocked. Eleanor had not known him so well. Nevertheless, she was sufficiently acquainted with his person and manners to feel startled and grieved also at the tidings she now received. "I will go at once to the deanery," said Mrs. Grantley. "The Archdeacon, I'm sure, will be there. If there is any news to send you, I will let Thomas call before he leaves town." And so the carriage drove off, leaving Eleanor and her baby with Mary Bold. Mrs. Grantley had been quite right. The Archdeacon was at the deanery. He had come into Barchester that morning by himself, not caring to intrude himself upon Eleanor, and he also immediately on his arrival had heard of the Dean's fit. There was, as we have before said, a library or reading room connecting the cathedral with the Dean's house. This was generally called the Bishop's Library because a certain Bishop of Barchester was supposed to have added it to the cathedral. It was built immediately over a portion of the cloisters, and a flight of stairs descended from it into the room in which the cathedral clergymen put their surplices on and off. As it also opened directly into the Dean's house, it was the passage through which that dignitary usually went to his public devotions. Who had or had not the right of entry into it? It might be difficult to say, but the people of Barchester believed that it belonged to the Dean, and the clergymen of Barchester believed that it belonged to the chapter. On the morning in question, most of the resident clergymen who constituted the chapter, and some few others, were here assembled, and among them, as usual, the Archdeacon towered with high authority. He had heard of the Dean's fit before he was over the bridge, which led into the town, and had at once come to the well-known clerical trysting place. He had been there by 11 o'clock, and had remained ever since. From time to time, the medical men who had been called in came through from the deanery into the library, uttered little bulletins, and then returned. There was, it appears, very little hope of the old man's rallying, indeed no hope of anything like a final recovery. The only question was whether he must die at once speechless, unconscious, stricken to death by his first heavy fit, or whether by due aid of medical skill he might not be so far brought back to this world as to become conscious of his state, and enabled to address one prayer to his Maker before he was called to meet him face to face at the judgment seat. Sir Omicron Pye had been sent for from London. That great man had shown himself a wonderful adept at keeping life still moving within an old man's heart, in the case of good old Bishop Grantley, and it might be reasonably expected that he would be equally successful with a dean. In the meantime, Dr. Filgrave and Mr. Rerechild were doing their best, and poor Miss Trefoil sat at the head of her father's bed, longing, as in such cases daughters do long, to be allowed to do something to show her love, if it were only to chafe his feet with her hands, or wait in menial offices on those autocratic doctors, anything so that now in the time of need she might be of use. The archdeacon alone of the attendant clergy had been admitted for a moment into the sick man's chamber. He had crept in with creaking shoes, had said with smothered voice a word of consolation to the sorrowing daughter, had looked on the distorted face of his old friend with solemn but yet eager scrutinizing eye, as though he said in his heart, "And so some day it will probably be with me," and then, having whispered an unmeaning word or two to the doctors, had creaked his way back again into the library. "He'll never speak again, I fear," said the archdeacon as he noiselessly closed the door, as though the unconscious dying man from whom all sense had fled would have heard in his distant chamber the spring of the lock which was now so carefully handled. Indeed, is he so bad?" said the meager little prebendary, turning over in his own mind all the probable candidates for the deanery and wondering whether the archdeacon would think it worth his while to accept it. The fit must have been very violent. When a man over 70 has a stroke of apoplexy, it seldom comes very lightly, said the burly chancellor. He was an excellent, sweet-tempered man, said one of the vicar's choral. Heaven knows how we shall repair his loss. He was indeed, said a minor canon, and a great blessing to all those privileged to take a share in the services of our cathedral. I suppose the government will appoint Mr. Archdeacon. I trust we may have no stranger. We will not talk about his successor, said the archdeacon, while there is yet hope. Oh no, of course not, said the minor canon. It would be exceedingly indecorous, but I know of no man, said the meager little prebendary, who has better interest with the present government than Mr. Slope. Mr. Slope, said two or three at once almost sotto voce. Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester. Pooh! Exclaimed the burly chancellor. The bishop would do anything for him, said the little prebendary. And so would Mrs. Proudie, said the vicar choral. Pooh! Said the chancellor. The archdeacon had almost turned pale at the idea. What if Mr. Slope should become Dean of Barchester? To be sure, there was no adequate ground, indeed no ground at all, for presuming that such a desecration could even be contemplated. But nevertheless it was on the cards. Dr. Proudie had interest with the government, and the man carried as it were Dr. Proudie in his pocket. How should they all conduct themselves if Mr. Slope were to become Dean of Barchester? The bare idea for a moment struck even Dr. Grantley dumb. It would certainly not be very pleasant for us to have Mr. Slope at the deanery, said the little prebendary, chuckling inwardly at the evident consternation which his surmise had created. About as pleasant and as probable as having you in the palace, said the chancellor. I should think such an appointment highly improbable, said the minor canon, and moreover extremely injudicious. Should not you, Mr. Archdeacon? I should presume such a thing to be quite out of the question, said the archdeacon. But at the present moment I am thinking rather of our poor friend who is lying so near us than of Mr. Slope. Of course, said the vicar choral with a very solemn air. Of course you are. So are we all, poor Dr. Trefoil, the best of men, but it's the most comfortable dean's residence in England, said a second prebendary. 15 acres in the grounds. It is better than many of the bishop's palaces. And full 2,000 a year, said the meager doctor. It is cut down to £1,200, said the chancellor. No, said the second prebendary. It is to be 15. A special case was made. No such thing, said the chancellor. You'll find I'm right, said the prebendary. I'm sure I read it in the report, said the minor canon. Nonsense, said the chancellor. They couldn't do it. There were to be no exceptions but London and Durham, and Canterbury and York, said the vicar choral modestly. What do you say, Grantley? Said the meager little doctor. Say about what? Said the archdeacon, who had been looking as though he were thinking about his friend the dean, but who had in reality been thinking about Mr. Slope. What is the next dean to have, 12 or 15? 12, said the archdeacon authoritatively, thereby putting an end at once to all doubt and dispute among his subordinates as far as that subject was concerned. Well, I certainly thought it was 15, said the minor canon. Pooh, said the burly chancellor. At this moment the door opened and in came Dr. Filgrave. How is he? Is he conscious? Can he speak? I hope not dead? No worse news, Doctor, I trust? I hope, I trust, something better, Doctor? Said half a dozen voices all at once, each in a tone of extremest anxiety. It was pleasant to see how popular the good old dean was among his clergy. No change, gentlemen. Not the slightest change. But a telegraphic message has arrived. Sir Omicron Pie will be here by the 9:15 in the evening train. If any man can do anything, Sir Omicron Pie will do it. But all that skill can do has been done. We are sure of that, Dr. Filgrave, said the Archdeacon. We are quite sure of that. But yet you know. Oh, quite right, said the doctor. Quite right. I should have done just the same. I advised it at once. I said to Rerechild at once that with such a life and such a man, Sir Omicron should be summoned. Of course I knew expense was nothing, so distinguished, you know, and so popular. Nevertheless, all that human skill can do has been done. Just at this period Mrs. Grantley's carriage drove into the close, and the Archdeacon went down to confirm the news which she had heard before. By the 9:15 in the evening train, Sir Omicron Pie did arrive, and in the course of the night a sort of consciousness returned to the poor old dean. Whether this was due to Sir Omicron Pie is a question on which it may be well not to offer an opinion. Dr. Filgrave was very clear in his own mind, but Sir Omicron himself is thought to have differed from that learned doctor. At any rate, Sir Omicron expressed an opinion that the dean had yet some days to live. For the 8 or 10 next days. Accordingly, the poor dean remained in the same state, half conscious and half comatose, and the attendant clergy began to think that no new appointment would be necessary for some few months to come. Chapter 32. A new candidate for ecclesiastical honors. The dean's illness occasioned much mental turmoil in other places besides the deanery and adjoining library, and the idea which occurred to the meagre little prebendary about Mr. Slope did not occur to him alone. The bishop was sitting listlessly in his study when the news reached him of the dean's illness. It was brought to him by Mr. Slope, who of course was not the last person in Barchester to hear it. It was also not slow in finding its way to Mrs. Proudie's ears. It may be presumed that there was not just then much friendly intercourse between these two rival claimants for his lordship's obedience. Indeed, though living in the same house, they had not met since the stormy interview between them in the bishop's study on the preceding day. On that occasion Mrs. Proudie had been defeated. That the prestige of continual victory should have been torn from her standards was a subject of great sorrow to that militant lady, but, though defeated, she was not overcome. She felt that she might yet recover her lost ground, that she might yet hurl Mr. Slope down to the dust from which she had picked him, and force her sinning lord to sue for pardon in sackcloth and ashes. On that memorable day, memorable for his mutiny and rebellion against her high behests, he had carried his way with a high hand, and had really begun to think it possible that the days of his slavery were counted. He had begun to hope that he was now about to enter into a free land, a land delicious with milk, which he himself might quaff, and honey which would not tantalize him by being only honey to the eye. When Mrs. Proudie banged the door as she left his room, he felt himself every inch a bishop. To be sure, his spirit had been a little cowed by his chaplain's subsequent lecture, but on the whole he was highly pleased with himself, and he flattered himself that the worst was over. Ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte, he reflected. And now that the first step had been so magnanimously taken, all the rest would follow easily. He met his wife as a matter of course at dinner, where little or nothing was said that could ruffle the bishop's happiness. His daughters and the servants were present and protected him. He made 1 or 2 trifling remarks on the subject of his projected visit to the archbishop, in order to show to all concerned that he intended to have his own way. The very servants, perceiving the change, transferred a little of their reverence from their mistress to their master. All which the master perceived, and so also did the mistress. But Mrs. Proudie bided her time. After dinner he returned to his study, where Mr. Slope soon found him. And there they had tea together and planned many things. For some few minutes the bishop was really happy, but as the clock on the chimney-piece warned him that the stilly hours of night were drawing on, as he looked at his chamber candlestick and knew that he must use it, his heart sank within him again. He was as a ghost, all whose power of wandering free through these upper regions ceases at cockcrow, or, rather, he was the opposite of the ghost, for till cockcrow he must again be a serf. And would that be all? Could he trust himself to come down to breakfast a free man in the morning? He was nearly an hour later than usual when he betook himself to his rest. Rest? What rest? However, he took a couple of glasses of sherry and mounted the stairs. Far be it from us to follow him thither. There are some things which no novelist, no historian should attempt, some few scenes in life's drama which even no poet should dare to paint. Let that which passed between Dr. Proudie and his wife on this night be understood to be among them. He came down the following morning a sad and thoughtful man. He was attenuated in appearance, one might almost say emaciated. I doubt whether his now grizzled locks had not palpably become more grey than on the preceding evening. At any rate, he had aged materially. Years do not make a man old gradually and at an even pace. Look through the world and see if this is not so always, except in those rare cases in which the human being lives and dies without joys and without sorrows, like a vegetable. A man shall be possessed of florid, youthful blooming health till, it matters not what age, 30, 40, 50, then comes some nipping frost, some period of agony, that robs the fibers of the body of their succulence, and the hale and hearty man is counted among the old. He came down and breakfasted alone. Mrs. Proudie, being indisposed, took her coffee in her bedroom, and her daughters waited upon her there. He ate his breakfast alone, and then, hardly knowing what he did, he betook himself to his usual seat in his study. He tried to solace himself with his coming visit to the Archbishop. That effort of his own free will at any rate remained to him as an enduring triumph. But somehow, now that he had achieved it, he did not seem to care so much about it. It was his ambition that had prompted him to take his place at the archiepiscopal table, and his ambition was now quite dead within him. He was thus seated when Mr. Slope made his appearance, with breathless impatience. "My lord, the dean is dead." "Good heavens!" exclaimed the bishop, startled out of his apathy by an announcement so sad and so sudden. "He is either dead or now dying. He has had an apoplectic fit, and I am told that there is not the slightest hope. Indeed, I do not doubt that by this time he is no more." Bells were rung and servants were immediately sent to inquire. In the course of the morning, the bishop, leaning on his chaplain's arm, himself called at the deanery door. Mrs. Proudie sent to Miss Trefoil all manner of offers of assistance. The Mrs. Proudie sent also, and there was immense sympathy between the palace and the deanery. The answer to all inquiries was unvaried. The dean was just the same, and Sir Omicron Pie was expected down by the 9:15 in the evening train. And then Mr. Slope began to meditate, as others also had done, as to who might possibly be the new dean, and it occurred to him, as it had also occurred to others, that it might be possible that he should be the new dean himself. And then the question as to the 1200 or 1500 or 2000 ran in his mind, as it had run through those of the other clergymen in the cathedral library. Whether it might be 2000 or 15 or 1200, it would in any case undoubtedly be a great thing for him if he could get it. The gratification to his ambition would be greater even than that of his covetousness. How glorious to outtop the archdeacon in his own cathedral city, to sit above prebendaries and canons and have the cathedral pulpit and all the cathedral services altogether at his own disposal. But it might be easier to wish for this than to obtain it. Mr. Slope, however, was not without some means of forwarding his views, and he at any rate did not let the grass grow under his feet. In the first place, he thought, and not vainly, that he could count upon what assistance the bishop could give him. He immediately changed his views with regard to his patron. He made up his mind that if he became dean, he would hand his lordship back again to his wife's vassalage, and he thought it possible that his lordship might not be sorry to rid himself of one of his mentors. Mr. Slope had also taken some steps towards making his name known to other men in power. There was a certain chief commissioner of national schools, who at the present moment was presumed to stand especially high in the good graces of the government bigwigs, and with him Mr. Slope had contrived to establish a sort of epistolary intimacy. He thought that he might safely apply to Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin, and he felt sure that if Sir Nicholas chose to exert himself, the promise of such a piece of preferment would be had for the asking. Then he also had the press at his bidding, or flattered himself that he had so. The Daily Jupiter had taken his part in a very thorough manner in those polemical contests of his with Mr. Arabin. He had on more than one occasion absolutely had an interview with a gentleman on the staff of that paper who, if not the editor, was as good as the editor. And he had long been in the habit of writing telling letters on all manner of ecclesiastical abuses, which he signed with his initials, and sent to his editorial friend with private notes signed in his own name. Indeed, he and Mr. Towers, such was the name of the powerful gentleman of the press with whom he was connected, were generally very amiable with each other. Mr. Slope's little productions were always printed and occasionally commented upon, and thus, in a small sort of way, he had become a literary celebrity. This public life had great charms for him, though it certainly also had its drawbacks. On one occasion, when speaking in the presence of reporters, he had failed to uphold and praise and swear by that special line of conduct which had been upheld and praised and sworn by in the Jupiter, and then he had been much surprised and at the moment not a little irritated to find himself lacerated most unmercifully by his old ally. He was quizzed and bespattered and made a fool of, just as though, or rather worse than if, he had been a constant enemy instead of a constant friend. He had hitherto not learnt that a man who aspires to be on the staff of the Jupiter must surrender all individuality, but ultimately this little castigation had broken no bones between him and his friend Mr. Towers. Mr. Slope was one of those who understood the world too well to show himself angry with such a potentate as the Jupiter. He had kissed the rod that scourged him and now thought that he might fairly look for his reward. He determined that he would at once let Mr. Towers know that he was a candidate for the place which was about to become vacant. More than one piece of preferment had lately been given away, much in accordance with advice tendered to the government in the columns of the Jupiter. But it was incumbent on Mr. Slope first to secure the bishop. He specially felt that it behoved him to do this before the visit to the archbishop was made. It was really quite providential that the dean should have fallen ill just at the very nick of time. If Dr. Proudie could be instigated to take the matter up warmly, he might manage a good deal while staying at the archbishop's palace. Feeling this very strongly, Mr. Slope determined to sound the bishop that very afternoon. He was to start on the following morning to London, and therefore not a moment could be lost with safety. He went into the bishop's study about 5 o'clock and found him still sitting alone. It might have been supposed that he had hardly moved since the little excitement occasioned by his walk to the dean's door. He still wore on his face that dull, dead look of half-unconscious suffering. He was doing nothing, reading nothing, thinking of nothing, but simply gazing on vacancy when Mr. Slope for the second time that day entered his room. "Well, Slope," said he somewhat impatiently, for, to tell the truth, he was not anxious just at present to have much conversation with Mr. Slope. "Your lordship will be sorry to hear that as yet the poor dean has shown no sign of amendment." "Oh, hasn't he? Poor man. I'm sure I'm very sorry. I suppose Sir Omicron has not arrived yet?" "No, not till the 9:15 in the evening train." "I wonder they didn't have a special. They say Dr. Trefoil is very rich." "Very rich, I believe," said Mr. Slope. "But the truth is, all the doctors in London can do no good. No other good than to show that every possible care has been taken. Poor Dr. Trefoil is not long for this world, my lord." "I suppose not. I suppose not. Oh no, indeed, his best friends could not wish that he should outlive such a shock, for his intellects cannot possibly survive it." Poor man," said the bishop. "It will naturally be a matter of much moment to your lordship who is to succeed him," said Mr. Slope. "It would be a great thing if you could secure the appointment for some person of your own way of thinking on important points. The party hostile to us are very strong here in Barchester, much too strong." Yes. If poor Dr. Trefoil is to go, it will be a great thing to get a good man in his place. It will be everything to your lordship to get a man on whose cooperation you can reckon. Only think what trouble we might have if Dr. Grantley, or Dr. Hyandry, or any of that way of thinking were to get it. It is not very probable that Lord will give it to any of that school. Why should he? No. Not probable. Certainly not. But it's possible. Great interest will probably be made. If I might venture to advise your lordship, I would suggest that you should discuss the matter with His Grace next week. I have no doubt that your wishes, if made known and backed by His Grace, would be paramount with Lord. Well, I don't know that Lord has always been very kind to me, very kind, but I am unwilling to interfere in such matters unless asked, and indeed, if asked, I don't know whom at this moment I should recommend. Even Mr. Slope felt at the present rather abashed. He hardly knew how to frame his little request in language sufficiently modest. He had recognized and acknowledged to himself the necessity of shocking the bishop in the first instance by the temerity of his application, and his difficulty was how best to remedy that by his adroitness and eloquence. "I doubted myself," said he, "whether your lordship would have anyone immediately in your eye, and it is on this account that I venture to submit to you an idea that I have been turning over in my own mind. If poor Dr. Trefoil must go, I really do not see why, with your lordship's assistance, I should not hold the preferment myself." "You!" exclaimed the bishop in a manner that Mr. Slope could hardly have considered complimentary. The ice was now broken, and Mr. Slope became fluent enough. "I have been thinking of looking for it. If your lordship will press the matter on the archbishop, I do not doubt but I shall succeed. You see, I shall be the first to move, which is a great matter. Then I can count upon assistance from the public press. My name is known, I may say, somewhat favorably known, to that portion of the press which is now most influential with the government, and I have friends also in the government. But nevertheless it is to you, my lord, that I look for assistance. It is from your hands that I would most willingly receive the benefit, and which should ever be the chief consideration in such matters. You must know better than any other person whatsoever what qualifications I possess." The bishop sat for a while dumbfounded. Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester. The idea of such a transformation of character would never have occurred to his own unaided intellect. At first he went on thinking why, for what reasons, on what account, Mr. Slope should be Dean of Barchester. But by degrees the direction of his thoughts changed, and he began to think why, for what reasons, on what account Mr. Slope should not be Dean of Barchester. As far as he himself, the bishop, was concerned, he could well spare the services of his chaplain. That little idea of using Mr. Slope as a counterpoise to his wife had well nigh evaporated. He had all but acknowledged the futility of the scheme. If indeed he could have slept in his chaplain's bedroom instead of his wife's, there might have been something in it. But, and thus, as Mr. Slope was speaking, the bishop began to recognize the idea that that gentleman might become Dean of Barchester without impropriety, not moved indeed by Mr. Slope's eloquence, for he did not follow the tenor of his speech, but led thereto by his own cogitations. "I need not say," continued Mr. Slope, "that it would be my chief desire to act in all matters connected with the cathedral as far as possible in accordance with your views. I know your lordship so well, and I hope you know me well enough to have the same feelings, that I am satisfied that my being in that position would add materially to your own comfort, and enable you to extend the sphere of your useful influence. As I said before, it is most desirable that there should be but one opinion among the dignitaries of the same diocese. I doubt much whether I would accept such an appointment in any diocese in which I should be constrained to differ much from the bishop. In this case there would be a delightful uniformity of opinion." Mr. Slope perfectly well perceived that the bishop did not follow a word that he said, but nevertheless he went on talking. He knew it was necessary that Dr. Proudie should recover from his surprise, and he knew also that he must give him the opportunity of appearing to have been persuaded by argument. So he went on and produced a multitude of fitting reasons, all tending to show that no one on earth could make so good a Dean of Barchester as himself, that the government and the public would assuredly coincide in desiring that he, Mr. Slope, should be Dean of Barchester, but that for high considerations of ecclesiastical polity, it would be especially desirable that this piece of preferment should be so bestowed through the instrumentality of the bishop of the diocese. "But I really don't know what I could do in the matter," said the bishop. "If you would mention it to the archbishop, if you could tell his grace that you consider such an appointment very desirable, that you have it much at heart with a view to putting an end to schism in the diocese, if you did this with your usual energy, you would probably find no difficulty in inducing his grace to promise that he would mention it to Lord. Of course you would let the archbishop know that I am not looking for the preferment solely through his intervention, that you do not exactly require him to ask it as a favor, that you expect that I shall get it through other sources, as is indeed the case, but that you are very anxious that his grace should express his approval of such an arrangement to Lord." It ended in the bishop promising to do as he was bid. Not that he so promised without a stipulation. "About that hospital," he said in the middle of the conference, "I was never so troubled in my life," which was about the truth. "You haven't spoken to Mr. Harding since I saw you?" Mr. Slope assured his patron that he had not. "Ah, well then," I think upon the whole it will be better to let Quiverful have it. It has been half promised to him, and he has a large family and is very poor. I think on the whole it will be better to make out the nomination for Mr. Quiverful. But my lord, said Mr. Slope, still thinking that he was bound to make a fight for his own view on this matter, and remembering that it still behoved him to maintain his lately acquired supremacy over Mrs. Proudie, lest he should fail in his views regarding the deanery. But my lord, I am really much afraid. Remember, Mr. Slope, said the bishop, I can hold out no sort of hope to you in this matter of succeeding poor Dr. Trefoil. I will certainly speak to the archbishop as you wish it, but I cannot think. Well, my lord, said Mr. Slope, fully understanding the bishop and in his turn interrupting him, perhaps your lordship is right about Mr. Quiverful. I have no doubt I can easily arrange matters with Mr. Harding, and I will make out the nomination for your signature as you direct. Yes, Slope, I think that will be best, and you may be sure that any little that I can do to forward your views shall be done. And so they parted. Mr. Slope had now much business on his hands. He had to make his daily visit to the Signora. This common prudence should have now induced him to omit, but he was infatuated and could not bring himself to be commonly prudent. He determined therefore that he would drink tea at the Stanhopes, and he determined also, or thought that he determined, that having done so he would go thither no more. He had also to arrange his matters with Mrs. Bold. He was of opinion that Eleanor would grace the deanery as perfectly as she would the chaplain's cottage, and he thought, moreover, that Eleanor's fortune would excellently repair any dilapidations and curtailments in the dean's stipend which might have been made by that ruthless ecclesiastical commission. Touching Mrs. Bold, his hopes now soared high. Mr. Slope was one of that numerous multitude of swains who think that all is fair in love, and he had accordingly not refrained from using the services of Mrs. Bold's own maid. From her he had learnt much of what had taken place at Plumstead, not exactly with truth, for the own maid had not been able to divine the exact truth, but with some sort of similitude to it. He had been told that the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantley and Mr. Harding and Mr. Arabin had all quarrelled with Mrs. for having received a letter from Mr. Slope, that Mrs. had positively refused to give the letter up, that she had received from the Archdeacon the option of giving up either Mr. Slope and his letter, or else the Society of Plumstead Rectory, and that Mrs. had declared, with much indignation, that she didn't care a straw for the Society of Plumstead Rectory, and that she wouldn't give up Mr. Slope for any of them. Considering the source from whence this came, it was not quite so untrue as might have been expected. It showed pretty plainly what had been the nature of the conversation in the servants' hall, and coupled as it was with the certainty of Eleanor's sudden return, it appeared to Mr. Slope to be so far worthy of credit as to justify him in thinking that the fair widow would in all human probability accept his offer. All this work was therefore to be done. It was desirable, he thought, that he should make his offer before it was known that Mr. Quiverful was finally appointed to the hospital. In his letter to Eleanor he had plainly declared that Mr. Harding was to have the appointment. It would be very difficult to explain this away, and were he to write another letter to Eleanor, telling the truth and throwing the blame on the bishop, it would naturally injure him in her estimation. He determined therefore to let that matter disclose itself as it would, and to lose no time in throwing himself at her feet. Then he had to solicit the assistance of Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin and Mr. Towers, and he went directly from the bishop's presence to compose his letters to those gentlemen. As Mr. Slope was esteemed an adept at letter writing, they shall be given in full. Private Palace, Barchester, September 1850-something. My dear Sir Nicholas, I hope that the intercourse which has been between us will preclude you from regarding my present application as an intrusion. You cannot, I imagine, have yet heard that poor old Dr. Trefoil has been seized with apoplexy. It is a subject of profound grief to everyone in Barchester, for he has always been an excellent man, excellent as a man and as a clergyman. He is, however, full of years, and his life could not under any circumstances have been much longer spared. You may probably have known him. There is, it appears, no probable chance of his recovery. Sir Omicron Pi is, I believe, at present with him. At any rate, the medical men here have declared that 1 or 2 days more must limit the tether of his mortal coil. I sincerely trust that his soul may wing its flight to that haven where it may forever be at rest and forever be happy. The bishop has been speaking to me about the preferment, and he is anxious that it should be conferred on me. I confess that I can hardly venture, at my age, to look for such advancement, but I am so far encouraged by his lordship that I believe I shall be induced to do so. His lordship goes tomorrow, and is intent on mentioning the subject to the archbishop. I know well how deservedly great is your weight with the present government. In any matter touching church preferment you would of course be listened to. Now that the matter has been put into my head, I am of course anxious to be successful. If you can assist me by your good word, you will confer on me one additional favor. I had better add that Lord cannot as yet know of this piece of preferment having fallen in, or rather of its certainty of falling, for poor dear Dr. Trefoil is past hope. Should Lord first hear it from you, that might probably be thought to give you a fair claim to express your opinion. Of course, our grand object is that we should all be of one opinion in church matters. This is most desirable at Barchester. It is this that makes our good bishop so anxious about it. You may probably think it expedient to point this out to Lord, if it shall be in your power to oblige me by mentioning the subject to his lordship. Believe me, my dear Sir Nicholas, your most faithful servant, Obadiah Slope. His letter to Mr. Towers was written in quite a different strain. Mr. Slope conceived that he completely understood the difference in character and position of the two men whom he addressed. He knew that for such a man as Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin a little flummery was necessary, and that it might be of the easy, everyday description. Accordingly, his letter to Sir Nicholas was written, currente calamo, with very little trouble. But to such a man as Mr. Towers it was not so easy to write a letter that should be effective, and yet not offensive, that should carry its point without undue interference. It was not difficult to flatter Dr. Proudie or Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin, but very difficult to flatter Mr. Towers without letting the flattery declare itself. This, however, had to be done. Moreover, this letter must, in appearance at least, be written without effort, and be fluent, unconstrained, and demonstrative of no doubt or fear on the part of the writer. Therefore, the epistle to Mr. Towers was studied, and recopied, and elaborated at the cost of so many minutes that Mr. Slope had hardly time to dress himself and reach Dr. Stanhope's that evening. When dispatched, it ran as follows. Private Barchester, September 1850-something. He purposely omitted any allusion to the palace, thinking that Mr. Towers might not like it. A great man, he remembered, had been once much condemned for dating a letter from Windsor Castle. My dear sir, we were all a good deal shocked here this morning by hearing that poor old Dean Trefoil had been stricken with apoplexy. The fit took him about 9 in the morning. I'm writing now to save the post, and he is still alive, but past all hope or possibility, I believe, of living. Sir Omicron Pi is here, or will be very shortly, but all that even Sir Omicron can do is to ratify the sentence of his less distinguished brethren that nothing can be done. Poor Dr. Trefoil's race on this side the grave is run. I do not know whether you knew him. He was a good, quiet, charitable man, of the old school, of course, as any clergyman over 70 years of age must necessarily be. But I do not write merely with the object of sending you such news as this. Doubtless someone of your Mercuries will have seen and heard and reported so much. I write, as you usually do yourself, rather with a view to the future than to the past. Rumor is already rife here as to Dr. Trefoil's successor, and among those named as possible future deans your humble servant is, I believe, not the least frequently spoken of. In short, I am looking for the preferment. You may probably know that since Bishop Proudie came to the diocese I have exerted myself here a good deal, and, I may certainly say, not without some success. He and I are nearly always of the same opinion on points of doctrine as well as church discipline, and therefore I have had, as his confidential chaplain, very much in my own hands, but I confess to you that I have a higher ambition than to remain the chaplain of any bishop. There are no positions in which more energy is now needed than those of our deans. The whole of our enormous cathedral establishments have been allowed to go to sleep, nay, they are all but dead and ready for the sepulchre. And yet of what prodigious moment they might be made, if, as was intended, they were so managed as to lead the way and show an example for all our parochial clergy. The bishop here is most anxious for my success. Indeed, he goes tomorrow to press the matter on the archbishop. I believe also I may count on the support of at least one most effective member of the government. But I confess that the support of the Jupiter, if I be thought worthy of it, would be more gratifying to me than any other, more gratifying if by it I should be successful, and more gratifying also if, although so supported, I should be unsuccessful. The time has, in fact, come in which no government can venture to fill up the high places of the Church in defiance of the public press. The age of honorable bishops and noble deans has gone by, and any clergyman, however humbly born, can now hope for success if his industry, talent, and character be sufficient to call forth the manifest opinion of the public in his favor. At the present moment, we all feel that any counsel given in such matters by the Jupiter has the greatest weight, is, indeed, generally followed, and we feel also, I am speaking of clergymen of my own age and standing, that it should be so. There can be no patron less interested than the Jupiter, and none that more thoroughly understands the wants of the people. I am sure you will not suspect me of asking from you any support which the paper with which you are connected cannot conscientiously give me. My object in writing is to let you know that I am a candidate for the appointment. It is for you to judge whether or no you can assist my views. I should not, of course, have written to you on such a matter had I not believed, and I have had good reason so to believe, that the Jupiter approves of my views on ecclesiastical polity. The bishop expresses a fear that I may be considered too young for such a station, my age being 36. I cannot think that at the present day any hesitation need be felt on such a point. The public has lost its love for antiquated servants. If a man will ever be fit to do good work, he will be fit at 36 years of age. Believe me very faithfully yours, Obadiah Slope. Towers, Esquire, Court, Middle Temple. Having thus exerted himself, Mr. Slope posted his letters and passed the remainder of the evening at the feet of his mistress. Mr. Slope will be accused of deceit in his mode of canvassing. It will be said that he lied in the application he made to each of his 3 patrons. I believe it must be owned that he did so. He could not hesitate on account of his youth and yet be quite assured that he was not too young. He could not count chiefly on the bishop's support, and chiefly also on that of the newspaper. He did not think that the bishop was going to press the matter on the archbishop. It must be owned that in his canvassing Mr. Slope was as false as he well could be. Let it, however, be asked of those who are conversant with such matters, whether he was more false than men usually are on such occasions. We English gentlemen hate the name of a lie, but how often do we find public men who believe each other's words? Chapter 33. Mrs. Proudie Victrix. The next week passed over at Barchester with much apparent tranquility. The hearts, however, of some of the inhabitants were not so tranquil as the streets of the city. The poor old dean still continued to live, just as Sir Omicron Pie had prophesied that he would do, much to the amazement, and some thought disgust, of Dr. Filgrave. The bishop still remained away. He had stayed a day or 2 in town and had also remained longer at the archbishop's than he had intended. Mr. Slope had as yet received no line in answer to either of his letters, but he had learnt the cause of this. Sir Nicholas was stalking a deer, or attending the Queen in the Highlands, and even the indefatigable Mr. Towers had stolen an autumn holiday, and had made one of the yearly tribe who now ascend Mont Blanc. Mr. Slope learnt that he was not expected back till the last day of September. Mrs. Bold was thrown much with the Stanhopes, of whom she became fonder and fonder. If asked, she would have said that Charlotte Stanhope was her especial friend, and so she would have thought. But, to tell the truth, she liked Bertie nearly as well. She had no more idea of regarding him as a lover than she would have had of looking at a big tame dog in such a light. Bertie had become very intimate with her, and made little speeches to her, and said little things of a sort very different from the speeches and sayings of other men. But then this was almost always done before his sisters, and he, with his long silken beard, his light blue eyes and strange dress, was so unlike other men. She admitted him to a kind of familiarity which she had never known with anyone else, and of which she by no means understood the danger. She blushed once at finding that she had called him Bertie, and, on the same day, only barely remembered her position in time to check herself from playing upon him some personal, practical joke to which she was instigated by Charlotte. In all this Eleanor was perfectly innocent, and Bertie Stanhope could hardly be called guilty. But every familiarity into which Eleanor was entrapped was deliberately planned by his sister. She knew well how to play her game, and played it without mercy. She knew, none so well, what was her brother's character, and she would have handed over to him the young widow, and the young widow's money, and the money of the widow's child, without remorse. With her pretended friendship and warm cordiality, she strove to connect Eleanor so closely with her brother as to make it impossible that she should go back even if she wished it. But Charlotte Stanhope knew really nothing of Eleanor's character, did not even understand that there were such characters. She did not comprehend that a young and pretty woman could be playful and familiar with a man such as Bertie Stanhope, and yet have no idea in her head, no feeling in her heart, that she would have been ashamed to own to all the world. Charlotte Stanhope did not in the least conceive that her new friend was a woman whom nothing could entrap into an inconsiderate marriage, whose mind would have revolted from the slightest impropriety had she been aware that any impropriety existed. Miss Stanhope, however, had tact enough to make herself and her father's house very agreeable to Mrs. Bold. There was with them all an absence of stiffness and formality which was peculiarly agreeable to Eleanor, after the great dose of clerical arrogance which she had lately been constrained to take. She played chess with them, walked with them, and drank tea with them, studied or pretended to study astronomy, assisted them in writing stories in rhyme, in turning prose tragedy into comic verse, or comic stories into would-be tragic poetry. She had no idea before that she had any such talents. She had not conceived the possibility of her doing such things as she now did. She found with the Stanhopes new amusements and employments, new pursuits, which in themselves could not be wrong, and which were exceedingly alluring. Is it not a pity that people who are bright and clever should so often be exceedingly improper, and that those who are never improper should so often be dull and heavy? Now Charlotte Stanhope was always bright and never heavy, but then her propriety was doubtful. But during all this time Eleanor by no means forgot Mr. Arabin, nor did she forget Mr. Slope. She had parted from Mr. Arabin in her anger. She was still angry at what she regarded as his impertinent interference, but nevertheless she looked forward to meeting him again, and also looked forward to forgiving him. The words that Mr. Arabin had uttered still sounded in her ears. She knew that if not intended for a declaration of love, they did signify that he loved her, and she felt also that if he ever did make such a declaration, it might be that she should not receive it unkindly. She was still angry with him, very angry with him, so angry that she would bite her lip and stamp her foot as she thought of what he had said and done. Nevertheless, she yearned to let him know that he was forgiven. All that she required was that he should own that he had sinned. She was to meet him at Ullathorne on the last day of the present month. Miss Thorne had invited all the country round to a breakfast on the lawn. There were to be tents and archery and dancing for the ladies on the lawn and for the swains and girls in the paddock. There were to be fiddlers and fivers, races for the boys, poles to be climbed, ditches full of water to be jumped over, horse collars to be grinned through. This latter amusement was an addition of the stewards, and not arranged by Miss Thorne in the original program, and every game to be played which, in a long course of reading, Miss Thorne could ascertain to have been played in the good days of Queen Elizabeth. Everything of more modern growth was to be tabooed if possible. On one subject Miss Thorne was very unhappy. She had been turning in her mind the matter of a bull ring, but could not succeed in making anything of it. She would not for the world have done or allowed to be done anything that was cruel. As to the promoting the torture of a bull for the amusement of her young neighbors, it need hardly be said that Miss Thorne would be the last to think of it. And yet there was something so charming in the name. A bull ring, however, without a bull would only be a memento of the decadence of the times, and she felt herself constrained to abandon the idea. Quintains, however, she was determined to have, and had poles and swivels and bags of flour prepared accordingly. She would no doubt have been anxious for something small in the way of a tournament, but, as she said to her brother, that had been tried, and the age had proved itself too decidedly inferior to its forerunners to admit of such a pastime. Mr. Thorne did not seem to participate much in her regret, feeling perhaps that a full suit of chain armor would have added but little to his own personal comfort. This party at Ullathorne had been planned in the first place as a sort of welcoming to Mr. Arabin on his entrance into St. Ewold's parsonage. An intended harvest home gala for the labourers and their wives and children had subsequently been amalgamated with it, and thus it had grown to its present dimensions. All the Plumstead party had of course been asked, and at the time of the invitation Eleanor had intended to have gone with her sister. Now her plans were altered, and she was going with the Stanhopes. The Proudies were also to be there, and, as Mr. Slope had not been included in the invitation to the palace, The Signora, whose impudence never deserted her, asked permission of Miss Thorne to bring him. This permission Miss Thorne gave, having no other alternative, but she did so with a trembling heart, fearing Mr. Arabin would be offended. Immediately on his return she apologized, almost with tears, so dire an enmity was presumed to rage between the two gentlemen. But Mr. Arabin comforted her by an assurance that he should meet Mr. Slope with the greatest pleasure imaginable, and made her promise that she would introduce them to each other. But this triumph of Mr. Slope's was not so agreeable to Eleanor, who since her return to Barchester had done her best to avoid him. She would not give way to the Plumstead folk when they so ungenerously accused her of being in love with this odious man. But nevertheless, knowing that she was so accused, she was fully alive to the expediency of keeping out of his way and dropping him by degrees. She had seen very little of him since her return. Her servant had been instructed to say to all visitors that she was out. She could not bring herself to specify Mr. Slope particularly, and in order to avoid him she had thus debarred herself from all her friends. She had accepted Charlotte Stanhope and, by degrees, a few others also. Once she had met him at the Stanhopes, but as a rule Mr. Slope's visits there were made in the morning and hers in the evening. On that one occasion Charlotte had managed to preserve her from any annoyance. This was very good-natured on the part of Charlotte, as Eleanor thought, and also very sharp-witted, as Eleanor had told her friend nothing of her reasons for wishing to avoid that gentleman. The fact, however, was that Charlotte had learnt from her sister that Mr. Slope would probably put himself forward as a suitor for the widow's hand, and she was consequently sufficiently alive to the expediency of guarding Bertie's future wife from any danger in that quarter. Nevertheless, the Stanhopes were pledged to take Mr. Slope with them to Ullathorne. An arrangement was therefore necessarily made, which was very disagreeable to Eleanor. Dr. Stanhope, with herself, Charlotte, and Mr. Slope, were to go together, and Bertie was to follow with his sister Madeline. It was clearly visible by Eleanor's face that this assortment was very disagreeable to her, and Charlotte, who was much encouraged thereby in her own little plan, made 1,000 apologies. "I see you don't like it, my dear," said she, "but we could not manage otherwise. Bertie would give his eyes to go with you, but Madeline cannot possibly go without him. Nor could we possibly put Mr. Slope and Madeline in the same carriage without anyone else. They'd both be ruined forever, you know, and not admitted inside Ullathorne gates, I should imagine, after such an impropriety." "Of course that wouldn't do," said Eleanor. "But couldn't I go in the carriage with the Signora and your brother?" "Impossible," said Charlotte. "When she is there, there is only room for 2. The Signora, in truth, did not care to do her travelling in the presence of strangers. "Well then," said Eleanor, "you are all so kind, Charlotte, and so good to me that I am sure you won't be offended, but I think I'll not go at all." "Not go at all? What nonsense! Indeed you shall." It had been absolutely determined in family council that Bertie should propose on that very occasion. "Or I can take a fly," said Eleanor. "You know I am not embarrassed by so many difficulties as you young ladies. I can go alone." "Nonsense, my dear. Don't think of such a thing. After all, it is only for an hour or so. And to tell the truth, I don't know what it is you dislike so. I thought you and Mr. Slope were great friends. What is it you dislike?" "Oh, nothing particular," said Eleanor. "Only I thought it would be a family party. Of course it would be much nicer, much more snug, if Bertie could go with us. It is he that is badly treated. I can assure you he is much more afraid of Mr. Slope than you are. But you see, Madeline cannot go out without him, and she, poor creature, goes out so seldom. I am sure you don't begrudge her this, though her vagary does knock about our own party a little." Of course, Eleanor made 1,000 protestations and uttered 1,000 hopes that Madeline would enjoy herself. And of course she had to give way and undertake to go in the carriage with Mr. Slope. In fact, she was driven either to do this or to explain why she would not do so. Now she could not bring herself to explain to Charlotte Stanhope all that had passed at Plumstead. But it was to her a sore necessity. She thought of 1,000 little schemes for avoiding it. She would plead illness and not go at all. She would persuade Mary Bold to go, although not asked, and then make a necessity of having a carriage of her own to take her sister-in-law. Anything, in fact, she could do, rather than be seen by Mr. Arabin getting out of the same carriage with Mr. Slope. However, when the momentous morning came, she had no scheme matured, and then Mr. Slope handed her into Dr. Stanhope's carriage and, following her steps, sat opposite to her. The bishop returned on the eve of the Ullathorne party and was received at home with radiant smiles by the partner of all his cares. On his arrival he crept up to his dressing room with somewhat of a palpitating heart. He had overstayed his allotted time by 3 days and was not without much fear of penalties. Nothing, however, could be more affectionately cordial than the greeting he received. The girls came out and kissed him in a manner that was quite soothing to his spirit, and Mrs. Proudie, albeit unused to the melting mood, squeezed him in her arms and almost in words called him her dear, darling, good pet, little bishop. All this was a very pleasant surprise. Mrs. Proudie had somewhat changed her tactics. Not that she had seen any cause to disapprove of her former line of conduct, but she had now brought matters to such a point that she calculated that she might safely do so. She had got the better of Mr. Slope, and she now thought well to show her husband that when allowed to get the better of everybody, when obeyed by him and permitted to rule over others, she would take care that he should have his reward. Mr. Slope had not a chance against her. Not only could she stun the poor bishop by her midnight anger, but she could assuage and soothe him, if she so willed, by daily indulgences. She could furnish his room for him, turn him out as smart a bishop as any on the bench, give him good dinners, warm fires, and an easy life. All this she would do if he would but be quietly obedient. But, if not, to speak sooth, however, his sufferings on that dreadful night had been so poignant as to leave him little spirit for further rebellion. As soon as he had dressed himself, she returned to his room. "I hope you enjoyed yourself said she, seating herself on one side of the fire while he remained in his armchair on the other, stroking the calves of his legs. It was the first time he had had a fire in his room since the summer, and it pleased him, for the good bishop loved to be warm and cozy. Yes, he said, he had enjoyed himself very much. Nothing could be more polite than the Archbishop, and Mrs. Archbishop had been equally charming. Mrs. Proudie was delighted to hear it. Nothing, she declared, pleased her so much as to think her bairn respect it like the love. She did not put it precisely in these words, but what she said came to the same thing, and then, having petted and fondled her little man sufficiently, she proceeded to business. "The poor dean is still alive," said she. So I hear," said the bishop. "I'll go to the deanery directly after breakfast tomorrow. We are going to this party at Ullathorne tomorrow morning, my dear. We must be there early, you know, by 12 o'clock, I suppose." "Oh, said the bishop. "Then I'll certainly call the next day." "Was much said about it asked Mrs. Proudie. "About what?" said the bishop. "Filling up the dean's place," said Mrs. Proudie. As she spoke, a spark of the wonted fire returned to her eye, and the bishop felt himself to be a little less comfortable than before. "Filling up the dean's place, that is, if the dean dies?" "Very little, my dear. It was mentioned. Just mentioned." "And what did you say about it, bishop?" "Why, I said that I thought that if, that is, should the dean die, that is, I said I thought," as he went on stammering and floundering, he saw that his wife's eye was fixed sternly on him. Why should he encounter such evil for a man whom he loved so slightly as Mr. Slope? Why should he give up his enjoyments and his ease and such dignity as might be allowed to him to fight a losing battle for a chaplain? The chaplain, after all, if successful, would be as great a tyrant as his wife. Why fight at all? Why contend? Why be uneasy? From that moment he determined to fling Mr. Slope to the winds and take the goods the gods provided. "I am told," said Mrs. Proudie, speaking very slowly, "that Mr. Slope is looking to be the new dean." "Yes, certainly I believe he is," said the bishop. "And what does the Archbishop say about that?" asked Mrs. Proudie. "Well, my dear, to tell the truth, I promised Mr. Slope to speak to the Archbishop. Mr. Slope spoke to me about it. It is very arrogant of him, I must say, but that is nothing to me." "Arrogant," said Mrs. Proudie. "It is the most impudent piece of pretension I ever heard of in my life. Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester, indeed. And what did you do in the matter, Bishop?" "Why, my dear, I did speak to the Archbishop." "You don't mean to tell me," said Mrs. Proudie, "that you are going to make yourself ridiculous by lending your name to such a preposterous attempt as this? Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester, indeed? and she tossed her head and put her arms akimbo with an air of confident defiance that made her husband quite sure that Mr. Slope never would be Dean of Barchester. In truth, Mrs. Proudie was all but invincible. Had she married Petruchio? It may be doubted whether that arch-wife-tamer would have been able to keep her legs out of those garments which are presumed by men to be peculiarly unfitted for feminine use. It is preposterous, my dear. Then why have you endeavored to assist him? Why, my dear, I haven't assisted him much. But why have you done it at all? Why have you mixed your name up in anything so ridiculous? What was it you did say to the Archbishop? Why, I just did mention it. I just did say that in the event of the poor Dean's death, Mr. Slope would what? I forget how I put it, would take it if he could get it. Something of that sort. I didn't say much more than that. You shouldn't have said anything at all. And what did the Archbishop say? He didn't say anything. He just bowed and rubbed his hands. Somebody else came up at the moment, and as we were discussing the new parochial universal school committee, the matter of the new dean dropped. After that, I didn't think it wise to renew it. Renew it? I am very sorry you ever mentioned it. What will the Archbishop think of you? You may be sure, my dear, the Archbishop thought very little about it. But why did you think about it, Bishop? How could you think of making such a creature as that Dean of Barchester? Dean of Barchester. I suppose he'll be looking for a bishopric some of these days, a man that hardly knows who his own father was, a man that I found without bread to his mouth or a coat to his back. Dean of Barchester, indeed, I'll dean him. Mrs. Proudie considered herself to be in politics a pure Whig. All her family belonged to the Whig party. Now, among all ranks of Englishmen and Englishwomen, Mrs. Proudie should, I think, be ranked among the former on the score of her great strength of mind. No one is so hostile to lowly-born pretenders to high station as the pure Whig. The bishop thought it necessary to exculpate himself. "Why, my dear," said he, "it appeared to me that you and Mr. Slope did not get on quite so well as you used to do." "Get on," said Mrs. Proudie, moving her foot uneasily on the hearth-rug and compressing her lips in a manner that betokened much danger to the subject of their discourse. "I began to find that he was objectionable to you." Mrs. Proudie's foot worked on the hearth-rug with great rapidity, "and that you would be more comfortable if he was out of the palace." Mrs. Proudie smiled, as a hyena may probably smile before he begins his laugh, "and therefore I thought that if he got this place and so ceased to be my chaplain, you might be pleased at such an arrangement." And then the hyena laughed out, pleased at such an arrangement, pleased at having her enemy converted into a dean with 1,200 a year. Medea, when she describes the customs of her native country, I'm quoting from Robson's edition, assures her astonished auditor that in her land captives, when taken, are eaten. "You pardon them?" says Medea. "We do indeed," says the mild Grecian. "We eat them," says she of Colchis, with terrific energy. Mrs. Proudie was the Medea of Barchester. She had no idea of not eating Mr. Slope. Pardon him. Merely get rid of him. Make a dean of him. It was not so they did with their captives in her country, among people of her sort. Mr. Slope had no such mercy to expect. She would pick him to the very last bone. "Oh yes, my dear, of course he'll cease to be your chaplain," said she. "After what has passed, that must be a matter of course. I couldn't for a moment think of living in the same house with such a man. Besides, he has shown himself quite unfit for such a situation, making broils and quarrels among the clergy, getting you, my dear, into scrapes, and taking upon himself as though he were as good as bishop himself. Of course he'll go, but because he leaves the palace, that is no reason why he should get into the deanery." "Oh, of course not," said the bishop, "but to save appearances, you know, my dear." "I don't want to save appearances. I want Mr. Slope to appear just what he is, a false, designing, mean, intriguing man. I have my eye on him. He little knows what I see. He is misconducting himself in the most disgraceful way with that lame Italian woman. That family is a disgrace to Barchester, and Mr. Slope is a disgrace to Barchester. If he doesn't look well to it, he'll have his gowns stripped off his back instead of having a dean's hat on his head. Dean, indeed. The man has gone mad with arrogance." The bishop said nothing further to excuse either himself or his chaplain, and having shown himself passive and docile, was again taken into favor. They soon went to dinner, and he spent the pleasantest evening he had had in his own house for a long time. His daughter played and sang to him as he sipped his coffee and read his newspaper, and Mrs. Proudie asked good-natured little questions about the Archbishop, and then he went happily to bed and slept as quietly as though Mrs. Proudie had been Griselda herself. While shaving himself in the morning and preparing for the festivities of Ullathorne, he fully resolved to run no more tilts against a warrior so fully armed at all points as was Mrs. Proudie. Chapter 34. Oxford, the master and tutor of Lazarus. Mr. Arabin, as we have said, had but a sad walk of it under the trees of Plumstead churchyard. He did not appear to any of the family till dinner time, and then he seemed, as far as their judgment went, to be quite himself. He had, as was his wont, asked himself a great many questions and given himself a great many answers, and the upshot of this was that he had sent himself down for an ass. He had determined that he was much too old and much too rusty to commence the maneuvers of love-making, that he had let the time slip through his hands which should have been used for such purposes, and that now he must lie on his bed as he had made it. Then he asked himself whether in truth he did love this woman, and he answered himself, not without a long struggle, but at last honestly, that he certainly did love her. He then asked himself whether he did not also love her money, and he again answered himself that he did so. But here he did not answer honestly. It was and ever had been his weakness to look for impure motives for his own conduct. No doubt, circumstanced as he was with a small living and a fellowship, accustomed as he had been to collegiate luxuries and expensive comforts, he might have hesitated to marry a penniless woman had he felt ever so strong a predilection for the woman herself. No doubt Eleanor's fortune put all such difficulties out of the question, but it was equally without doubt that his love for her had crept upon him without the slightest idea on his part that he could ever benefit his own condition by sharing her wealth. When he had stood on the hearthrug, counting the pattern and counting also the future chances of his own life, the remembrances of Mrs. Bold's comfortable income had certainly not damped his first assured feeling of love for her, and why should it have done so? Need it have done so with the purest of men? Be that as it may, Mr. Arabin decided against himself. He decided that it had done so in his case, and that he was not the purest of men. He also decided, which was more to his purpose, that Eleanor did not care a straw for him, and that very probably she did care a straw for his rival. Then he made up his mind not to think of her any more, and went on thinking of her till he was almost in a state to drown himself in the little brook which ran at the bottom of the Archdeacon's grounds. And ever and again his mind would revert to the Signora Neroni, and he would make comparisons between her and Eleanor Bold, not always in favor of the latter. The Signora had listened to him, and flattered him, and believed in him, at least she had told him so. Mrs. Bold had also listened to him, but had never flattered him, had not always believed in him, and now had broken from him in violent rage. The Signora, too, was the more lovely woman of the two, and had also the additional attraction of her affliction, for to him it was an attraction. But he never could have loved the Signora Neroni as he felt that he now loved Eleanor. And so he flung stones into the brook, instead of flinging in himself, and sat down on its margin as sad a gentleman as you shall meet in a summer's day. He heard the dinner bell ring from the churchyard, and he knew that it was time to recover his self-possession. He felt that he was disgracing himself in his own eyes, that he had been idling his time and neglecting the high duties which he had taken upon himself to perform. He should have spent this afternoon among the poor at St. Ewold's, instead of wandering about at Plumstead, an ancient, love-lorn swain, dejected and sighing, full of imaginary sorrows and Wertherian grief. He was thoroughly ashamed of himself, and determined to lose no time in retrieving his character, so damaged in his own eyes. Thus, when he appeared at dinner, he was as animated as ever, and was the author of most of the conversation which graced the Archdeacon's board on that evening. Mr. Harding was ill at ease and sick at heart, and did not care to appear more comfortable than he really was. What little he did say was said to his daughter. He thought that the Archdeacon and Mr. Arabin had leagued together against Eleanor's comfort, and his wish now was to break away from the pair and undergo in his Barchester lodgings whatever fate had in store for him. He hated the name of the hospital. His attempt to regain his lost inheritance there had brought upon him so much suffering. As far as he was concerned, Mr. Quiverful was now welcome to the place. And the Archdeacon was not very lively. The poor dean's illness was of course discussed in the first place. Dr. Grantley did not mention Mr. Slope's name in connection with the expected event of Dr. Trefoil's death. He did not wish to say anything about Mr. Slope just at present, nor did he wish to make known his sad surmises. But the idea that his enemy might possibly become Dean of Barchester made him very gloomy. Should such an event take place, such a dire catastrophe come about, there would be an end to his life as far as his life was connected with the city of Barchester. He must give up all his old haunts, all his old habits, and live quietly as a retired rector at Plumstead. It had been a severe trial for him to have Dr. Proudie in the palace, but with Mr. Slope also in the deanery, he felt that he should be unable to draw his breath in Barchester Close. Thus it came to pass that in spite of the sorrow at his heart, Mr. Arabin was apparently the gayest of the party. Both Mr. Harding and Mrs. Grantley were in a slight degree angry with him on account of his want of gloom. To the one it appeared as though he were triumphing at Eleanor's banishment, and to the other that he was not affected as he should have been by all the sad circumstances of the day, Eleanor's obstinacy, Mr. Slope's success, and the poor dean's apoplexy. And so they were all at cross purposes. Mr. Harding left the room almost together with the ladies, and then the Archdeacon opened his heart to Mr. Arabin. He still harped upon the hospital. "What did that fellow mean?" said he. "By saying in his letter to Mrs. Bold that if Mr. Harding would call on the bishop it would be all right? Of course I would not be guided by anything he might say, but still it may be well that Mr. Harding should see the bishop. It would be foolish to let the thing slip through our fingers because Mrs. Bold is determined to make a fool of herself." Mr. Arabin hinted that he was not quite so sure that Mrs. Bold would make a fool of herself. He said that he was not convinced that she did regard Mr. Slope so warmly as she was supposed to do. The Archdeacon questioned and cross-questioned him about this, but elicited nothing, and at last remained firm in his own conviction that he was destined, malgré lui, to be the brother-in-law of Mr. Slope. Mr. Arabin strongly advised that Mr. Harding should take no step regarding the hospital in connection with, or in consequence of, Mr. Slope's letter. "If the bishop really means to confer the appointment on Mr. Harding," argued Mr. Arabin, "he will take care to let him have some other intimation than a message conveyed through a letter to a lady. Were Mr. Harding to present himself at the palace, he might merely be playing Mr. Slope's game, and thus it was settled that nothing should be done till the great Dr. Gwyn's arrival, or at any rate without that potentate's sanction." It was droll to observe how these men talked of Mr. Harding as though he were a puppet, and planned their intrigues and small ecclesiastical maneuvers in reference to Mr. Harding's future position without dreaming of taking him into their confidence. There was a comfortable house and income in question, and it was very desirable, and certainly very just, that Mr. Harding should have them, but that at present was not the main point. It was expedient to beat the bishop and, if possible, to smash Mr. Slope. Mr. Slope had set up, or was supposed to have set up, a rival candidate. Of all things the most desirable would have been to have had Mr. Quiverful's appointment published to the public and then annulled by the clamour of an indignant world, loud in the defence of Mr. Harding's rights. But of such an event the chance was small. A slight fraction only of the world would be indignant, and that fraction would be one not accustomed to loud speaking. And then the preferment had, in a sort of way, been offered to Mr. Harding and had, in a sort of way, been refused by him. Mr. Slope's wicked, cunning hand had been peculiarly conspicuous in the way in which this had been brought to pass, and it was the success of Mr. Slope's cunning which was so painfully grating to the feelings of the Archdeacon. That which of all things he most dreaded was that he should be outgeneraled by Mr. Slope, and just at present it appeared probable that Mr. Slope would turn his flank, steal a march on him, cut off his provisions, carry his strong town by a coup de main, and at last beat him thoroughly in a regular pitched battle. The Archdeacon felt that his flank had been turned when desired to wait on Mr. Slope instead of the bishop, that a march had been stolen when Mr. Harding was induced to refuse the bishop's offer, that his provisions would be cut off when Mr. Quiverful got the hospital, that Eleanor was the strong town doomed to be taken, and that Mr. Slope, as Dean of Barchester, would be regarded by all the world as conqueror in the final conflict. Dr. Gwyn was the deus ex machina who was to come down upon the Barchester stage and bring about deliverance from these terrible evils. But how can melodramatic denouements be properly brought about? How can vice and Mr. Slope be punished, and virtue and the Archdeacon be rewarded, while the avenging god is laid up with the gout? In the meantime evil may be triumphant, and poor innocence, transfixed to the earth by an arrow from Dr. Proudie's quiver, may lie dead upon the ground, not to be resuscitated even by Dr. Gwynne. 2 or 3 days after Eleanor's departure, Mr. Arabin went to Oxford and soon found himself closeted with the august head of his college. It was quite clear that Dr. Gwynne was not very sanguine as to the effects of his journey to Barchester, and not over-anxious to interfere with the bishop. He had had the gout, but was very nearly convalescent, and Mr. Arabin at once saw that had the mission been one of which the master thoroughly approved, he would before this have been at Plumstead. As it was, Dr. Gwynne was resolved on visiting his friend, and willingly promised to return to Barchester with Mr. Arabin. He could not bring himself to believe that there was any probability that Mr. Slope would be made Dean of Barchester. Rumor, he said, had reached even his ears, not at all favorable to that gentleman's character, and he expressed himself strongly of opinion that any such appointment was quite out of the question. At this stage of the proceedings, the master's right-hand man, Tom Staple, was called in to assist at the conference. Tom Staple was the tutor of Lazarus and, moreover, a great man at Oxford. Though universally known by a species of nomenclature so very undignified, Tom Staple was one who maintained a high dignity in the university. He was, as it were, the leader of the Oxford tutors, a body of men who consider themselves collectively as being by very little, if at all, second in importance to the heads themselves. It is not always the case that the master, or warden, or provost, or principal can hit it off exactly with his tutor. A tutor is by no means indisposed to have a will of his own. But at Lazarus they were great friends and firm allies at the time of which we are writing. Tom Staple was a hale, strong man of about 45, short in stature, swarthy in face, with strong, sturdy black hair and crisp black beard of which very little was allowed to show itself in shape of whiskers. He always wore a white neckcloth, clean indeed, but not tied with that scrupulous care which now distinguishes some of our younger clergy. He was, of course, always clothed in a seemly suit of solemn black. Mr. Staple was a decent, cleanly liver, not over-addicted to any sensuality, but nevertheless a somewhat warmish hue was beginning to adorn his nose, the peculiar effect, as his friends averred, of a certain pipe of port introduced into the cellars of Lazarus the very same year in which the tutor entered it as a freshman. There was also, perhaps, a little redolence of port wine, as it were the slightest possible twang in Mr. Staple's voice. In these latter days Tom Staple was not a happy man. University reform had long been his bugbear, and now was his bane. It was not with him, as with most others, an affair of politics, respecting which, when the need existed, he could, for party's sake or on behalf of principle, maintain a certain amount of necessary zeal. It was not with him a subject for dilettante warfare and courteous, commonplace opposition. To him it was life and death. The status quo of the university was his only idea of life, and any reformation was as bad to him as death. He would willingly have been a martyr in the cause, had the cause admitted of martyrdom. At the present day, unfortunately, public affairs will allow of no martyrs, and therefore it is that there is such a deficiency of zeal. Could gentlemen of £10,000 a year have died on their own doorsteps in defense of protection, no doubt some half-dozen glorious old baronets would have so fallen, and the school of protection would at this day have been crowded with scholars, who can fight strenuously in any combat in which there is no danger. Tom Staple would have willingly been impaled before a committee of the House, could he by such self-sacrifice have infused his own spirit into the component members of the hebdomadal board. Tom Staple was one of those who in his heart approved of the credit system which had of old been in vogue between the students and tradesmen of the university. He knew and acknowledged to himself that it was useless in these degenerate days publicly to contend with the Jupiter on such a subject. The Jupiter had undertaken to rule the university, and Tom Staple was well aware that the Jupiter was too powerful for him. But in secret, and among his safe companions, he would argue that the system of credit was an ordeal good for young men to undergo. The bad men, said he, the weak and worthless blunder into danger and burn their feet. But the good men, they who have any character, they who have that within them which can reflect credit on their alma mater, they come through scatheless. What merit will there be to a young man to get through safely, if he be guarded and protected and restrained like a schoolboy? By so doing, the period of the ordeal is only postponed, and the manhood of the man will be deferred from the age of 20 to that of 24. If you bind him with leading strings at college, he will break loose while eating for the bar in London. Bind him there, and he will break loose afterwards, when he is a married man. The wild oats must be sown somewhere. 'Twas thus that Tom Staple would argue of young men, not, indeed, with much consistency, but still with some practical knowledge of the subject gathered from long experience. And now Tom Staple proffered such wisdom as he had for the assistance of Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Arabin. "Quite out of the question," said he, arguing that Mr. Slope could not possibly be made the new Dean of Barchester. "So I think," said the master. "He has no standing, and if all I hear be true, very little character." "As to character," said Tom Staple, "I don't think much of that. They rather like loose parsons for deans. A little fast living or a dash of infidelity is no bad recommendation to a cathedral close. But they couldn't make Mr. Slope. The last 2 deans have been Cambridge men. You'll not show me an instance of their making 3 men running from the same university. We don't get our share and never shall, I suppose, but we must at least have 1 out of 3. That sort of rules are all gone by now," said Mr. Arabin. "Everything has gone by, I believe," said Tom Staple. "The cigar has been smoked out, and we are the ashes." "Speak for yourself, Staple," said the master. "I speak for all," said the tutor stoutly. "It is coming to that there will be no life left anywhere in the country. No one is any longer fit to rule himself, or those belonging to him. The government is to find us all in everything, and the press is to find the government. Nevertheless, Mr. Slope won't be Dean of Barchester." "And who will be warden of the hospital?" said Mr. Arabin. "I hear that Mr. Quiverful is already appointed," said Tom Staple. "I think not," said the master. "And I think, moreover, that Dr. Proudie will not be so short-sighted as to run against such a rock. Mr. Slope should himself have sense enough to prevent it." "But perhaps Mr. Slope may have no objection to see his patron on a rock," said the suspicious tutor. "What could he get by that?" asked Mr. Arabin. "It is impossible to see the doubles of such a man," said Mr. Staple. "It seems quite clear that Bishop Proudie is altogether in his hands, and it is equally clear that he has been moving heaven and earth to get this Mr. Quiverful into the hospital, although he must know that such an appointment would be most damaging to the bishop. It is impossible to understand such a man, and dreadful to think," added Tom Staple, sighing deeply, "that the welfare and fortunes of good men may depend on his intrigues." Dr. Gwynne or Mr. Staple were not in the least aware, nor even was Mr. Arabin, that this Mr. Slope of whom they were talking had been using his utmost efforts to put their own candidate into the hospital, and that in lieu of being permanent in the palace, his own expulsion therefrom had been already decided on by the high powers of the diocese. "I'll tell you what," said the tutor. "If this Quiverful is thrust into the hospital and Dr. Trefoil does die, I should not wonder if the government were to make Mr. Harding Dean of Barchester. They would feel bound to do something for him after all that was said when he resigned." Dr. Gwynne at the moment made no reply to this suggestion, but it did not the less impress itself on his mind. If Mr. Harding could not be warden of the hospital, why should he not be Dean of Barchester? And so the conference ended without any very fixed resolution, and Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Arabin prepared for their journey to Plumstead on the morrow. Chapter 35. Miss Thorne's Fête Champêtre. The day of the Ullathorne party arrived, and all the world were there, or at least so much of the world as had been included in Miss Thorne's invitation. As we have said, the bishop returned home on the previous evening, and on the same evening and by the same train came Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Arabin from Oxford. The archdeacon with his brougham was in waiting for the master of Lazarus, so that there was a goodly show of church dignitaries on the platform of the railway. The Stanhope party was finally arranged in the odious manner already described, and Eleanor got into the doctor's carriage full of apprehension and presentiment of further misfortune, whereas Mr. Slope entered the vehicle elate with triumph. He had received that morning a very civil note from Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin, not promising much indeed, but then Mr. Slope knew, or fancied that he knew, that it was not etiquette for government officers to make promises. Though Sir Nicholas promised nothing, he implied a good deal, declared his conviction that Mr. Slope would make an excellent dean, and wished him every kind of success. To be sure, he added that, not being in the cabinet, he was never consulted on such matters, and that even if he spoke on the subject, his voice would go for nothing. But all this Mr. Slope took for the prudent reserve of official life. To complete his anticipated triumphs, another letter was brought to him just as he was about to start to Ullathorne. Mr. Slope also enjoyed the idea of handing Mrs. Bold out of Dr. Stanhope's carriage before the multitude at Ullathorne Gate as much as Eleanor dreaded the same ceremony. He had fully made up his mind to throw himself and his fortune at the widow's feet, and had almost determined to select the present propitious morning for doing so. The Signora had of late been less than civil to him. She had indeed admitted his visits and listened, at any rate without anger, to his love. But she had tortured him and reviled him, jeered at him and ridiculed him, while she allowed him to call her the most beautiful of living women, to kiss her hand, and to proclaim himself with reiterated oaths her adorer, her slave and worshipper. Miss Thorne was in great perturbation, yet in great glory, on the morning of the gala day. Mr. Thorne also, though the party was none of his giving, had much heavy work on his hands, but perhaps the most overtasked, the most anxious, and the most effective of all the Ullathorne household was Mr. Plomacy, the steward. This last personage had, in the time of Mr. Thorne's father, when the Directory held dominion in France, gone over to Paris with letters in his boot heel for some of the royal party, and such had been his good luck that he had returned safe. He had then been very young and was now very old, but the exploit gave him a character for political enterprise and secret discretion, which still availed him as thoroughly as it had done in its freshest gloss. Mr. Plomacy had been steward of Ullathorne for more than 50 years, and a very easy life he had had of it. Who could require much absolute work from a man who had carried safely at his heel that which, if discovered, would have cost him his head? Consequently, Mr. Plomacy had never worked hard, and of latter years had never worked at all. He had a taste for timber, and therefore he marked the trees that were to be cut down. He had a taste for gardening, and would therefore allow no shrub to be planted or bed to be made without his express sanction. In these matters he was sometimes driven to run counter to his mistress, but he rarely allowed his mistress to carry the point against him. But on occasions such as the present Mr. Plomacy came out strong. He had the honor of the family at heart, he thoroughly appreciated the duties of hospitality, and therefore when gala doings were going on he always took the management into his own hands and reigned supreme over master and mistress. To give Mr. Plomacy his due, old as he was, he thoroughly understood such work as he had in hand, and did it well. The order of the day was to be as follows. The quality, as the upper classes in rural districts are designated by the lower with so much true discrimination, were to eat a breakfast, and the non-quality were to eat a dinner. 2 marquees had been erected for these 2 banquets, that for the quality on the esoteric or garden side of a certain deep ha-ha, and that for the non-quality on the exoteric or paddock side of the same. Both were of huge dimensions that on the outer side was, one may say, on an egregious scale, but Mr. Plomacy declared that neither would be sufficient. To remedy this, an auxiliary banquet was prepared in the dining room, and a subsidiary board was to be spread sub dio for the accommodation of the lower class of yokels on the Ullathorne property. No one who has not had a hand in the preparation of such an affair can understand the manifold difficulties which Miss Thorne encountered in her project. Had she not been made throughout of the very finest whalebone, riveted with the best Yorkshire steel, she must have sunk under them. Had not Mr. Plomacy felt how much was justly expected from a man who at one time carried the destinies of Europe in his boot, he would have given way, and his mistress, so deserted, must have perished among her poles and canvas. In the first place there was a dreadful line to be drawn. Who were to dispose themselves within the ha-ha, and who without? To this the unthinking will give an offhand answer, as they will to every ponderous question. Oh, the bishop and such like within the ha-ha, and Farmer Greenacre and such like without. True, my unthinking friend, but who shall define these such likes? It is in such definitions that the whole difficulty of society consists. To seat the bishop on an armchair on the lawn and place Farmer Greenacre at the end of a long table in the paddock is easy enough. But where will you put Mrs. Lookaloft, whose husband, though a tenant on the estate, hunts in a red coat, whose daughters go to a fashionable seminary in Barchester, who calls her farmhouse Rosebank, and who has a pianoforte in her drawing-room? The Mrs. Lookaloft, as they call themselves, won't sit contented among the bumpkins. Mrs. Lookaloft won't squeeze her fine clothes on a bench and talk familiarly about cream and ducklings to good Mrs. Greenacre. and yet Mrs. Lookaloft is no fit companion and never has been the associate of the Thornes and the Grantleys. And if Mrs. Lookaloft be admitted within the sanctum of fashionable life, if she be allowed with her 3 daughters to leap the ha-ha, why not the wives and daughters of other families also? Mrs. Greenacre is at present well contented with the paddock, but she might cease to be so if she saw Mrs. Lookaloft on the lawn, and thus poor Miss Thorne had a hard time of it. And how was she to divide her guests between the marquee and the parlour? She had a countess coming, an Honourable John and an Honourable George, and a whole bevy of Ladies Amelia, Rosina, Margaretta, etc. She had a leash of baronets with their baronets, and as we all know, she had a bishop. If she put them on the lawn, no one would go into the parlour. If she put them into the parlour, no one would go into the tent. She thought of keeping the old people in the house and leaving the lawn to the lovers. She might as well have seated herself at once in a hornet's nest. Mr. Plomacy knew better than this. "Bless your soul, ma'am," said he. "There won't be no old ladies, not one, barring yourself and old Mrs. Clantantram." Personally, Miss Thorne accepted this distinction in her favor as a compliment to her good sense, but nevertheless she had no desire to be closeted on the coming occasion with Mrs. Clantantram. She gave up all idea of any arbitrary division of her guests and determined if possible to put the bishop on the lawn and the countess in the house, to sprinkle the baronets and thus divide the attractions. What to do with the Lookalofts even Mr. Plomacy could not decide. They must take their chance. They had been specially told in the invitation that all the tenants had been invited, and they might probably have the good sense to stay away if they objected to mix with the rest of the tenantry. Then Mr. Plomacy declared his apprehension that the Honourable Johns and Honourable George would come in a sort of amphibious costume, half morning, half evening satin neck-handkerchiefs, frock coats, primrose gloves and polished boots, and that, being so dressed, they would decline riding at the quintain, or taking part in any of the athletic games which Miss Thorne had prepared with so much fond care. If the Lord Johns and Lord Georges didn't ride at the quintain, Miss Thorne might be sure that nobody else would. "But," said she in dolorous voice, all but overcome by her cares, "it was specially signified that there were to be sports." "And so there will be, of course," said Mr. Plomacy. "They'll all be sporting with the young ladies in the laurel walks. Them's the sports they care most about nowadays. If you gets the young men at the quintain, you'll have all the young women in the pouts." "Can't they look on as their great-grandmothers did before them?" said Miss Thorne. "It seems to me that the ladies ain't contented with looking nowadays. Whatever the men do, they'll do. If you'll have side saddles on the nags, and let them go at the quintain too, it'll answer capital, no doubt." Miss Thorne made no reply. She felt that she had no good ground on which to defend her sex of the present generation from the sarcasm of Mr. Plomacy. She had once declared in one of her warmer moments that nowadays the gentlemen were all women, and the ladies all men. She could not alter the debased character of the age. But such being the case, why should she take on herself to cater for the amusement of people of such degraded tastes? This question she asked herself more than once, and she could only answer herself with a sigh. There was her own brother Wilfred, on whose shoulders rested all the ancient honours of Ullathorne House. It was very doubtful whether even he would consent to go at the quintain, as Mr. Plomacy not injudiciously expressed it. And now the morning arrived. The Ullathorne household was early on the move. Cooks were cooking in the kitchen long before daylight, and men were dragging out tables and hammering red baize onto benches at the earliest dawn. With what dread eagerness did Miss Thorne look out at the weather as soon as the parting veil of night permitted her to look at all. In this respect, at any rate, there was nothing to grieve her. The glass had been rising for the last 3 days, and the morning broke with that dull, chill, steady grey haze which in autumn generally presages a clear and dry day. By 7 she was dressed and down. Miss Thorne knew nothing of the modern luxury of déshabilles. She would as soon have thought of appearing before her brother without her stockings as without her stays, and Miss Thorne's stays were no trifle. And yet there was nothing for her to do when down. She fidgeted out to the lawn and then back into the kitchen. She put on her high-heeled clogs and fidgeted out into the paddock. Then she went into the small home park where the quintain was erected. The pole and crossbar and the swivel and the target and the bag of flour were all complete. She got up on a carpenter's bench and touched the target with her hand. It went round with beautiful ease. The swivel had been oiled to perfection. She almost wished to take old Plomacy at his word, to get on a side saddle and have a tilt at it herself. What must a young man be, thought she, who could prefer maundering among laurel trees with a wishy-washy schoolgirl to such fun as this? Well, said she aloud to herself, one man can take a horse to water, but 1,000 can't make him drink. There it is. If they haven't the spirit to enjoy it, the fault shan't be mine, and so she returned to the house. At a little after 8 her brother came down, and they had a sort of scrap breakfast in his study. The tea was made without the customary urn, and they dispensed with the usual rolls and toast. Eggs also were missing, for every egg in the parish had been whipped into custards, baked into pies, or boiled into lobster salad. The allowance of fresh butter was short, and Mr. Thorne was obliged to eat the leg of a fowl without having it devilled in the manner he loved. "I have been looking at the quintain, Wilfred," said she, "and it appears to be quite right." "Oh, yes," said he. "It seemed to be so yesterday when I saw it." Mr. Thorne was beginning to be rather bored by his sister's love of sports, and had especially no affection for this quintain post. "I wish you'd just try it after breakfast," said she. "You could have the saddle put on Mark Antony, and the pole is there all handy. You can take the flour bag off, you know, if you think Mark Antony won't be quick enough," added Miss Thorne, seeing that her brother's countenance was not indicative of complete accordance with her little proposition. Now Mark Antony was a valuable old hunter, excellently suited to Mr. Thorne's usual requirements, steady indeed at his fences, but extremely sure, very good in deep ground, and safe on the roads. But he had never yet been ridden at a quintain, and Mr. Thorne was not inclined to put him to the trial, either with or without the bag of flour. He hummed and hawed and finally declared that he was afraid Mark Antony would shy. "Then try the cob," said the indefatigable Miss Thorne. "He's in physic," said Wilfred. "There's the Beelzebub colt," said his sister. "I know he's in the stable because I saw Peter exercising him just now. My dear Monica, he's so wild that it's as much as I can do to manage him at all. He'd destroy himself and me too if I attempted to ride him at such a rattletrap as that." A rattletrap, the quintain that she had put up with so much anxious care, the game that she had prepared for the amusement of the stalwart yeomen of the country, the sport that had been honored by the affection of so many of their ancestors. It cut her to the heart to hear it so denominated by her own brother. There were but the two of them left together in the world, and it had ever been one of the rules by which Miss Thorne had regulated her conduct through life to say nothing that could provoke her brother. She had often had to suffer from his indifference to time-honored British customs, but she had always suffered in silence. It was part of her creed that the head of the family should never be upbraided in his own house, and Miss Thorne had lived up to her creed. Now, however, she was greatly tried. The color mounted to her ancient cheek, and the fire blazed in her still bright eyes, but yet she said nothing. She resolved that, at any rate, to him nothing more should be said about the quintain that day. She sipped her tea in silent sorrow and thought with painful regret of the glorious days when her great ancestor Ealfried had successfully held Ullathorne against a Norman invader. There was no such spirit now left in her family except that small useless spark which burnt in her own bosom. And she herself, was not she at this moment intent on entertaining a descendant of those very Normans, a vain, proud countess with a Frenchified name who would only think that she graced Ullathorne too highly by entering its portals? Was it likely that an honourable John, the son of an Earl de Courcy, should ride at a quintain in company with Saxon yeomen? And why should she expect her brother to do that which her brother's guests would decline to do? Some dim, faint idea of the impracticability of her own views flitted across her brain. Perhaps it was necessary that races doomed to live on the same soil should give way to each other and adopt each other's pursuits. Perhaps it was impossible that after more than 5 centuries of close intercourse, Normans should remain Normans and Saxons, Saxons. Perhaps, after all, her neighbours were wiser than herself. Such ideas did occasionally present themselves to Miss Thorne's mind and make her sad enough. But it never occurred to her that her favourite quintain was but a modern copy of a Norman knight's amusement, an adaptation of the noble tourney to the tastes and habits of the Saxon yeoman. Of this she was ignorant. and it would have been cruelty to instruct her. When Mr. Thorne saw the tear in her eye, he repented himself of his contemptuous expression. By him also it was recognized as a binding law that every whim of his sister was to be respected. He was not perhaps so firm in his observances to her as she was in hers to him, but his intentions were equally good, and whenever he found that he had forgotten them, it was matter of grief to him. "My dear Monica," said he, "I beg your pardon. I don't in the least mean to speak ill of the game. When I called it a rattletrap, I merely meant that it was so for a man of my age. You know you always forget that I ain't a young man." "I am quite sure you are not an old man, Wilfred," said she, accepting the apology in her heart and smiling at him with a tear still on her cheek. "If I was 25 or 30, continued he, I should like nothing better than riding at the quintain all day." "But you are not too old to hunt or to shoot," said she. "If you can jump over a ditch and hedge, I am sure you could turn the quintain round." "But when I ride over the hedges, my dear, and it isn't very often I do that, but when I do ride over the hedges, there isn't any bag of flour coming after me. Think how I'd look taking the Countess out to breakfast with the back of my head all covered with meal." Miss Thorne said nothing further. She didn't like the allusion to the Countess. She couldn't be satisfied with the reflection that the sports at Ullathorne should be interfered with by the personal attentions necessary for a Lady de Courcy, but she saw that it was useless for her to push the matter further. It was conceded that Mr. Thorne was to be spared the quintain, and Miss Thorne determined to trust wholly to a youthful knight of hers, an immense favourite, who, as she often declared, was a pattern to the young men of the age and an excellent sample of an English yeoman. This was Farmer Greenacres' eldest son who, to tell the truth, had from his earliest years taken the exact measure of Miss Thorne's foot. In his boyhood he had never failed to obtain from her apples, pocket money, and forgiveness for his numerous trespasses, and now in his early manhood he got privileges and immunities which were equally valuable. He was allowed a day or two's shooting in September. He schooled the squire's horses, got slips of trees out of the orchard and roots of flowers out of the garden, and had the fishing of the little river altogether in his own hands. He had undertaken to come mounted on a nag of his father's and show the way at the quintain post. Whatever young Greenacre did, the others would do after him. The juvenile Lookalofts might stand aloof, but the rest of the youth of Ullathorne would be sure to venture if Harry Greenacre showed the way. And so Miss Thorne made up her mind to dispense with the noble Johns and Georges and trust, as her ancestors had done before her, to the thews and sinews of native Ullathorne growth. At about 9, the lower orders began to congregate in the paddock and park under the surveillance of Mr. Plomacy and the head gardener and head groom, who were sworn in as his deputies and were to assist him in keeping the peace and promoting the sports. Many of the younger inhabitants of the neighborhood, thinking that they could not have too much of a good thing, had come at a very early hour, and the road between the house and the church had been thronged for some time before the gates were thrown open. And then another difficulty of huge dimensions arose, a difficulty which Mr. Plomacy had indeed foreseen and for which he was in some sort provided. Some of those who wished to share Miss Thorne's hospitality were not so particular as they should have been as to the preliminary ceremony of an invitation. They doubtless conceived that they had been overlooked by accident, and instead of taking this in dudgeon, as their betters would have done, they good-naturedly put up with the slight, and showed that they did so by presenting themselves at the gate in their Sunday best. Mr. Plomacy, however, well knew who were welcome and who were not. To some, even though uninvited, he allowed ingress. "Don't be too particular, Plomacy," his mistress had said, "especially with the children. If they live anywhere near, let them in." Acting on this hint, Mr. Plomacy did let in many an eager urchin and a few tidily dressed girls with their swains who in no way belonged to the property, but to the denizens of the city he was inexorable. Many a Barchester apprentice made his appearance there that day, and urged with piteous supplication that he had been working all the week in making saddles and boots for the use of Ullathorne, in compounding doses for the horses, or cutting up carcasses for the kitchen. No such claim was allowed. Mr. Plomacy knew nothing about the city apprentices. He was to admit the tenants and labourers on the estate. Miss Thorne wasn't going to take in the whole city of Barchester, and so on. Nevertheless, before the day was half over, all this was found to be useless. Almost anybody who chose to come made his way into the park, and the care of the guardians was transferred to the tables on which the banquet was spread. Even here there was many an unauthorized claimant for a place, of whom it was impossible to get quit without more commotion than the place and food were worth. Chapter 36. Ullathorne Sports, Act 1. The trouble in civilized life of entertaining company, as it is called too generally without much regard to strict veracity, is so great that it cannot but be matter of wonder that people are so fond of attempting it. It is difficult to ascertain what is the quid pro quo. If they who give such laborious parties, and who endure such toil and turmoil in the vain hope of giving them successfully, really enjoyed the parties given by others, the matter could be understood. A sense of justice would induce men and women to undergo, in behalf of others, those miseries which others had undergone in their behalf. But they all profess that going out is as great a bore as receiving, and to look at them when they are out, one cannot but believe them. Entertain, who shall have sufficient self-assurance, who shall feel sufficient confidence in his own powers to dare to boast that he can entertain his company. A clown can sometimes do so, and sometimes a dancer in short petticoats and stuffed pink legs, occasionally perhaps a singer. But beyond these, success in this art of entertaining is not often achieved. Young men and girls linking themselves kind with kind, pairing like birds in spring because nature wills it, they, after a simple fashion, do entertain each other. Few others even try. Ladies, when they open their houses, modestly confessing, it may be presumed, their own incapacity, mainly trust to wax candles and upholstery. Gentlemen seem to rely on their white waistcoats. To these are added, for the delight of the more sensual, champagne and such good things of the table as fashion allows to be still considered as comestible. Even in this respect the world is deteriorating. All the good soups are now tabooed, and at the houses of one's accustomed friends, small barristers, doctors, government clerks, and such like, for we cannot all of us always live as grandees, surrounded by an elysium of livery servants. One gets a cold potato handed to one as a sort of finale to one's slice of mutton. Alas for those happy days when one could say to one's neighbor, "Jones, shall I give you some mashed turnip? May I trouble you for a little cabbage?" And then the pleasure of drinking wine with Mrs. Jones and Miss Smith, with all the Joneses and all the Smiths. These latter-day habits are certainly more economical. Miss Thorne, however, boldly attempted to leave the modern, beaten track, and made a positive effort to entertain her guests. Alas, she did so with but moderate success. They had all their own way of going, and would not go her way. She piped to them, but they would not dance. She offered to them good, honest household cake made of currants and flour and eggs and sweetmeat, but they would feed themselves on trashy wafers from the shop of the Barchester pastry cook, on chalk and gum and adulterated sugar. Poor Miss Thorne. Yours is not the first honest soul that has vainly striven to recall the glories of happy days gone by. If fashion suggests to a Lady de Courcy that, when invited to a déjeuner at 12 she ought to come at 3, no eloquence of thine will teach her the advantage of a nearer approach to punctuality. She had fondly thought that when she called on her friends to come at 12, and specially begged them to believe that she meant it, she would be able to see them comfortably seated in their tents at 2. Vain woman, or rather ignorant woman, ignorant of the advances of that civilization which the world had witnessed while she was growing old. At 12 she found herself alone, dressed in all the glory of the newest of her many suits of raiment, with strong shoes, however, and a serviceable bonnet on her head, and a warm, rich shawl on her shoulders. Thus clad, she peered out into the tent, went to the ha-ha, and satisfied herself that at any rate the youngsters were amusing themselves, spoke a word to Mrs. Greenacre over the ditch, and took one look at the quintain. 3 or 4 young farmers were turning the machine round and poking at the bag of flour in a manner not at all intended by the inventor of the game, but no mounted sportsmen were there. Miss Thorne looked at her watch. It was only 15 minutes past 12, and it was understood that Harry Greenacre was not to begin till the half-hour. Miss Thorne returned to her drawing-room rather quicker than was her wont, fearing that the Countess might come and find none to welcome her. She need not have hurried, for no one was there. At 12:30 she peeped into the kitchen. At 1:45 she was joined by her brother, and just then the first fashionable arrival took place. Mrs. Clantantram was announced. No announcement was necessary, indeed, for the good lady's voice was heard as she walked across the courtyard to the house, scolding the unfortunate postilion who had driven her from Barchester. At the moment Miss Thorne could not but be thankful that the other guests were more fashionable and were thus spared the fury of Mrs. Clantantram's indignation. "Oh, Miss Thorne, look here," said she as soon as she found herself in the drawing-room. "Do look at my roquelaure. It's clean spoilt and forever. I wouldn't but wear it because I knew you wished us all to be grand today, and yet I had my misgivings. Oh dear, it was 25 shillings. The Barchester post horses had misbehaved in some unfortunate manner just as Mrs. Clantantram was getting out of the chaise, and had nearly thrown her under the wheel. Mrs. Clantantram belonged to other days, and therefore, though she had but little else to recommend her, Miss Thorne was to a certain extent fond of her. She sent the roquelaure away to be cleaned, and lent her one of her best shawls out of her own wardrobe. The next comer was Mr. Arabin, who was immediately informed of Mrs. Clantantram's misfortune, and of her determination to pay neither master nor postboy, although, as she remarked, she intended to get her lift home before she made known her mind upon that matter. Then a good deal of rustling was heard in the sort of lobby that was used for the ladies' outside cloaks, and the door having been thrown wide open, the servant announced, not in the most confident of voices, Mrs. Lookaloft, and the Miss Lookalofts, and Mr. Augustus Lookaloft. Poor man, we mean the footman. He knew, none better, that Mrs. Lookaloft had no business there, that she was not wanted there, and would not be welcome. But he had not the courage to tell a stout lady with a low dress, short sleeves, and satin at 8 shillings a yard that she had come to the wrong tent. He had not dared to hint to young ladies with white dancing shoes and long gloves that there was a place ready for them in the paddock, and thus Mrs. Lookaloft carried her point, broke through the guards, and made her way into the citadel. That she would have to pass an uncomfortable time there she had surmised before. But nothing now could rob her of the power of boasting that she had consorted on the lawn with the squire and Miss Thorne, with a countess, a bishop, and the county grandees, while Mrs. Greenacre and such like were walking about with the ploughboys in the park. It was a great point gained by Mrs. Lookaloft, and it might be fairly expected that from this time forward the tradesmen of Barchester would, with undoubting pens, address her husband as T. Lookaloft, Esquire. Mrs. Lookaloft's pluck carried her through everything, and she walked triumphant into the Ullathorne drawing-room, but her children did feel a little abashed at the sort of reception they met with. It was not in Miss Thorne's heart to insult her own guests, but neither was it in her disposition to overlook such effrontery. "Oh, Mrs. Lookaloft, is this you?" said she. "And your daughters and son? Well, we're very glad to see you, but I'm sorry you've come in such low dresses, as we are all going out of doors. Could we lend you anything?" "Oh dear, no thank ye, Miss Thorne," said the mother. "The girls and myself are quite used to low dresses when we're out." "Are you indeed?" said Miss Thorne, shuddering, but the shudder was lost on Mrs. Lookaloft. "And where's Lookaloft?" said the master of the house, coming up to welcome his tenant's wife. Let the faults of the family be what they would, he could not but remember that their rent was well paid. He was therefore not willing to give them a cold shoulder. "Such a headache, Mr. Thorne," said Mrs. Lookaloft. "In fact, he couldn't stir, or you may be certain on such a day he would not have absented himself." "Dear me," said Miss Thorne, "if he is so ill, I'm sure you'd wish to be with him."
"Not at all," said Mrs. Lookaloft. "Not at all, Miss Thorne. It is only bilious, you know, and when he's that way he can bear nobody nigh him."
The fact, however, was that Mr. Lookaloft, having either more sense or less courage than his wife, had not chosen to intrude on Miss Thorne's drawing-room, and as he could not very well have gone among the plebeians while his wife was with the patricians, he thought it most expedient to remain at Rosebank. Mrs. Lookaloft soon found herself on a sofa, and the Miss Lookalofts on 2 chairs, while Mr. Augustus stood near the door, and here they remained till in due time they were seated, all 4 together, at the bottom of the dining-room table. Then the Grantleys came, the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantley, and the 2 girls, and Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Harding. As ill luck would have it, they were closely followed by Dr. Stanhope's carriage. As Eleanor looked out of the carriage window, she saw her brother-in-law helping the ladies out and threw herself back into her seat, dreading to be discovered. She had had an odious journey. Mr. Slope's civility had been more than ordinarily greasy, and now, though he had not in fact said anything which she could notice, she had for the first time entertained a suspicion that he was intending to make love to her. Was it after all true that she had been conducting herself in a way that justified the world in thinking that she liked the man? After all, could it be possible that the Archdeacon and Mr. Arabin were right, and that she was wrong? Charlotte Stanhope had also been watching Mr. Slope and had come to the conclusion that it behoved her brother to lose no further time if he meant to gain the widow. She almost regretted that it had not been contrived that Bertie should be at Ullathorne before them. Dr. Grantly did not see his sister-in-law in company with Mr. Slope, but Mr. Arabin did. Mr. Arabin came out with Mr. Thorne to the front door to welcome Mrs. Grantly, and he remained in the courtyard till all their party had passed on. Eleanor hung back in the carriage as long as she well could, but she was nearest to the door, and when Mr. Slope, having alighted, offered her his hand, she had no alternative but to take it. Mr. Arabin, standing at the open door while Mrs. Grantly was shaking hands with someone within, saw a clergyman alight from the carriage whom he at once knew to be Mr. Slope, and then he saw this clergyman hand out Mrs. Bold. Having seen so much, Mr. Arabin, rather sick at heart, followed Mrs. Grantly into the house. Eleanor was, however, spared any further immediate degradation, for Dr. Stanhope gave her his arm across the courtyard, and Mr. Slope was fain to throw away his attention upon Charlotte. They had hardly passed into the house, and from the house to the lawn when, with a loud rattle and such noise as great men and great women are entitled to make in their passage through the world, the Proudies drove up. It was soon apparent that no everyday comer was at the door. One servant whispered to another that it was the bishop, and the word soon ran through all the hangers-on and strange grooms and coachmen about the place. There was quite a little cortege to see the bishop and his lady walk across the courtyard, and the good man was pleased to see that the church was held in such respect in the parish of St. Ewold's. And now the guests came fast and thick, and the lawn began to be crowded, and the room to be full. Voices buzzed, silk rustled against silk, and muslin crumpled against muslin. Miss Thorne became more happy than she had been, and again bethought her of her sports. There were targets and bows and arrows prepared at the further end of the lawn. Here the gardens of the place encroached with a somewhat wide sweep upon the paddock and gave ample room for the doings of the Toxophilites. Miss Thorne got together such daughters of Diana as could bend a bow and marshalled them to the targets. There were the Grantly girls and the Proudie girls and the Chadwick girls, and the two daughters of the Burleigh Chancellor and Miss Knoll. And with them went Frederick and Augustus Chadwick, and young Knoll of Knoll Park, and Frank Foster of the Elms, and Mr. Vellum Deeds, the dashing attorney of the High Street, and the Reverend Mr. Green, and the Reverend Mr. Brown, and the Reverend Mr. White, all of whom, as in duty bound, attended the steps of the three Miss Proudies. "Did you ever ride at the Quintain, Mr. Foster?" said Miss Thorne as she walked with her party across the lawn. "The Quintain?" said young Foster, who considered himself a dab at horsemanship. "Is it a sort of gate, Miss Thorne?" Miss Thorne had to explain the noble game she spoke of, and Frank Foster had to own that he never had ridden at the Quintain. "Would you like to come and see?" said Miss Thorne. "There'll be plenty here you know without you, if you like it." "Well, I don't mind," said Frank. "I suppose the ladies can come too." "Oh yes," said Miss Thorne, "those who like it. I have no doubt they'll go to see your prowess if you'll ride, Mr. Foster." Mr. Foster looked down at a most unexceptionable pair of pantaloons, which had arrived from London only the day before. They were the very things, at least he thought so, for a picnic or fête champêtre, but he was not prepared to ride in them. Nor was he more encouraged than had been Mr. Thorne by the idea of being attacked from behind by the bag of flour which Miss Thorne had graphically described to him. "Well, I don't know about riding, Miss Thorne," said he. "I fear I'm not quite prepared." Miss Thorne sighed but said nothing further. She left the Toxophilites to their bows and arrows and returned towards the house. But as she passed by the entrance to the small park, she thought that she might at any rate encourage the yeomen by her presence, as she could not induce her more fashionable guests to mix with them in their manly amusements. Accordingly, she once more betook herself to the Quintain post. Here, to her great delight, she found Harry Greenacre ready mounted, with his pole in his hand, and a lot of comrades standing round him, encouraging him to the assault. She stood at a little distance and nodded to him in token of her good pleasure. "Shall I begin, ma'am?" said Harry, fingering his long staff in a rather awkward way, while his horse moved uneasily beneath him, not accustomed to a rider armed with such a weapon. "Yes, yes," said Miss Thorne, standing triumphant as the Queen of Beauty on an inverted tub which some chance had brought thither from the farmyard. "Here goes then," said Harry as he wheeled his horse round to get the necessary momentum of a sharp gallop. The quintain post stood right before him, and the square board at which he was to tilt was fairly in his way. If he hit that duly in the middle, and maintained his pace as he did so, it was calculated that he would be carried out of reach of the flour bag, which, suspended at the other end of the crossbar on the post, would swing round when the board was struck. It was also calculated that if the rider did not maintain his pace, he would get a blow from the flour bag just at the back of his head, and bear about him the signs of his awkwardness to the great amusement of the lookers-on. Harry Greenacre did not object to being powdered with flour in the service of his mistress, and therefore gallantly touched his steed with his spur, having laid his lance in rest to the best of his ability. But his ability in this respect was not great, and his appurtenances probably not very good. Consequently, he struck his horse with his pole unintentionally on the side of the head as he started. The animal swerved and shied and galloped off wide of the quintain. Harry, well accustomed to manage a horse but not to do so with a 12-foot rod on his arm, lowered his right hand to the bridle, and thus the end of the lance came to the ground and got between the legs of the steed. Down came rider and steed and staff. Young Greenacre was thrown some 6 feet over the horse's head, and poor Miss Thorne almost fell off her tub in a swoon. "Oh gracious, he's killed!" shrieked a woman who was near him when he fell. "The Lord be good to him, his poor mother." "His poor mother," said another. "Well, drat them dangerous plays all the world over," said an old crone. "He has broke his neck sure enough, if ever man did," said a fourth. Poor Miss Thorne. She heard all this and yet did not quite swoon. She made her way through the crowd as best she could, sick herself almost to death. Oh, his mother, his poor mother, how could she ever forgive herself? The agony of that moment was terrific. She could hardly get to the place where the poor lad was lying, as 3 or 4 men in front were about the horse, which had risen with some difficulty, but at last she found herself close to the young farmer. "Has he marked himself? For heaven's sake, tell me that. Has he marked his knees?" said Harry, slowly rising and rubbing his left shoulder with his right hand and thinking only of his horse's legs. Miss Thorne soon found that he had not broken his neck, nor any of his bones, nor been injured in any essential way, but from that time forth she never instigated anyone to ride at a quintain. Eleanor left Dr. Stanhope as soon as she could do so civilly, and went in quest of her father, whom she found on the lawn in company with Mr. Arabin. She was not sorry to find them together. She was anxious to disabuse at any rate her father's mind as to this report which had got abroad respecting her, and would have been well pleased to have been able to do the same with regard to Mr. Arabin. She put her own through her father's arm, coming up behind his back, and then tendered her hand also to the vicar of St. Ewald's. "And how did you come?" said Mr. Harding when the first greeting was over. "The Stanhopes brought me," said she. "Their carriage was obliged to come twice, and has now gone back for the Signora." As she spoke, she caught Mr. Arabin's eye and saw that he was looking pointedly at her with a severe expression. She understood at once the accusation contained in his glance. It said as plainly as an eye could speak, "Yes, you came with the Stanhopes, but you did so in order that you might be in company with Mr. Slope." "Our party," said she, still addressing her father, "consisted of the doctor and Charlotte Stanhope, myself, and Mr. Slope." As she mentioned the last name, she felt her father's arm quiver slightly beneath her touch. At the same moment Mr. Arabin turned away from them and, joining his hands behind his back, strolled slowly away by one of the paths. "Papa," said she, "it was impossible to help coming in the same carriage with Mr. Slope. It was quite impossible. I had promised to come with them before I dreamt of his coming, and afterwards I could not get out of it without explaining and giving rise to talk. You weren't at home, you know. I couldn't possibly help it." She said all this so quickly that by the time her apology was spoken she was quite out of breath. "I don't know why you should have wished to help it, my dear," said her father. "Yes, Papa, you do. You must know, you do know all the things they said at Plumstead. I am sure you do. You know all the Archdeacon said, how unjust he was, and Mr. Arabin too. He's a horrid man, a horrid odious man, but..." Who is an odious man, my dear? Mr. Arabin? No, but Mr. Slope. You know I mean Mr. Slope. He's the most odious man I ever met in my life, and it was most unfortunate my having to come here in the same carriage with him. But how could I help it? A great weight began to move itself off Mr. Harding's mind. So after all, the Archdeacon with all his wisdom, and Mrs. Grantley with all her tact, and Mr. Arabin with all his talent, were in the wrong. His own child, his Eleanor, the daughter of whom he was so proud, was not to become the wife of a Mr. Slope. He had been about to give his sanction to the marriage, so certified had he been of the fact, and now he learnt that this imputed lover of Eleanor's was at any rate as much disliked by her as by any one of the family. Mr. Harding, however, was by no means sufficiently a man of the world to conceal the blunder he had made. He could not pretend that he had entertained no suspicion. He could not make believe that he had never joined the Archdeacon in his surmises. He was greatly surprised, and gratified beyond measure, and he could not help showing that such was the case. "My darling girl," said he, "I am so delighted, so overjoyed. My own child, you have taken such a weight off my mind. But surely, Papa, you didn't." "I didn't know what to think, my dear. The Archdeacon told me that." "The Archdeacon," said Eleanor, her face lighting up with passion. "A man like the Archdeacon might, one would think, be better employed than introducing his sister-in-law and creating bitterness between a father and his daughter." "He didn't mean to do that, Eleanor." "What did he mean then? Why did he interfere with me and fill your mind with such falsehood? Never mind it now, my child. Never mind it now. We shall all know you better now." "Oh, Papa, that you should have thought it. That you should have suspected me." "I don't know what you mean by suspicion, Eleanor. There would be nothing disgraceful, you know, nothing wrong in such a marriage, nothing that could have justified my interfering as your father." And Mr. Harding would have proceeded in his own defense to make out that Mr. Slope, after all, was a very good sort of man and a very fitting second husband for a young widow, had he not been interrupted by Eleanor's greater energy. "It would be disgraceful," said she. "It would be wrong. It would be abominable. Could I do such a horrid thing? I should expect no one to speak to me. Ugh!" And she shuddered as she thought of the matrimonial torch which her friends had been so ready to light on her behalf. "I don't wonder at Dr. Grantley. I don't wonder at Susan. But oh, Papa, I do wonder at you. How could you believe it?" Poor Eleanor, as she thought of her father's defalcation, could resist her tears no longer, and was forced to cover her face with her handkerchief. The place was not very opportune for her grief. They were walking through the shrubberies, and there were many people near them. Poor Mr. Harding stammered out his excuse as best he could, and Eleanor with an effort controlled her tears and returned her handkerchief to her pocket. She did not find it difficult to forgive her father, nor could she altogether refuse to join him in the returning gaiety of spirit to which her present avowal gave rise. It was such a load off his heart to think that he should not be called on to welcome Mr. Slope as his son-in-law. It was such a relief to him to find that his daughter's feelings and his own were now, as they ever had been, in unison. He had been so unhappy for the last 6 weeks about this wretched Mr. Slope. He was so indifferent as to the loss of the hospital, so thankful for the recovery of his daughter, that strong as was the ground for Eleanor's anger, she could not find it in her heart to be long angry with him. "Dear Papa," she said, hanging closely to his arm, "never suspect me again. Promise me that you never will. Whatever I do, you may be sure I shall tell you first. You may be sure I shall consult you." And Mr. Harding did promise, and owned his sin, and promised again. And so, while he promised amendment and she uttered forgiveness, they returned together to the drawing-room windows. And what had Eleanor meant when she declared that whatever she did, she would tell her father first? What was she thinking of doing? So ended the first act of the melodrama which Eleanor was called on to perform this day at Ullathorne. Chapter 37. The Signora Neroni, the Countess de Courcy, and Mrs. Proudie meet each other at Ullathorne. And now there were new arrivals. Just as Eleanor reached the drawing-room, the Signora was being wheeled into it. She had been brought out of the carriage into the dining-room and there placed on a sofa, and was now in the act of entering the other room, by the joint aid of her brother and sister, Mr. Arabin, and 2 servants in livery. She was all in her glory and looked so pathetically happy, so full of affliction and grace, was so beautiful, so pitiable, and so charming that it was almost impossible not to be glad she was there. Miss Thorne was unaffectedly glad to welcome her. In fact, the Signora was a sort of lion, and though there was no drop of the Leo Hunter blood in Miss Thorne's veins, she nevertheless did like to see attractive people at her house. The Signora was attractive, and on her first settlement in the dining room, she had whispered 2 or 3 soft feminine words into Miss Thorne's ear, which at the moment had quite touched that lady's heart. "Oh, Miss Thorne, where is Miss Thorne?" she said, as soon as her attendants had placed her in her position just before one of the windows, from whence she could see all that was going on upon the lawn. "How am I to thank you for permitting a creature like me to be here? But if you knew the pleasure you give me, I am sure you would excuse the trouble I bring with me." And as she spoke, she squeezed the spinster's little hand between her own. "We are delighted to see you here," said Miss Thorne. "You give us no trouble at all, and we think it a great favor conferred by you to come and see us, don't we, Wilfred?" "A very great favor indeed," said Mr. Thorne with a gallant bow, but of a somewhat less cordial welcome than that conceded by his sister. Mr. Thorne had heard perhaps more of the antecedents of his guest than his sister had done, and had not as yet undergone the power of the Signora's charms. But while the mother of the last of the Neros was thus in her full splendor, with crowds of people gazing at her and the elite of the company standing round her couch, her glory was paled by the arrival of the Countess de Courcy. Miss Thorne had now been waiting 3 hours for the Countess, and could not therefore but show very evident gratification when the arrival at last took place. She and her brother of course went off to welcome the titled grandees, and with them, alas, went many of the Signora's admirers. "Oh, Mr. Thorne," said the Countess, while in the act of being disrobed of her fur cloaks and re-robed in her gauze shawls, "what dreadful roads you have, perfectly frightful." It happened that Mr. Thorne was waywarden for the district and, not liking the attack, began to excuse his roads. "Oh yes, indeed they are," said the Countess, not minding him in the least. "Perfectly dreadful, are they not, Margareta?" "Why, my dear Miss Thorne, we left Courcy Castle just at 11. It was only just past 11, was it not, George? And just past 1, I think you mean," said the Honourable George, turning from the group and eyeing the Signora through his glass. The Signora gave him back his own, as the saying is, and more with it, so that the young nobleman was forced to avert his glance and drop his glass. "I say, Thorne," whispered he, "who the deuce is that on the sofa?" "Dr. Stanhope's daughter," whispered back Mr. Thorne. "Signora Neroni, she calls herself." Ooh," whistled the Honourable George. "The devil she is! I have heard no end of stories about that filly. You must positively introduce me, Thorne. You positively must." Mr. Thorne, who was respectability itself, did not quite like having a guest about whom the Honourable George de Courcy had heard no end of stories, but he couldn't help himself. He merely resolved that before he went to bed he would let his sister know somewhat of the history of the lady she was so willing to welcome. The innocence of Miss Thorne at her time of life was perfectly charming, but even innocence may be dangerous. "George may say what he likes," continued the Countess, urging her excuses to Miss Thorne. "I'm sure we were past the castle gate before 12, weren't we, Margareta?" "Upon my word, I don't know," said the Lady Margareta, "for I was half asleep, but I do know that I was called some time in the middle of the night and was dressing myself before daylight." Wise people, when they are in the wrong, always put themselves right by finding fault with the people against whom they have sinned. Lady de Courcy was a wise woman, and therefore, having treated Miss Thorne very badly by staying away till 3 o'clock, she assumed the offensive and attacked Mr. Thorne's roads. Her daughter, not less wise, attacked Miss Thorne's early hours. The art of doing this is among the most precious of those usually cultivated by persons who know how to live. There is no withstanding it, who can go systematically to work and, having done battle with the primary accusation and settled that, then bring forward a countercharge and support that also. Life is not long enough for such labors. A man in the right relies easily on his rectitude and therefore goes about unarmed. His very strength is his weakness. A man in the wrong knows that he must look to his weapons. His very weakness is his strength. The one is never prepared for combat, the other is always ready. Therefore it is that in this world the man that is in the wrong almost invariably conquers the man that is in the right, and invariably despises him. A man must be an idiot or else an angel who, after the age of 40, shall attempt to be just to his neighbors. Many, like the Lady Margaretta, have learnt their lesson at a much earlier age. But this, of course, depends on the school in which they have been taught. Poor Miss Thorne was altogether overcome. She knew very well that she had been ill-treated, and yet she found herself making apologies to Lady de Courcy. To do her ladyship justice, she received them very graciously, and allowed herself, with her train of daughters, to be led towards the lawn. There were 2 windows in the drawing-room wide open for the Countess to pass through, but she saw that there was a woman on a sofa at the 3rd window, and that woman had, as it were, a following attached to her. Her ladyship therefore determined to investigate the woman. The de Courcys were hereditarily short-sighted, and had been so for 30 centuries at least. So Lady de Courcy, who when she entered the family had adopted the family habits, did as her son had done before her and, taking her glass to investigate the Signora Neroni, pressed in among the gentlemen who surrounded the couch, and bowed slightly to those whom she chose to honor by her acquaintance. In order to get to the window, she had to pass close to the front of the couch, and as she did so she stared hard at the occupant. The occupant, in return, stared hard at the Countess. The Countess, who, since her countessship commenced, had been accustomed to see all eyes not royal, ducal, or marquesal fall before her own, paused as she went on, raised her eyebrows, and stared even harder than before. But she had now to do with one who cared little for countesses. It was, one may say, impossible for mortal man or woman to abash Madeline Neroni. She opened her large, bright, lustrous eyes wider and wider, till she seemed to be all eyes. She gazed up into the lady's face, not as though she did it with an effort, but as if she delighted in doing it. She used no glass to assist her effrontery, and needed none. The faintest possible smile of derision played round her mouth, and her nostrils were slightly dilated, as if in sure anticipation of her triumph. And it was sure, the Countess de Courcy, in spite of her 30 centuries and de Courcy Castle, and the fact that Lord de Courcy was Grand Master of the ponies to the Prince of Wales, had not a chance with her. At first the little circlet of gold wavered in the Countess's hand, then the hand shook, then the circlet fell. The Countess's head tossed itself into the air, and the Countess's feet shambled out to the lawn. She did not, however, go so fast but what she heard the Signora's voice asking, "Who on earth is that woman, Mr. Slope?" "That is Lady de Courcy." "Oh, I might have supposed so. Ha ha ha. Well, that's as good as a play." It was as good as a play to any there who had eyes to observe it and wit to comment on what they observed. But the Lady de Courcy soon found a congenial spirit on the lawn. There she encountered Mrs. Proudie, and as Mrs. Proudie was not only the wife of a bishop, but was also the cousin of an earl, Lady de Courcy considered her to be the fittest companion she was likely to meet in that assemblage. They were accordingly delighted to see each other. Mrs. Proudie by no means despised a countess, and as this countess lived in the county, and within a sort of extensive visiting distance of Barchester, she was glad to have this opportunity of ingratiating herself. "My dear Lady de Courcy, I am so delighted," said she, looking as little grim as it was in her nature to do. "I hardly expected to see you here. It is such a distance, and then, you know, such a crowd. And such roads, Mrs. Proudie. I really wonder how the people ever get about. But I don't suppose they ever do." "Well, I really don't know, but I suppose not. The Thornes don't, I know," said Mrs. Proudie. "Very nice person, Miss Thorne, isn't she?" "Oh, delightful and so queer. I've known her these 20 years. A great pet of mine is dear Miss Thorne. She is so very strange, you know. She always makes me think of the Eskimos and the Indians. Isn't her dress quite delightful?" "Delightful," said Mrs. Proudie. "I wonder now whether she paints. Did you ever see such color?" "Oh, of course," said Lady de Courcy. "That is, I have no doubt she does. But Mrs. Proudie, who is that woman on the sofa by the window? Just step this way and you'll see her there." And the Countess led her to a spot where she could plainly see the Signora's well-remembered face and figure. She did not, however, do so without being equally well seen by the Signora. Look, look, said that lady to Mr. Slope, who was still standing near to her. See the high spiritualities and temporalities of the land in league together, and all against poor me. I'll wager my bracelet, Mr. Slope, against your next sermon that they've taken up their position there on purpose to pull me to pieces. Well, I can't rush to the combat, but I know how to protect myself if the enemy come near me. But the enemy knew better. They could gain nothing by contact with the Signora Neroni, and they could abuse her as they pleased at a distance from her on the lawn. She's that horrid Italian woman, Lady de Courcy. You must have heard of her. What Italian woman? Said her ladyship, quite alive to the coming story. I don't think I've heard of any Italian woman coming into the country. She doesn't look Italian either. Oh, you must have heard of her, said Mrs. Proudie. No, she's not absolutely Italian. She is Dr. Stanhope's daughter, Dr. Stanhope the prebendary, and she calls herself the Signora Neroni. Ooh, exclaimed the Countess. I was sure you had heard of her, continued Mrs. Proudie. I don't know anything about her husband. They do say that some man named Neroni is still alive. I believe she did marry such a man abroad, but I do not at all know who or what he was. Ooh! Exclaimed the Countess, shaking her head with much intelligence, as every additional H fell from her lips. I know all about it now. I have heard George mention her. George knows all about her. George heard about her in Rome. She's an abominable woman at any rate, said Mrs. Proudie. Insufferable, said the Countess. She made her way into the palace once before I knew anything about her, and I cannot tell you how dreadfully indecent her conduct was. Was it? Said the delighted Countess. Insufferable, said the prelatess. But why does she lie on a sofa? Asked Lady de Courcy. She has only one leg, replied Mrs. Proudie. Only one leg, said Lady de Courcy, who felt to a certain degree dissatisfied that the Signora was thus incapacitated. Was she born so? Oh no, said Mrs. Proudie, and her ladyship felt somewhat recomforted by the assurance she had two. But that Signor Neroni beat her, I believe, till she was obliged to have one amputated. At any rate, she entirely lost the use of it. Unfortunate creature, said the Countess, who herself knew something of matrimonial trials. Yes, said Mrs. Proudie, one would pity her in spite of her past bad conduct if she now knew how to behave herself, but she does not. She is the most insolent creature I ever put my eyes on. Indeed she is, said Lady de Courcy, and her conduct with men is so abominable that she is not fit to be admitted into any lady's drawing-room. Dear me, said the Countess, becoming again excited, happy, and merciless. You saw that man standing near her? The clergyman with the red hair? Yes, yes. She has absolutely ruined that man. The bishop, or I should rather take the blame on myself, for it was I brought him down from London to Barchester. He is a tolerable preacher, an active young man, and I therefore introduced him to the bishop. That woman, Lady de Courcy, has got hold of him, and has so disgraced him that I am forced to require that he shall leave the palace, and I doubt very much whether he won't lose his gown. Why, what an idiot the man must be, said the Countess. You don't know the intriguing villainy of that woman, said Mrs. Proudie, remembering her torn flounces. But you say she has only got one leg. She is as full of mischief as though she had 10. Look at her eyes, Lady de Courcy. Did you ever see such eyes in a decent woman's head? Indeed, I never did, Mrs. Proudie. And her effrontery, and her voice. I quite pity her poor father, who is really a good sort of man. Dr. Stanhope, isn't he? Yes, Dr. Stanhope. He is one of our prebendaries, a good, quiet sort of man himself. But I am surprised that he should let his daughter conduct herself as she does. I suppose he can't help it, said the Countess. But a clergyman, you know, Lady de Courcy. He should at any rate prevent her from exhibiting in public, if he cannot induce her to behave at home. But he is to be pitied. I believe he has a desperate life of it with the lot of them. That apish-looking man there, with the long beard and the loose trousers, he is the woman's brother. He is nearly as bad as she is. They are both of them infidels. Infidels, said Lady de Courcy, and their father a prebendary. Yes, And likely to be the new dean, too, said Mrs. Proudie. Oh, yes, poor dear Dr. Trefoil, said the Countess, who had once in her life spoken to that gentleman. I was so distressed to hear it, Mrs. Proudie. And so Dr. Stanhope is to be the new dean. He comes of an excellent family, and I wish him success in spite of his daughter. Perhaps, Mrs. Proudie, when he is dean, they'll be better able to see the error of their ways. To this Mrs. Proudie said nothing. Her dislike of the Signora Neroni was too deep to admit of her even hoping that that lady should see the error of her ways. Mrs. Proudie looked on the Signora as one of the lost, one of those beyond the reach of Christian charity, and was therefore able to enjoy the luxury of hating her without the drawback of wishing her eventually well out of her sins. Any further conversation between these congenial souls was prevented by the advent of Mr. Thorne, who came to lead the Countess to the tent. Indeed, he had been desired to do so some 10 minutes since, but he had been delayed in the drawing-room by the Signora. She had contrived to detain him, to get him near to her sofa, and at last to make him seat himself on a chair close to her beautiful arm. The fish took the bait, was hooked, and caught, and landed. Within that 10 minutes he had heard the whole of the Signora's history in such strains as she chose to use in telling it. He learnt from the lady's own lips the whole of that mysterious tale to which the Honourable George had merely alluded. He discovered that the beautiful creature lying before him had been more sinned against than sinning. She had owned to him that she had been weak, confiding, and indifferent to the world's opinion, and that she had therefore been ill-used, deceived, and evil spoken of. She had spoken to him of her mutilated limb, her youth destroyed in fullest bloom, her beauty robbed of its every charm, her life blighted, her hopes withered, and as she did so, a tear dropped from her eye to her cheek. She had told him of these things and asked for his sympathy. What could a good-natured, genial Anglo-Saxon Squire Thorne do but promise to sympathize with her? Mr. Thorne did promise to sympathize, promised also to come and see the last of the Neros, to hear more of those fearful Roman days, of those light and innocent but dangerous hours which flitted by so fast on the shores of Como, and to make himself the confidant of the Signora's sorrows. We need hardly say that he dropped all idea of warning his sister against the dangerous lady. He had been mistaken, never so much mistaken in his life. He had always regarded that Honourable George as a coarse, brutal-minded young man. Now he was more convinced than ever that he was so. It was by such men as the Honourable George that the reputations of such women as Madeline Neroni were imperilled and damaged. He would go and see the lady in her own house. He was fully sure in his own mind of the soundness of his own judgment. If he found her, as he believed he should do, an injured, well-disposed, warm-hearted woman, he would get his sister Monica to invite her out to Ullathorne. No, said she, as at her instance he got up to leave her and declared that he himself would attend upon her wants. No, no, my friend, I positively put a veto upon your doing so. What? In your own house, with an assemblage round you such as there is here? Do you wish to make every woman hate me and every man stare at me? I lay a positive order on you not to come near me again today. Come and see me at home. It is only at home that I can talk. It is only at home that I really can live and enjoy myself. My days of going out, days such as these, are rare indeed. Come and see me at home, Mr. Thorne, and then I will not bid you to leave me. It is, we believe, common with young men of 25 to look on their seniors, on men of, say, double their own age as so many stocks and stones, that is, in regard to feminine beauty. There never was a greater mistake. Women indeed generally know better, but on this subject men of one age are thoroughly ignorant of what is the very nature of mankind of other ages. No experience of what goes on in the world, no reading of history, no observation of life has any effect in teaching the truth. Men of 50 don't dance mazurkas, being generally too fat and wheezy, nor do they sit for the hour together on river banks at their mistress's feet, being somewhat afraid of rheumatism. But for real true love, love at first sight, love to devotion, love that robs a man of his sleep, love that will gaze an eagle blind, love that will hear the lowest sound when the suspicious tread of theft is stopped, love that is like a Hercules still climbing trees in the Hesperides, we believe the best age is from 45 to 70. Up to that, men are generally given to mere flirting. At the present moment, Mr. Thorne, aged 50, was over head and ears in love at first sight with the Signora Madeline Vesey Neroni nata Stanhope. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently master of himself to offer his arm with all propriety to Lady de Courcy, and the Countess graciously permitted herself to be led to the tent. Such had been Miss Thorne's orders, as she had succeeded in inducing the bishop to lead old Lady Knoll to the top of the dining room. One of the baronets was sent off in quest of Mrs. Proudie and found that lady on the lawn not in the best of humours. Mr. Thorne and the Countess had left her too abruptly. She had in vain looked about for an attendant chaplain, or even a stray curate. They were all drawing long bows with the young ladies at the bottom of the lawn, or finding places for their graceful cotoxophilites in some snug corner of the tent. In such position, Mrs. Proudie had been wont in earlier days to fall back upon Mr. Slope, but now she could never fall back upon him again. She gave her head one shake as she thought of her lone position, and that shake was as good as a week deducted from Mr. Slope's longer sojourn in Barchester. Sir Harkaway Gorse, however, relieved her present misery, though his doing so by no means mitigated the sinning chaplain's doom. And now the eating and drinking began in earnest. Dr. Grantly, to his great horror, found himself leagued to Mrs. Clantantram. Mrs. Clantantram had a great regard for the Archdeacon, which was not cordially returned, and when she, coming up to him, whispered in his ear, "Come, Archdeacon, I'm sure you won't begrudge an old friend the favour of your arm," and then proceeded to tell him the whole history of her roquelaure, he resolved that he would shake her off before he was 15 minutes older. But latterly the Archdeacon had not been successful in his resolutions, and on the present occasion Mrs. Clantantram stuck to him till the banquet was over. Dr. Gwynne got a baronet's wife, and Mrs. Grantly fell to the lot of a baronet. Charlotte Stanhope attached herself to Mr. Harding in order to make room for Bertie, who succeeded in sitting down in the dining room next to Mrs. Bold. To speak sooth, now that he had love and earnest to make, his heart almost failed him. Eleanor had been right glad to avail herself of his arm, seeing that Mr. Slope was hovering nigh her. In striving to avoid that terrible Charybdis of a slope, she was in great danger of falling into an unseen Scylla on the other hand, that Scylla being Bertie Stanhope. Nothing could be more gracious than she was to Bertie. She almost jumped at his proffered arm. Charlotte perceived this from a distance and triumphed in her heart. Bertie felt it and was encouraged. Mr. Slope saw it and glowered with jealousy. Eleanor and Bertie sat down to table in the dining room, and as she took her seat at his right hand, she found that Mr. Slope was already in possession of the chair at her own. As these things were going on in the dining room, Mr. Arabin was hanging enraptured and alone over the Signora's sofa, and Eleanor from her seat could look through the open door and see that he was doing so. Chapter 38. The bishop sits down to breakfast and the dean dies. The Bishop of Barchester said grace over the well-spread board in the Ullathorne dining room. While he did so, the last breath was flying from the Dean of Barchester as he lay in his sick room in the deanery. When the Bishop of Barchester raised his first glass of champagne to his lips, the Deanship of Barchester was a good thing in the gift of the Prime Minister. Before the Bishop of Barchester had left the table, the Minister of the day was made aware of the fact at his country seat in Hampshire, and had already turned over in his mind the names of 5 very respectable aspirants for the preferment. It is at present only necessary to say that Mr. Slope's name was not among the 5. 'Twas merry in the hall when the beards wagged all, and the clerical beards wagged merrily in the hall of Ullathorne that day. It was not till after the last cork had been drawn, the last speech made, the last nut cracked, that tidings reached and were whispered about that the poor dean was no more. It was well for the happiness of the clerical beards that this little delay took place, as otherwise decency would have forbidden them to wag at all. But there was one sad man among them that day. Mr. Arabin's beard did not wag as it should have done. He had come there hoping the best, striving to think the best about Eleanor, turning over in his mind all the words he remembered to have fallen from her about Mr. Slope, and trying to gather from them a conviction unfavourable to his rival. He had not exactly resolved to come that day to some decisive proof as to the widow's intention, but he had meant, if possible, to recultivate his friendship with Eleanor, and in his present frame of mind any such recultivation must have ended in a declaration of love. He had passed the previous night alone at his new parsonage, and it was the first night that he had so passed. It had been dull and sombre enough. Mrs. Grantly had been right in saying that a priestess would be wanting at St. Ewald's. He had sat there alone with his glass before him, and then with his teapot, thinking about Eleanor Bold. As is usual in such meditations, he did little but blame her. Blame her for liking Mr. Slope, and blame her for not liking him. Blame her for her cordiality to himself, and blame her for her want of cordiality. Blame her for being stubborn, headstrong, and passionate, and yet the more he thought of her, the higher she rose in his affection. If only it should turn out, if only it could be made to turn out, that she had defended Mr. Slope, not from love but on principle, all would be right. Such principle in itself would be admirable, lovable, womanly. He felt that he could be pleased to allow Mr. Slope just so much favor as that. But if, and then Mr. Arabin poked his fire most unnecessarily, spoke crossly to his new parlour maid who came in for the tea things, and threw himself back in his chair determined to go to sleep. Why had she been so stiff-necked when asked a plain question? She could not but have known in what light he regarded her. Why had she not answered a plain question and so put an end to his misery? Then, instead of going to sleep in his armchair, Mr. Arabin walked about the room as though he had been possessed. On the following morning, when he attended Miss Thorne's behests, he was still in a somewhat confused state. His first duty had been to converse with Mrs. Clantantram, and that lady had found it impossible to elicit the slightest sympathy from him on the subject of her roquelaure. Miss Thorne had asked him whether Mrs. Bold was coming with the Grantleys, and the two names of Bold and Grantley together had nearly made him jump from his seat. He was in this state of confused uncertainty, hope, and doubt, when he saw Mr. Slope, with his most polished smile, handing Eleanor out of her carriage. He thought of nothing more. He never considered whether the carriage belonged to her or to Mr. Slope, or to anyone else to whom they might both be mutually obliged without any concert between themselves. This sight in his present state of mind was quite enough to upset him and his resolves. It was clear as noonday. Had he seen her handed into a carriage by Mr. Slope at a church door with a white veil over her head, the truth could not be more manifest. He went into the house and, as we have seen, soon found himself walking with Mr. Harding. Shortly afterwards Eleanor came up, and then he had to leave his companion and either go about alone or find another. While in this state he was encountered by the Archdeacon. "I wonder," said Dr. Grantley, "if it be true that Mr. Slope and Mrs. Bold came here together. Susan says she is almost sure she saw their faces in the same carriage as she got out of her own." Mr. Arabin had nothing for it but to bear his testimony to the correctness of Mrs. Grantley's eyesight. "It is perfectly shameful," said the Archdeacon, "or I should rather say shameless. She was asked here as my guest, and if she be determined to disgrace herself, she should have feeling enough not to do so before my immediate friends. I wonder how that man got himself invited. I wonder whether she had the face to bring him." To this Mr. Arabin could answer nothing, nor did he wish to answer anything. Though he abused Eleanor to himself, he did not choose to abuse her to anyone else, nor was he well pleased to hear anyone else speak ill of her. Dr. Grantley, however, was very angry and did not spare his sister-in-law. Mr. Arabin therefore left him as soon as he could and wandered back into the house. He had not been there long when the Signora was brought in. For some time he kept himself out of temptation, and merely hovered round her at a distance, but as soon as Mr. Thorne had left her, he yielded himself up to the basilisk and allowed himself to be made prey of. It is impossible to say how the knowledge had been acquired, but the Signora had a sort of instinctive knowledge that Mr. Arabin was an admirer of Mrs. Bold. Men hunt foxes by the aid of dogs, and are aware that they do so by the strong organ of smell with which the dog is endowed. They do not, however, in the least comprehend how such a sense can work with such acuteness. The organ by which women instinctively, as it were, know and feel how other women are regarded by men, and how also men are regarded by other women, is equally strong and equally incomprehensible. A glance, a word, a motion suffices. By some such acute exercise of her feminine senses, the Signora was aware that Mr. Arabin loved Eleanor Bold. Therefore, by a further exercise of her peculiar feminine propensities, it was quite natural for her to entrap Mr. Arabin into her net. The work was half done before she came to Ullathorne, and when could she have a better opportunity of completing it? She had had almost enough of Mr. Slope, though she could not quite resist the fun of driving a very sanctimonious clergyman to madness by a desperate and ruinous passion. Mr. Thorne had fallen too easily to give much pleasure in the chase. His position as a man of wealth might make his alliance of value, but as a lover he was very second-rate. We may say that she regarded him somewhat as a sportsman does a pheasant. The bird is so easily shot that he would not be worth the shooting were it not for the very respectable appearance that he makes in a larder. The Signora would not waste much time in shooting Mr. Thorne, but still he was worth bagging for family uses. But Mr. Arabin was game of another sort. The Signora was herself possessed of quite sufficient intelligence to know that Mr. Arabin was a man more than usually intellectual. She knew also that, as a clergyman, he was of a much higher stamp than Mr. Slope, and that, as a gentleman, he was better educated than Mr. Thorne. She would never have attempted to drive Mr. Arabin into ridiculous misery as she did Mr. Slope, nor would she think it possible to dispose of him in 10 minutes as she had done with Mr. Thorne. Such were her reflections about Mr. Arabin. As to Mr. Arabin, it cannot be said that he reflected at all about the Signora. He knew that she was beautiful, and he felt that she was able to charm him. He required charming in his present misery, and therefore he went and stood at the head of her couch. She knew all about it. Such were her peculiar gifts. It was her nature to see that he required charming, and it was her province to charm him. As the Eastern idler swallows his dose of opium, as the London reprobate swallows his dose of gin, so with similar desires and for similar reasons did Mr. Arabin prepare to swallow the charms of the Signora Neroni. "Why ain't you shooting with bows and arrows, Mr. Arabin?" said she, when they were nearly alone together in the drawing-room, "or talking with young ladies in shady bowers, or turning your talents to account in some way? What was a bachelor like you asked here for? Don't you mean to earn your cold chicken and champagne? Were I you, I should be ashamed to be so idle." Mr. Arabin murmured some sort of answer. Though he wished to be charmed, he was hardly yet in a mood to be playful in return. "Why, what ails you, Mr. Arabin?" said she. "Here you are in your own parish. Miss Thorne tells me that her party is given expressly in your honor, and yet you are the only dull man at it. Your friend Mr. Slope was with me a few minutes since, full of life and spirits. Why don't you rival him?" It was not difficult for so acute an observer as Madeline Neroni to see that she had hit the nail on the head and driven the bolt home. Mr. Arabin winced visibly before her attack, and she knew at once that he was jealous of Mr. Slope. "But I look on you and Mr. Slope as the very antipodes of men," said she. "There is nothing in which you are not each the reverse of the other, except in belonging to the same profession, and even in that you are so unlike as perfectly to maintain the rule. He is gregarious, you are given to solitude. He is active, you are passive. He works, you think. He likes women, you despise them. He is fond of position and power, and so are you, but for directly different reasons. He loves to be praised, you very foolishly abhor it. He will gain his rewards, which will be an insipid, useful wife, a comfortable income, and a reputation for sanctimony. You will also gain yours." "Well, and what will they be?" said Mr. Arabin, who knew that he was being flattered and yet suffered himself to put up with it. "What will be my rewards? The heart of some woman whom you will be too austere to own that you love, and the respect of some few friends which you will be too proud to own that you value." "Rich rewards," said he, "but of little worth if they are to be so treated. Oh, you are not to look for such success as awaits Mr. Slope. He is born to be a successful man. He suggests to himself an object and then starts for it with eager intention. Nothing will deter him from his pursuit. He will have no scruples, no fears, no hesitation. His desire is to be a bishop with a rising family. The wife will come first, and in due time the apron. You will see all this, and then... Well, and what then? Then you will begin to wish that you had done the same." Mr. Arabin looked placidly out at the lawn and, resting his shoulder on the head of the sofa, rubbed his chin with his hand. It was a trick he had when he was thinking deeply, and what the Signora said made him think, was it not all true? Would he not hereafter look back, if not at Mr. Slope, at some others, perhaps not equally gifted with himself, who had risen in the world while he had lagged behind, and then wish that he had done the same? "Is not such the doom of all speculative men of talent?" said she. "Do they not all sit wrapped as you now are, cutting imaginary silken cords with their fine edges, while those not so highly tempered sever the everyday Gordian knots of the world's struggle and win wealth and renown? Steel too highly polished, edges too sharp, Do not do for this world's work, Mr. Arabin. Who was this woman that thus read the secrets of his heart, and re-uttered to him the unwelcome bodings of his own soul? He looked full into her face when she had done speaking and said, "Am I one of those foolish blades too sharp and too fine to do a useful day's work? Why do you let the slopes of the world outdistance you?" said she. "Is not the blood in your veins as warm as his? Does not your pulse beat as fast? Has not God made you a man and intended you to do a man's work here, aye, and to take a man's wages also?" Mr. Arabin sat ruminating, rubbing his face, and wondering why these things were said to him, but he replied nothing. The Signora went on. "The greatest mistake any man ever made is to suppose that the good things of the world are not worth the winning. And it is a mistake so opposed to the religion which you preach. Why does God permit his bishops one after another to have their 5,000s and 10,000s a year if such wealth be bad and not worth having? Why are beautiful things given to us, and luxuries and pleasant enjoyments, if they be not intended to be used? They must be meant for someone, and what is good for a layman surely cannot be bad for a clerk. You try to despise these good things, but you only try, you don't succeed." "Don't I?" said Mr. Arabin, still musing, not knowing what he said. "I ask you the question, do you succeed?" Mr. Arabin looked at her piteously. It seemed to him as though he were being interrogated by some inner spirit of his own, to whom he could not refuse an answer, and to whom he did not dare to give a false reply. "Come, Mr. Arabin, confess. Do you succeed? Is money so contemptible? Is worldly power so worthless? Is feminine beauty a trifle to be so slightly regarded by a wise man?" "Feminine beauty," said he, gazing into her face, as though all the feminine beauty in the world were concentrated there. "Why do you say I do not regard it? If you look at me like that, Mr. Arabin, I shall alter my opinion, or should do so, were I not of course aware that I have no beauty of my own worth regarding." The gentleman blushed crimson, but the lady did not blush at all. A slightly increased color animated her face, just so much so as to give her an air of special interest. She expected a compliment from her admirer, but she was rather gratified than otherwise by finding that he did not pay it to her. Messrs. Slope and Thorne, Messrs. Brown, Jones and Robinson, they all paid her compliments. She was rather in hopes that she would ultimately succeed in inducing Mr. Arabin to abuse her. "But your gaze," said she, "is one of wonder, not of admiration. You wonder at my audacity in asking you such questions about yourself." "Well, I do rather," said he. "Nevertheless, I expect an answer, Mr. Arabin. Why were women made beautiful if men are not to regard them?" "But men do regard them," he replied. "And why not you?" "You are begging the question, Madame Neroni." "I am sure I shall beg nothing, Mr. Arabin, which you will not grant, and I do beg for an answer. Do you not as a rule think women below your notice as companions? Let us see. There is the widow Bold looking round at you from her chair this minute. What would you say to her as a companion for life?" Mr. Arabin, rising from his position, leaned over the sofa and looked through the drawing-room door to the place where Eleanor was seated between Bertie Stanhope and Mr. Slope. She at once caught his glance and averted her own. She was not pleasantly placed in her present position. Mr. Slope was doing his best to attract her attention, and she was striving to prevent his doing so by talking to Mr. Stanhope, while her mind was intently fixed on Mr. Arabin and Madame Neroni. Bertie Stanhope endeavored to take advantage of her favors, but he was thinking more of the manner in which he would by and by throw himself at her feet than of amusing her at the present moment. "There," said the Signora. "She was stretching her beautiful neck to look at you, and now you have disturbed her. Well, I declare I believe I am wrong about you. I believe that you do think Mrs. Bold a charming woman. Your looks seem to say so, and by her looks I should say that she is jealous of me. Come, Mr. Arabin, confide in me, and if it is so, I'll do all in my power to make up the match." It is needless to say that the Signora was not very sincere in her offer. She was never sincere on such subjects. She never expected others to be so, nor did she expect others to think her so. Such matters were her playthings, her billiard table, her hounds and hunters, her waltzes and polkas, her picnics and summer-day excursions. She had little else to amuse her, and therefore played at love-making in all its forms. She was now playing at it with Mr. Arabin, and did not at all expect the earnestness and truth of his answer. "All in your power would be nothing," said he. "For Mrs. Bold is, I imagine, already engaged to another. Then you own the impeachment yourself." "You cross-question me rather unfairly," he replied, "and I do not know why I answer you at all. Mrs. Bold is a very beautiful woman, and as intelligent as beautiful. It is impossible to know her without admiring her." "So you think the widow a very beautiful woman?" "Indeed I do, and one that would grace the parsonage of St. Ewolds, one that would well grace any man's house." "And you really have the effrontery to tell me this," said she. "To tell me, who, as you very well know, set up to be a beauty myself, and who am at this very moment taking such an interest in your affairs, you really have the effrontery to tell me that Mrs. Bold is the most beautiful woman you know." "I did not say so," said Mr. Arabin. "You are more beautiful." "Ah, come now. That is something like. I thought you could not be so unfeeling." "You are more beautiful, perhaps more clever." Thank you, Mr. Arabin. I knew that you and I should be friends. But, not a word further. I will not hear a word further. If you talk till midnight you cannot improve what you have said." "But Madame Neroni, Mrs. Bold—" "I will not hear a word about Mrs. Bold. Dread thoughts of strychnine did pass across my brain, but she is welcome to the second place. Her place. I won't hear anything about her or her place. I am satisfied, and that is enough. But Mr. Arabin, I am dying with hunger. Beautiful and clever as I am, you know I cannot go to my food, and yet you do not bring it to me." This at any rate was so true as to make it necessary that Mr. Arabin should act upon it, and he accordingly went into the dining room and supplied the Signora's wants. "And yourself?" said she. "Oh," said he, "I am not hungry. I never eat at this hour." Come, Mr. Arabin, don't let love interfere with your appetite. It never does with mine. Give me half a glass more champagne and then go to the table. Mrs. Bold will do me an injury if you stay talking to me any longer." Mr. Arabin did as he was bid. He took her plate and glass from her and, going into the dining room, helped himself to a sandwich from the crowded table and began munching it in a corner. As he was doing so, Miss Thorne, who had hardly sat down for a moment, came into the room and, seeing him standing, was greatly distressed. "Oh, my dear Mr. Arabin," said she, "have you never sat down yet? I am so distressed. You of all men, too." Mr. Arabin assured her that he had only just come into the room. "That is the very reason why you should lose no more time. Come, I'll make room for you." "Thank ye, my dear," she said, seeing that Mrs. Bold was making an attempt to move from her chair, "but I would not for worlds see you stir, for all the ladies would think it necessary to follow. But, perhaps, if Mr. Stanhope has done, just for a minute, Mr. Stanhope, till I can get another chair." And so Bertie had to rise to make way for his rival. This he did, as he did everything, with an air of good-humoured pleasantry which made it impossible for Mr. Arabin to refuse the proffered seat. "His bishopric let another take," said Bertie, the quotation being certainly not very appropriate either for the occasion or the person spoken to. "I have eaten and am satisfied. Mr. Arabin, pray take my chair. I wish for your sake that it really was a bishop's seat." Mr. Arabin did sit down, and as he did so Mrs. Bold got up as though to follow her neighbour. Pray don't move," said Miss Thorne, almost forcing Eleanor back into her chair. "Mr. Stanhope is not going to leave us. He will stand behind you like a true knight as he is. And now I think of it, Mr. Arabin, let me introduce you to Mr. Slope." "Mr. Slope, Mr. Arabin." And the two gentlemen bowed stiffly to each other across the lady whom they both intended to marry, while the other gentleman who also intended to marry her stood behind, watching them. The two had never met each other before, and the present was certainly not a good opportunity for much cordial conversation, even if cordial conversation between them had been possible. As it was, the whole four who formed the party seemed as though their tongues were tied. Mr. Slope, who was wide awake to what he hoped was his coming opportunity, was not much concerned in the interest of the moment. His wish was to see Eleanor move, that he might pursue her. Bertie was not exactly in the same frame of mind, The evil day was near enough. There was no reason why he should precipitate it. He had made up his mind to marry Eleanor Bold if he could, and was resolved today to take the first preliminary step towards doing so. But there was time enough before him. He was not going to make an offer of marriage over the tablecloth. Having thus good-naturedly made way for Mr. Arabin, he was willing also to let him talk to the future Mrs. Stanhope as long as they remained in their present position. Mr. Arabin, having bowed to Mr. Slope, began eating his food without saying a word further. He was full of thought, and though he ate, he did so unconsciously. But poor Eleanor was the most to be pitied. The only friend on whom she thought she could rely was Bertie Stanhope, and he, it seemed, was determined to desert her. Mr. Arabin did not attempt to address her. She said a few words in reply to some remarks from Mr. Slope, and then, feeling the situation too much for her, started from her chair in spite of Miss Thorne, and hurried from the room. Mr. Slope followed her, and young Stanhope lost the occasion. Madeline Neroni, when she was left alone, could not help pondering much on the singular interview she had had with this singular man. Not a word that she had spoken to him had been intended by her to be received as true, and yet he had answered her in the very spirit of truth. He had done so, and she had been aware that he had so done. She had wormed from him his secret, and he, debarred as it would seem from man's usual privilege of lying, had innocently laid bare his whole soul to her. He loved Eleanor Bold, but Eleanor was not in his eyes so beautiful as herself. He would fain have Eleanor for his wife, but yet he had acknowledged that she was the less gifted of the two. The man had literally been unable to falsify his thoughts when questioned, and had been compelled to be true malgré lui, even when truth must have been so disagreeable to him. This teacher of men, this Oxford pundit, this double-distilled quintessence of university perfection, this writer of religious treatises, this speaker of ecclesiastical speeches, had been like a little child in her hands. She had turned him inside out and read his very heart as she might have done that of a young girl. She could not but despise him for his facile openness, and yet she liked him for it too. It was a novelty to her, a new trait in a man's character. She felt also that she could never so completely make a fool of him as she did of the Slopes and Thornes. She felt that she never could induce Mr. Arabin to make protestations to her that were not true, or to listen to nonsense that was mere nonsense. It was quite clear that Mr. Arabin was heartily in love with Mrs. Bold, and the Signora, with very unwonted good nature, began to turn it over in her mind whether she could not do him a good turn. Of course, Bertie was to have the first chance. It was an understood family arrangement that her brother was, if possible, to marry the widow Bold. Madeline knew too well his necessities and what was due to her sister to interfere with so excellent a plan, as long as it might be feasible. But she had strong suspicion that it was not feasible. She did not think it likely that Mrs. Bold would accept a man in her brother's position, and she had frequently said so to Charlotte. She was inclined to believe that Mr. Slope had more chance of success, and with her it would be a labor of love to rob Mr. Slope of his wife. And so the Signora resolved, should Bertie fail, to do a good-natured act for once in her life and give up Mr. Arabin to the woman whom he loved. Chapter 39. The Lookalofts and the Greenacres. On the whole, Miss Thorne's provision for the amusement and feeding of the outer classes in the exoteric paddock was not unsuccessful. 2 little drawbacks to the general happiness did take place, but they were of a temporary nature, and apparent rather than real. The first was the downfall of young Harry Greenacre, and the other the uprise of Mrs. Lookaloft and her family. As to the quintain, it became more popular among the boys on foot than it would ever have been among the men on horseback, even had young Greenacre been more successful. It was twirled round and round till it was nearly twirled out of the ground, and the bag of flour was used with great gusto in powdering the backs and heads of all who could be coaxed within its vicinity. Of course, it was reported all through the assemblage that Harry was dead, and there was a pathetic scene between him and his mother when it was found that he had escaped scatheless from the fall. A good deal of beer was drunk on the occasion, and the quintain was dratted and bothered, and very generally anathematized by all the mothers who had young sons likely to be placed in similar jeopardy. But the affair of Mrs. Lookaloft was of a more serious nature. I do tell 'ee plainly, face to face, she be there in Madam's drawing-room, herself and Gussie and them 2 walloping gals, dressed up to their very eyes. This was said by a very positive, very indignant, and very fat farmer's wife, who was sitting on the end of a bench leaning on the handle of a huge cotton umbrella. "But you didn't see her, Dame Guffern?" said Mrs. Greenacre, whom this information, joined to the recent peril undergone by her son, almost overpowered. Mr. Greenacre held just as much land as Mr. Lookaloft, paid his rent quite as punctually, and his opinion in the vestry room was reckoned to be every whit as good. Mrs. Lookaloft's rise in the world had been wormwood to Mrs. Greenacre. She had no taste herself for the sort of finery which had converted Barleystub Farm into Rosebank, and which had occasionally graced Mr. Lookaloft's letters with the dignity of esquirehood. She had no wish to convert her own homestead into Violet Villa, or to see her goodman go about with a newfangled handle to his name. But it was a mortal injury to her that Mrs. Lookaloft should be successful in her hunt after such honors. She had abused and ridiculed Mrs. Lookaloft to the extent of her little power. She had pushed against her going out of church, and had excused herself with all the easiness of equality. "Ah, dame, I axes pardon, but you be grown so mortal stout these times," she had inquired with apparent cordiality of Mr. Lookaloft after the woman that owned him, and had, as she thought, been on the whole able to hold her own pretty well against her aspiring neighbour. Now, however, she found herself distinctly put into a separate and inferior class. Mrs. Lookaloft was asked into the Ullathorne drawing-room merely because she called her house Rosebank, and had talked over her husband into buying pianos and silk dresses, instead of putting his money by to stock farms for his sons. Mrs. Greenacre, much as she reverenced Miss Thorne, and highly as she respected her husband's landlord, could not but look on this as an act of injustice done to her and hers. Hitherto the Lookalofts had never been recognized as being of a different class from the Greenacres. Their pretensions were all self-pretensions. Their finery was all paid for by themselves and not granted to them by others. The local sovereigns of the vicinity, the district fountains of honor, had hitherto conferred on them the stamp of no rank. Hitherto their crinoline petticoats, late hours, and mincing gait had been a fair subject of Mrs. Greenacre's raillery, and this raillery had been a safety valve for her envy. Now, however, and from henceforward, the case would be very different. Now the Lookalofts would boast that their aspirations had been sanctioned by the gentry of the country. Now they would declare with some show of truth that their claims to peculiar consideration had been recognized. They had sat as equal guests in the presence of bishops and baronets. They had been curtsied to by Miss Thorne on her own drawing-room carpet. They were about to sit down to table in company with a live countess, Bab Lookaloft, as she had always been called by the young Greenacres in the days of their juvenile equality, might possibly sit next to the Honourable George, and that wretched Gussie might be permitted to hand a custard to the Lady Margaretta de Courcy. The fruition of those honours, or such of them as fell to the lot of the envied family, was not such as should have caused much envy. The attention paid to the Lookalofts by the de Courcys was very limited, and the amount of entertainment which they received from the Bishop's society was hardly in itself a recompense for the dull monotony of their day. But of what they endured, Mrs. Greenacre took no account. She thought only of what she considered they must enjoy, and of the dreadfully exalted tone of living which would be manifested by the Rosebank family as the consequence of their present distinction. "But did 'ee see 'em there, dame? Did 'ee see 'em there with your own eyes?" asked poor Mrs. Greenacre, still hoping that there might be some ground for doubt. "And how could I do that, unless so be I was there myself?" asked Mrs. Guffern. "I didn't set eyes on none of them this blessed morning, but I zeed them as did. You know our John, well, he will be for keeping company with Betsy Rusk, Madam's own maid, you know, and Betsy isn't none of your common kitchen wenches. So Betsy, she come out to our John, you know, and she's always vastly polite to me, is Betsy Rusk, I must say. So before she took so much as one turn with John, she told me every ha'porth that was going on up in the house." "Did she now?" said Mrs. Greenacre. "Indeed she did," said Mrs. Guffern. "And she told you them people was up there in the drawing-room?" "She told me she zeed 'em come in that they was dressed finer by half nor any of the family, with all their neckses and bosoms stark naked as a born babby." "The minxes!" exclaimed Mrs. Greenacre, who felt herself more put about by this than any other mark of aristocratic distinction which her enemies had assumed. "Yes, indeed," continued Mrs. Guffern, "as naked as you please, while all the quality was dressed just as you and I be, Mrs. Greenacre. Drat their impudence. said Mrs. Greenacre, from whose well-covered bosom all milk of human kindness was receding, as far as the family of the Lookalofts were concerned. "So says I," said Mrs. Guffern, "and so says my good man, Thomas Guffern, when he heard it. Molly, says he to me, if ever you takes to going about o' mornings with yourself all naked in them ways, I begs you won't come back no more to the old house. So says I, Thomas, no more I will, but, says he, drat it, how the deuce does she manage with her rheumatiz, and she not a rag on her?" And Mrs. Guffern laughed loudly as she thought of Mrs. Lookalofts' probable sufferings from rheumatic attacks. "But to liken herself that way to folk that ha' blood in their veins," said Mrs. Greenacre. "Well, but that warn't all neither that Betsy told. There they all swelled into Madam's drawing-room like so many turkey-cocks, as much as to say, and who dare say no to us, and Gregory was thinking of telling of 'em to come down here, only his heart failed him 'cause of the grand way they was dressed, so in they went, but Madam looked at them as glum as death." "Well now," said Mrs. Greenacre, greatly relieved, "so they wasn't axed different from us at all then?" "Betsy says that Gregory says that Madam wasn't a bit too well pleased to see them where they was, and that to his believing they was expected to come here just like the rest of us." There was great consolation in this. Not that Mrs. Greenacre was altogether satisfied. She felt that justice to herself demanded that Mrs. Lookaloft should not only not be encouraged, but that she should also be absolutely punished. What had been done at that scriptural banquet, of which Mrs. Greenacre so often read the account to her family? Why had not Miss Thorne boldly gone to the intruder and said, "Friend, thou hast come up hither to high places not fitted to thee. Go down lower, and thou wilt find thy mates." Let the Lookalofts be treated at the present moment with ever so cold a shoulder, they would still be enabled to boast hereafter of their position, their aspirations, and their honor. "Well, with all her grandeur, I do wonder that she be so mean," continued Mrs. Greenacre, unable to dismiss the subject. "Did you hear, Goodman?" she went on, about to repeat the whole story to her husband, who then came up. "There's Dame Lookaloft and Bab and Gussie and the lot of 'em all sitting as grand as fivepence in Madam's drawing-room, and they not axed no more nor you nor me. Did you ever hear tell the like o' that?" "Well, and what for shouldn't they?" said Farmer Greenacre. "Likening theyselves to the quality as though they was estated folk, or the like o' that," said Mrs. Guffern. "Well, if they likes it and Madam likes it, they's welcome for me," said the farmer. "Now I likes this place better 'cause I be more at home like and don't have to pay for them fine clothes for the missus. Everyone to his taste, Mrs. Guffern, and if neighbor Lookaloft thinks that he has the best of it, he's welcome." Mrs. Greenacre sat down by her husband's side to begin the heavy work of the banquet, and she did so in some measure with restored tranquility, but nevertheless she shook her head at her gossip to show that in this instance she did not quite approve of her husband's doctrine. "And I'll tell 'ee what, dames," continued he, "if so be that we cannot enjoy the dinner that Madam gives us because Mother Lookaloft is sitting up there on a grand sofa, I think we ought all to go home. If we greet at that, what'll we do when true sorrow comes across us? How would you be now, dame, if the boy there had broke his neck when he got the tumble?" Mrs. Greenacre was humbled and said nothing further on the matter. But let prudent men such as Mr. Greenacre preach as they will, the family of the Lookalofts certainly does occasion a good deal of heart-burning in the world at large. It was pleasant to see Mr. Plomacy as, leaning on his stout stick, he went about among the rural guests, acting as a sort of head constable as well as master of the revels. "Now, young un, if you can't manage to get along without that screeching, you'd better go to the other side of the 12-acre field and take your dinner with you. Come, girls. What do you stand there for, twirling of your thumbs? Come out, and let the lads see you. You've no need to be so ashamed of your faces. Hullo there, who are you? How did you make your way in here?" This last disagreeable question was put to a young man of about 24 who did not, in Mr. Plomacy's eye, bear sufficient vestiges of a rural education and residence. "If you please, your worship, Master Burrell the coachman let me in at the church wicket, 'cause I do be working mostly allays for the family." "Then Master Burrell the coachman may let you out again," said Mr. Plomacy, not even conciliated by the magisterial dignity which had been conceded to him. "What's your name? And what trade are you? And who do you work for?" "I'm Stubbs, your worship, Bob Stubbs, and. And what's your trade, Stubbs?" "Plasterer, please your worship. I'll plaster you and Beryl too. You'll just walk out of this airfield as quick as you walked in. We don't want no plasterers. When we do, we'll send for 'em. Come, my buck, walk." Stubbs the plasterer was much downcast at this dreadful edict. He was a sprightly fellow, and had contrived since his ingress into the Ullathorne Elysium to attract to himself a forest nymph, to whom he was whispering a plasterer's usual soft nothings, when he was encountered by the great Mr. Plomacy. It was dreadful to be thus dissevered from his dryad and sent howling back to a Barchester pandemonium just as the nectar and ambrosia were about to descend on the fields of asphodel. He began to try what prayers would do, but city prayers were vain against the great rural potentate. Not only did Mr. Plomacy order his exit, but, raising his stick to show the way which led to the gate that had been left in the custody of that false Cerberus Beryl, proceeded himself to see the edict of banishment carried out. The goddess Mercy, however, the sweetest goddess that ever sat upon a cloud, and the dearest to poor, frail, erring man, appeared on the field in the person of Mr. Greenacre. Never was interceding goddess more welcome. "Come, man," said Mr. Greenacre. "Never stick at trifles such a day as this. I know the lad well. Let him bide at my axing. Madam won't miss what he can eat and drink, I know." Now Mr. Plomacy and Mr. Greenacre were sworn friends. Mr. Plomacy had at his own disposal as comfortable a room as there was in Ullathorne House, but he was a bachelor and alone there, and moreover, smoking in the house was not allowed even to Mr. Plomacy. His moments of truest happiness were spent in a huge armchair in the warmest corner of Mrs. Greenacre's beautifully clean front kitchen. 'Twas there that the inner man dissolved itself and poured itself out in streams of pleasant chat. 'Twas there that he was respected and yet at his ease. 'Twas there, and perhaps there only, that he could unburden himself from the ceremonies of life without offending the dignity of those above him, or incurring the familiarity of those below. 'Twas there that his long pipe was always to be found on the accustomed chimney board, not only permitted, but encouraged. Such being the state of the case, it was not to be supposed that Mr. Plomacy could refuse such a favor to Mr. Greenacre, but nevertheless he did not grant it without some further show of austere authority. "Eat and drink, Mr. Greenacre. No, it's not what he eats and drinks, but the example such a chap shows coming in where he's not invited, a chap of his age too. He too that never did a day's work about Ullathorne since he was born. Plasterer, I'll plaster him." "He worked long enough for me then, Mr. Plomacy, and a good hand he is at setting tiles as any in Barchester," said the other, not sticking quite to veracity, as indeed Mercy never should. Come, let him alone today and quarrel with him tomorrow. You wouldn't shame him before his last there?" "It goes against the grain with me, then," said Mr. Plomacy. "And take care, you Stubbs, and behave yourself. If I hear a row, I shall know where it comes from. I'm up to you, Barchester journeymen. I know what stuff you're made of." And so Stubbs went off happy, pulling at the forelock of his shock head of hair in honor of the steward's clemency, and giving another double pull at it in honor of the farmer's kindness. And as he went, he swore within his grateful heart that if ever Farmer Greenacre wanted a day's work done for nothing, he was the lad to do it for him. Which promise it was not probable that he would ever be called on to perform. But Mr. Plomacy was not quite happy in his mind, for he thought of the unjust steward and began to reflect whether he had not made for himself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. This, however, did not interfere with the manner in which he performed his duties at the bottom of the long board, nor did Mr. Greenacre perform his the worse at the top on account of the good wishes of Stubbs the plasterer. Moreover, the guests did not think it anything amiss when Mr. Plomacy, rising to say grace, prayed that God would make them all truly thankful for the good things which Madame Thorne in her great liberality had set before them. All this time the quality in the tent on the lawn were getting on swimmingly. That is, if champagne without restriction can enable quality folk to swim. Sir Harkaway Gorse proposed the health of Miss Thorne, and likened her to a blood racehorse, always in condition and not to be tired down by any amount of work. Mr. Thorne returned thanks, saying he hoped his sister would always be found able to run when called upon, and then gave the health and prosperity of the de Courcy family. His sister was very much honored by seeing so many of them at her poor board. They were all aware that important avocations made the absence of the Earl necessary. As his duty to his prince had called him from his family hearth, he, Mr. Thorne, could not venture to regret that he did not see him at Ullathorne, but nevertheless he would venture to say, that is, to express a wish, an opinion, he meant to say, and so Mr. Thorne became somewhat gravelled, as country gentlemen in similar circumstances usually do, but he ultimately sat down, declaring that he had much satisfaction in drinking the noble Earl's health, together with that of the Countess and all the family of de Courcy Castle. And then the Honourable George returned thanks. We will not follow him through the different periods of his somewhat irregular eloquence. Those immediately in his neighbourhood found it at first rather difficult to get him on his legs, but much greater difficulty was soon experienced in inducing him to resume his seat. One of two arrangements should certainly be made in these days. Either let all speech-making on festive occasions be utterly tabooed and made as it were impossible, or else let those who are to exercise the privilege be first subjected to a competing examination before the civil service examining commissioners. As it is now, the Honourable Georges do but little honour to our exertions in favour of British education. In the dining-room, the bishop went through the honours of the day with much more neatness and propriety. He also drank Miss Thorne's health, and did it in a manner becoming the bench which he adorned. The party there was perhaps a little more dull, a shade less lively than that in the tent, but what was lost in mirth was fully made up in decorum. And so the banquets passed off at the various tables with great éclat and universal delight. Chapter 40. Ullathorne Sports, Act 2. That which has made them drunk has made me bold. 'Twas thus that Mr. Slope encouraged himself, as he left the dining-room in pursuit of Eleanor. He had not indeed seen in that room any person really intoxicated, but there had been a good deal of wine drunk, and Mr. Slope had not hesitated to take his share, in order to screw himself up to the undertaking which he had in hand. He is not the first man who has thought it expedient to call in the assistance of Bacchus on such an occasion. Eleanor was out through the window and on the grass before she perceived that she was followed. Just at that moment the guests were nearly all occupied at the tables. Here and there were to be seen a constant couple or two, who preferred their own sweet discourse to the jingle of glasses or the charms of rhetoric, which fell from the mouths of the Honourable George and the Bishop of Barchester, but the grounds were as nearly vacant as Mr. Slope could wish them to be. Eleanor saw that she was pursued, and as a deer, when escape is no longer possible, will turn to bay and attack the hounds, so did she turn upon Mr. Slope. "Pray don't let me take you from the room," said she, speaking with all the stiffness which she knew how to use. "I have come out to look for a friend. I must beg of you, Mr. Slope, to go back." But Mr. Slope would not be thus entreated. He had observed all day that Mrs. Bold was not cordial to him, and this had to a certain extent oppressed him, but he did not deduce from this any assurance that his aspirations were in vain. He saw that she was angry with him. Might she not be so because he had so long tampered with her feelings? Might it not arise from his having, as he knew was the case, caused her name to be bruited about in conjunction with his own without having given her the opportunity of confessing to the world that henceforth their names were to be one and the same? Poor lady! He had within him a certain Christian conscience-stricken feeling of remorse on this head. It might be that he had wronged her by his tardiness. He had, however, at the present moment imbibed too much of Mr. Thorne's champagne to have any inward misgivings. He was right in repeating the boast of Lady Macbeth. He was not drunk, but he was bold enough for anything. It was a pity that in such a state he could not have encountered Mrs. Proudie. "You must permit me to attend you," said he. "I could not think of allowing you to go alone." "Indeed you must, Mr. Slope," said Eleanor still very stiffly, "for it is my special wish to be alone." The time for letting the great secret escape him had already come. Mr. Slope saw that it must be now or never, and he was determined that it should be now. This was not his first attempt at winning a fair lady. He had been on his knees, looked unutterable things with his eyes, and whispered honeyed words before this. Indeed, he was somewhat an adept at these things, and had only to adapt to the perhaps different taste of Mrs. Bold the well-remembered rhapsodies which had once so much gratified Olivia Proudie. "Do not ask me to leave you, Mrs. Bold," said he with an impassioned look, impassioned and sanctified as well, with that sort of look which is not uncommon with gentlemen of Mr. Slope's school, and which may perhaps be called the tender pious. Do not ask me to leave you till I have spoken a few words with which my heart is full, which I have come hither purposely to say." Eleanor saw how it was now. She knew directly what it was she was about to go through, and very miserable the knowledge made her. Of course she could refuse Mr. Slope, and there would be an end of that, one might say. But there would not be an end of it, as far as Eleanor was concerned. The very fact of Mr. Slope's making an offer to her would be a triumph to the Archdeacon and, in a great measure, a vindication of Mr. Arabin's conduct. The widow could not bring herself to endure with patience the idea that she had been in the wrong. She had defended Mr. Slope. She had declared herself quite justified in admitting him among her acquaintance, had ridiculed the idea of his considering himself as more than an acquaintance, and had resented the Archdeacon's caution in her behalf. Now it was about to be proved to her in a manner sufficiently disagreeable that the Archdeacon had been right, and she herself had been entirely wrong. "I don't know what you can have to say to me, Mr. Slope, that you could not have said when we were sitting at table just now." And she closed her lips and steadied her eyeballs and looked at him in a manner that ought to have frozen him. But gentlemen are not easily frozen when they are full of champagne, and it would not at any time have been easy to freeze Mr. Slope. "There are things, Mrs. Bold, which a man cannot well say before a crowd, which perhaps he cannot well say at any time, which indeed he may most fervently desire to get spoken, and which he may yet find it almost impossible to utter. It is such things as these that I now wish to say to you," and then the tender pious look was repeated, with a little more emphasis even than before. Eleanor had not found it practicable to stand stock still before the dining-room window, there receive his offer in full view of Miss Thorne's guests. She had therefore in self-defense walked on, and thus Mr. Slope had gained his object of walking with her. He now offered her his arm. "Thank you, Mr. Slope, I am much obliged to you, but for the very short time that I shall remain with you, I shall prefer walking alone." "And must it be so short?" said he. "Must it be?" "Yes," said Eleanor, interrupting him. "As short as possible, if you please, sir." "I had hoped, Mrs. Bold, I had hoped." "Pray hope nothing, Mr. Slope, as far as I am concerned. Pray do not. I do not know and need not know what hope you mean. Our acquaintance is very slight, and will probably remain so. Pray let that be enough. There is at any rate no necessity for us to quarrel." Mrs. Bold was certainly treating Mr. Slope rather cavalierly, and he felt it so. She was rejecting him before he had offered himself, and informing him at the same time that he was taking a great deal too much on himself to be so familiar. She did not even make an attempt, from such a sharp and waspish word as no, to pluck the sting. He was still determined to be very tender and very pious, seeing that, in spite of all Mrs. Bold had said to him, he had not yet abandoned hope, but he was inclined also to be somewhat angry. The widow was bearing herself, as he thought, with too high a hand, was speaking of herself in much too imperious a tone. She had clearly no idea that an honor was being conferred on her. Mr. Slope would be tender as long as he could, but he began to think if that failed it would not be amiss if he also mounted himself for a while on his high horse. Mr. Slope could undoubtedly be very tender, but he could be very savage also, and he knew his own abilities. "That is cruel," said he, "and unchristian too. The worst of us are still bidden to hope. What have I done that you should pass on me so severe a sentence?" And then he paused a moment, during which the widow walked steadily on with measured steps, saying nothing further. "Beautiful woman," at last he burst forth. "Beautiful woman, you cannot pretend to be ignorant that I adore you. Yes, Eleanor, yes, I love you. I love you with the truest affection which man can bear to woman. Next to my hopes of heaven are my hopes of possessing you." Mr. Slope's memory here played him false, or he would not have omitted the deanery. "How sweet to walk to heaven with you by my side. With you for my guide, mutual guides. Say, Eleanor, dearest Eleanor, shall we walk that sweet path together?" Eleanor had no intention of ever walking together with Mr. Slope on any other path than that special one of Mrs. Thorne's which they now occupied. But as she had been unable to prevent the expression of Mr. Slope's wishes and aspirations, she resolved to hear him out to the end before she answered him. "Ah, Eleanor," he continued, and it seemed to be his idea that as he had once found courage to pronounce her Christian name, he could not utter it often enough. "Ah, Eleanor, will it not be sweet with the Lord's assistance to travel hand in hand through this mortal valley which his mercies will make pleasant to us, till hereafter we shall dwell together at the foot of his throne, and then a more tenderly pious glance than ever beamed from the lover's eyes. Ah, Eleanor. My name, Mr. Slope, is Mrs. Bold, said Eleanor, who, though determined to hear out the tale of his love, was too much disgusted by his blasphemy to be able to bear much more of it. Sweetest angel, be not so cold, said he, and as he said it the champagne broke forth, and he contrived to pass his arm round her waist. He did this with considerable cleverness, for up to this point Eleanor had contrived with tolerable success to keep her distance from him. They had got into a walk nearly enveloped by shrubs, and Mr. Slope therefore no doubt considered that as they were now alone it was fitting that he should give her some outward demonstration of that affection of which he talked so much. It may perhaps be presumed that the same stamp of measures had been found to succeed with Olivia Proudie. Be this as it may, it was not successful with Eleanor Bold. She sprang from him as she would have jumped from an adder, but she did not spring far, not, indeed, beyond arm's length, and then, quick as thought, she raised her little hand and dealt him a box on the ear with such right goodwill that it sounded among the trees like a miniature thunderclap. And now it is to be feared that every well-bred reader of these pages will lay down the book with disgust, feeling that after all the heroine is unworthy of sympathy. She is a hoyden, one will say. At any rate, she is not a lady, another will exclaim. I have suspected her all through. A third will declare, she has no idea of the dignity of a matron, or of the peculiar propriety which her position demands. At one moment she is romping with young Stanhope, then she is making eyes at Mr. Arabin. Anon she comes to fisticuffs with a third lover, and all before she is yet a widow of 2 years' standing. She cannot altogether be defended, and yet it may be averred that she is not a hoyden, not given to romping nor prone to boxing. It were to be wished devoutly that she had not struck Mr. Slope in the face. In doing so she derogated from her dignity and committed herself. Had she been educated in Belgravia, had she been brought up by any sterner mentor than that fond father, had she lived longer under the rule of a husband, she might, perhaps, have saved herself from this great fault. As it was, the provocation was too much for her, the temptation to instant resentment of the insult too strong. She was too keen in the feeling of independence, a feeling dangerous for a young woman, but one in which her position peculiarly tempted her to indulge. And then Mr. Slope's face, tinted with a deeper dye than usual by the wine he had drunk, simpering and puckering itself with pseudo-pity and tender grimaces, seemed specially to call for such punishment. She had, too, a true instinct as to the man. He was capable of rebuke in this way and in no other. To him the blow from her little hand was as much an insult as a blow from a man would have been to another. It went directly to his pride. He conceived himself lowered in his dignity and personally outraged. He could almost have struck at her again in his rage. Even the pain was a great annoyance to him, and the feeling that his clerical character had been wholly disregarded sorely vexed him. There are such men who can endure no taint on their personal self-respect, even from a woman, men whose bodies are to themselves such sacred temples that a joke against them is desecration, and a rough touch downright sacrilege. Mr. Slope was such a man, and therefore the slap on the face that he got from Eleanor was, as far as he was concerned, the fittest rebuke which could have been administered to him. But nevertheless, she should not have raised her hand against the man. Ladies' hands, so soft, so sweet, so delicious to the touch, so graceful to the eye, so gracious in their gentle doings, were not made to belabor men's faces. The moment the deed was done, Eleanor felt that she had sinned against all propriety, and would have given little worlds to recall the blow. In her first agony of sorrow, she all but begged the man's pardon. Her next impulse, however, and the one which she obeyed, was to run away. I never will speak another word to you, she said, gasping with emotion and the loss of breath which her exertion and violent feelings occasioned her, and so saying she put foot to the ground and ran quickly back along the path to the house. But how shall I sing the divine wrath of Mr. Slope, or how invoke the tragic muse to describe the rage which swelled the celestial bosom of the bishop's chaplain? Such an undertaking by no means befits the low-heeled buskin of modern fiction. The painter put a veil over Agamemnon's face when called on to depict the father's grief at the early doom of his devoted daughter. The god, when he resolved to punish the rebellious winds, abstained from mouthing empty threats. We will not attempt to tell with what mighty surgings of the inner heart Mr. Slope swore to revenge himself on the woman who had disgraced him, nor will we vainly strive to depict his deep agony of soul. There he is, however, alone in the garden walk, and we must contrive to bring him out of it. He was not willing to come forth quite at once. His cheek was stinging with the weight of Eleanor's fingers, and he fancied that everyone who looked at him would be able to see on his face the traces of what he had endured. He stood a while, becoming redder and redder with rage. He stood motionless, undecided, glaring with his eyes, thinking of the pains and penalties of Hades, and meditating how he might best devote his enemy to the infernal gods with all the passion of his accustomed eloquence. He longed in his heart to be preaching at her. 'Twas thus that he was ordinarily avenged of sinning mortal men and women. Could he at once have ascended his Sunday rostrum and fulminated at her such denunciations as his spirit delighted in, his bosom would have been greatly eased. But how preach to Mr. Thorne's laurels, or how preach indeed at all in such a vanity fair as this now going on at Ullathorne? And then he began to feel a righteous disgust at the wickedness of the doings around him. He had been justly chastised for lending, by his presence, a sanction to such worldly lures. The gaiety of society, the mirth of banquets, the laughter of the young, and the eating and drinking of the elders were, for a while, without excuse in his sight. What had he now brought down upon himself by sojourning thus in the tents of the heathen? He had consorted with idolaters round the altars of Baal, and therefore a sore punishment had come upon him. He then thought of the Signora Neroni, and his soul within him was full of sorrow. He had an inkling, a true inkling, that he was a wicked, sinful man, but it led him in no right direction. He could admit no charity in his heart. He felt debasement coming on him, and he longed to shake it off, to rise up in his stirrup, to mount to high places and great power, that he might get up into a mighty pulpit and preach to the world a loud sermon against Mrs. Bold. There he stood fixed to the gravel for about 10 minutes. Fortune favored him so far that no prying eyes came to look upon him in his misery. Then a shudder passed over his whole frame. He collected himself and slowly wound his way round to the lawn, advancing along the path and not returning in the direction which Eleanor had taken. When he reached the tent, he found the bishop standing there in conversation with the master of Lazarus. His lordship had come out to air himself after the exertion of his speech. "This is very pleasant, my lord, is it not?" said Mr. Slope with his most gracious smile, pointing to the tent. "Very pleasant. It is delightful to see so many persons enjoying themselves so thoroughly." Mr. Slope thought he might force the bishop to introduce him to Dr. Gwynne. A very great example had declared and practiced the wisdom of being everything to everybody, and Mr. Slope was desirous of following it. His maxim was never to lose a chance. The bishop, however, at the present moment was not very anxious to increase Mr. Slope's circle of acquaintance among his clerical brethren. He had his own reasons for dropping any marked allusion to his domestic chaplain, and he therefore made his shoulder rather cold for the occasion. "Very, very," said he without turning round, or even deigning to look at Mr. Slope. "And therefore, Dr. Gwynne, I really think that you will find that the hebdomadal board will exercise as wide and as general an authority as at the present moment. I, for one, Dr. Gwynne." "Dr. Gwynne," said Mr. Slope, raising his hat and resolving not to be outwitted by such an insignificant little goose as the Bishop of Barchester. The master of Lazarus also raised his hat and bowed very politely to Mr. Slope. There is not a more courteous gentleman in the Queen's dominions than the master of Lazarus. "My lord," said Mr. Slope, "pray do me the honor of introducing me to Dr. Gwynne. The opportunity is too much in my favor to be lost." The bishop had no help for it. "My chaplain, Dr. Gwynne," said he. "My present chaplain, Mr. Slope." He certainly made the introduction as unsatisfactory to the chaplain as possible, and by the use of the word present seemed to indicate that Mr. Slope might probably not long enjoy the honor which he now held. But Mr. Slope cared nothing for this. He understood the innuendo and disregarded it. It might probably come to pass that he would be in a situation to resign his chaplaincy before the bishop was in a situation to dismiss him from it. What need the future Dean of Barchester care for the bishop, or for the bishop's wife? Had not Mr. Slope, just as he was entering Dr. Stanhope's carriage, received an all-important note from Tom Towers of the Jupiter? Had he not that note this moment in his pocket? So, disregarding the bishop, he began to open out a conversation with the master of Lazarus. But suddenly an interruption came, not altogether unwelcome to Mr. Slope. One of the bishop's servants came up to his master's shoulder with a long, grave face and whispered into the bishop's ear. "What is it, John?" said the bishop. "The dean, my lord, he is dead." Mr. Slope had no further desire to converse with the master of Lazarus, and was very soon on his road back to Barchester. Eleanor, as we have said, having declared her intention of never holding further communication with Mr. Slope, ran hurriedly back towards the house. The thought, however, of what she had done grieved her greatly, and she could not abstain from bursting into tears. 'Twas thus she played the second act in that day's melodrama. Chapter 41. Mrs. Bold confides her sorrow to her friend Miss Stanhope. When Mrs. Bold came to the end of the walk and faced the lawn, she began to bethink herself what she should do. Was she to wait there till Mr. Slope caught her, or was she to go in among the crowd with tears in her eyes and passion in her face? She might in truth have stood there long enough without any reasonable fear of further immediate persecution from Mr. Slope, but we are all inclined to magnify the bugbears which frighten us. In her present state of dread, she did not know of what atrocity he might venture to be guilty. Had anyone told her a week ago that he would have put his arm round her waist at this party of Miss Thorne's, she would have been utterly incredulous. Had she been informed that he would be seen on the following Sunday walking down the High Street in a scarlet coat and top boots, she would not have thought such a phenomenon more improbable. But this improbable iniquity he had committed, and now there was nothing she could not believe of him. In the first place, it was quite manifest that he was tipsy. In the next place, it was to be taken as proved that all his religion was sheer hypocrisy, and finally the man was utterly shameless. She therefore stood watching for the sound of his footfall, not without some fear that he might creep out at her suddenly from among the bushes. As she thus stood, she saw Charlotte Stanhope at a little distance from her, walking quickly across the grass. Eleanor's handkerchief was in her hand, and putting it to her face so as to conceal her tears, she ran across the lawn and joined her friend. "Oh, Charlotte," she said, almost too much out of breath to speak very plainly, "I am so glad I have found you." "Glad you have found me," said Charlotte, laughing. "That's a good joke. Why, Bertie and I have been looking for you everywhere. He swears that you have gone off with Mr. Slope, and is now on the point of hanging himself." "Oh, Charlotte, don't," said Mrs. Bold. "Why, my child? What on earth is the matter with you?" said Miss Stanhope, perceiving that Eleanor's hand trembled on her own arm, and finding also that her companion was still half choked by tears. "Goodness heaven! Something has distressed you. What is it? What can I do for you?" Eleanor answered her only by a sort of spasmodic gurgle in her throat. She was a good deal upset, as people say, and could not at the moment collect herself. "Come here this way, Mrs. Bold. Come this way, and we shall not be seen. What has happened to vex you so? What can I do for you? Can Bertie do anything?" "Oh, no, said Eleanor. "There is nothing to be done. Only that horrid man." "What horrid man?" asked Charlotte. There are some moments in life in which both men and women feel themselves imperatively called on to make a confidence, in which not to do so requires a disagreeable resolution and also a disagreeable suspicion. There are people of both sexes who never make confidences, who are never tempted by momentary circumstances to disclose their secrets, but such are generally dull, close, unimpassioned spirits, gloomy gnomes who live in cold, dark minds. There was nothing of the gnome about Eleanor, and she therefore resolved to tell Charlotte Stanhope the whole story about Mr. Slope. "That horrid man, that Mr. Slope," said she. "Did you not see that he followed me out of the dining room?" "Of course I did, and was sorry enough, but I could not help it. I knew you would be annoyed, but you and Bertie managed it badly between you. It was not his fault nor mine either. You know how I disliked the idea of coming in the carriage with that man. I am sure I am very sorry if that has led to it." "I don't know what has led to it," said Eleanor, almost crying again, "but it has not been my fault." "But what has he done, my dear? He's an abominable, horrid, hypocritical man, and it would serve him right to tell the bishop all about it. Believe me, if you want to do him an injury, You had far better tell Mrs. Proudie. But what did he do, Mrs. Bold? Ugh, exclaimed Eleanor. Well, I must confess he's not very nice, said Charlotte Stanhope. Nice, said Eleanor. He is the most fulsome, fawning, abominable man I ever saw. What business had he to come to me? I that never gave him the slightest tittle of encouragement, I that always hated him, though I did take his part when others ran him down. That's just where it is, my dear. He has heard that and therefore fancied that of course you were in love with him. This was wormwood to Eleanor. It was in fact the very thing which all her friends had been saying for the last month past, and which experience now proved to be true. Eleanor resolved within herself that she would never again take any man's part. The world, with all its villainy and all its ill nature, might wag as it liked. She would not again attempt to set crooked things straight. But what did he do, my dear? Said Charlotte, who was really rather interested in the subject. He. Well, come. It can't have been anything so very horrid, for the man was not tipsy. Oh, I am sure he was, said Eleanor. I'm sure he must have been tipsy. Well, I declare I didn't observe it. But what was it, my love? Why, I believe I can hardly tell you. He talked such horrid stuff that you never heard the like, about religion and heaven and love. Oh dear, he is such a nasty man. I can easily imagine the sort of stuff he would talk. Well, and then? And then he took hold of me. Took hold of you? Yes, he somehow got close to me and took hold of me. By the waist? Yes, said Eleanor, shuddering. And then I jumped away from him and gave him a slap on the face and ran away along the path till I saw you. Ha, ha, ha! Charlotte Stanhope laughed heartily at the finale to the tragedy. It was delightful to her to think that Mr. Slope had had his ears boxed. She did not quite appreciate the feeling which made her friend so unhappy at the result of the interview. To her thinking, the matter had ended happily enough as regarded the widow, who indeed was entitled to some sort of triumph among her friends, whereas to Mr. Slope would be due all those jibes and jeers which would naturally follow such an affair. His friends would ask him whether his ears tingled whenever he saw a widow, and he would be cautioned that beautiful things were made to be looked at and not to be touched. Such were Charlotte Stanhope's views on such matters, but she did not at the present moment clearly explain them to Mrs. Bold. Her object was to endear herself to her friend, and therefore, having had her laugh, she was ready enough to offer sympathy. Could Bertie do anything? Should Bertie speak to the man and warn him that in future he must behave with more decorum? Bertie, indeed, she declared, would be more angry than anyone else when he heard to what insult Mrs. Bold had been subjected. But you won't tell him? Said Mrs. Bold with a look of horror. Not if you don't like it, said Charlotte. But considering everything, I would strongly advise it. If you had a brother, you know, it would be unnecessary. But it is very right that Mr. Slope should know that you have somebody by you that will and can protect you. But my father is here. Yes, but it is so disagreeable for clergymen to have to quarrel with each other, and circumstanced as your father is just at this moment, it would be very inexpedient that there should be anything unpleasant between him and Mr. Slope. Surely you and Bertie are intimate enough for you to permit him to take your part. Charlotte Stanhope was very anxious that her brother should at once on that very day settle matters with his future wife. Things had now come to that point between him and his father, and between him and his creditors, that he must either do so or leave Barchester, either do that, or go back to his unwashed associates, dirty lodgings, and poor living at Carrara. Unless he could provide himself with an income, he must go to Carrara, or to. His father, the prebendary, had not said this in so many words, but had he done so, he could not have signified it more plainly. Such being the state of the case, it was very necessary that no more time should be lost. Charlotte had seen her brother's apathy, when he neglected to follow Mrs. Bold out of the room, with anger which she could hardly suppress. It was grievous to think that Mr. Slope should have so distanced him. Charlotte felt that she had played her part with sufficient skill. She had brought them together and induced such a degree of intimacy that her brother was really relieved from all trouble and labor in the matter. And moreover, it was quite plain that Mrs. Bold was very fond of Bertie, and now it was plain enough also that he had nothing to fear from his rival, Mr. Slope. There was certainly an awkwardness in subjecting Mrs. Bold to a second offer on the same day. It would have been well perhaps to have put the matter off for a week. Could a week have been spared? But circumstances are frequently too peremptory to be arranged as we would wish to arrange them, and such was the case now. This being so, could not this affair of Mr. Slope's be turned to advantage? Could it not be made the excuse for bringing Bertie and Mrs. Bold into still closer connection? Into such close connection that they could not fail to throw themselves into each other's arms? Such was the game which Miss Stanhope now at a moment's notice resolved to play. And very well she played it. In the first place, it was arranged that Mr. Slope should not return in the Stanhope's carriage to Barchester. It so happened that Mr. Slope was already gone, but of that of course they knew nothing. The Signora should be induced to go first, with only the servants and her sister, and Bertie should take Mr. Slope's place in the second journey. Bertie was to be told in confidence of the whole affair, and when the carriage was gone off with its first load, Eleanor was to be left under Bertie's special protection, so as to ensure her from any further aggression from Mr. Slope. While the carriage was getting ready, Bertie was to seek out that gentleman and make him understand that he must provide himself with another conveyance back to Barchester. Their immediate object should be to walk about together in search of Bertie. Bertie, in short, was to be the Pegasus on whose wings they were to ride out of their present dilemma. There was a warmth of friendship and cordial kindliness in all this that was very soothing to the widow, but yet, though she gave way to it, she was hardly reconciled to doing so. It never occurred to her that, now that she had killed one dragon, another was about to spring up in her path. She had no remote idea that she would have to encounter another suitor in her proposed protector, but she hardly liked the thought of putting herself so much into the hands of young Stanhope. She felt that if she wanted protection, she should go to her father. She felt that she should ask him to provide a carriage for her back to Barchester. Mrs. Clantantram, she knew, would give her a seat. She knew that she should not throw herself entirely upon friends whose friendship dated, as it were, but from yesterday. But yet she could not say no to one who was so sisterly in her kindness, so eager in her good nature, so comfortably sympathetic as Charlotte Stanhope, and thus she gave way to all the propositions made to her. They first went into the dining room, looking for their champion, and from thence to the drawing room. Here they found Mr. Arabin, still hanging over the Signora's sofa, or rather they found him sitting near her head, as a physician might have sat had the lady been his patient. There was no other person in the room. The guests were some in the tent, some few still in the dining room, some at the Bows and Arrows, but most of them walking with Miss Thorne through the park and looking at the games that were going on. All that had passed, and was passing between Mr. Arabin and the lady, it is unnecessary to give in detail. She was doing with him as she did with all others. It was her mission to make fools of men, and she was pursuing her mission with Mr. Arabin. She had almost got him to own his love for Mrs. Bold, and had subsequently almost induced him to acknowledge a passion for herself. He, poor man, was hardly aware what he was doing or saying, hardly conscious whether he was in heaven or in hell. So little had he known of female attractions of that peculiar class which the Signora owned, that he became affected with a kind of temporary delirium when first subjected to its power. He lost his head rather than this heart, and toppled about mentally, reeling in his ideas as a drunken man does on his legs. She had whispered to him words that really meant nothing, but which, coming from such beautiful lips and accompanied by such lustrous glances, seemed to have a mysterious significance, which he felt though he could not understand. In being thus bezironed, Mr. Arabin behaved himself very differently from Mr. Slope. The Signora had said truly that the two men were the contrasts of each other, that the one was all for action, the other all for thought. Mr. Slope, when this lady laid upon his senses the overpowering breath of her charms, immediately attempted to obtain some fruition, to achieve some mighty triumph. He began by catching at her hand and progressed by kissing it. He made vows of love and asked for vows in return. He promised everlasting devotion, knelt before her, and swore that had she been on Mount Ida, Juno would have had no cause to hate the offspring of Venus. But Mr. Arabin uttered no oaths, kept his hand mostly in his trousers pocket, and had no more thought of kissing Madame Neroni than of kissing the Countess de Courcy. As soon as Mr. Arabin saw Mrs. Bold enter the room, he blushed and rose from his chair. Then he sat down again, and then again got up. The The Signora saw the blush at once and smiled at the poor victim, but Eleanor was too much confused to see anything. "Oh, Madeline," said Charlotte. "I want to speak to you particularly. We must arrange about the carriage, you know." And she stooped down to whisper to her sister. Mr. Arabin immediately withdrew to a little distance, and as Charlotte had in fact much to explain before she could make the new carriage arrangement intelligible, he had nothing to do but to talk to Mrs. Bold. "We have had a very pleasant party," said he, using the tone he would have used had he declared that the sun was shining very brightly or the rain falling very fast. "Very," said Eleanor, who never in her life had passed a more unpleasant day. "I hope Mr. Harding has enjoyed himself." "Oh, yes, very much," said Eleanor, who had not seen her father since she parted from him soon after her arrival. "He returns to Barchester tonight, I suppose?" "Yes, I believe so. That is, I think he is staying at Plumstead." "Oh, staying at Plumstead," said Mr. Arabin. "He came from there this morning. I believe he is going back. He didn't exactly say, however. I hope Mrs. Grantly is quite well." "She seemed to be quite well. She is here, that is, unless she has gone away." "Oh yes, to be sure. I was talking to her, looking very well indeed." Then there was a considerable pause, for Charlotte could not at once make Madeline understand why she was to be sent home in a hurry without her brother. "Are you returning to Plumstead, Mrs. Bold?" Mr. Arabin merely asked this by way of making conversation, but he immediately perceived that he was approaching dangerous ground. "No," said Mrs. Bold very quietly. "I am going home to Barchester." "Oh, yes. I had forgotten that you had returned." And then Mr. Arabin, finding it impossible to say anything further, stood silent till Charlotte had completed her plans, and Mrs. Bold stood equally silent, intently occupied as it appeared in the arrangement of her rings. And yet these two people were thoroughly in love with each other, and though one was a middle-aged clergyman, and the other a lady at any rate past the wishy-washy bread and butter period of life, they were as unable to tell their own minds to each other as any Damon and Phyllis, whose united ages would not make up that to which Mr. Arabin had already attained. Madeline Neroni consented to her sister's proposal, and then the two ladies again went off in quest of Bertie Stanhope. Chapter 42. Ullathorne Sports, Act 3. And now Miss Thorne's guests were beginning to take their departure, and the amusement of those who remained was becoming slack. It was getting dark, and ladies in morning costumes were thinking that, if they were to appear by candlelight, they ought to readjust themselves. Some young gentlemen had been heard to talk so loud that prudent mammas determined to retire judiciously, and the more discreet of the male sex, whose libations had been moderate, felt that there was not much more left for them to do. Morning parties, as a rule, are failures. People never know how to get away from them gracefully. A picnic on an island or a mountain or in a wood may perhaps be permitted. There is no master of the mountain bound by courtesy to bid you stay while in his heart he is longing for your departure. But in a private house or in private grounds a morning party is a bore. One is called on to eat and drink at unnatural hours. One is obliged to give up the day, which is useful, and is then left without resource for the evening, which is useless. One gets home fagged and désœuvré, and yet at an hour too early for bed. There is no comfortable resource left. Cards in these genteel days are among the things tabooed, and a rubber of whist is impracticable. All this began now to be felt. Some young people had come with some amount of hope that they might get up a dance in the evening, and were unwilling to leave till all such hope was at an end. Others, fearful of staying longer than was expected, had ordered their carriages early, and were doing their best to go, solicitous for their servants and horses. The Countess and her noble brood were among the first to leave, and as regarded the Honourable George, it was certainly time that he did so. Her ladyship was in a great fret and fume. Those horrid roads would, she was sure, be the death of her if unhappily she were caught in them by the dark night. The lamps, she was assured, were good, but no lamp could withstand the jolting of the roads of East Barsetshire. The de Courcy property lay in the western division of the county. Mrs. Proudie could not stay when the Countess was gone, so the bishop was searched for by the Reverends Messrs. Grey and Green, and found in one corner of the tent enjoying himself thoroughly in a disquisition on the hebdomadal board. He obeyed, however, the behests of his lady without finishing the sentence in which he was promising to Dr. Gwynne that his authority at Oxford should remain unimpaired, and the episcopal horses turned their noses towards the palatial stables. Then the Grantleys went. Before they did so, Mr. Harding managed to whisper a word into his daughter's ear. Of course, he said, he would undeceive the Grantleys as to that foolish rumor about Mr. Slope. No, 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 said Eleanor. Pray do not. Pray wait till I see you. You will be home in a day or two, and then I will explain to you everything. I shall be home tomorrow, said he. I am so glad, said Eleanor. You will come and dine with me, and then we shall be so comfortable. Mr. Harding promised. He did not exactly know what there was to be explained, or why Dr. Grantley's mind should not be disabused of the mistake into which he had fallen, but nevertheless he promised. He owed some reparation to his daughter, and he thought that he might best make it by obedience. And thus the people were thinning off by degrees as Charlotte and Eleanor walked about in quest of Bertie. Their search might have been long had they not happened to hear his voice. He was comfortably ensconced in the ha-ha, with his back to the sloping side, smoking a cigar, and eagerly engaged in conversation with some youngster from the further side of the county, whom he had never met before, who was also smoking under Bertie's pupilage, and listening with open ears to an account given by his companion of some of the pastimes of eastern clime. Bertie, I am seeking you everywhere, said Charlotte. Come up here at once. Bertie looked up out of the ha-ha and saw the two ladies before him. As there was nothing for him but to obey, he got up and threw away his cigar. From the first moment of his acquaintance with her, he had liked Eleanor Bold. Had he been left to his own devices, had she been penniless, and had it then been quite out of the question that he should marry her, he would most probably have fallen violently in love with her. But now he could not help regarding her somewhat as he did the marble workshops at Carrara, as he had done his easel and palette, as he had done the lawyers' chambers in London. In fact, as he had invariably regarded everything by which it had been proposed to him to obtain the means of living. Eleanor Bold appeared before him no longer as a beautiful woman, but as a new profession called matrimony. It was a profession indeed requiring but little labor, and one in which an income was ensured to him. But nevertheless he had been, as it were, goaded onto it. His sister had talked to him of Eleanor, just as she had talked of busts and portraits. Bertie did not dislike money, but he hated the very thought of earning it. He was now called away from his pleasant cigar to earn it, by offering himself as a husband to Mrs. Bold. The work indeed was made easy enough, for in lieu of his having to seek the widow had apparently come to seek him. He made some sudden, absurd excuse to his auditor and then, throwing away his cigar, climbed up the wall of the ha-ha and joined the ladies on the lawn. "Come and give Mrs. Bold an arm," said Charlotte, "while I set you on a piece of duty which, as a preux chevalier, you must immediately perform. Your personal danger will, I fear, be insignificant, as your antagonist is a clergyman." Bertie immediately gave his arm to Eleanor, walking between her and his sister. He had lived too long abroad to fall into the Englishman's habit of offering each an arm to two ladies at the same time, a habit, by the by, which foreigners regard as an approach to bigamy, or a sort of incipient Mormonism. The little history of Mr. Slope's misconduct was then told to Bertie by his sister, Eleanor's ears tingling the while. And well they might tingle. If it were necessary to speak of the outrage at all, why should it be spoken of to such a person as Mr. Stanhope, and why in her own hearing? She knew she was wrong, and was unhappy and dispirited, yet she could think of no way to extricate herself, no way to set herself right. Charlotte spared her as much as she possibly could, spoke of the whole thing as though Mr. Slope had taken a glass of wine too much, said that of course there would be nothing more about it, but that steps must be taken to exclude Mr. Slope from the carriage. "Mrs. Bold need be under no alarm about that," said Bertie, "for Mr. Slope has gone this hour past. He told me that business made it necessary that he should start at once for Barchester." "He is not so tipsy at any rate, but what he knows his fault," said Charlotte. "Well, my dear, that is one difficulty over. Now I'll leave you with your true knight and get Madeline off as quickly as I can. The carriage is here, I suppose, Bertie?" "It has been here for the last hour." "That's well, goodbye, my dear. Of course you'll come in to tea. I shall trust to you to bring her, Bertie, even by force if necessary." And so saying, Charlotte ran off across the lawn, leaving her brother alone with the widow. As Miss Stanhope went off, Eleanor bethought herself that as Mr. Slope had taken his departure, there no longer existed any necessity for separating Mr. Stanhope from his sister Madeline, who so much needed his aid. It had been arranged that he should remain so as to preoccupy Mr. Slope's place in the carriage, and act as a social policeman to effect the exclusion of that disagreeable gentleman. But Mr. Slope had effected his own exclusion, and there was no possible reason now why Bertie should not go with his sister. At least Eleanor saw none, and she said as much. "Oh, let Charlotte have her own way," said he. "She has arranged it, and there will be no end of confusion if we make another change. Charlotte always arranges everything in our house and rules us like a despot." "But the Signora?" said Eleanor. "Oh, the Signora can do very well without me. Indeed, she will have to do without me," he added, thinking rather of his studies in Carrara than of his Barchester hymeneals. "Why? You are not going to leave us?" asked Eleanor. "It has been said that Bertie Stanhope was a man without principle. He certainly was so. He had no power of using active mental exertion to keep himself from doing evil. Evil had no ugliness in his eyes, virtue no beauty. He was void of any of these feelings which actuate men to do good, but he was perhaps equally void of those which actuate men to do evil. He got into debt with utter recklessness, thinking nothing as to whether the tradesmen would ever be paid or not. But he did not invent active schemes of deceit for the sake of extracting the goods of others. If a man gave him credit, that was the man's lookout. Bertie Stanhope troubled himself nothing further. In borrowing money he did the same. He gave people references to his governor, told them that the old chap had a good income, and agreed to pay 60% for the accommodation. All this he did without a scruple of conscience, but then he never contrived active villainy. In this affair of his marriage it had been represented to him as a matter of duty that he ought to put himself in possession of Mrs. Bold's hand and fortune, and at first he had so regarded it. About her he had thought but little. It was the customary thing for men situated as he was to marry for money, and there was no reason why he should not do what others around him did, and so he consented. But now he began to see the matter in another light. He was setting himself down to catch this woman, as a cat sits to catch a mouse. He was to catch her, and swallow her up, her and her child and her houses and land, in order that he might live on her instead of on his father. There was a cold, calculating, cautious cunning about this quite at variance with Bertie's character. The prudence of the measure was quite as antagonistic to his feelings as the iniquity. And then, should he be successful? What would be the reward? Having satisfied his creditors with half of the widow's fortune, he would be allowed to sit down quietly at Barchester, keeping economical house with the remainder. His duty would be to rock the cradle of the late Mr. Bold's child, and his highest excitement a demure party at Plumstead Rectory, should it ultimately turn out that the Archdeacon would be sufficiently reconciled to receive him. There was very little in the programme to allure such a man as Bertie Stanhope. Would not the Carrara workshop, or whatever worldly career fortune might have in store for him, would not almost anything be better than this? The lady herself was undoubtedly all that was desirable, but the most desirable lady becomes nauseous when she has to be taken as a pill. He was pledged to his sister, however, and let him quarrel with whom he would. It behoved him not to quarrel with her. If she were lost to him, all would be lost that he could ever hope to derive henceforward from the paternal roof-tree. His mother was apparently indifferent to his weal or woe, to his wants or his warfare. His father's brow got blacker and blacker from day to day, as the old man looked at his hopeless son. And as for Madeline, poor Madeline, whom of all of them he liked the best, she had enough to do to shift for herself. No, come what might, he must cling to his sister and obey her behests, let them be ever so stern, or at the very least seem to obey them. Could not some happy deceit bring him through in this matter, so that he might save appearances with his sister and yet not betray the widow to her ruin? What if he made a confederate of Eleanor? 'Twas in this spirit that Bertie Stanhope set about his wooing. "But you are not going to leave Barchester?" asked Eleanor. "I do not know," he replied. "I hardly know yet what I am going to do, but it is at any rate certain that I must do something." "You mean about your profession?" said she. "Yes, about my profession, if you can call it one." "And is it not one?" said Eleanor. Were I a man, I know none I should prefer to it, except painting, and I believe the one is as much in your power as the other. Yes, just about equally so, said Bertie with a little touch of inward satire directed at himself. He knew in his heart that he would never make a penny by either. I have often wondered, Mr. Stanhope, why you do not exert yourself more, said Eleanor, who felt a friendly fondness for the man with whom she was walking. But I know it is very impertinent in me to say so. Impertinent, said he. Not so, but much too kind. It is much too kind in you to take any interest in so idle a scamp. But you are not a scamp, though you are perhaps idle, and I do take an interest in you, a very great interest, she added in a voice which almost made him resolve to change his mind. And when I call you idle, I know you are only so for the present moment. Why can't you settle steadily to work here in Barchester, and make busts of the bishop, dean, and chapter? Or perhaps, if I achieve a great success, obtain a commission to put up an elaborate tombstone over a prebendary's widow, a dead lady with a Grecian nose, a bandeau, and an intricate lace veil, lying of course on a marble sofa from among the legs of which Death will be creeping out and poking at his victim with a small toasting fork. Eleanor laughed, but yet she thought that if the surviving prebendary paid the bill, the object of the artist as a professional man would in a great measure be obtained. I don't know about the dean and chapter and the prebendary's widow, said Eleanor. Of course you must take them as they come, but the fact of your having a great cathedral in which such ornaments are required could not but be in your favor. No real artist could descend to the ornamentation of a cathedral, said Bertie, who had his ideas of the high ecstatic ambition of art, as indeed all artists have who are not in receipt of a good income. Buildings should be fitted to grace the sculpture, not the sculpture to grace the building. Yes, when the work of art is good enough to merit it. Do you, Mr. Stanhope? Do something sufficiently excellent, and we ladies of Barchester will erect for it a fitting receptacle. Come, what shall the subject be? I'll put you in your pony chair, Mrs. Bold, as Greenacres put Ariadne on her lion. Only you must promise to sit for me. My ponies are too tame, I fear, and my broad-brimmed straw hat will not look so well in marble as the lace veil of the prebendary's wife. If you will not consent to that, Mrs. Bold, I will consent to try no other subject in Barchester. You are determined then to push your fortune in other lands? I am determined, said Bertie slowly and significantly, as he tried to bring up his mind to a great resolve. I am determined in this matter to be guided wholly by you. Wholly by me? Said Eleanor, astonished at, and not quite liking, his altered manner. Wholly by you, said Bertie, dropping his companion's arm and standing before her on the path. In their walk they had come exactly to the spot in which Eleanor had been provoked into slapping Mr. Slope's face. Could it be possible that this place was peculiarly unpropitious to her comfort? Could it be possible that she should here have to encounter yet another amorous swain? If you will be guided by me, Mr. Stanhope, you will set yourself down to steady and persevering work, and you will be ruled by your father as to the place in which it will be most advisable for you to do so. Nothing could be more prudent, if only it were practicable. But now, if you will let me, I will tell you how it is that I will be guided by you and why. Will you let me tell you? I really do not know what you can have to tell. No, you cannot know, it is impossible that you should, but we have been very good friends, Mrs. Bold, have we not? Yes, I think we have, said she, observing in his demeanor an earnestness very unusual with him. You were kind enough to say just now that you took an interest in me, and I was perhaps vain enough to believe you. There is no vanity in that. I do so as your sister's brother, and as my own friend also. Well, I don't deserve that you should feel so kindly towards me, said Bertie, but upon my word I am very grateful for it, and he paused a while, hardly knowing how to introduce the subject that he had in hand. And it was no wonder that he found it difficult. He had to make known to his companion the scheme that had been prepared to rob her of her wealth. He had to tell her that he had intended to marry her without loving her, or else that he loved her without intending to marry her. And he had also to bespeak from her not only his own pardon, but also that of his sister, and induce Mrs. Bold to protest in her future communion with Charlotte that an offer had been duly made to her and duly rejected. Bertie Stanhope was not prone to be very diffident of his own conversational powers, but it did seem to him that he was about to tax them almost too far. He hardly knew where to begin, and he hardly knew where he should end. By this time Eleanor was again walking on slowly by his side, not taking his arm as she had heretofore done, but listening very intently for whatever Bertie might have to say to her. "I wish to be guided by you," said he. "Indeed, in this matter there is no one else who can set me right." "Oh, that must be nonsense," said she. "Well, listen to me now, Mrs. Bold, and if you can help it, pray don't be angry with me." "Angry," said she. "Oh, indeed you will have cause to be so. You know how very much attached to you my sister Charlotte is." Eleanor acknowledged that she did. "Indeed she is. I never knew her to love anyone so warmly on so short an acquaintance. You know also how well she loves me?" Eleanor now made no answer, but she felt the blood tingle in her cheek as she gathered from what he said the probable result of this double-barreled love on the part of Miss Stanhope. "I am her only brother, Mrs. Bold, and it is not to be wondered at that she should love me. But you do not yet know Charlotte. You do not know how entirely the well-being of our family hangs on her. Without her to manage for us, I do not know how we should get on from day to day. You cannot yet have observed all this." Eleanor had indeed observed a good deal of this. She did not, however, now say so, but allowed him to proceed with his story. "You cannot therefore be surprised that Charlotte should be most anxious to do the best for us all." Eleanor said that she was not at all surprised. "And she has had a very difficult game to play, Mrs. Bold, a very difficult game. Poor Madeline's unfortunate marriage and terrible accident, my mother's ill health, my father's absence from England, and last and worse perhaps, my own roving, idle spirit have almost been too much for her. You cannot wonder if among all her cares one of the foremost is to see me settled in the world." Eleanor on this occasion expressed no acquiescence. She certainly supposed that a formal offer was to be made, and could not but think that so singular an exordium was never before made by a gentleman in a similar position. Mr. Slope had annoyed her by the excess of his ardor. It was quite clear that no such danger was to be feared from Mr. Stanhope. Prudential motives alone actuated him. Not only was he about to make love because his sister told him, but he also took the precaution of explaining all this before he began. 'Twas thus, we may presume, that the matter presented itself to Mrs. Bold. When he had got so far, Bertie began poking the gravel with a little cane which he carried. He still kept moving on, but very slowly, and his companion moved slowly by his side, not inclined to assist him in the task, the performance of which appeared to be difficult to him. "Knowing how fond she is of yourself, Mrs. Bold, cannot you imagine what scheme should have occurred to her?" "I can imagine no better scheme, Mr. Stanhope, than the one I proposed to you just now." "No," said he somewhat lackadaisically. "I suppose that would be the best, but Charlotte thinks another plan might be joined with it. She wants me to marry you." 1,000 remembrances flashed across Eleanor's mind all in a moment, how Charlotte had talked about and praised her brother, how she had continually contrived to throw the two of them together, how she had encouraged all manner of little intimacies, how she had with singular cordiality persisted in treating Eleanor as one of the family. All this had been done to secure her comfortable income for the benefit of one of the family. Such a feeling as this is very bitter when it first impresses itself on a young mind. To the old, such plots and plans, such matured schemes for obtaining the goods of this world without the trouble of earning them, such long-headed attempts to convert tuum into meum are the ways of life to which they are accustomed. 'Tis thus that many live, and it therefore behooves all those who are well-to-do in the world to be on their guard against those who are not. With them it is the success that disgusts, not the attempt. But Eleanor had not yet learnt to look on her money as a source of danger. She had not begun to regard herself as fair game to be hunted down by hungry gentlemen. She had enjoyed the society of the Stanhopes, she had greatly liked the cordiality of Charlotte, and had been happy in her new friends. Now she saw the cause of all this kindness, and her mind was open to a new phase of human life. "Miss Stanhope," said she haughtily, "has been contriving for me a great deal of honor, but she might have saved herself the trouble. I am not sufficiently ambitious." "Pray don't be angry with her, Mrs. Bold," said he, "or with me either." "Certainly not with you, Mr. Stanhope," said she, with considerable sarcasm in her tone. "Certainly not with you." "No, nor with her," said he imploringly. "And why, may I ask you, Mr. Stanhope, have you told me this singular story? For I may presume I may judge by your manner of telling it that you and your sister are not exactly of one mind on the subject." "No, we are not." "And if so," said Mrs. Bold, who was now really angry with the unnecessary insult which she thought had been offered to her, "and if so, why has it been worth your while to tell me all this? I did once think, Mrs. Bold, that you… The widow now again became entirely impassive, and would not lend the slightest assistance to her companion. "I did once think that you perhaps might have been taught to regard me as more than a friend." "Never," said Mrs. Bold, "never. If I have ever allowed myself to do anything to encourage such an idea, I have been very much to blame indeed." "You never have," said Bertie, who really had a good-natured anxiety to make what he said as little unpleasant as possible. "You never have, and I have seen for some time that I had no chance, but my sister's hopes ran higher. I have not mistaken you, Mrs. Bold, though perhaps she has." "Then why have you said all this to me?" "Because I must not anger her." "And will not this anger her?" "Upon my word, Mr. Stanhope, I do not understand the policy of your family. Oh, how I wish I was at home." And as she expressed the wish, she could restrain herself no longer, and burst out into a flood of tears. Poor Bertie was greatly moved. "You shall have the carriage to yourself going home," said he, "at least you and my father. As for me, I can walk, or for the matter of that it does not much signify what I do." He perfectly understood that part of Eleanor's grief arose from the apparent necessity of her going back to Barchester in the carriage with her second suitor. This somewhat mollified her. "Oh, Mr. Stanhope," said she, "why should you have made me so miserable? What will you have gained by telling me all this?" He had not even yet explained to her the most difficult part of his proposition. He had not told her that she was to be a party to the little deception which he intended to play off upon his sister. This suggestion had still to be made, and as it was absolutely necessary, he proceeded to make it. We need not follow him through the whole of his statement. At last, and not without considerable difficulty, he made Eleanor understand why he had let her into his confidence, seeing that he no longer intended her the honor of a formal offer. At last he made her comprehend the part which she was destined to play in this little family comedy. But when she did understand it, she was only more angry with him than ever. More angry not only with him, but with Charlotte also. Her fair name was to be bandied about between them in different senses, and each sense false. She was to be played off by the sister against the father, and then by the brother against the sister. Her dear friend Charlotte, with all her agreeable sympathy and affection, was striving to sacrifice her for the Stanhope family welfare, and Bertie, who, as he now proclaimed himself, was over head and ears in debt, completed the compliment of owning that he did not care to have his debts paid at so great a sacrifice of himself. Then she was asked to conspire together with this unwilling suitor for the sake of making the family believe that he had in obedience to their commands done his best to throw himself thus away. She lifted up her face when he had finished, and looking at him with much dignity, even through her tears, she said, "I regret to say it, Mr. Stanhope, but after what has passed I believe that all intercourse between your family and myself had better cease." "Well, perhaps it had," said Bertie naively. "Perhaps that will be better at any rate for a time, and then Charlotte will think you are offended at what I have done." "And now I will go back to the house, if you please," said Eleanor. "I can find my way by myself, Mr. Stanhope, after what has passed," she added. "I would rather go alone. But I must find the carriage for you, Mrs. Bold, and I must tell my father that you will return with him alone, and I must make some excuse to him for not going with you, and I must bid the servant put you down at your own house, for I suppose you will not now choose to see them again in the close." There was a truth about this, and a perspicuity in making arrangements for lessening her immediate embarrassment, which had some effect in softening Eleanor's anger. So she suffered herself to walk by his side over the now deserted lawn, till they came to the drawing-room window. There was something about Bertie Stanhope which gave him, in the estimation of everyone, a different standing from that which any other man would occupy under similar circumstances. Angry as Eleanor was, and great as was her cause for anger, she was not half as angry with him as she would have been with anyone else. He was apparently so simple, so good-natured, so unaffected and easy to talk to, that she had already half forgiven him before he was at the drawing-room window. When they arrived there, Dr. Stanhope was sitting nearly alone with Mr. and Miss Thorne. One or two other unfortunates were there, who from one cause or another were still delayed in getting away, but they were every moment getting fewer in number. As soon as he had handed Eleanor over to his father, Bertie started off to the front gate in search of the carriage, and there he waited leaning patiently against the front wall, comfortably smoking a cigar, till it came up. When he returned to the room, Dr. Stanhope and Eleanor were alone with their hosts. "At last, Miss Thorne," said he cheerily. "I have come to relieve you. Mrs. Bold and my father are the last roses of the very delightful summer you have given us, and desirable as Mrs. Bold's society always is, now at least you must be glad to see the last flowers plucked from the tree." Miss Thorne declared that she was delighted to have Mrs. Bold and Dr. Stanhope still with her, and Mr. Thorne would have said the same, had he not been checked by a yawn which he could not suppress. "Father, will you give your arm to Mrs. Bold?" said Bertie, and so the last adieu were made, and the prebendary led out Mrs. Bold, followed by his son. "I shall be home soon after you," said he, as the two got into the carriage. "Are you not coming in the carriage?" said the father. No, I have someone to see on the road, and shall walk. John, mind you drive to Mrs. Bold's house first." Eleanor, looking out of the window, saw him with his hat in his hand, bowing to her with his usual gay smile, as though nothing had happened to mar the tranquility of the day. It was many a long year before she saw him again. Dr. Stanhope hardly spoke to her on her way home, and she was safely deposited by John at her own hall door before the carriage drove into the close. And thus our heroine played the last act of that day's melodrama. Chapter 43. Mr. and Mrs. Quiverful are made happy. Mr. Slope is encouraged by the press. Before she started for Ullathorne, Mrs. Proudie, careful soul, caused 2 letters to be written, one by herself and one by her lord, to the inhabitants of Puddingdale Vicarage, which made happy the hearth of those within it. As soon as the departure of the horses left the bishop's stable groom free for other services, that humble denizen of the diocese started on the bishop's own pony with the 2 dispatches. We have had so many letters lately that we will spare ourselves these. That from the bishop was simply a request that Mr. Quiverful would wait upon his lordship the next morning at 11 in the morning. That from the lady was as simply a request that Mrs. Quiverful would do the same by her, though it was couched in somewhat longer and more grandiloquent phraseology. It had become a point of conscience with Mrs. Proudie to urge the settlement of this great hospital question. She was resolved that Mr. Quiverful should have it. She was resolved that there should be no more doubt or delay, no more refusals and resignations, no more secret negotiations carried on by Mr. Slope on his own account, in opposition to her behests. "Bishop," she said immediately after breakfast on the morning of that eventful day, "have you signed the appointment yet?" "No, my dear, not yet. It is not exactly signed as yet." "Then do it," said the lady. The bishop did it, and a very pleasant day indeed he spent at Ullathorne. And when he got home, he had a glass of hot negus in his wife's sitting room, and read the last number of the Little Dorrit of the day with great inward satisfaction. O husbands, O my marital friends, what great comfort is there to be derived from a wife well obeyed! Much perturbation and flutter, high expectation and renewed hopes were occasioned at Puddingdale by the receipt of these episcopal dispatches. Mrs. Quiverful, whose careful ear caught the sound of the pony's feet, as he trotted up to the vicarage kitchen door, brought them in hurriedly to her husband. She was at the moment concocting the Irish stew destined to satisfy the noonday wants of 14 young birds, let alone the parent couple. She had taken the letters from the man's hands between the folds of her capacious apron so as to save them from the contamination of the stew, and in this guise she brought them to her husband's desk. They at once divided the spoil, each taking that addressed to the other. "Quiverful," said she with impressive voice, "you are to be at the palace at 11 tomorrow." "And so are you, my dear," said he, almost gasping with the importance of the tidings, and then they exchanged letters. "She'd never have sent for me again," said the lady, "if it wasn't all right." "Oh, my dear, don't be too certain," said the gentleman. "Only think if it should be wrong." "She'd never have sent for me, Q, if it wasn't all right," again argued the lady. "She's stiff and hard and proud as pie crust, but I think she's right at bottom." Such was Mrs. Quiverful's verdict about Mrs. Proudie, to which in after times she always adhered. People, when they get their income doubled, usually think that those through whose instrumentality this little ceremony is performed are right at bottom. "Oh, Letty," said Mr. Quiverful, rising from his well-worn seat. "Oh, Q," said Mrs. Quiverful, and then the two, unmindful of the kitchen apron, the greasy fingers, and the adherent Irish stew, threw themselves warmly into each other's arms. "For heaven's sake, don't let anyone cajole you out of it again," said the wife. "Let me alone for that," said the husband with a look of almost fierce determination, pressing his fist as he spoke rigidly on his desk, as though he had Mr. Slope's head below his knuckles and meant to keep it there. "I wonder how soon it will be," said she. "I wonder whether it will be at all," said he, still doubtful. "Well, I won't say too much," said the lady. "The cup has slipped twice before, and it may fall altogether this time, but I'll not believe it. He'll give you the appointment tomorrow. You'll find he will." "Heaven send he may," said Mr. Quiverful solemnly. "And who that considers the weight of the burden on this man's back will say that the prayer was an improper one?" There were 14 of them. 14 of them living as Mrs. Quiverful had so powerfully urged in the presence of the bishop's wife. As long as promotion cometh from any human source, whether north or south, east or west, will not such a claim as this hold good, in spite of all our examination tests, deter digniores and optimist tendencies? It is fervently to be hoped that it may. Till we can become divine, we must be content to be human, lest in our hurry for a change we sink to something lower. And then the pair, sitting down lovingly together, talked over all their difficulties, as they so often did, and all their hopes, as they so seldom were enabled to do. "You had better call on that man, Q, as you come away from the palace," said Mrs. Quiverful, pointing to an angry call for money from the Barchester draper, which the postman had left at the vicarage that morning. Cormorant that he was, unjust, hungry cormorant. When rumour first got abroad that the Quiverfuls were to go to the hospital, this fellow with fawning eagerness had pressed his goods upon the wants of the poor clergyman. He had done so, feeling that he should be paid from the hospital funds, and flattering himself that a man with 14 children, and money wherewithal to clothe them, could not but be an excellent customer. As soon as the second rumour reached him, he applied for his money angrily. And the 14 or such of them as were old enough to hope and discuss their hopes, talked over their golden future. The tall grown girls whispered to each other of possible Barchester parties, of possible allowances for dress, of a possible piano. The one they had in the vicarage was so weather-beaten with the storms of years and children as to be no longer worthy of the name, of the pretty garden and the pretty house. 'Twas of such things it most behoved them to whisper. And the younger fry, they did not content themselves with whispers, but shouted to each other of their new playground beneath our dear ex-warden's well-loved elms, of their future own gardens, of marbles to be procured in the wished-for city, and of the rumour which had reached them of a Barchester school. 'Twas in vain that their cautious mother tried to instill into their breasts the very feeling she had striven to banish from that of their father. 'Twas in vain that she repeated to the girls that there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. 'Twas in vain she attempted to make the children believe that they were to live at Puddingdale all their lives. Hopes mounted high, and would not have themselves quelled. The neighbouring farmers heard the news and came in to congratulate them. 'Twas Mrs. Quiverful herself who had kindled the fire, and in the first outbreak of her renewed expectations she did it so thoroughly that it was quite past her power to put it out again. Poor matron! Good, honest matron! Doing thy duty in the state to which thou hast been called, heartily if not contentedly, let the fire burn on. On this occasion the flames will not scorch, they shall warm thee and thine. 'Tis ordained that that husband of thine, that Q of thy bosom, shall reign supreme for years to come over the badesmen of Hiram's hospital. And the last in all Barchester to mar their hopes, had he heard and seen all that passed at Puddingdale that day, would have been Mr. Harding. What wants had he to set in opposition to those of such a regiment of young ravens? There are 14 of them living with him. At any rate, let us say that that argument would have been sufficient for the appointment of Mr. Quiverful. In the morning, Q and his wife kept their appointments with that punctuality which bespeaks an expectant mind. The friendly farmer's gig was borrowed, and in that they went, discussing many things by the way. They had instructed the household to expect them back by 1, and injunctions were given to the eldest pledge to have ready by that accustomed hour the remainder of the huge stew which the provident mother had prepared on the previous day. The hands of the kitchen clock came round to 2, 3, 4, before the farmer's gig wheels were again heard at the vicarage gate. With what palpitating hearts were the returning wanderers greeted. "I suppose, children, you all thought we were never coming back any more?" said the mother as she slowly let down her solid foot till it rested on the step of the gig. "Well, such a day as we've had." And then leaning heavily on a big boy's shoulder, she stepped once more on terra firma. There was no need for more than the tone of her voice to tell them that all was right. The Irish stew might burn itself to cinders now. Then there was such kissing and hugging, such crying and laughing. Mr. Quiverful could not sit still at all, but kept walking from room to room, then out into the garden, then down the avenue into the road, and then back again to his wife. She, however, lost no time so idly. "We must go to work at once, girls, and that in earnest. Mrs. Proudie expects us to be in the hospital house on the 15th of October. Had Mrs. Proudie expressed a wish that they should all be there on the next morning, the girls would have had nothing to say against it." "And when will the pay begin?" asked the eldest boy. "Today, my dear," said the gratified mother. "Oh, that is jolly," said the boy. "Mrs. Proudie insisted on our going down to the house," continued the mother, "and when there, I thought I might save a journey by measuring some of the rooms and windows, so I got a knot of tape from Bobbins. Bobbins is as civil as you please now." "I wouldn't thank him," said Letty the younger. "Oh, it's the way of the world, my dear. They all do just the same. You might just as well be angry with the turkey cock for gobbling at you. It's the bird's nature." And as she enunciated to her bairns the upshot of her practical experience, she pulled from her pocket the portions of tape which showed the length and breadth of the various rooms at the hospital house. "And so we will leave her happy in her toils." The Quiverfuls had hardly left the palace, and Mrs. Proudie was still holding forth on the matter to her husband, when another visitor was announced in the person of Dr. Gwynne. The master of Lazarus had asked for the bishop and not for Mrs. Proudie, and therefore when he was shown into the study, he was surprised rather than rejoiced to find the lady there. "But we must go back a little, and it shall be but a little, for a difficulty begins to make itself manifest in the necessity of disposing of all our friends in the small remainder of this one volume. Oh, that Mr. Longman would allow me a 4th, it should transcend the other 3 as the 7th heaven transcends all the lower stages of celestial bliss." Going home in the carriage that evening from Ullathorne, Dr. Gwynne had not without difficulty brought round his friend the Archdeacon to a line of tactics much less bellicose than that which his own taste would have preferred. "It will be unseemly in us to show ourselves in a bad humor. Moreover, we have no power in this matter, and it will therefore be bad policy to act as though we had." 'Twas thus the master of Lazarus argued. "If," he continued, "the bishop be determined to appoint another to the hospital, threats will not prevent him, and threats should not be lightly used by an archdeacon to his bishop. If he will place a stranger in the hospital, we can only leave him to the indignation of others. It is probable that such a step may not eventually injure your father-in-law. I will see the bishop, if you will allow me alone." At this the archdeacon winced visibly. "Yes, alone, for so I shall be calmer, and then I shall at any rate learn what he does mean to do in the matter." The archdeacon puffed and blew, put up the carriage window and then put it down again, argued the matter up to his own gate, and at last gave way. Everybody was against him, his own wife, Mr. Harding, and Dr. Gwynne. "Pray keep him out of hot water, Dr. Gwynne," Mrs. Grantley had said to her guest. "My dearest madam, I'll do my best," the courteous master had replied. 'Twas thus he did it, and earned for himself the gratitude of Mrs. Grantley. And now we may return to the bishop's study. Dr. Gwynne had certainly not foreseen the difficulty which here presented itself. He, together with all the clerical world of England, had heard it rumoured about that Mrs. Proudie did not confine herself to her wardrobes, still rooms and laundries, but yet it had never occurred to him that if he called on a bishop at 1 o'clock in the day, He could by any possibility find him closeted with his wife, or that if he did so, the wife would remain longer than necessary to make her curtsy. It appeared, however, as though in the present case Mrs. Proudie had no idea of retreating. The bishop had been very much pleased with Dr. Gwynne on the preceding day, and of course thought that Dr. Gwynne had been as much pleased with him. He attributed the visit solely to compliment, and thought it an extremely gracious and proper thing for the master of Lazarus to drive over from Plumstead, specially to call at the palace so soon after his arrival in the country. The fact that they were not on the same side either in politics or doctrines made the compliment the greater. The bishop, therefore, was all smiles, and Mrs. Proudie, who liked people with good handles to their names, was also very well disposed to welcome the master of Lazarus. "We had a charming party at Ullathorne, master, had we not?" said she. "I hope Mrs. Grantly got home without fatigue." Dr. Gwynne said that they had all been a little tired, but were none the worse this morning. "An excellent person, Miss Thorne," suggested the bishop. "And an exemplary Christian, I am told," said Mrs. Proudie. Dr. Gwynne declared that he was very glad to hear it. "I have not seen her Sabbath day schools yet," continued the lady, "but I shall make a point of doing so before long." Dr. Gwynne merely bowed at this intimation. He had heard something of Mrs. Proudie and her Sunday schools, both from Dr. Grantly and Mr. Harding. "By the by, master," continued the lady, "I wonder whether Mrs. Grantly would like me to drive over and inspect her Sabbath day school. I hear that it is most excellently kept." Dr. Gwynne really could not say. He had no doubt Mrs. Grantly would be most happy to see Mrs. Proudie any day Mrs. Proudie would do her the honor of calling. That was, of course, if Mrs. Grantly should happen to be at home. A slight cloud darkened the lady's brow. She saw that her offer was not taken in good part. This generation of unregenerated vipers was still perverse, stiff-necked, and hardened in their iniquity. "The Archdeacon, I know," said she, "sets his face against these institutions." At this Dr. Gwynne laughed slightly. It was but a smile. Had he given his cap for it, he could not have helped it. Mrs. Proudie frowned again. "Suffer little children, and forbid them not," she said. "Are we not to remember that, Dr. Gwynne? Take heed that ye despise not one of these little ones. Are we not to remember that, Dr. Gwynne?" And at each of these questions she raised at him her menacing forefinger. "Certainly, madam, certainly," said the master. "And so does the Archdeacon, I am sure, on weekdays as well as on Sundays." "On weekdays you can't take heed not to despise them," said Mrs. Proudie, "because then they are out in the fields. On weekdays they belong to their parents, but on Sundays they ought to belong to the clergyman." And the finger was again raised. The master began to understand, and to share the intense disgust which the Archdeacon always expressed when Mrs. Proudie's name was mentioned. What was he to do with such a woman as this? To take his hat and go would have been his natural resource, but then he did not wish to be foiled in his object. "My lord," said he, "I wanted to ask you a question on business, if you could spare me one moment's leisure. I know I must apologize for so disturbing you, but in truth I will not detain you 5 minutes. "Certainly, master, certainly," said the bishop. "My time is quite yours, pray make no apology. Pray make no apology. You have a great deal to do just at the present moment, bishop. Do not forget how extremely busy you are at present," said Mrs. Proudie, whose spirit was now up, for she was angry with her visitor. "I will not delay his lordship much above a minute," said the master of Lazarus, rising from his chair and expecting that Mrs. Proudie would now go, or else that the bishop would lead the way into another room. But neither event seemed likely to occur, and Dr. Gwynne stood for a moment silent in the middle of the room. "Perhaps it's about Hiram's hospital?" suggested Mrs. Proudie. Dr. Gwynne, lost in astonishment, and not knowing what else on earth to do, confessed that his business with the bishop was connected with Hiram's hospital. "His lordship has finally conferred the appointment on Mr. Quiverful this morning," said the lady. Dr. Gwynne made a simple reference to the bishop, and finding that the lady's statement was formally confirmed, he took his leave. "That comes of the Reform Bill," he said to himself as he walked down the Bishop's Avenue. "Well, at any rate the Greek play bishops were not so bad as that." It has been said that Mr. Slope, as he started for Ullathorne, received a dispatch from his friend Mr. Towers, which had the effect of putting him in that high good humor which subsequent events somewhat untowardly damped. It ran as follows. Its shortness will be its sufficient apology. My dear sir, I wish you every success. I don't know that I can help you, but if I can, I will. Yours ever, T.T. 30th of September, 1850-something. There was more in this than in all Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin's flummery, more than in all the bishop's promises, even had they been ever so sincere, more than in any archbishop's good word, even had it been possible to obtain it. Tom Towers would do for him what he could. Mr. Slope had from his youth upwards been a firm believer in the public press. He had dabbled in it himself ever since he had taken his degree, and he regarded it as the great arranger and distributor of all future British terrestrial affairs whatever. He had not yet arrived at the age, an age which sooner or later comes to most of us, which dissipates the golden dreams of youth. He delighted in the idea of wresting power from the hands of his country's magnates and placing it in a custody which was at any rate nearer to his own reach. 60,000 broadsheets dispersing themselves daily among his reading fellow citizens formed in his eyes a better depot for supremacy than a throne at Windsor, a cabinet in Downing Street, or even an assembly at Westminster. And on this subject we must not quarrel with Mr. Slope, for the feeling is too general to be met with disrespect. Tom Towers was as good, if not better, than his promise. On the following morning the Jupiter, spouting forth public opinion with 60,000 loud clarions, did proclaim to the world that Mr. Slope was the fitting man for the vacant post. It was pleasant for Mr. Slope to read the following lines in the Barchester newsroom, which he did within 30 minutes after the morning train from London had reached the city. It is just now 5 years since we called the attention of our readers to the quiet city of Barchester. From that day to this we have in no way meddled with the affairs of that happy ecclesiastical community. Since then an old bishop has died there, and a young bishop has been installed, but we believe we did not do more than give some customary record of the interesting event. Nor are we now about to meddle very deeply in the affairs of the diocese. If any of the chapter feel a qualm of conscience on reading thus far, let it be quieted. Above all, let the mind of the new bishop be at rest. We are now not armed for war, but approach the reverend towers of the old cathedral with an olive branch in our hands. It will be remembered that at the time alluded to, now 5 years past, we had occasion to remark on the state of a charity in Barchester called Hiram's Hospital. We thought that it was maladministered, and that the very estimable and reverend gentleman who held the office of warden was somewhat too highly paid for duties which were somewhat too easily performed. This gentleman, and we say it in all sincerity and with no touch of sarcasm, had never looked on the matter in this light before. We do not wish to take praise to ourselves, whether praise be due to us or not. But the consequence of our remark was that the warden did look into the matter, and finding on so doing that he himself could come to no other opinion than that expressed by us, he very creditably threw up the appointment. The then bishop as creditably declined to fill the vacancy till the affair was put on a better footing. Parliament then took it up, and we have now the satisfaction of informing our readers that Hiram's Hospital will be immediately reopened under new auspices. Heretofore, provision was made for the maintenance of 12 old men. This will now be extended to the fair sex, and 12 elderly women, if any such can be found in Barchester, will be added to the establishment. There will be a matron. There will, it is hoped, be schools attached for the poorest of the children of the poor, and there will be a steward. The warden, for there will still be a warden, will receive an income more in keeping with the extent of the charity than that heretofore paid. The stipend, we believe, will be £450. We may add that the excellent house which the former warden inhabited will still be attached to the situation. Barchester Hospital cannot perhaps boast a worldwide reputation, but as we adverted to its state of decadence, we think it right also to advert to its renaissance. May it go on and prosper. Whether the salutary reform which has been introduced within its walls has been carried as far as could have been desired may be doubtful. The important question of the school appears to be somewhat left to the discretion of the new warden. This might have been made the most important part of the establishment, and the new warden, whom we trust we shall not offend by the freedom of our remarks, might have been selected with some view to his fitness as schoolmaster. But we will not now look a gift horse in the mouth. May the hospital go on and prosper. The situation of warden has of course been offered to the gentleman who so honorably vacated it 5 years since, but we are given to understand that he has declined it. Whether the ladies who have been introduced be in his estimation too much for his powers of control, whether it be that the diminished income does not offer to him sufficient temptation to resume his old place, or that he has in the meantime assumed other clerical duties, we do not know. We are, however, informed that he has refused the offer and that the situation has been accepted by Mr. Quiverful, the vicar of Puddingdale. So much we think is due to Hiram Redivivis, but while we are on the subject of Barchester, we will venture with all respectful humility to express our opinion on another matter connected with the ecclesiastical polity of that ancient city. Dr. Trefoil, the dean, died yesterday. A short record of his death, giving his age and the various pieces of preferment which he has at different times held, will be found in another column of this paper. The only fault we knew in him was his age, and as that is a crime of which we all hope to be guilty, we will not bear heavily on it. May he rest in peace. But though the great age of an expiring dean cannot be made matter of reproach, we are not inclined to look on such a fault as at all pardonable in a dean just brought to the birth. We do hope that the days of sexagenarian appointments are past. If we want deans, we must want them for some purpose. That purpose will necessarily be better fulfilled by a man of 40 than by a man of 60. If we are to pay deans at all, we are to pay them for some sort of work. That work, be it what it may, will be best performed by a workman in the prime of life. Dr. Trefoil, we see, was 80 when he died. As we have as yet completed no plan for pensioning superannuated clergymen, we do not wish to get rid of any existing deans of that age, but we prefer having as few such as possible. If a man of 70 be now appointed, we beg to point out to Lord that he will be past all use in a year or two, if indeed he be not so at the present moment. His lordship will allow us to remind him that all men are not evergreens like himself. We hear that Mr. Slope's name has been mentioned for this preferment. Mr. Slope is at present chaplain to the bishop. A better man could hardly be selected. He is a man of talent, young, active, and conversant with the affairs of the cathedral. He is, moreover, we conscientiously believe, a truly pious clergyman. We know that his services in the city of Barchester have been highly appreciated. He is an eloquent preacher and a ripe scholar. Such a selection as this would go far to raise the confidence of the public in the present administration of church patronage, and would teach men to believe that from henceforth the establishment of our church will not afford easy couches to worn-out clerical voluptuaries. Standing at a reading desk in the Barchester newsroom, Mr. Slope digested this article with considerable satisfaction. What was therein said as to the hospital was now comparatively a matter of indifference to him. He was certainly glad that he had not succeeded in restoring to the place the father of that virago who had so audaciously outraged all decency in his person, and was so far satisfied. But Mrs. Proudie's nominee was appointed, and he was so far dissatisfied. His mind, however, was now soaring above Mrs. Bold or Mrs. Proudie. He was sufficiently conversant with the tactics of the Jupiter to know that the pith of the article would lie in the last paragraph. The place of honor was given to him, and it was indeed as honorable as even he could have wished. He was very grateful to his friend Mr. Towers, and with full heart looked forward to the day when he might entertain him in princely style at his own full-spread board in the deanery dining-room. It had been well for Mr. Slope that Dr. Trefoil had died in the autumn. Those caterers for our morning repast, the staff of the Jupiter, had been sorely put to it for the last month to find a sufficiency of proper pabulum. Just then there was no talk of a new American president. No wonderful tragedies had occurred on railway trains in Georgia or elsewhere. There was a dearth of broken banks, and a dead dean with the necessity for a live one was a godsend. Had Dr. Trefoil died in June, Mr. Towers would probably not have known so much about the piety of Mr. Slope. And here we will leave Mr. Slope for a while in his triumph, explaining, however, that his feelings were not altogether of a triumphant nature. His rejection by the widow, or rather the method of his rejection, galled him terribly. For days to come he positively felt the sting upon his cheek whenever he thought of what had been done to him. He could not refrain from calling her by harsh names, speaking to himself as he walked through the streets of Barchester. When he said his prayers, he could not bring himself to forgive her. When he strove to do so, his mind recoiled from the attempt, and in lieu of forgiving ran off in a double spirit of vindictiveness, dwelling on the extent of the injury he had received. and so his prayers dropped senseless from his lips. And then the Signora, what would he not have given to be able to hate her also? As it was, he worshipped the very sofa on which she was ever lying. And thus it was not all rose-color with Mr. Slope, although his hopes ran high. Chapter 44. Mrs. Bold at home. Poor Mrs. Bold, when she got home from Ullathorne on the evening of Miss Thorne's party, was very unhappy and moreover very tired. Nothing fatigues the body so much as weariness of spirit, and Eleanor's spirit was indeed weary. Dr. Stanhope had civilly but not very cordially asked her in to tea, and her manner of refusal convinced the worthy doctor that he need not repeat the invitation. He had not exactly made himself a party to the intrigue which was to convert the late Mr. Bold's patrimony into an income for his hopeful son, but he had been well aware what was going on. And he was well aware also, when he perceived that Bertie declined accompanying them home in the carriage, that the affair had gone off. Eleanor was very much afraid that Charlotte would have darted out upon her, as the prebendary got out at his own door, but Bertie had thoughtfully saved her from this by causing the carriage to go round by her own house. This also Dr. Stanhope understood and allowed to pass by without remark. When she got home, she found Mary Bold in the drawing-room with the child in her lap. She rushed forward and, throwing herself on her knees, kissed the little fellow till she almost frightened him. "Oh, Mary, I am so glad you did not go. It was an odious party." Now the question of Mary's going had been one greatly mooted between them. Mrs. Bold, when invited, had been the guest of the Grantleys, and Miss Thorne, who had chiefly known Eleanor at the hospital or at Plumstead Rectory, had forgotten all about Mary Bold. Her sister-in-law had implored her to go under her wing and had offered to write to Miss Thorne, or to call on her. But Miss Bold had declined. In fact, Mr. Bold had not been very popular with such people as the Thornes, and his sister would not go among them unless she were specially asked to do so. "Well then," said Mary cheerfully, "I have the less to regret." "You have nothing to regret, but oh, Mary, I have. So much, so much." And then she began kissing her boy, whom her caresses had roused from his slumbers. When she raised her head, Mary saw that the tears were running down her cheeks. "Good heavens, Eleanor, what is the matter? What has happened to you, Eleanor? Dearest Eleanor, what is the matter?" And Mary got up with the boy still in her arms. "Give him to me. Give him to me," said the young mother. "Give him to me, Mary," and she almost tore the child out of her sister's arms. The poor little fellow murmured somewhat at the disturbance, but nevertheless nestled himself close into his mother's bosom. "Here, Mary, take the cloak from me. My own darling, darling, darling jewel, you are not false to me. Everybody else is false. Everybody else is cruel. Mama will care for nobody but her own little man." And she again kissed and pressed the baby and cried, till the tears ran down over the child's face. "Who has been cruel to you, Eleanor?" said Mary. "I hope I have not." Now in this matter Eleanor had great cause for mental uneasiness. She could not certainly accuse her loving sister-in-law of cruelty, but she had to do that which was more galling. She had to accuse herself of imprudence against which her sister-in-law had warned her. Miss Bold had never encouraged Eleanor's acquaintance with Mr. Slope, and she had positively discouraged the friendship of the Stanhopes, as far as her usual gentle mode of speaking had permitted. Eleanor had only laughed at her, however, when she said that she disapproved of married women who lived apart from their husbands, and suggested that Charlotte Stanhope never went to church. Now, however, Eleanor must either hold her tongue, which was quite impossible, or confess herself to have been utterly wrong, which was nearly equally so. So she staved off the evil day by more tears, and consoled herself by inducing little Johnny to rouse himself sufficiently to return her caresses. "He is a darling, as true as gold. What would Mama do without him? Mama would lie down and die if she had not her own Johnny Bold to give her comfort." This and much more she said of the same kind, and for a time made no other answer to Mary's inquiries. This kind of consolation from the world's deceit is very common. Mothers obtain it from their children, and men from their dogs. Some men even do so from their walking sticks, which is just as rational. How is it that we can take joy to ourselves and that we are not deceived by those who have not attained the art to deceive us? In a true man, if such can be found, or a true woman, much consolation may indeed be taken. In the caresses of her child, however, Eleanor did receive consolation, and may ill befall the man who would begrudge it to her. The evil day, however, was only postponed. She had to tell her disagreeable tale to Mary, and she had also to tell it to her father. Must it not indeed be told to the whole circle of her acquaintance before she could be made to stand all right with them? At the present moment there was no one to whom she could turn for comfort. She hated Mr. Slope. That was a matter of course. In that feeling she reveled. She hated and despised the Stanhopes. But that feeling distressed her greatly. She had, as it were, separated herself from her old friends to throw herself into the arms of this family. And then how had they intended to use her? She could hardly reconcile herself to her own father, who had believed ill of her. Mary Bold had turned mentor. That she could have forgiven had the mentor turned out to be in the wrong, but mentors in the right are not to be pardoned. She could not but hate the Archdeacon, and now she hated him worse than ever, for she must in some sort humble herself before him. She hated her sister, for she was part and parcel of the Archdeacon, and she would have hated Mr. Arabin if she could. He had pretended to regard her, and yet before her face he had hung over that Italian woman, as though there had been no beauty in the world but hers, no other woman worth a moment's attention. And Mr. Arabin would have to learn all this about Mr. Slope. She told herself that she hated him, and she knew that she was lying to herself as she did so. She had no consolation but her baby, and of that she made the most. Mary, though she could not surmise what it was that had so violently affected her sister-in-law, saw at once that her grief was too great to be kept under control and waited patiently till the child should be in his cradle. "You'll have some tea, Eleanor," she said. "Oh, I don't care," said she, though in fact she must have been very hungry, for she had eaten nothing at Ullathorne. Mary quietly made the tea, and buttered the bread, laid aside the cloak, and made things look comfortable. "He's fast asleep," said she. "You're very tired. Let me take him up to bed." But Eleanor would not let her sister touch him. She looked wistfully at her baby's eyes, saw that they were lost in the deepest slumber, and then made a sort of couch for him on the sofa. She was determined that nothing should prevail upon her to let him out of her sight that night. "Come, Nellie," said Mary. "Don't be cross with me. I at least have done nothing to offend you." "I ain't cross," said Eleanor. "Are you angry then? Surely you can't be angry with me." "No, I ain't angry, at least not with you." "If you are not, drink the tea I have made for you. I am sure you must want it." Eleanor did drink it, and allowed herself to be persuaded. She ate and drank, and as the inner woman was recruited, she felt a little more charitable towards the world at large. At last she found words to begin her story, and before she went to bed she had made a clean breast of it and told everything. Everything, that is, as to the lovers she had rejected. Of Mr. Arabin he said not a word. "I know I was wrong," said she, speaking of the blow she had given to Mr. Slope, "but I didn't know what he might do, and I had to protect myself." "He richly deserved it," said Mary. "Deserved it," said Eleanor, whose mind as regarded Mr. Slope was almost bloodthirsty. "Had I stabbed him with a dagger, he would have deserved it. But what will they say about it at Plumstead?" "I don't think I should tell them," said Mary. Eleanor began to think that she would not. There could have been no kinder comforter than Mary Bold. There was not the slightest dash of triumph about her when she heard of the Stanhope scheme, nor did she allude to her former opinion when Eleanor called her late friend Charlotte a base, designing woman. She re-echoed all the abuse that was heaped on Mr. Slope's head, and never hinted that she had said as much before. "I told you so, I told you so," is the croak of a true Job's comforter. But Mary, when she found her friend lying in her sorrow and scraping herself with potsherds, forbore to argue and to exult. Eleanor acknowledged the merit of the forbearance, and at length allowed herself to be tranquilized. On the next day she did not go out of the house. Barchester she thought would be crowded with Stanhopes and Slopes, perhaps also with Arabins and Grantleys. Indeed, there was hardly anyone among her friends whom she could have met without some cause of uneasiness. In the course of the afternoon she heard that the Dean was dead, and she also heard that Mr. Quiverful had been finally appointed to the hospital. In the evening her father came to her, and then the story, or as much of it as she could bring herself to tell him had to be repeated? He was not in truth much surprised at Mr. Slope's effrontery, but he was obliged to act as though he had been to save his daughter's feelings. He was, however, anything but skillful in his deceit, and she saw through it. "I see," said she, "that you think it only in the common course of things that Mr. Slope should have treated me in this way." She had said nothing to him about the embrace, nor yet of the way in which it had been met. "I do not think it at all strange," said he, "that anyone should admire my Eleanor. It is strange to me," said she, "that any man should have so much audacity without ever having received the slightest encouragement." To this Mr. Harding answered nothing. With the Archdeacon it would have been the text for a rejoinder which would not have disgraced Bildad the Shuhite. "But you'll tell the Archdeacon?" asked Mr. Harding.
"Tell him what?" said she sharply.
"Or Susan?" continued Mr. Harding. "You'll tell Susan, you'll let them know that they wronged you in supposing that this man's addresses would be agreeable to you. They may find that out their own way," said she. "I shall not ever willingly mention Mr. Slope's name to either of them. But I may. I have no right to hinder you from doing anything that may be necessary to your own comfort. But pray do not do it for my sake. Dr. Grantly never thought well of me, and never will. I don't know now that I am even anxious that he should do so." And then they went to the affair of the hospital. "But is it true, Papa?" "What, my dear?" said he. "About the Dean?" "Yes, I fear quite true. Indeed, I know there is no doubt about it." "Poor Miss Trefoil. I am so sorry for her. But I did not mean that," said Eleanor. "But about the hospital, Papa?" "Yes, my dear. I believe it is true that Mr. Quiverful is to have it. Oh, what a shame." "No, my dear, not at all. Not at all a shame. I am sure I hope it will suit him." "But Papa, you know it is a shame. After all your hopes, all your expectations to get back to your old house, to see it given away in this way to a perfect stranger. My dear, the bishop had a right to give it to whom he pleased." "I deny that, Papa. He had no such right. It is not as though you were a candidate for a new piece of preferment. If the bishop has a grain of justice—" "The bishop offered it to me on his terms, and as I did not like the terms, I refused it. After that I cannot complain." "Terms? He had no right to make terms." "I don't know about that, but it seems he had the power. But to tell you the truth, Nellie, I am as well satisfied as it is. When the affair became the subject of angry discussion, I thoroughly wished to be rid of it altogether." "But you did want to go back to the old house, Papa. You told me so yourself." "Yes, my dear, I did. For a short time I did wish it, and I was foolish in doing so. I am getting old now, and my chief worldly wish is for peace and rest. Had I gone back to the hospital, I should have had endless contentions with the bishop, contentions with his chaplain, and contentions with the archdeacon. I am not up to this now. I am not able to meet such troubles, and therefore I am not ill-pleased to find myself left to the little church of St. Cuthbert's. I shall never starve," added he, laughing, "as long as you are here." "But will you come and live with me, Papa?" she said earnestly, taking him by both his hands. "If you will do that, if you will promise that, I will own that you are right. I will dine with you today at any rate." "No, but live here altogether. Give up that close, odious little room in High Street." "My dear, it's a very nice little room, and you are really quite uncivil." "Oh, Papa, don't joke. It's not a nice place for you. You say you are growing old, though I am sure you are not." "Am not I, my dear?" "No, Papa, not old, not to say old, but you are quite old enough to feel the want of a decent room to sit in. You know how lonely Mary and I are here. You know nobody ever sleeps in the big front bedroom. It is really unkind of you to remain up there alone when you are so much wanted here." "Thank you, Nellie, thank you. But, my dear, if you had been living here, Papa, with us, as I really think you ought to have done considering how lonely we are, there would have been none of all this dreadful affair about Mr. Slope." Mr. Harding, however, did not allow himself to be talked over into giving up his own and only little pied-à-terre in the High Street. He promised to come and dine with his daughter, and stay with her, and visit her, and do everything but absolutely live with her. It did not suit the peculiar feelings of the man to tell his daughter that though she had rejected Mr. Slope and been ready to reject Mr. Stanhope, some other more favored suitor would probably soon appear, and that on the appearance of such a suitor the big front bedroom might perhaps be more frequently in requisition than at present. But doubtless such an idea crossed his mind, and added its weight to the other reasons which made him decide on still keeping the close, odious little room in High Street. The evening passed over quietly and in comfort. Eleanor was always happier with her father than with anyone else. He had not, perhaps, any natural taste for baby worship, but he was always ready to sacrifice himself, and therefore made an excellent third in a trio with his daughter and Mary Bold in singing the praises of the wonderful child. They were standing together over their music in the evening, the baby having again been put to bed upon the sofa, when the servant brought in a very small note in a beautiful pink envelope. It quite filled the room with perfume as it lay upon the small salver. Mary Bold and Mrs. Bold were both at the piano, and Mr. Harding was sitting close to them, with the violoncello between his legs, so that the elegancy of the epistle was visible to them all. "Please, ma'am, Dr. Stanhope's coachman says he is to wait for an answer," said the servant. Eleanor got very red in the face as she took the note in her hand. She had never seen the writing before. Charlotte's epistles, to which she was well accustomed, were of a very different style and kind. She generally wrote on large notepaper. She twisted up her letters into the shape and sometimes into the size of cocked hats. She addressed them in a sprawling, manly hand, and not unusually added a blot or a smudge, as though such were her own peculiar sign manual. The address of this note was written in a beautiful female hand, and the gummed wafer bore on it an impress of a gilt coronet. Though Eleanor had never seen such a one before, she guessed that it came from the Signora. Such epistles were very numerously sent out from any house in which the Signora might happen to be dwelling, but they were rarely addressed to ladies. When the coachman was told by the lady's maid to take the letter to Mrs. Bold, he openly expressed his opinion that there was some mistake about it, whereupon the lady's maid boxed the coachman's ears. Had Mr. Slope seen in how meek a spirit the coachman took the rebuke, he might have learnt a useful lesson both in philosophy and religion. The note was as follows. It may be taken as a faithful promise that no further letter whatever shall be transcribed at length in these pages. My dear Mrs. Bold, may I ask you as a great favor to call on me tomorrow? You can say what hour will best suit you, but quite early if you can. I need hardly say that if I could call upon you, I should not take this liberty with you. I partly know what occurred the other day, and I promise you that you shall meet with no annoyance if you will come to me. My brother leaves us for London today, from thence he goes to Italy. It will probably occur to you that I should not thus intrude on you, unless I had that to say to you which may be of considerable moment. Pray therefore excuse me even if you do not grant my request. And believe me, very sincerely yours, Monsieur Vasey Neroni. Thursday evening. The three of them sat in consultation on this epistle for some 10 or 15 minutes, and then decided that Eleanor should write a line saying that she would see the Signora the next morning at 12 o'clock. Chapter 45. The Stanhopes at home. We must now return to the Stanhopes and see how they behaved themselves on their return from Ullathorne. Charlotte, who came back in the first homeward journey with her sister, waited in palpitating expectation till the carriage drove up to the door a second time. She did not run down or stand at the window, or show in any outward manner that she looked for anything wonderful to occur, but when she heard the carriage wheels, she stood up with erect ears, listening for Eleanor's footfall on the pavement, or the cheery sound of Bertie's voice welcoming her in. Had she heard either, she would have felt that all was right, but neither sound was there for her to hear. She heard only her father's slow step as he ponderously let himself down from the carriage and slowly walked along the hall, till he got into his own private room on the ground floor. "Send Miss Stanhope to me," he said to the servant. "There's something wrong now," said Madeline, who was lying on her sofa in the back drawing room. "It's all up with Bertie," replied Charlotte. I know," she said to the servant as he brought up the message. "Tell my father I will be with him immediately." "Bertie's wooing has gone astray," said Madeline. "I knew it would." "It has been his own fault then. She was ready enough, I am quite sure. said Charlotte with that sort of ill nature which is not uncommon when one woman speaks of another. "What will you say to him now?" By him, the Signora meant their father. "That will be as I find him." He was ready to pay £200 for Bertie to stave off the worst of his creditors, if this marriage had gone on. Bertie must now have the money instead and go and take his chance. Where is he now? Heaven knows, smoking in the bottom of Mr. Thorne's ha-ha, or philandering with some of those Miss Chadwicks. Nothing will ever make an impression on him, but he'll be furious if I don't go down. No, nothing ever will. But don't be long, Charlotte, for I want my tea. And so Charlotte went down to her father. There was a very black cloud on the old man's brow, blacker than his daughter could ever yet remember to have seen there. He was sitting in his own armchair, not comfortably over the fire, but in the middle of the room, waiting till she should come and listen to him. "What has become of your brother?" he said as soon as the door was shut. "I should rather ask you," said Charlotte. "I left you both at Ullathorne when I came away. What have you done with Mrs. Bold?" "Mrs. Bold, nonsense. The woman has gone home as she ought to do, and heartily glad I am that she should not be sacrificed to so heartless a reprobate." "Oh, Papa, a heartless reprobate. Tell me now where he is and what he is going to do. I have allowed myself to be fooled between you. Marriage, indeed. Who on earth that has money or credit or respect in the world to lose would marry him? It is no use your scolding me, Papa. I have done the best I could for him and you. And Madeline is nearly as bad," said the prebendary, who was in truth very, very angry. "Oh, I suppose we are all bad," replied Charlotte. The old man emitted a huge leonine sigh. If they were all bad, who had made them so? If they were unprincipled, selfish, and disreputable, who was to be blamed for the education which had had so injurious an effect? "I know you'll ruin me among you," said he. "Why, Papa, what nonsense that is. You are living within your income this minute, and if there are any new debts, I don't know of them. I am sure there ought to be none, for we are dull enough here." "Are those bills of Madeline's paid?" "No, they are not." "Who was to pay them?" "Her husband may pay them." "Her husband? Would you wish me to tell her you say so? Do you wish to turn her out of your house?" "I wish she would know how to behave herself." "Why, what on earth has she done now? Poor Madeline. Today is only the second time she has gone out since we came to this vile town." He then sat silent for a time, thinking in what shape he would declare his resolve. "Well, Papa," said Charlotte, "shall I stay here, or may I go upstairs and give Mamma her tea? You are in your brother's confidence. Tell me what he is going to do." "Nothing that I am aware of." "Nothing. Nothing. Nothing but eat and drink and spend every shilling of my money he can lay his hands upon. I have made up my mind, Charlotte. He shall eat and drink no more in this house." "Very well then, I suppose he must go back to Italy." "He may go where he pleases." "That's easily said, Papa, but what does it mean?" "You can't let him." "It means this," said the doctor, speaking more loudly than was his wont and with wrath flashing from his eyes, "that as sure as God rules in heaven, I will not maintain him any longer in idleness." "Oh, ruling in heaven," said Charlotte. "It is no use talking about that. You must rule him here on earth, and the question is, how can you do it? You can't turn him out of the house penniless to beg about the street. He may beg where he likes. He must go back to Carrara. That is the cheapest place he can live at, and nobody there will give him credit for above 200 or 300 pauls. But you must let him have the means of going. As sure as—" "Oh, Papa, don't swear. You know you must do it. You were ready to pay £200 for him if this marriage came off. Half that will start him to Carrara." "What? Give him £100? You know we are all in the dark, Papa," said she, thinking it expedient to change the conversation. "For anything we know, he may be at this moment engaged to Mrs. Bold." "Fiddlestick," said the father, who had seen the way in which Mrs. Bold had got into the carriage while his son stood apart without even offering her his hand. "Well then, he must go to Carrara," said Charlotte. Just at this moment the lock of the front door was heard, and Charlotte's quick ears detected her brother's cat-like step in the hall. She said nothing, feeling that for the present Bertie had better keep out of her father's way. But Dr. Stanhope also heard the sound of the lock. "Who's that?" he demanded. Charlotte made no reply, and he asked again, "Who is that has just come in? Open the door. Who is it?" "I suppose it is Bertie." "Bid him come here," said the father. But Bertie, who was close to the door and heard the call, required no further bidding, but walked in with a perfectly unconcerned and cheerful air. It was this peculiar insouciance which angered Dr. Stanhope, even more than his son's extravagance. "Well, sir?" said the doctor. "And how did you get home, sir, with your fair companion?" said Bertie. "I suppose she is not upstairs, Charlotte?" "Bertie," said Charlotte, "Papa is in no humor for joking. He is very angry with you." "Angry?" said Bertie, raising his eyebrows as though he had never yet given his parent cause for a single moment's uneasiness. "Sit down, if you please, sir," said Dr. Stanhope very sternly but not now very loudly. "And I'll trouble you to sit down too, Charlotte. Your mother can wait for her tea a few minutes." Charlotte sat down on the chair nearest to the door in somewhat of a perverse sort of manner, as much as though she would say, "Well, here I am. You shan't say I don't do what I am bid, but I'll be whipped if I give way to you." And she was determined not to give way. She too was angry with Bertie, but she was not the less ready on that account to defend him from his father. Bertie also sat down. He drew his chair close to the library table, upon which he put his elbow, and then resting his face comfortably on one hand, he began drawing little pictures on a sheet of paper with the other. Before the scene was over, he had completed admirable figures of Miss Thorne, Mrs. Proudie, and Lady de Courcy, and begun a family piece to comprise the whole set of the Lookalofts. "Would it suit you, sir," said the father, "to give me some idea as to what your present intentions are? What way of living you propose to yourself?" "I'll do anything you can suggest, sir," replied Bertie. "No, I shall suggest nothing further. My time for suggesting has gone by. I have only one order to give, and that is that you leave my house." "Tonight?" said Bertie, and the simple tone of the question left the doctor without any adequately dignified method of reply. "Papa does not quite mean tonight," said Charlotte. "At least I suppose not." "Tomorrow, perhaps?" suggested Bertie. "Yes, sir, tomorrow," said the doctor. "You shall leave this tomorrow." "Very well, sir. Will the 4:30 in the afternoon train be soon enough?" And Bertie, as he asked, put the finishing touch to Miss Thorne's high-heeled boots. "You may go how and when and where you please, so that you leave my house tomorrow. You have disgraced me, sir. You have disgraced yourself and me and your sisters." "I am glad at least, sir, that I have not disgraced my mother," said Bertie. Charlotte could hardly keep her countenance, but the doctor's brow grew still blacker than ever. Bertie was executing his chef d'oeuvre in the delineation of Mrs. Proudie's nose and mouth. "You are a heartless reprobate, sir, a heartless, thankless, good-for-nothing reprobate. I have done with you. You are my son, that I cannot help, but you shall have no more part or parcel in me as my child, nor I in you as your father." "Oh, Papa, Papa, you must not, shall not say so," said Charlotte. "I will say so and do say so," said the father, rising from his chair. "And now leave the room, sir." "Stop, stop," said Charlotte. "Why don't you speak, Bertie? Why don't you look up and speak? It is your manner that makes Papa so angry. He is perfectly indifferent to all decency, to all propriety," said the doctor. Then he shouted out, "Leave the room, sir. Do you hear what I say?" "Papa, Papa, I will not let you part so. I know you will be sorry for it." And then she added, getting up and whispering into his ear, "Is he only to blame? Think of that. We have made our own bed, and such as it is, we must lie on it. It is no use for us to quarrel among ourselves." And as she finished her whisper, Bertie finished off the Countess's bustle, which was so well done that it absolutely seemed to be swaying to and fro on the paper with its usual lateral motion. "My father is angry at the present time," said Bertie, looking up for a moment from his sketches, "because I am not going to marry Mrs. Bold. What can I say on the matter? It is true that I am not going to marry her. In the first place—" "That is not true, sir," said Dr. Stanhope. "But I will not argue with you. You were angry just this moment because I would not speak, said Bertie, going on with a young Lookaloft. Give over drawing, said Charlotte, going up to him and taking the paper from under his hand. The caricatures, however, she preserved and showed them afterwards to the friends of the Thornes, the Proudies, and de Courcys. Bertie, deprived of his occupation, threw himself back in his chair and waited further orders. I think it will certainly be for the best that Bertie should leave this at once. Perhaps tomorrow, said Charlotte. But pray, Papa, let us arrange some scheme together. If he will leave this tomorrow, I will give him £10, and he shall be paid £5 a month by the banker at Carrara as long as he stays permanently in that place. Well, sir, it won't be long, said Bertie, for I shall be starved to death in about 3 months. He must have marble to work with, said Charlotte. I have plenty there in the studio to last me 3 months, said Bertie. It will be no use attempting anything large in so limited a time unless I do my own tombstone. Terms, however, were ultimately come to somewhat more liberal than those proposed, and the doctor was induced to shake hands with his son and bid him good night. Dr. Stanhope would not go up to tea but had it brought to him in his study by his daughter. But Bertie went upstairs and spent a pleasant evening. He finished the Lookalofts, greatly to the delight of his sisters, though the manner of portraying their décolleté dresses was not the most refined. Finding how matters were going, he by degrees allowed it to escape from him that he had not pressed his suit upon the widow in a very urgent way. I suppose in point of fact, you never proposed at all? Said Charlotte. Oh, she understood that she might have me if she wished, said he. And she didn't wish, said the Signora. You have thrown me over in the most shameful manner, said Charlotte. I suppose you told her all about my little plan? Well, it came out somehow, at least the most of it. There's an end of that alliance, said Charlotte, but it doesn't matter much. I suppose we shall all be back at Como soon. I am sure I hope so, said the Signora. I'm sick of the sight of black coats. If that Mr. Slope comes here any more, he'll be the death of me. You've been the ruin of him, I think, said Charlotte. And as for a second black-coated lover of mine, I am going to make a present of him to another lady with most singular disinterestedness. The next day, true to his promise, Bertie packed up and went off by the 4:30 in the afternoon train, with £20 in his pocket, bound for the marble quarries of Carrara, and so he disappears from our scene. At 12 o'clock on the day following that on which Bertie went, Mrs. Bold, true also to her word, knocked at Dr. Stanhope's door with a timid hand and palpitating heart. She was at once shown up to the back drawing-room, the folding doors of which were closed, so that in visiting the Signora Eleanor was not necessarily thrown into any communion with those in the front room. As she went up the stairs, she saw none of the family and was so far saved much of the annoyance which she had dreaded. This is very kind of you, Mrs. Bold. Very kind after what has happened, said the lady on the sofa with her sweetest smile. You wrote in such a strain that I could not but come to you. I did. I wanted to force you to see me. Well, Signora, I am here. How cold you are to me. But I suppose I must put up with that. I know you think you have reason to be displeased with us all. Poor Bertie, if you knew all, you would not be angry with him. I am not angry with your brother, not in the least, but I hope you did not send for me here to talk about him. If you are angry with Charlotte, that is worse, for you have no warmer friend in all Barchester. But I did not send for you to talk about this. Pray bring your chair nearer, Mrs. Bold, so that I may look at you. It is so unnatural to see you keeping so far off from me. Eleanor did as she was bid and brought her chair close to the sofa. And now, Mrs. Bold, I am going to tell you something which you may perhaps think indelicate, but yet I know that I am right in doing so. Hereupon Mrs. Bold said nothing but felt inclined to shake in her chair. The Signora, she knew, was not very particular, and that which to her appeared to be indelicate might to Mrs. Bold appear to be extremely indecent. I believe you know Mr. Arabin? Mrs. Bold would have given the world not to blush, but her blood was not at her own command. She did blush up to her forehead, and the Signora, who had made her sit in a special light in order that she might watch her, saw that she did so. Yes, I am acquainted with him. That is, slightly. He is an intimate friend of Dr. Grantly. and Dr. Grantly is my brother-in-law. Well, if you know Mr. Arabin, I am sure you must like him. I know and like him much. Everybody that knows him must like him." Mrs. Bold felt it quite impossible to say anything in reply to this. Her blood was rushing about her body, she knew not how or why. She felt as though she were swinging in her chair, and she knew that she was not only red in the face but also almost suffocated with heat. However, she sat still and said nothing. "How stiff you are with me, Mrs. Bold," said the Signora, "and I the while am doing for you all that one woman can do to serve another." A kind of thought came over the widow's mind that perhaps the Signora's friendship was real, and that at any rate it could not hurt her. And another kind of thought, a glimmering of a thought, came to her also, that Mr. Arabin was too precious to be lost. She despised the Signora, but might she not stoop to conquer? It should be but the smallest fraction of a stoop. "I don't want to be stiff," she said, "but your questions are so very singular." "Well then, I will ask you one more singular still," said Madeline Neroni, raising herself on her elbow and turning her own face full upon her companion's. "Do you love him? Love him with all your heart and soul, with all the love your bosom can feel? For I can tell you that he loves you, adores you, worships you, thinks of you and nothing else, is now thinking of you as he attempts to write his sermon for next Sunday's preaching. What would I not give to be loved in such a way by such a man, that is, if I were an object fit for any man to love?" Mrs. Bold got up from her seat and stood speechless before the woman who was now addressing her in this impassioned way. When the Signora thus alluded to herself, the widow's heart was softened, and she put her own hand, as though caressingly, on that of her companion, which was resting on the table. The Signora grasped it and went on speaking. "What I tell you is God's own truth, and it is for you to use it as may be best for your own happiness. But you must not betray me. He knows nothing of this. He knows nothing of my knowing his inmost heart. He is simple as a child in these matters. He told me his secret in 1,000 ways because he could not dissemble, but he does not dream that he has told it. You know it now, and I advise you to use it." Eleanor returned the pressure of the other's hand with an infinitesimal soupçon of a squeeze. "And remember," continued the Signora, "he is not like other men. You must not expect him to come to you with vows and oaths and pretty presents, to kneel at your feet and kiss your shoestrings. If you want that, there are plenty to do it, but he won't be one of them." Eleanor's bosom nearly burst with a sigh, but Madeline, not heeding her, went on. "With him yea will stand for yea and nay for nay. Though his heart should break for it, the woman who shall reject him once will have rejected him once and for all. Remember that. And now, Mrs. Bold, I will not keep you, for you are fluttered. I partly guess what use you will make of what I have said to you. If ever you are a happy wife in that man's house, we shall be far away, but I shall expect you to write me one line to say that you have forgiven the sins of the family." Eleanor half whispered that she would, and then, without uttering another word, crept out of the room and down the stairs, opened the front door for herself without hearing or seeing anyone, and found herself in the close. It would be difficult to analyze Eleanor's feelings as she walked home. She was nearly stupefied by the things that had been said to her. She felt sore that her heart should have been so searched and riddled by a comparative stranger, by a woman whom she had never liked and never could like. She was mortified that the man whom she owned to herself that she loved should have concealed his love from her and shown it to another. There was much to vex her proud spirit. But there was, nevertheless, an understratum of joy in all this which buoyed her up wondrously. She tried if she could disbelieve what Madame Neroni had said to her, but she found that she could not. It was true. It must be true. She could not, would not, did not doubt it. On one point she fully resolved to follow the advice given her. If it should ever please Mr. Arabin to put such a question to her as that suggested, her yea should be yea. Would not all her miseries be at an end if she could talk of them to him openly, with her head resting on his shoulder? Chapter 46. Mr. Slope's parting interview with the Signora. On the following day the Signora was in her pride. She was dressed in her brightest of morning dresses, and had quite a levee round her couch. It was a beautifully bright October afternoon. All the gentlemen of the neighborhood were in Barchester, and those who had the entry of Dr. Stanhope's house were in the Signora's back drawing-room. Charlotte and Mrs. Stanhope were in the front room, and such of the ladies' squires as could not for the moment get near the center of attraction had to waste their fragrance on the mother and sister. The first who came and the last to leave was Mr. Arabin. This was the second visit he had paid to Madame Neroni since he had met her at Ullathorne. He came, he knew not why to talk about, he knew not what. But, in truth, the feelings which now troubled him were new to him, and he could not analyze them. It may seem strange that he should thus come dangling about Madame Neroni, because he was in love with Mrs. Bold. But it was nevertheless the fact, and though he could not understand why he did so, Madame Neroni understood it well enough. She had been gentle and kind to him and had encouraged his staying. Therefore he stayed on. She pressed his hand when he first greeted her. She made him remain near her and whispered to him little nothings. And then her eye, brilliant and bright, now mirthful, now melancholy, and invincible in either way. What man with warm feelings, blood unchilled, and a heart not guarded by a triple steel of experience could have withstood those eyes? The lady, it is true, intended to do him no mortal injury. She merely chose to inhale a slight breath of incense before she handed the casket over to another. Whether Mrs. Bold would willingly have spared even so much is another question. And then came Mr. Slope. All the world now knew that Mr. Slope was a candidate for the deanery and that he was generally considered to be the favorite. Mr. Slope therefore walked rather largely upon the earth. He gave to himself a portly air such as might become a dean, spoke but little to other clergymen, and shunned the bishop as much as possible. How the meagre little prebendary and the burly chancellor and all the minor canons and vicars choral, and all the choristers too, cowered and shook and walked about with long faces when they read or heard of that article in the Jupiter. Now were coming the days when nothing would avail to keep the impure spirit from the cathedral pulpit. That pulpit would indeed be his own. Precentors, vicars, and choristers might hang up their harps on the willows. Ichabod, Ichabod, the glory of their house was departing from them. Mr. Slope, great as he was with embryo grandeur, still came to see the Signora. Indeed, he could not keep himself away. He dreamed of that soft hand which he had kissed so often, and of that imperial brow which his lips had once pressed, and he then dreamed also of further favors. And Mr. Thorne was there also. It was the first visit he had ever paid to the Signora, and he made it not without due preparation. Mr. Thorne was a gentleman usually precise in his dress and prone to make the most of himself in an unpretending way. The gray hairs in his whiskers were eliminated perhaps once a month. Those on his head were softened by a mixture which we will not call a dye. It was only a wash. His tailor lived in St. James's Street, and his bootmaker at the corner of that street and Piccadilly. He was particular in the article of gloves, and the getting up of his shirts was a matter not lightly thought of in the Ullathorne laundry. On the occasion of the present visit he had rather overdone his usual efforts, and caused some little uneasiness to his sister, who had not hitherto received very cordially the proposition for a lengthened visit from the Signora at Ullathorne. There were others also there, young men about the city who had not much to do and who were induced by the lady's charms to neglect that little, but all gave way to Mr. Thorne, who was somewhat of a grand senior, as a country gentleman always is in a provincial city. "Oh, Mr. Thorne, this is so kind of you," said the Signora. "You promised to come, but I really did not expect it. I thought you country gentlemen never kept your pledges." "Oh yes, sometimes," said Mr. Thorne, looking rather sheepish and making his salutations a little too much in the style of the last century. "You deceive none but your consti, stit. What do you call the people that carry you about in chairs and pelt you with eggs and apples when they make you a member of Parliament?" "One another also, sometimes, Signora," said Mr. Slope, with a very deanish sort of smirk on his face. "Country gentlemen do deceive one another sometimes, don't they, Mr. Thorne?" Mr. Thorne gave him a look which undeigned him completely for the moment, but he soon remembered his high hopes and, recovering himself quickly, sustained his probable coming dignity by a laugh at Mr. Thorne's expense. "I never deceive a lady, at any rate," said Mr. Thorne, "especially when the gratification of my own wishes is so strong an inducement to keep me true, as it now is." Mr. Thorne went on thus a while with antediluvian grimaces and compliments which he had picked up from Sir Charles Grandison, and the Signora at every grimace and at every bow smiled a little smile and bowed a little bow. Mr. Thorne, however, was kept standing at the foot of the couch, for the new dean sat in the seat of honor near the table. Mr. Arabin the while was standing with his back to the fire, his coat-tails under his arms, gazing at her with all his eyes, not quite in vain, for every now and again a glance came up at him, bright as a meteor out of heaven. "Oh, Mr. Thorne, you promised to let me introduce my little girl to you. Can you spare a moment? Will you see her now?" Mr. Thorne assured her that he could and would see the young lady with the greatest pleasure in life. "Mr. Slope, might I trouble you to ring the bell?" said she, and when Mr. Slope got up she looked at Mr. Thorne and pointed to the chair. Mr. Thorne, however, was much too slow to understand her, and Mr. Slope would have recovered his seat had not the Signora, who never chose to be unsuccessful, somewhat summarily ordered him out of it. "Oh, Mr. Slope, I must ask you to let Mr. Thorne sit here just for a moment or two. I am sure you will pardon me. We can take a liberty with you this week. Next week, you know, when you move into the dean's house, we shall all be afraid of you." Mr. Slope, with an air of much indifference, rose from his seat and, walking into the next room, became greatly interested in Mrs. Stanhope's worsted work. And then the child was brought in. She was a little girl, about 8 years of age, like her mother, only that her enormous eyes were black and her hair quite jet. Her complexion, too, was very dark and bespoke her foreign blood. She was dressed in the most outlandish and extravagant way in which clothes could be put on a child's back. She had great bracelets on her naked little arms, a crimson fillet braided with gold round her head, and scarlet shoes with high heels. Her dress was all flounces and stuck out from her as though the object were to make it lie off horizontally from her little hips. It did not nearly cover her knees, but this was atoned for by a loose pair of drawers which seemed made throughout of lace. Then she had on pink silk stockings. It was thus that the last of the Narrows was habitually dressed at the hour when visitors were wont to call. "Julia, my love," said the mother. Julia was ever a favorite name with the ladies of that family. "Julia, my love, come here. I was telling you about the beautiful party poor Mamma went to. This is Mr. Thorne. Will you give him a kiss, dearest?" Julia put up her face to be kissed, as she did to all her mother's visitors, and then Mr. Thorne found that he had got her and, what was much more terrific to him, all her finery into his arms. The lace and starch crumpled against his waistcoat and trousers, the greasy black curls hung upon his cheek, and one of the bracelet clasps scratched his ear. He did not at all know how to hold so magnificent a lady, nor holding her what to do with her. However, he had on other occasions been compelled to fondle little nieces and nephews, and now set about the task in the mode he always had used. "Diddle, diddle, diddle, diddle," said he, putting the child on one knee and working away with it as though he were turning a knife grinder's wheel with his foot. "Mamma, Mamma," said Julia crossly. "I don't want to be diddled. Let me go, you naughty old man, you." Poor Mr. Thorne put the child down quietly on the ground and drew back his chair. Mr. Slope, who had returned to the pole star that attracted him, laughed aloud. Mr. Arabin winced and shut his eyes, and the Signora pretended not to hear her daughter. "Go to Aunt Charlotte, lovey," said the mamma, "and ask her if it is not time for you to go out." But little Miss Julia, though she had not exactly liked the nature of Mr. Thorne's attention, was accustomed to be played with by gentlemen, and did not relish the idea of being sent so soon to her aunt. "Julia, go when I tell you, my dear." But Julia still went pouting about the room. "Charlotte, do come and take her," said the Signora. "She must go out, and the days get so short now." And thus ended the much-talked-of interview between Mr. Thorne and the last of the Neros. Mr. Thorne recovered from the child's crossness sooner than from Mr. Slope's laughter. He could put up with being called an old man by an infant, but he did not like to be laughed at by the bishop's chaplain, even though that chaplain was about to become a dean. He said nothing, but he showed plainly enough that he was angry. The Signora was ready enough to avenge him. "Mr. Slope," said she, "I hear that you are triumphing on all sides." "How so?" said he, smiling. He did not dislike being talked to about the deanery, though, of course, he strongly denied the imputation. "You carry the day both in love and war." Mr. Slope hereupon did not look quite so satisfied as he had done. "Mr. Arabin," continued the Signora, "don't you think Mr. Slope is a very lucky man?" "Not more so than he deserves, I am sure," said Mr. Arabin. "Only think, Mr. Thorne, He is to be our new dean. Of course, we all know that. Indeed, Signora, said Mr. Slope, we all know nothing about it. I can assure you I myself. He is to be the new dean. There is no manner of doubt of it, Mr. Thorne.
Hum, said Mr. Thorne.
Passing over the heads of old men like my father and Archdeacon Grantley. Oh, said Mr. Slope. The Archdeacon would not accept it, said Mr. Arabin, whereupon Mr. Slope smiled abominably and said, as plainly as a look could speak, that the grapes were sour. Going over all our heads, continued the Signora, for of course I consider myself one of the chapter. If I am ever dean, said Mr. Slope, that is, were I ever to become so, I should glory in such a canoness. Oh, Mr. Slope, stop, I haven't half done. There is another canoness for you to glory in. Mr. Slope is not only to have the deanery but a wife to put in it. Mr. Slope again looked disconcerted. A wife with a large fortune too. It never rains but it pours, does it, Mr. Thorne? No, never, said Mr. Thorne, who did not quite relish talking about Mr. Slope and his affairs. When will it be, Mr. Slope? When will what be, said he. Oh, we know when the affair of the dean will be. A week will settle that. The new hat, I have no doubt, has been already ordered. But when will the marriage come off? Do you mean mine or Mr. Arabin's? Said he, striving to be facetious. Well, just then I meant yours, though perhaps, after all, Mr. Arabin's may be first. But we know nothing of him. He is too close for any of us. Now all is open and above board with you, which, by the by, Mr. Arabin, I beg to tell you I like much the best. He who runs can read that Mr. Slope is a favoured lover. Come, Mr. Slope, when is the widow to be made Mrs. Dean? To Mr. Arabin this badinage was peculiarly painful, and yet he could not tear himself away and leave it. He still believed with that sort of belief which the fear of a thing engenders, that Mrs. Bold would probably become the wife of Mr. Slope. Of Mr. Slope's little adventure in the garden he knew nothing. For aught he knew, Mr. Slope might have had an adventure of quite a different character. He might have thrown himself at the widow's feet, been accepted and then returned to town a jolly, thriving wooer. The Signora's jokes were bitter enough to Mr. Slope, but they were quite as bitter to Mr. Arabin. He still stood leaning against the fireplace, fumbling with his hands in his trousers pockets. Come, Mr. Slope, don't be so bashful, continued the Signora. We all know that you proposed to the lady the other day at Ullathorne. Tell us with what words she accepted you. Was it with a simple yes, or with the two no-nos which make an affirmative? Or did silence give consent? Or did she speak out with that spirit which so well becomes a widow and say openly, by my troth, sir, you shall make me Mrs. Slope as soon as it is your pleasure to do so? Mr. Slope had seldom in his life felt himself less at his ease. There sat Mr. Thorne, laughing silently. There stood his old antagonist, Mr. Arabin, gazing at him with all his eyes. There round the door between the two rooms were clustered a little group of people, including Miss Stanhope and the Reverends Messieurs Grey and Green, all listening to his discomfiture. He knew that it depended solely on his own wit whether or no he could throw the joke back upon the lady. He knew that it stood him to do so if he possibly could, but he had not a word. "'Tis conscience that makes cowards of us all." He felt on his cheek the sharp points of Eleanor's fingers, and did not know who might have seen the blow, who might have told the tale to this pestilent woman who took such delight in jeering him. He stood there, therefore, red as a carbuncle and mute as a fish, grinning sufficiently to show his teeth, an object of pity. But the Signora had no pity. She knew nothing of mercy. Her present object was to put Mr. Slope down, and she was determined to do it thoroughly, now that she had him in her power. "What, Mr. Slope? No answer? Why, it can't possibly be that the woman has been fool enough to refuse you? She can't surely be looking out after a bishop. But I see how it is, Mr. Slope. Widows are proverbially cautious. You should have let her alone till the new hat was on your head, till you could show her the key of the deanery." "Signora," said he at last, trying to speak in a tone of dignified reproach, "you really permit yourself to talk on solemn subjects in a very improper way." "Solemn subjects? What solemn subject? Surely a dean's hat is not such a solemn subject. I have no aspirations such as those you impute to me. Perhaps you will drop the subject." "Oh, certainly, Mr. Slope. But one word first. Go to her again with the Prime Minister's letter in your pocket. I'll wager my shawl to your shovel she does not refuse you then. I must say, Signora, that I think you are speaking of the lady in a very unjustifiable manner. And one other piece of advice, Mr. Slope. I'll only offer you one other." And then she commenced singing. "It's good to be merry and wise, Mr. Slope. It's good to be honest and true. It's good to be off with the old love, Mr. Slope, before you're on with the new. Ha! Ha! Ha!" And the Signora, throwing herself back on her sofa, laughed merrily. She little recked how those who heard her would, in their own imaginations, fill up the little history of Mr. Slope's first love. She little cared that some among them might attribute to her the honor of his earlier admiration. She was tired of Mr. Slope and wanted to get rid of him. She had ground for anger with him, and she chose to be revenged. How Mr. Slope got out of that room he never himself knew. He did succeed ultimately, and probably with some assistance, in getting his hat and escaping into the air. At last his love for the Signora was cured. Whenever he again thought of her in his dreams, it was not as of an angel with azure wings. He connected her rather with fire and brimstone, and though he could still believe her to be a spirit, he banished her entirely out of heaven and found a place for her among the infernal gods. When he weighed in the balance, as he not seldom did, the two women to whom he had attached himself in Barchester, the preeminent place in his soul's hatred was usually allotted to the Signora. Chapter 47. The Dean-elect. During the entire next week, Barchester was ignorant who was to be its new dean. On Sunday morning, Mr. Slope was decidedly the favorite, but he did not show himself in the cathedral, and then he sank a point or two in the betting. On Monday, he got a scolding from the bishop in the hearing of the servants, and down he went till nobody would have him at any price. But on Tuesday he received a letter, in an official cover, marked private, by which he fully recovered his place in the public favor. On Wednesday he was said to be ill, and that did not look well, but on Thursday morning he went down to the railway station with a very jaunty air, and when it was ascertained that he had taken a first-class ticket for London, there was no longer any room for doubt on the matter. While matters were in this state of ferment at Barchester, there was not much mental comfort at Plumstead. Our friend the Archdeacon had many grounds for inward grief. He was much displeased at the result of Dr. Gwynne's diplomatic mission to the palace, and did not even scruple to say to his wife that had he gone himself, he would have managed the affair much better. His wife did not agree with him, but that did not mend the matter. Mr. Quiverful's appointment to the hospital was, however, a fait accompli, and Mr. Harding's acquiescence in that appointment was not less so. Nothing would induce Mr. Harding to make a public appeal against the bishop, and the master of Lazarus quite approved of his not doing so. "I don't know what has come to the master," said the Archdeacon over and over again. "He used to be ready enough to stand up for his order." "My dear Archdeacon," Mrs. Grantley would say in reply, "what is the use of always fighting? I really think the master is right." The master, however, had taken steps of his own, of which neither the Archdeacon nor his wife knew anything. Then Mr. Slope's successes were henbane to Dr. Grantley, and Mrs. Bold's improprieties were as bad. What would be all the world to Archdeacon Grantley if Mr. Slope should become Dean of Barchester and marry his wife's sister? He talked of it and talked of it till he was nearly ill. Mrs. Grantley almost wished that the marriage were done and over, so that she might hear no more about it. And there was yet another ground of misery which cut him to the quick nearly as closely as either of the others. That paragon of a clergyman whom he had bestowed upon St. Ewald's, that college friend of whom he had boasted so loudly, that ecclesiastical knight before whose lance Mr. Slope was to fall and bite the dust, that worthy bulwark of the church as it should be, that honoured representative of Oxford's best spirit, was, so at least his wife had told him half a dozen times, misconducting himself. Nothing had been seen of Mr. Arabin at Plumstead for the last week, but a good deal had unfortunately been heard of him. As soon as Mrs. Grantley had found herself alone with the Archdeacon on the evening of the Ullathorne party, she had expressed herself very forcibly as to Mr. Arabin's conduct on that occasion. He had, she declared, looked and acted and talked very unlike a decent parish clergyman. At first the Archdeacon had laughed at this and assured her that she need not trouble herself, that Mr. Arabin would be found to be quite safe. But by degrees he began to find that his wife's eyes had been sharper than his own. Other people coupled the Signora's name with that of Mr. Arabin. The meager little prebendary who lived in the close told him to a nicety how often Mr. Arabin had visited at Dr. Stanhope's, and how long he had remained on the occasion of each visit. He had asked after Mr. Arabin at the cathedral library, and an officious little vicar choral had offered to go and see whether he could be found at Dr. Stanhope's. Rumor, when she has contrived to sound the first note on her trumpet, soon makes a loud peal audible enough. It was too clear that Mr. Arabin had succumbed to the Italian woman, and that the archdeacon's credit would suffer fearfully if something were not done to rescue the brand from the burning. Besides, to give the archdeacon his due, he was really attached to Mr. Arabin, and grieved greatly at his backsliding. They were sitting, talking over their sorrows, in the drawing-room before dinner on the day after Mr. Slope's departure for London, and on this occasion Mrs. Grantley spoke out her mind freely. She had opinions of her own about parish clergymen, and now thought it right to give vent to them. "If you would have been led by me, Archdeacon, you would never have put a bachelor into St. Ewald's." "But my dear, you don't mean to say that all bachelor clergymen misbehave themselves?" "I don't know that clergymen are so much better than other men," said Mrs. Grantley. "It's all very well with a curate, whom you have under your own eye, and whom you can get rid of if he persists in improprieties. But Mr. Arabin was a fellow and couldn't have had a wife." "Then I would have found someone who could." "But my dear, are fellows never to get livings?" "Yes, to be sure they are, when they get engaged. I never would put a young man into a living unless he were married, or engaged to be married. Now, here is Mr. Arabin. The whole responsibility lies upon you. There is not at this moment a clergyman in all Oxford more respected for morals and conduct than Arabin." "Oh, Oxford," said the lady with a sneer. "What men choose to do at Oxford nobody ever hears of. A man may do very well at Oxford who would bring disgrace on a parish, and to tell you the truth, it seems to me that Mr. Arabin is just such a man." The archdeacon groaned deeply, but he had no further answer to make. "You really must speak to him, Archdeacon. Only think what the Thornes will say if they hear that their parish clergyman spends his whole time philandering with this woman." The archdeacon groaned again. He was a courageous man and knew well enough how to rebuke the younger clergymen of the diocese, when necessary. But there was that about Mr. Arabin which made the doctor feel that it would be very difficult to rebuke him with good effect. "You can advise him to find a wife for himself, and he will understand well enough what that means," said Mrs. Grantley. The archdeacon had nothing for it but groaning. There was Mr. Slope. He was going to be made dean. He was going to take a wife. He was about to achieve respectability and wealth, an excellent family mansion, and a family carriage. He would soon be among the comfortable elite of the ecclesiastical world of Barchester, whereas his own protégé, the true scion of the true church, by whom he had sworn, would be still but a poor vicar, and that with a very indifferent character for moral conduct. It might be all very well recommending Mr. Arabin to marry, but how would Mr. Arabin, when married, support a wife? Things were ordering themselves thus in Plumstead drawing-room when Dr. and Mrs. Grantley were disturbed in their sweet discourse by the quick rattle of a carriage and pair of horses on the gravel sweep. The sound was not that of visitors, whose private carriages are generally brought up to country house doors with demure propriety, but betokened rather the advent of some person or persons who were in a hurry to reach the house and had no intention of immediately leaving it. Guests invited to stay a week, and who were conscious of arriving after the first dinner bell, would probably approach in such a manner. So might arrive an attorney with the news of a granduncle's death, or a son from college with all the fresh honors of a double first. No one would have had himself driven up to the door of a country house in such a manner who had the slightest doubt of his own right to force an entry. "Who is it?" said Mrs. Grantley, looking at her husband. "Who on earth can it be?" said the archdeacon to his wife. He then quietly got up and stood with the drawing-room door open in his hand. "Why, it's your father." It was indeed Mr. Harding, and Mr. Harding alone. He had come by himself in a post-chaise with a couple of horses from Barchester, arriving almost after dark and evidently full of news. His visits had usually been made in the quietest manner. He had rarely presumed to come without notice, and had always been driven up in a modest old green fly, with one horse that hardly made itself heard as it crawled up to the hall door. "Good gracious, Warden, is it you?" said the Archdeacon, forgetting in his surprise the events of the last few years. "But come in, nothing the matter, I hope." "We are very glad you are come, Papa," said his daughter. "I'll go and get your room ready at once." "I ain't Warden, Archdeacon," said Mr. Harding. "Mr. Quiverful is Warden." "Oh, I know, said the Archdeacon petulantly. "I forgot all about it at the moment. Is anything the matter?" "Don't go this moment, Susan," said Mr. Harding. "I have something to tell you." "The dinner bell will ring in 5 minutes," said she. "Will it?" said Mr. Harding. "Then perhaps I had better wait." He was big with news which he had come to tell, but which he knew could not be told without much discussion. He had hurried away to Plumstead as fast as 2 horses could bring him, and now, finding himself there, he was willing to accept the reprieve which dinner would give him. "If you have anything of moment to tell us," said the Archdeacon, "pray let us hear it at once. Has Eleanor gone off?" "No, she has not," said Mr. Harding with a look of great displeasure. "Has Slope been made dean?" "No, he has not, but—" "But what?" said the Archdeacon, who was becoming very impatient. They have what?" said the Archdeacon. "They have offered it to me," said Mr. Harding, with a modesty which almost prevented his speaking. "Good heavens," said the Archdeacon, and sunk back exhausted in an easy chair. "My dear, dear father," said Mrs. Grantley, and threw her arms round her father's neck. "So I thought I had better come out and consult with you at once," said Mr. Harding. "Consult!" shouted the Archdeacon. "But, my dear Harding, I congratulate you with my whole heart. With my whole heart, I do indeed. I never heard anything in my life that gave me so much pleasure." And he got hold of both his father-in-law's hands, and shook them as though he were going to shake them off, and walked round and round the room, twirling a copy of the Jupiter over his head to show his extreme exultation. "But," began Mr. Harding. "But me no buts," said the Archdeacon. "I never was so happy in my life. It was just the proper thing to do. Upon my honor, I'll never say another word against Lord, the longest day I have to live. That's Dr. Gwynne's doing, you may be sure," said Mrs. Grantley, who greatly liked the master of Lazarus, he being an orderly married man with a large family. "I suppose it is," said the Archdeacon. "Oh, Papa, I am so truly delighted," said Mrs. Grantley, getting up and kissing her father. "But my dear," said Mr. Harding. It was all in vain that he strove to speak. Nobody would listen to him. "Well, Mr. Dean," said the Archdeacon, triumphing, "the deanery gardens will be some consolation for the hospital elms. Well, poor Quiverful. I won't begrudge him his good fortune any longer." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Grantley. "Poor woman, she has 14 children. I am sure I am very glad they have got it." "So am I," said Mr. Harding. "I would give £20, said the Archdeacon, "to see how Mr. Slope will look when he hears it." The idea of Mr. Slope's discomfiture formed no small part of the Archdeacon's pleasure. At last Mr. Harding was allowed to go upstairs and wash his hands, having in fact said very little of all that he had come out to Plumstead on purpose to say, nor could anything more be said till the servants were gone after dinner. The joy of Dr. Grantley was so uncontrollable that he could not refrain from calling his father-in-law Mr. Dean before the men, and therefore it was soon matter of discussion in the lower regions how Mr. Harding, instead of his daughter's future husband, was to be the new dean, and various were the opinions on the matter. The cook and butler, who were advanced in years, thought that it was just as it should be, but the footman and lady's maid, who were younger, thought it was a great shame that Mr. Slope should lose his chance. "He's a mean chap all the same," said the footman, "and it ain't along of him that I says so, but I always did admire the Mrs.'s sister, and she'd well become the situation." While these were the ideas downstairs, a very great difference of opinion existed above. As soon as the cloth was drawn and the wine on the table, Mr. Harding made for himself an opportunity of speaking. It was, however, with much inward troubling that he said, "It's very kind of Lord. Very kind, and I feel it deeply, most deeply. I am, I must confess, gratified by the offer." "I should think so," said the Archdeacon. But all the same, I am afraid that I can't accept it." The decanter almost fell from the archdeacon's hand upon the table, and the start he made was so great as to make his wife jump up from her chair. Not accept the deanship. If it really ended in this, there would be no longer any doubt that his father-in-law was demented. The question now was whether a clergyman with low rank and preferment amounting to less than £200 a year should accept high rank £1,200 a year and one of the most desirable positions which his profession had to afford. "What?" said the archdeacon, gasping for breath and staring at his guest as though the violence of his emotion had almost thrown him into a fit. "What?" "I do not find myself fit for new duties," urged Mr. Harding. "New duties? What duties?" said the archdeacon with unintended sarcasm. "Oh, Papa," said Mrs. Grantley, "nothing can be easier than what a dean has to do. Surely you are more active than Dr. Trefoil." "He won't have half as much to do as he has at present," said Dr. Grantley. "Did you see what the Jupiter said the other day about young men?" "Yes, and I saw that the Jupiter said all that it could to induce the appointment of Mr. Slope. Perhaps you would wish to see Mr. Slope made dean." Mr. Harding made no reply to this rebuke, though he felt it strongly. He had not come over to Plumstead to have further contention with his son-in-law about Mr. Slope, so he allowed it to pass by. "I know I cannot make you understand my feeling," he said, "for we have been cast in different molds. I may wish that I had your spirit and energy and power of combating, but I have not. Every day that is added to my life increases my wish for peace and rest. And where on earth can a man have peace and rest if not in a deanery?" said the archdeacon. "People will say that I am too old for it." "Good heavens, people! What people? What need you care for any people? But I think myself I am too old for any new place." "Dear Papa," said Mrs. Grantley, "men 10 years older than you are appointed to new situations day after day." "My dear," said he, "it is impossible that I should make you understand my feelings, nor do I pretend to any great virtue in the matter. The truth is, I want the force of character which might enable me to stand against the spirit of the times. The call on all sides now is for young men, and I have not the nerve to put myself in opposition to the demand. Were the Jupiter, when it hears of my appointment, to write article after article setting forth my incompetency, I am sure it would cost me my reason. I ought to be able to bear with such things, you will say. Well, my dear, I own that I ought, but I feel my weakness, and I know that I can't, and to tell you the truth, I know no more than a child what the dean has to do." "Pshaw!" exclaimed the archdeacon. "Don't be angry with me, Archdeacon. Don't let us quarrel about it, Susan. If you knew how keenly I feel the necessity of having to disoblige you in this matter, you would not be angry with me." This was a dreadful blow to Dr. Grantley. Nothing could possibly have suited him better than having Mr. Harding in the deanery. Though he had never looked down on Mr. Harding on account of his recent poverty, he did fully recognize the satisfaction of having those belonging to him in comfortable positions. It would be much more suitable that Mr. Harding should be Dean of Barchester than Vicar of St. Cuthbert's and Precentor to boot. And then the great discomfiture of that arch-enemy of all that was respectable in Barchester, of that new low church clerical parvenu that had fallen amongst them. That alone would be worth more, almost, than the situation itself. It was frightful to think that such unhoped-for good fortune should be marred by the absurd crotchets and unwholesome hallucinations by which Mr. Harding allowed himself to be led astray. To have the cup so near his lips and then to lose the drinking of it was more than Dr. Grantley could endure. And yet it appeared as though he would have to endure it. In vain he threatened and in vain he coaxed. Mr. Harding did not indeed speak with perfect decision of refusing the proffered glory, but he would not speak with anything like decision of accepting it. When pressed again and again, he would again and again allege that he was wholly unfitted to new duties. It was in vain that the archdeacon tried to insinuate, though he could not plainly declare, that there were no new duties to perform. It was in vain he hinted that in all cases of difficulty he the archdeacon was willing and able to guide a weak-minded dean. Mr. Harding seemed to have a foolish idea, not only that there were new duties to do, but that no one should accept the place who was not himself prepared to do them. The conference ended in an understanding that Mr. Harding should at once acknowledge the letter he had received from the minister's private secretary, and should beg that he might be allowed 2 days to make up his mind, and that during those 2 days the matter should be considered. On the following morning, the Archdeacon was to drive Mr. Harding back to Barchester. Chapter 48. Miss Thorne shows her talent at matchmaking. On Mr. Harding's return to Barchester from Plumstead, which was effected by him in due course in company with the Archdeacon, more tidings of a surprising nature met him. He was, during the journey, subjected to such a weight of unanswerable argument, all of which went to prove that it was his bounden duty not to interfere with the paternal government that was so anxious to make him a dean, that when he arrived at the chemist's door in High Street, he hardly knew which way to turn himself in the matter. But, perplexed as he was doomed to further perplexity. He found a note there from his daughter begging him most urgently to come to her immediately. But we must again go back a little in our story. Miss Thorne had not been slow to hear the rumors respecting Mr. Arabin, which had so much disturbed the happiness of Mrs. Grantley, and she also was unhappy to think that her parish clergyman should be accused of worshipping a strange goddess. She also was of opinion that rectors and vicars should all be married, and with that good-natured energy which was characteristic of her, she put her wits to work to find a fitting match for Mr. Arabin. Mrs. Grantley, in this difficulty, could think of no better remedy than a lecture from the Archdeacon. Miss Thorne thought that a young lady, marriageable and with a dowry, might be of more efficacy. In looking through the catalogue of her unmarried friends who might possibly be in want of a husband, and might also be fit for such promotion as a country parsonage affords, she could think of no one more eligible than Mrs. Bold. Consequently, losing no time, she went into Barchester on the day of Mr. Slope's discomfiture, the same day that her brother had had his interesting interview with the last of the Neros, and invited Mrs. Bold to bring her nurse and baby to Ullathorne and make them a protracted visit. Miss Thorne suggested a month or two, intending to use her influence afterwards and prolonging it so as to last out the winter, in order that Mr. Arabin might have an opportunity of becoming fairly intimate with his intended bride. "We'll have Mr. Arabin too," said Miss Thorne to herself. "And before the spring they'll know each other, and in 12 or 18 months' time, if all goes well, Mrs. Bold will be domiciled at St. Ewald's." And then the kind-hearted lady gave herself some not undeserved praise for her matchmaking genius. Eleanor was taken a little by surprise, but the matter ended in her promising to go to Ullathorne for at any rate a week or two. On the day previous to that on which her father drove out to Plumstead, she had had herself driven out to Ullathorne. Miss Thorne would not perplex her with her embryo lord on that same evening, thinking that she would allow her a few hours to make herself at home, but on the following morning Mr. Arabin arrived. "And now," said Miss Thorne to herself, "I must contrive to throw them in each other's way." That same day after dinner, Eleanor, with an assumed air of dignity which she could not maintain, with tears which she could not suppress, with a flutter which she could not conquer, and a joy which she could not hide, told Miss Thorne that she was engaged to marry Mr. Arabin, and that it behoved her to get back home to Barchester as quick as she could. To say simply that Miss Thorne was rejoiced at the success of the scheme would give a very faint idea of her feelings on the occasion. My readers may probably have dreamt before now that they have had before them some terribly long walk to accomplish, some journey of 20 or 30 miles, an amount of labor frightful to anticipate, and that immediately on starting they have ingeniously found some accommodating shortcut which has brought them without fatigue to their work's end in 5 minutes. Miss Thorne's waking feelings were somewhat of the same nature. My readers may perhaps have had to do with children, and may on some occasion have promised to their young charges some great gratification intended to come off, perhaps at the end of the winter, or at the beginning of summer. The impatient juveniles, however, will not wait, and clamorously demand their treat before they go to bed. Miss Thorne had a sort of feeling that her children were equally unreasonable. She was like an inexperienced gunner, who has ill calculated the length of the train that he has laid. The gunpowder exploded much too soon, and poor Miss Thorne felt that she was blown up by the strength of her own petard. Miss Thorne had had lovers of her own, but they had been gentlemen of old-fashioned and deliberate habits. Miss Thorne's heart also had not always been hard, though she was still a virgin spinster, but it had never yielded in this way at the first assault. She had intended to bring together a middle-aged, studious clergyman and a discreet matron who might possibly be induced to marry again, and in doing so she had thrown fire among tinder. Well, it was all as it should be, but she did feel perhaps a little put out by the precipitancy of her own success, and perhaps a little vexed at the readiness of Mrs. Bold to be wooed. She said, however, nothing about it to anyone, and ascribed it all to the altered manners of the new age. Their mothers and grandmothers were perhaps a little more deliberate, but it was admitted on all sides that things were conducted very differently now than in former times. For aught Miss Thorne knew of the matter, a couple of hours might be quite sufficient under the new regime to complete that for which she in her ignorance had allotted 12 months. But we must not pass over the wooings so cavalierly. It has been told, with perhaps tedious accuracy, how Eleanor disposed of 2 of her lovers at Ullathorne, and it must also be told with equal accuracy, and if possible with less tedium, how she encountered Mr. Arabin. It cannot be denied that when Eleanor accepted Miss Thorne's invitation, she remembered that Ullathorne was in the parish of St. Ewold's. Since her interview with the Signora, she had done little else than think about Mr. Arabin and the appeal that had been made to her. She could not bring herself to believe, or try to bring herself to believe, that what she had been told was untrue. Think of it how she would, she could not but accept it as a fact that Mr. Arabin was fond of her. And then when she went further and asked herself the question, she could not but accept it as a fact also that she was fond of him. If it were destined for her to be the partner of his hopes and sorrows, to whom could she look for friendship so properly as to Miss Thorne? This invitation was like an ordained step towards the fulfillment of her destiny, and when she also heard that Mr. Arabin was expected to be at Ullathorne on the following day, it seemed as though all the world were conspiring in her favor. Well, did she not deserve it? In that affair of Mr. Slope, had not all the world conspired against her? She could not, however, make herself easy and at home. When in the evening after dinner Miss Thorne expatiated on the excellence of Mr. Arabin's qualities, and hinted that any little rumor which might be ill-naturedly spread abroad concerning him really meant nothing, Mrs. Bold found herself unable to answer. When Miss Thorne went a little further and declared that she did not know a prettier vicarage house in the county than St. Ewold's, Mrs. Bold, remembering the projected bow window and the projected priestess, still held her tongue, though her ears tingled with the conviction that all the world knew that she was in love with Mr. Arabin. Well, what would that matter if they could only meet and tell each other what each now longed to tell? And they did meet. Mr. Arabin came early in the day and found the 2 ladies together at work in the drawing-room. Miss Thorne, who, had she known all the truth, would have vanished into air at once, had no conception that her immediate absence would be a blessing, and remained chatting with them till luncheon time. Mr. Arabin could talk about nothing but the Signora Neroni's beauty, would discuss no people but the Stanhopes. This was very distressing to Eleanor, and not very satisfactory to Miss Thorne. But yet there was evidence of innocence in his open avowal of admiration. And then they had lunch, and then Mr. Arabin went out on parish duty, and Eleanor and Miss Thorne were left to take a walk together. "Do you think the Signora Neroni is so lovely as people say?" Eleanor asked as they were coming home. "She is very beautiful, certainly, very beautiful," Miss Thorne answered, "but I do not know that anyone considers her lovely. She is a woman all men would like to look at, but few, I imagine, would be glad to take her to their hearths, even were she unmarried and not afflicted as she is." There was some little comfort in this. Eleanor made the most of it till she got back to the house. She was then left alone in the drawing-room, and just as it was getting dark, Mr. Arabin came in. It was a beautiful afternoon in the beginning of October, and Eleanor was sitting in the window to get the advantage of the last daylight for her novel. There was a fire in the comfortable room, but the weather was not cold enough to make it attractive, and as she could see the sun set from where she sat, she was not very attentive to her book. Mr. Arabin, when he entered, stood a while with his back to the fire in his usual way, merely uttering a few commonplace remarks about the beauty of the weather, while he plucked up courage for more interesting converse. It cannot probably be said that he had resolved then and there to make an offer to Eleanor. Men, we believe, seldom make such resolves. Mr. Slope and Mr. Stanhope had done so, it is true, but gentlemen generally propose without any absolutely defined determination as to their doing so. Such was now the case with Mr. Arabin. "It is a lovely sunset," said Eleanor, answering him on the dreadfully trite subject which he had chosen. Mr. Arabin could not see the sunset from the hearth-rug, so he had to go close to her. "Very lovely," said he, standing modestly so far away from her as to avoid touching the flounces of her dress. Then it appeared that he had nothing further to say, so after gazing for a moment in silence at the brightness of the setting sun, he returned to the fire. Eleanor found that it was quite impossible for herself to commence a conversation. In the first place, she could find nothing to say. Words, which were generally plenty enough with her, would not come to her relief. And moreover, do what she would, she could hardly prevent herself from crying. "Do you like Ullathorne?" said Mr. Arabin, speaking from the safely distant position which he had assumed on the hearthrug. "Yes, indeed, very much." "I don't mean Mr. and Miss Thorne, I know you like them, but the style of the house. There is something about old-fashioned mansions built as this is, and old-fashioned gardens that to me is especially delightful." "I like everything old-fashioned," said Eleanor. "Old-fashioned things are so much the honestest." "I don't know about that," said Mr. Arabin, gently laughing. "That is an opinion on which very much may be said on either side. It is strange how widely the world is divided on a subject which so nearly concerns us all, and which is so close beneath our eyes. Some think that we are quickly progressing towards perfection, while others imagine that virtue is disappearing from the earth." "And you, Mr. Arabin, what do you think?" said Eleanor. She felt somewhat surprised at the tone which his conversation was taking, and yet she was relieved at his saying something which enabled herself to speak without showing her own emotion. "What do I think, Mrs. Bold?" And then he rumbled his money with his hands in his trousers pockets, and looked and spoke very little like a thriving lover. "It is the bane of my life that on important subjects I acquire no fixed opinion. I think and go on thinking, and yet my thoughts are running ever in different directions. I hardly know whether or no we do lean more confidently than our fathers did on those high hopes to which we profess to aspire." "I think the world grows more worldly every day," said Eleanor. "That is because you see more of it than when you were younger. But we should hardly judge by what we see. We see so very, very little." There was then a pause for a while, during which Mr. Arabin continued to turn over his shillings and half-crowns. If we believe in Scripture, we can hardly think that mankind in general will now be allowed to retrograde. Eleanor, whose mind was certainly engaged otherwise than on the general state of mankind, made no answer to this. She felt thoroughly dissatisfied with herself. She could not force her thoughts away from the topic on which the Signora had spoken to her in so strange a way, and yet she knew that she could not converse with Mr. Arabin in an unrestrained, natural tone till she did so. She was most anxious not to show to him any special emotion, and yet she felt that if he looked at her, he would at once see that she was not at ease. But he did not look at her. Instead of doing so, he left the fireplace and began walking up and down the room. Eleanor took up her book resolutely, but she could not read, for there was a tear in her eye, and do what she would, it fell on her cheek. When Mr. Arabin's back was turned to her, she wiped it away. But another was soon coursing down her face in its place. They would come, not a deluge of tears that would have betrayed her at once, but one by one single monitors. Mr. Arabin did not observe her closely, and they passed unseen. Mr. Arabin, thus pacing up and down the room, took 4 or 5 turns before he spoke another word, and Eleanor sat equally silent with her face bent over her book. She was afraid that her tears would get the better of her, and was preparing for an escape from the room, when Mr. Arabin in his walk stood opposite to her. He did not come close up, but stood exactly on the spot to which his course brought him, and then, with his hands under his coat-tails, thus made his confession. "Mrs. Bold," said he, "I owe you retribution for a great offense of which I have been guilty towards you." Eleanor's heart beat so that she could not trust herself to say that he had never been guilty of any offense. So Mr. Arabin thus went on. "I have thought much of it since, and I am now aware that I was wholly unwarranted in putting to you a question which I once asked you. It was indelicate on my part, and perhaps unmanly. No intimacy which may exist between myself and your connection, Dr. Grantley, could justify it. Nor could the acquaintance which existed between ourselves." This word acquaintance struck cold on Eleanor's heart. Was this to be her doom after all? "I therefore think it right to beg your pardon in a humble spirit, and I now do so." What was Eleanor to say to him? She could not say much because she was crying, and yet she must say something. She was most anxious to say that something graciously, kindly, and yet not in such a manner as to betray herself. She had never felt herself so much at a loss for words. "Indeed, I took no offense, Mr. Arabin." "Oh, but you did, and had you not done so, you would not have been yourself. You were as right to be offended as I was wrong so to offend you. I have not forgiven myself, but I hope to hear that you forgive me." She was now past speaking calmly, though she still continued to hide her tears, and Mr. Arabin, after pausing a moment in vain for her reply, was walking off towards the door. She felt that she could not allow him to go unanswered without grievously sinning against all charity, so, rising from her seat, she gently touched his arm and said, "Oh, Mr. Arabin, do not go till I speak to you. I do forgive you. You know that I forgive you." He took the hand that had so gently touched his arm and then gazed into her face as if he would peruse there, as though written in a book, the whole future destiny of his life. As he did so, there was a sober, sad seriousness in his own countenance which Eleanor found herself unable to sustain. She could only look down upon the carpet, let her tears trickle as they would, and leave her hand within his. It was but for a minute that they stood so, but the duration of that minute was sufficient to make it ever memorable to them both. Eleanor was sure now that she was loved. No words, be their eloquence what it might, could be more impressive than that eager, melancholy gaze. Why did he look so into her eyes? Why did he not speak to her? Could it be that he looked for her to make the first sign? And he, though he knew but little of women, even he knew that he was loved. He had only to ask, and it would be all his own, that inexpressible loveliness, those ever-speaking but yet now mute eyes, that feminine brightness and eager, loving spirit which had so attracted him since first he had encountered it at St. Ewald's. It must all be his own now. On no other supposition was it possible that she should allow her hand to remain thus clasped within his own. He had only to ask. But that was the difficulty. Did a minute suffice for all this? Nay, perhaps it might be more than a minute. "Mrs. Bold," at last he said, and then stopped himself. If he could not speak, how was she to do so? He had called her by her name, the same name that any merest stranger would have used. She withdrew her hand from his and moved as though to return to her seat. "Eleanor?" he then said in his softest tone, as though the courage of a lover were as yet but half assumed, as though he were still afraid of giving offense by the freedom which he took. She looked slowly, gently, almost piteously up into his face. There was at any rate no anger there to deter him. "Eleanor!" he again exclaimed, and in a moment he had her clasped to his bosom. How this was done, whether the doing was with him or her, whether she had flown thither conquered by the tenderness of his voice, or he with a violence not likely to give offense had drawn her to his breast, neither of them knew, nor can I declare. There was now that sympathy between them which hardly admitted of individual motion. They were one and the same, one flesh, one spirit, one life. "Eleanor, my own, my wife." She ventured to look up at him through her tears, and he, bowing his face down over hers, pressed his lips upon her brow, his virgin lips which, since a beard first grew upon his chin, had never yet tasted the luxury of a woman's cheek. She had been told that her yea must be yea or her nay nay, but she was called on for neither the one nor the other. She told Miss Thorne that she was engaged to Mr. Arabin, but no such words had passed between them, no promises had been asked or given. "Oh, let me go," said she. "Let me go now. I am too happy to remain. Let me go that I may be alone." He did not try to hinder her. He did not repeat the kiss. He did not press another on her lips. He might have done so had he been so minded. She was now all his own. He took his arm from round her waist, his arm that was trembling with a new delight, and let her go. She fled like a roe to her own chamber, and then, having turned the bolt, she enjoyed the full luxury of her love. She idolized, almost worshipped this man who had so meekly begged her pardon, and he was now her own. Oh, how she wept and cried and laughed as the hopes and fears and miseries of the last few weeks passed in remembrance through her mind. Mr. Slope, that anyone should have dared to think that she who had been chosen by him could possibly have mated herself with Mr. Slope, that they should have dared to tell him also and subject her bright happiness to such needless risk. And then she smiled with joy as she thought of all the comforts that she could give him, not that he cared for comforts, but that it would be so delicious for her to give. She got up and rang for her maid that she might tell her little boy of his new father, and in her own way she did tell him. She desired her maid to leave her, in order that she might be alone with her child, and then, while he lay sprawling on the bed, she poured forth the praises, all unmeaning to him, of the man she had selected to guard his infancy. She could not be happy, however, till she had made Mr. Arabin take the child to himself and thus, as it were, adopt him as his own. The moment the idea struck her, she took the baby up in her arms and, opening her door, ran quickly down to the drawing-room. She at once found, by his steps still pacing on the floor, that he was there, and a glance within the room told her that he was alone. She hesitated a moment, and then hurried in with her precious charge. Mr. Arabin met her in the middle of the room. "There," said she, breathless with her haste. "There, take him and love him." Mr. Arabin took the little fellow from her and, kissing him again and again, prayed God to bless him. "He shall be all as my own, said he. Eleanor, as she stooped to take back her child, kissed the hand that held him and then rushed back with her treasure to her chamber. It was thus that Mr. Harding's younger daughter was won for the second time. At dinner neither she nor Mr. Arabin were very bright, but their silence occasioned no remark. In the drawing-room, as we have before said, she told Miss Thorne what had occurred. The next morning she returned to Barchester, and Mr. Arabin went over with his budget of news to the Archdeacon. As Dr. Grantly was not there, he could only satisfy himself by telling Mrs. Grantly how that he intended himself the honor of becoming her brother-in-law. In the ecstasy of her joy at hearing such tidings, Mrs. Grantly vouchsafed him a warmer welcome than any he had yet received from Eleanor. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. It was the general exclamation of the rectory. "Poor Eleanor! Dear Eleanor, what a monstrous injustice has been done her! Well, it shall all be made up now." And then she thought of the Signora. "What lies people tell," she said to herself. But people in this matter had told no lies at all. Chapter 49. The Beelzebub Colt. When Miss Thorne left the dining room, Eleanor had formed no intention of revealing to her what had occurred, but when she was seated beside her hostess on the sofa, the secret dropped from her almost unawares. Eleanor was but a bad hypocrite, and she found herself quite unable to continue talking about Mr. Arabin as though he were a stranger while her heart was full of him. When Miss Thorne, pursuing her own scheme with discreet zeal, asked the young widow whether, in her opinion, it would not be a good thing for Mr. Arabin to get married, she had nothing for it but to confess the truth. "I suppose it would," said Eleanor rather sheepishly. Whereupon Miss Thorne amplified on the idea. "Oh, Miss Thorne," said Eleanor, "he is going to be married. I am engaged to him." Now Miss Thorne knew very well that there had been no such engagement when she had been walking with Mrs. Bold in the morning. She had also heard enough to be tolerably sure that there had been no preliminaries to such an engagement. She was, therefore, as we have before described, taken a little by surprise. But nevertheless she embraced her guest and cordially congratulated her. Eleanor had no opportunity of speaking another word to Mr. Arabin that evening, except such words as all the world might hear, and these, as may be supposed, were few enough. Miss Thorne did her best to leave them in privacy, but Mr. Thorne, who knew nothing of what had occurred, and another guest, a friend of his, entirely interfered with her good intentions. So poor Eleanor had to go to bed without one sign of affection. Her state, nevertheless, was not to be pitied. The next morning she was up early. It was probable, she thought, that by going down a little before the usual hour of breakfast she might find Mr. Arabin alone in the dining room. Might it not be that he also would calculate that an interview would thus be possible? Thus thinking, Eleanor was dressed a full hour before the time fixed in the Ullathorne household for morning prayers. She did not at once go down. She was afraid to seem to be too anxious to meet her lover, though heaven knows her anxiety was intense enough. She therefore sat herself down at her window, and repeatedly looking at her watch, nursed her child till she thought she might venture forth. When she found herself at the dining-room door, she stood a moment, hesitating to turn the handle. But when she heard Mr. Thorne's voice inside, she hesitated no longer. Her object was defeated, and she might now go in as soon as she liked without the slightest imputation on her delicacy. Mr. Thorne and Mr. Arabin were standing on the hearthrug, discussing the merits of the Beelzebub colt, or rather Mr. Thorne was discussing, and Mr. Arabin was listening, That interesting animal had rubbed the stump of his tail against the wall of his stable and occasioned much uneasiness to the Ullathorne master of the horse. Had Eleanor but waited another minute, Mr. Thorne would have been in the stables. Mr. Thorne, when he saw his lady guest, repressed his anxiety. The Beelzebub colt must do without him, and so the three stood, saying little or nothing to each other, till at last the master of the house, finding that he could no longer bear his present state of suspense respecting his favorite young steed, made an elaborate apology to Mrs. Bold and escaped. As he shut the door behind him, Eleanor almost wished that he had remained. It was not that she was afraid of Mr. Arabin, but she hardly yet knew how to address him. He, however, soon relieved her from her embarrassment. He came up to her and taking both her hands in his, he said, "So, Eleanor, you and I are to be man and wife, is it so?" She looked up into his face, and her lips formed themselves into a single syllable. She uttered no sound, but he could read the affirmative plainly in her face. "It is a great trust," said he. "A very great trust." It is, said Eleanor, not exactly taking what he had said in the sense that he had meant. "It is a very, very great trust, and I will do my utmost to deserve it." "And I also will do my utmost to deserve it," said Mr. Arabin very solemnly. And then, winding his arm round her waist, he stood there gazing at the fire, and she, with her head leaning on his shoulder, stood by him, well satisfied with her position. They neither of them spoke, or found any want of speaking. All that was needful for them to say had been said. The yea had been spoken by Eleanor in her own way, and that way had been perfectly satisfactory to Mr. Arabin. And now it remained to them each to enjoy the assurance of the other's love. And how great that luxury is, how far it surpasses any other pleasure which God has allowed to his creatures, and to a woman's heart how doubly delightful. When the ivy has found its tower, when the delicate creeper has found its strong wall, we know how the parasite plants grow and prosper. They were not created to stretch forth their branches alone, and endure without protection the summer's sun and the winter's storm. Alone they but spread themselves on the ground and cower unseen in the dingy shade. But when they have found their firm supporters, how wonderful is their beauty! How all-pervading and victorious! What is the turret without its ivy, or the high garden wall without the jasmine which gives it its beauty and fragrance? The hedge without the honeysuckle is but a hedge. There is a feeling still half existing, but now half conquered by the force of human nature, that a woman should be ashamed of her love till the husband's right to her compels her to acknowledge it. We would fain preach a different doctrine. A woman should glory in her love, but on that account let her take the more care that it be such as to justify her glory. Eleanor did glory in hers, and she felt, and had cause to feel, that it deserved to be held as glorious. She could have stood there for hours with his arm round her, had fate and Mr. Thorne permitted it. Each moment she crept nearer to his bosom and felt more and more certain that there was her home. What now to her was the Archdeacon's arrogance, her sister's coldness, or her dear father's weakness? What need she care for the duplicity of such friends as Charlotte Stanhope? She had found the strong shield that should guard her from all wrongs, the trusty pilot that should henceforward guide her through the shoals and rocks. She would give up the heavy burden of her independence, and once more assume the position of a woman and the duties of a trusting and loving wife. And he too stood there fully satisfied with his place. They were both looking intently on the fire, as though they could read there their future fate, till at last Eleanor turned her face towards his. "How sad you are," she said, smiling, and indeed his face was, if not sad, at least serious. "How sad you are, love." "Sad," said he, looking down at her. "No, certainly not sad." Her sweet, loving eyes were turned towards him, and she smiled softly as he answered her. The temptation was too strong even for the demure propriety of Mr. Arabin, and bending over her, he pressed his lips to hers. Immediately after this Mr. Thorne appeared, and they were both delighted to hear that the tail of the Beelzebub colt was not materially injured. It had been Mr. Harding's intention to hurry over to Ullathorne as soon as possible after his return to Barchester, in order to secure the support of his daughter in his meditated revolt against the Archdeacon as touching the deanery, but he was spared the additional journey by hearing that Mrs. Bold had returned unexpectedly home. As soon as he had read her note, he started off and found her waiting for him in her own house. How much each of them had to tell the other, and how certain each was that the story which he or she had to tell would astonish the other. "My dear, I am so anxious to see you," said Mr. Harding, kissing his daughter. "Oh, Papa, I have so much to tell you," said the daughter, returning the embrace. "My dear, they have offered me the deanery," said Mr. Harding, anticipating by the suddenness of the revelation the tidings which Eleanor had to give him. "Oh, Papa," said she, forgetting her own love and happiness in her joy at the surprising news. "Oh, Papa, can it be possible? Dear Papa, how thoroughly happy that makes me. But my dear, I think it best to refuse it. Oh, Papa, I am sure you will agree with me, Eleanor, when I explain it to you. You know, my dear, how old I am. If I live, But Papa, I must tell you about myself." "Well, my dear." "I do so wonder how you'll take it." "Take what?" "If you don't rejoice at it, if it doesn't make you happy, if you don't encourage me, I shall break my heart." "If that be the case, Nellie, I certainly will encourage you." "But I fear you won't." "I do so fear you won't. And yet you can't but think I am the most fortunate woman living on God's earth." "Are you, dearest, then? I certainly will rejoice with you. Come, Nellie. Come to me and tell me what it is. I am going." He led her to the sofa and, seating himself beside her, took both her hands in his. "You're going to be married, Nellie. Is not that it?" "Yes," she said faintly. "That is, if you will approve." And then she blushed as she remembered the promise which she had so lately volunteered to him, and which she had so utterly forgotten in making her engagement with Mr. Arabin. Mr. Harding thought for a moment who the man could be whom he was to be called upon to welcome as his son-in-law. A week since he would have had no doubt whom to name. In that case he would have been prepared to give his sanction, although he would have done so with a heavy heart. Now he knew that at any rate it would not be Mr. Slope, though he was perfectly at a loss to guess who could possibly have filled the place. For a moment he thought that the man might be Bertie Stanhope, and his very soul sank within him. "Well, Nellie? Oh, Papa, promise to me that, for my sake, you will love him." "Come, Nellie, come, tell me who it is." "But will you love him, Papa?" "Dearest, I must love anyone that you love." Then she turned her face to his and whispered into his ear the name of Mr. Arabin. No man that she could have named could have more surprised or more delighted him. Had he looked round the world for a son-in-law to his taste, he could have selected no one whom he would have preferred to Mr. Arabin. He was a clergyman. He held a living in the neighborhood. He was of a set to which all Mr. Harding's own partialities most closely adhered. He was the great friend of Dr. Grantly, and he was, moreover, a man of whom Mr. Harding knew nothing but what he approved. Nevertheless, his surprise was so great as to prevent the immediate expression of his joy. He had never thought of Mr. Arabin in connection with his daughter. He had never imagined that they had any feeling in common. He had feared that his daughter had been made hostile to clergymen of Mr. Arabin's stamp by her intolerance of the Archdeacon's pretensions. Had he been put to wish, he might have wished for Mr. Arabin for a son-in-law, but had he been put to guess, the name would never have occurred to him. "Mr. Arabin!" he exclaimed. "Impossible!" "Oh, Papa, for heaven's sake don't say anything against him. If you love me, don't say anything against him. Oh, Papa, it's done and mustn't be undone. Oh, Papa." Fickle Eleanor. Where was the promise that she would make no choice for herself without her father's approval? She had chosen and now demanded his acquiescence. Oh, Papa, isn't he good? Isn't he noble? Isn't he religious, high-minded, everything that a good man possibly can be? She clung to her father, beseeching him for his consent. "My Nellie, my child, my own daughter, he is noble and good and high-minded. He is all that a woman can love and a man admire. He shall be my son, my own son. He shall be as close to my heart as you are. My Nellie, my child, my happy, happy child." We need not pursue the interview any further. By degrees they returned to the subject of the new promotion. Eleanor tried to prove to him, as the Grantleys had done, that his age could be no bar to his being a very excellent dean, but those arguments had now even less weight on him than before. He said little or nothing but sat, meditative. Every now and then he would kiss his daughter and say yes or no, or very true, or well, my dear, I can't quite agree with you there. But he could not be got to enter sharply into the question of to be or not to be Dean of Barchester. Of her and her happiness, of Mr. Arabin and his virtues, he would talk as much as Eleanor desired, and to tell the truth, that was not a little, but about the deanery he would now say nothing further. He had got a new idea into his head. Why should not Mr. Arabin be the new dean? Chapter 50. The Archdeacon is satisfied with the state of affairs. The Archdeacon, in his journey into Barchester, had been assured by Mr. Harding that all their prognostications about Mr. Slope and Eleanor were groundless. Mr. Harding, however, had found it very difficult to shake his son-in-law's faith in his own acuteness. The matter had, to Dr. Grantley, been so plainly corroborated by such patent evidence, borne out by such endless circumstances, that he at first refused to take as true the positive statement which Mr. Harding made to him of Eleanor's own disavowal of the impeachment. But at last he yielded in a qualified way. He brought himself to admit that he would at the present regard his past convictions as a mistake, but in doing this he so guarded himself that if, at any future time, Eleanor should come forth to the world as Mrs. Slope, he might still be able to say, "There, I told you so. Remember what you said and what I said, and remember also for coming years that I was right in this matter, as in all others." He carried, however, his concessions so far as to bring himself to undertake to call at Eleanor's house, and he did call accordingly, while the father and daughter were yet in the middle of their conference. Mr. Harding had had so much to hear and to say that he had forgotten to advise Eleanor of the honor that awaited her, and she heard her brother-in-law's voice in the hall, while she was quite unprepared to see him. "There's the Archdeacon," she said, springing up. "Yes, my dear. He told me to tell you that he would come and see you, but to tell the truth I had forgotten all about it." Eleanor fled away regardless of all her father's entreaties. She could not now, in the first hours of her joy, bring herself to bear all the Archdeacon's retractions, apologies, and congratulations. He would have so much to say and would be so tedious in saying it. Consequently, the Archdeacon, when he was shown into the drawing-room, found no one there but Mr. Harding. "You must excuse Eleanor," said Mr. Harding. "Is anything the matter?" asked the doctor, who at once anticipated that the whole truth about Mr. Slope had at last come out. "Well, something is the matter. I wonder now whether you will be much surprised." The Archdeacon saw by his father-in-law's manner that after all he had nothing to tell him about Mr. Slope. "No," said he, "certainly not. Nothing will ever surprise me again. Very many men nowadays besides the Archdeacon adopt or affect to adopt the nil admirari doctrine, but nevertheless, to judge from their appearance, they are just as subject to sudden emotions as their grandfathers and grandmothers were before them. What do you think Mr. Arabin has done?" "Mr. Arabin? It's nothing about that daughter of Stanhope's, I hope?" "No, not that woman," said Mr. Harding, enjoying his joke in his sleeve. "Not that woman? Is he going to do anything about any woman? Why can't you speak out, if you have anything to say? There is nothing I hate so much as these sort of mysteries." "There shall be no mystery with you, Archdeacon, though of course it must go no further at present." "Well?" "Except Susan. You must promise me you'll tell no one else." "Nonsense," exclaimed the Archdeacon, who was becoming angry in his suspense. "You can't have any secret about Mr. Arabin. Only this, that he and Eleanor are engaged." It was quite clear to see by the Archdeacon's face that he did not believe a word of it. "Mr. Arabin, it's impossible. Eleanor at any rate has just now told me so." "It's impossible," repeated the Archdeacon. "Well, I can't say I think it impossible. It certainly took me by surprise, but that does not make it impossible. She must be mistaken." Mr. Harding assured him that there was no mistake, that he would find on returning home that Mr. Arabin had been at Plumstead with the express object of making the same declaration, that even Miss Thorne knew all about it, and that in fact the thing was as clearly settled as any such arrangement between a lady and a gentleman could well be. "Good heavens," said the Archdeacon, walking up and down Eleanor's drawing-room. "Good heavens, good heavens." Now these exclamations certainly betokened faith, Mr. Harding properly gathered from it that, at last, Dr. Grantly did believe the fact. The first utterance clearly evinced a certain amount of distaste at the information he had received. The second simply indicated surprise. In the tone of the third, Mr. Harding fancied that he could catch a certain gleam of satisfaction. The Archdeacon had truly expressed the workings of his mind. He could not but be disgusted to find how utterly astray he had been in all his anticipations. Had he only been lucky enough to have suggested this marriage himself when he first brought Mr. Arabin into the country, his character for judgment and wisdom would have received an addition which would have classed him at any rate next to Solomon. And why had he not done so? Might he not have foreseen that Mr. Arabin would want a wife in his parsonage? He had foreseen that Eleanor would want a husband, but should he not also have perceived that Mr. Arabin was a man much more likely to attract her than Mr. Slope? The Archdeacon found that he had been at fault and, of course, could not immediately get over his discomfiture. Then his surprise was intense. How sly this pair of young turtle-doves had been with him. How egregiously they had hoaxed him. He had preached to Eleanor against her fancied attachment to Mr. Slope at the very time that she was in love with his own protégé, Mr. Arabin, and had absolutely taken that same Mr. Arabin into his confidence with reference to his dread of Mr. Slope's alliance. It was very natural that the Archdeacon should feel surprise. But there was also great ground for satisfaction. Looking at the match by itself, it was the very thing to help the doctor out of his difficulties. In the first place, the assurance that he should never have Mr. Slope for his brother-in-law was in itself a great comfort. Then Mr. Arabin was, of all men, the one with whom it would best suit him to be so intimately connected. But the crowning comfort was the blow which this marriage would give to Mr. Slope. He had now certainly lost his wife. Rumor was beginning to whisper that he might possibly lose his position in the palace, and if Mr. Harding would only be true, the great danger of all would be surmounted. In such case it might be expected that Mr. Slope would own himself vanquished and take himself altogether away from Barchester, and so the Archdeacon would again be able to breathe pure air. "Well, well," said he. "Good heavens, good heavens." And the tone of the fifth exclamation made Mr. Harding fully aware that content was reigning in the Archdeacon's bosom. And then slowly, gradually, and craftily Mr. Harding propounded his own new scheme. Why should not Mr. Arabin be the new dean? Slowly, gradually, and thoughtfully Dr. Grantly fell into his father-in-law's views. Much as he liked Mr. Arabin, sincere as was his admiration for that gentleman's ecclesiastical abilities, he would not have sanctioned a measure which would rob his father-in-law of his fairly earned promotion, were it at all practicable to induce his father-in-law to accept the promotion which he had earned. But the Archdeacon had, on a former occasion, received proof of the obstinacy with which Mr. Harding could adhere to his own views in opposition to the advice of all his friends. He knew tolerably well that nothing would induce the meek, mild man before him to take the high place offered to him, if he thought it wrong to do so. Knowing this, he also said to himself more than once, why should not Mr. Arabin be Dean of Barchester? It was at last arranged between them that they would together start to London by the earliest train on the following morning, making a little detour to Oxford on their journey. Dr. Gwynne's counsels, they imagined, might perhaps be of assistance to them. These matters settled, the Archdeacon hurried off, that he might return to Plumstead and prepare for his journey. The day was extremely fine, and he came into the city in an open gig. As he was driving up the high street, he encountered Mr. Slope at a crossing. Had he not pulled up rather sharply, he would have run over him. The two had never spoken to each other since they had met on a memorable occasion in the bishop's study. They did not speak now, but they looked each other full in the face, and Mr. Slope's countenance was as impudent, as triumphant, as defiant as ever. Had Dr. Grantly not known to the contrary, he would have imagined that his enemy had won the deanship, the wife, and all the rich honors for which he had been striving. As it was, he had lost everything that he had in the world, and had just received his congé from the bishop. In leaving the town, the Archdeacon drove by the well-remembered entrance of Hiram's Hospital. There at the gate was a large, untidy farmer's wagon, laden with untidy-looking furniture, and there, inspecting the arrival, was good Mrs. Quiverful, not dressed in her Sunday best, not very clean in her apparel, not graceful as to her bonnet and shawl, or indeed, with many feminine charms as to her whole appearance. She was busy at domestic work in her new house, and had just ventured out, expecting to see no one on the arrival of the family chattels. The Archdeacon was down upon her before she knew where she was. Her acquaintance with Dr. Grantley or his family was very slight indeed. The Archdeacon, as a matter of course, knew every clergyman in the Archdeaconry, it may almost be said in the diocese, and had some acquaintance, more or less intimate, with their wives and families. With Mr. Quiverful he had been concerned on various matters of business, but of Mrs. Q he had seen very little. Now, however, he was in too gracious a mood to pass her by unnoticed. The Quiverfuls, one and all, had looked for the bitterest hostility from Dr. Grantley. They knew his anxiety that Mr. Harding should return to his old home at the hospital, and they did not know that a new home had been offered to him at the deanery. Mrs. Quiverful was therefore not a little surprised, and not a little rejoiced also, at the tone in which she was addressed. "How do you do, Mrs. Quiverful? How do you do?" said he, stretching his left hand out of the gig as he spoke to her. "I am very glad to see you employed in so pleasant and useful a manner, very glad indeed." Mrs. Quiverful thanked him, and shook hands with him, and looked into his face suspiciously. She was not sure whether the congratulations and kindness were or were not ironical. "Pray tell Mr. Quiverful from me," he continued, "that I am rejoiced at his appointment. It's a comfortable place, Mrs. Quiverful, and a comfortable house, and I am very glad to see you in it. Goodbye, goodbye." And he drove on, leaving the lady well pleased and astonished at his good nature. On the whole, things were going well with the Archdeacon, and he could afford to be charitable to Mrs. Quiverful. He looked forth from his gig smilingly on all the world, and forgave everyone in Barchester their sins excepting only Mrs. Proudie and Mr. Slope. Had he seen the bishop, he would have felt inclined to pat even him kindly on the head. He determined to go home by St. Ewolds. This would take him some 3 miles out of his way, but he felt that he could not leave Plumstead comfortably without saying one word of good fellowship to Mr. Arabin. When he reached the parsonage, the vicar was still out, but from what he had heard, he did not doubt but that he would meet him on the road between their 2 houses. He was right in this, for about halfway home, at a narrow turn, he came upon Mr. Arabin, who was on horseback. "Well, well, well, well," said the Archdeacon loudly, joyously, and with supreme good humour. "Well, well, 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 so, after all, we have no further cause to fear Mr. Slope." "I hear from Mrs. Grantley that they have offered the deanery to Mr. Harding," said the other. "Mr. Slope has lost more than the deanery, I find." And then the Archdeacon laughed jocosely. "Come, come, Arabin, you have kept your secret well enough. I know all about it now." "I have had no secret, Archdeacon," said the other with a quiet smile. "None at all, not for a day. It was only yesterday that I knew my own good fortune, and today I went over to Plumstead to ask your approval. From what Mrs. Grantley has said to me, I am led to hope that I shall have it." "With all my heart, with all my heart," said the Archdeacon cordially, holding his friend fast by the hand. "It's just as I would have it. She is an excellent young woman. She will not come to you empty-handed, and I think she will make you a good wife. If she does her duty by you as her sister does by me, you'll be a happy man, that's all I can say." And as he finished speaking, a tear might have been observed in each of the doctor's eyes. Mr. Arabin warmly returned the Archdeacon's grasp, but he said little. His heart was too full for speaking, and he could not express the gratitude which he felt. Dr. Grantley understood him as well as though he had spoken for an hour. "And mind, Arabin," said he, "no one but myself shall tie the knot. We'll get Eleanor out to Plumstead, and it shall come off there. I'll make Susan stir herself, and we'll do it in style. I must be off to London tomorrow on special business. Harding goes with me, but I'll be back before your bride has got her wedding dress ready." And so they parted. On his journey home, the Archdeacon occupied his mind with preparations for the marriage festivities. He made a great resolve that he would atone to Eleanor for all the injury he had done her by the munificence of his future treatment. He would show her what was the difference in his eyes between a Slope and an Arabin. On one other thing also he decided with a firm mind. If the affair of the Dean should not be settled in Mr. Arabin's favour, nothing should prevent him putting a new front and bow window to the dining room at St. Ewolds parsonage. "So we're sold after all, Sue," said he to his wife, accosting her with a kiss as soon as he entered his house. He did not call his wife Sue above twice or thrice in a year, and these occasions were great high days. "Eleanor has had more sense than we gave her credit for," said Mrs. Grantley. And there was great content in Plumstead Rectory that evening. Mrs. Grantley promised her husband that she would now open her heart and take Mr. Arabin into it. Hitherto she had declined to do so. Chapter 51. Mr. Slope bids farewell to the palace and its inhabitants. We must now take leave of Mr. Slope, and of the bishop also, and of Mrs. Proudie. These leave-takings in novels are as disagreeable as they are in real life, not so sad indeed, for they want the reality of sadness, but quite as perplexing, and generally less satisfactory. What novelist, what Fielding, what Scott, what George Sand or Sue or Dumas can impart an interest to the last chapter of his fictitious history? Promises of 2 children and superhuman happiness are of no avail, nor assurance of extreme respectability carried to an age far exceeding that usually allotted to mortals. The sorrows of our heroes and heroines, they are your delight, O public. Their sorrows, or their sins, or their absurdities, not their virtues, good sense, and consequent rewards. When we begin to tint our final pages with couleur de rose, as in accordance with fixed rule we must do, we altogether extinguish our own powers of pleasing. When we become dull, we offend your intellect, and we must become dull or we should offend your taste. A late writer, wishing to sustain his interest to the last page, hung his hero at the end of the 3rd volume. The consequence was that no one would read his novel. And who can apportion out and dovetail his incidents, dialogues, characters, and descriptive morsels so as to fit them all exactly into 930 pages, without either compressing them unnaturally or extending them artificially at the end of his labor? Do I not myself know that I am at this moment in want of a dozen pages, and that I am sick with cudgelling my brains to find them? And then, when everything is done, the kindest-hearted critic of them all invariably twits us with the incompetency and lameness of our conclusion. We have either become idle and neglected it, or tedious and overlabored it. It is insipid or unnatural, overstrained or imbecile. It means nothing, or attempts too much. The last scene of all, as all last scenes we fear must be, is second childishness and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. I can only say that if some critic who thoroughly knows his work, and has labored on it till experience has made him perfect, will write the last 50 pages of a novel in the way they should be written, I, for one, will in future do my best to copy the example. Guided by my own lights only, I confess that I despair of success. For the last week or 10 days Mr. Slope had seen nothing of Mrs. Proudie, and very little of the bishop. He still lived in the palace and still went through his usual routine work, but the confidential doings of the diocese had passed into other hands. He had seen this clearly and marked it well, but it had not much disturbed him. He had indulged in other hopes till the bishop's affairs had become dull to him, and he was moreover aware that, as regarded the diocese, Mrs. Proudie had checkmated him. It has been explained, in the beginning of these pages, how 3 or 4 were contending together as to who, in fact, should be Bishop of Barchester. Each of these had now admitted to himself, or boasted to herself, that Mrs. Proudie was victorious in the struggle. They had gone through a competitive examination of considerable severity, and she had come forth the winner, facile princeps. Mr. Slope had for a moment run her hard, but it was only for a moment. It had become, as it were, acknowledged that Hiram's hospital should be the testing point between them, and now Mr. Quiverful was already in the hospital, the proof of Mrs. Proudie's skill and courage. All this did not break down Mr. Slope's spirit, because he had other hopes, but, alas, at last there came to him a note from his friend Sir Nicholas, informing him that the deanship was disposed of. Let us give Mr. Slope his due. He did not lie prostrate under this blow, or give himself up to vain lamentations. He did not henceforward despair of life and call upon gods above and gods below to carry him off. He sat himself down in his chair, counted out what moneys he had in hand for present purposes, and what others were coming into him, bethought himself as to the best sphere for his future exertions, and at once wrote off a letter to a rich sugar refiner's wife in Baker Street, who, as he well knew, was much given to the entertainment and encouragement of serious young evangelical clergymen. He was again, he said, upon the world, having found the air of a cathedral town, and the very nature of cathedral services uncongenial to his spirit. and then he sat a while, making firm resolves as to his manner of parting from the bishop, and also as to his future conduct. At last he rose and twitched his mantle blue, black, tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. Having received a formal command to wait upon the bishop, he rose and proceeded to obey it. He rang the bell and desired the servant to inform his master that, if it suited his lordship, he, Mr. Slope, was ready to wait upon him. The servant, who well understood that Mr. Slope was no longer in the ascendant, brought back a message saying that his lordship desired that Mr. Slope would attend him immediately in his study. Mr. Slope waited about 10 minutes more to prove his independence, and then he went into the bishop's room. There, as he had expected, he found Mrs. Proudie, together with her husband. Mr. Slope, pray take a chair," said the gentleman bishop. "Pray be seated, Mr. Slope," said the lady bishop. Thank ye," said Mr. Slope, and walking round to the fire, he threw himself into one of the armchairs that graced the hearth rug. "Mr. Slope," said the bishop, "it has become necessary that I should speak to you definitively on a matter that has for some time been pressing itself on my attention." "May I ask whether the subject is in any way connected with myself?" said Mr. Slope. "It is so, certainly." "Yes, it certainly is connected with yourself, Mr. Slope. Then, my lord, if I may be allowed to express a wish, I would prefer that no discussion on the subject should take place between us in the presence of a third person." "Don't alarm yourself, Mr. Slope," said Mrs. Proudie. "No discussion is at all necessary. The bishop merely intends to express his own wishes." "I merely intend, Mr. Slope, to express my own wishes. No discussion will be at all necessary," said the bishop, reiterating his wife's words. "That is more, my lord, than we any of us can be sure of," said Mr. Slope. "I cannot, however, force Mrs. Proudie to leave the room, nor can I refuse to remain here if it be your lordship's wish that I should do so." "It is his lordship's wish, certainly," said Mrs. Proudie. "Mr. Slope," began the bishop in a solemn, serious voice, "it grieves me to have to find fault. It grieves me much to have to find fault with a clergyman, but especially so with a clergyman in your position." "Why, what have I done amiss, my lord?" demanded Mr. Slope boldly. "What have you done amiss, Mr. Slope?" said Mrs. Proudie, standing erect before the culprit and raising that terrible forefinger. "Do you dare to ask the bishop what you have done amiss? Does not your conscience?" "Mrs. Proudie, pray let it be understood, once for all, that I will have no words with you." "Ah, sir, but you will have words," said she. "You must have words. Why have you had so many words with that Signora Neroni? Why have you disgraced yourself, you a clergyman too, by constantly consorting with such a woman as that, with a married woman, with one altogether unfit for a clergyman's society?" "At any rate, I was introduced to her in your drawing-room," retorted Mr. Slope. "And shamefully you behaved there," said Mrs. Proudie. "Most shamefully. I was wrong to allow you to remain in the house a day after what I then saw. I should have insisted on your instant dismissal." "I have yet to learn, Mrs. Proudie, that you have the power to insist either on my going from hence, or on my staying here." "What?" said the lady. "I am not to have the privilege of saying who shall and who shall not frequent my own drawing-room. I am not to save my servants and dependents from having their morals corrupted by improper conduct. I am not to save my own daughters from impurity. I will let you see, Mr. Slope, whether I have the power or whether I have not. You will have the goodness to understand that you no longer fill any situation about the bishop, and as your room will be immediately wanted in the palace for another chaplain, I must ask you to provide yourself with apartments as soon as may be convenient to you." "My lord," said Mr. Slope, appealing to the bishop, and so turning his back completely on the lady, "will you permit me to ask that I may have from your own lips any decision that you may have come to on this matter?" "Certainly, Mr. Slope, certainly," said the bishop. "That is but reasonable. Well, my decision is that you had better look for some other preferment. For the situation which you have lately held, I do not think that you are well suited." "And what, my lord, has been my fault?" "That Signora Neroni is one fault," said Mrs. Proudie, "and a very abominable fault she is, very abominable and very disgraceful. Fie, Mr. Slope, fie, you an evangelical clergyman indeed." "My lord, I desire to know for what fault I am turned out of your lordship's house." "You hear what Mrs. Proudie says," said the bishop. "When I publish the history of this transaction, my lord, as I decidedly shall do in my own vindication, I presume you will not wish me to state that you have discarded me at your wife's bidding, because she has objected to my being acquainted with another lady, the daughter of one of the prebendaries of the chapter." "You may publish what you please, sir," said Mrs. Proudie. "But you will not be insane enough to publish any of your doings in Barchester. Do you think I have not heard of your kneelings at that creature's feet, that is, if she has any feet, and of your constant slobbering over her hand? I advise you to beware, Mr. Slope, of what you do and say. Clergymen have been unfrocked for less than what you have been guilty of. My lord, if this goes on, I shall be obliged to indict this woman, Mrs. Proudie I mean, for defamation of character." "I think, Mr. Slope, you had better now retire," said the bishop. "I will enclose to you a check for any balance that may be due to you. Under the present circumstances, it will of course be better for all parties that you should leave the palace at the earliest possible moment. I will allow you for your journey back to London and for your maintenance in Barchester for a week from this date. If, however, you wish to remain in this neighbourhood," said Mrs. Proudie, "and will solemnly pledge yourself never again to see that woman, and will promise also to be more circumspect in your conduct, the bishop will mention your name to Mr. Quiverful, who now wants a curate at Puddingdale. The house is, I imagine, quite sufficient for your requirements, and there will moreover be a stipend of £50 a year. May God forgive you, madam, for the manner in which you have treated me," said Mr. Slope, looking at her with a very heavenly look, "and remember this, madam, that you yourself may still have a fall," and he looked at her with a very worldly look. "As to the bishop, I pity him," and so saying Mr. Slope left the room. Thus ended the intimacy of the Bishop of Barchester with his first confidential chaplain. Mrs. Proudie was right in this, namely that Mr. Slope was not insane enough to publish to the world any of his doings in Barchester. He did not trouble his friend Mr. Towers with any written statement of the iniquity of Mrs. Proudie, or the imbecility of her husband. He was aware that it would be wise in him to drop for the future all allusion to his doings in the cathedral city. Soon after the interview just recorded, he left Barchester, shaking the dust off his feet as he entered the railway carriage, and he gave no longing, lingering look after the cathedral towers as the train hurried him quickly out of their sight. It is well known that the family of the Slopes never starve. They always fall on their feet, like cats, and let them fall where they will, they live on the fat of the land. Our Mr. Slope did so. On his return to town he found that the sugar refiner had died, and that his widow was inconsolable, in other words, in want of consolation. Mr. Slope consoled her, and soon found himself settled with much comfort in the house in Baker Street. He possessed himself also before long of a church in the vicinity of the Red Road, and became known to fame as one of the most eloquent preachers and pious clergymen in that part of the metropolis. There let us leave him. Of the bishop and his wife very little further need be said. From that time forth nothing material occurred to interrupt the even course of their domestic harmony. Very speedily, a further vacancy on the bench of bishops gave to Dr. Proudie the seat in the House of Lords, which he at first so anxiously longed for, but by this time he had become a wiser man. He did certainly take his seat, and occasionally registered a vote in favor of government views on ecclesiastical matters. But he had thoroughly learnt that his proper sphere of action lay in close contiguity with Mrs. Proudie's wardrobe. He never again aspired to disobey, or seemed even to wish for autocratic diocesan authority. If ever he thought of freedom, he did so as men think of the millennium, as of a good time which may be coming, but which nobody expects to come in their day. Mrs. Proudie might be said still to bloom, and was at any rate strong, and the bishop had no reason to apprehend that he would be speedily visited with the sorrows of a widower's life. He is still Bishop of Barchester. He has so graced that throne that the government has been averse to translate him, even to higher dignities. There may he remain, under safe pupilage, till the newfangled manners of the age have discovered him to be superannuated and bestowed on him a pension. As for Mrs. Proudie, our prayers for her are that she may live forever. Chapter 52. The new dean takes possession of the deanery, and the new warden of the hospital. Mr. Harding and the archdeacon together made their way to Oxford, and there, by dint of cunning argument, they induced the master of Lazarus also to ask himself this momentous question: why should not Mr. Arabin be Dean of Barchester? He, of course, for a while tried his hand at persuading Mr. Harding that he was foolish, over-scrupulous, self-willed, and weak-minded, but he tried in vain. If Mr. Harding would not give way to Dr. Grantley, it was not likely that he would give way to Dr. Gwynne, more especially now that so admirable a scheme as that of inducting Mr. Arabin into the deanery had been set on foot. When the master found that his eloquence was vain and heard also that Mr. Arabin was about to become Mr. Harding's son-in-law, he confessed that he also would, under such circumstances, be glad to see his old friend and protégé, the fellow of his college, placed in the comfortable position that was going a-begging. "It might be the means, you know, master, of keeping Mr. Slope out," said the Archdeacon with grave caution. "He has no more chance of it," said the master, "than our college chaplain." "I know more about it than that." Mrs. Grantley had been right in her surmise. It was the master of Lazarus who had been instrumental in representing in high places the claims which Mr. Harding had upon the government, and he now consented to use his best endeavours towards getting the offer transferred to Mr. Arabin. The three of them went on to London together, and there they remained a week, to the great disgust of Mrs. Grantley, and most probably also of Mrs. Gwynne. The minister was out of town in one direction, and his private secretary in another. The clerks who remained could do nothing in such a matter as this, and all was difficulty and confusion. The two doctors seemed to have plenty to do. They bustled here and they bustled there, and complained at their club in the evenings that they had been driven off their legs, but Mr. Harding had no occupation. Once or twice he suggested that he might perhaps return to Barchester. His request, however, was peremptorily refused, and he had nothing for it but to while away his time in Westminster Abbey. At length an answer from the great man came. The master of Lazarus had made his proposition through the Bishop of Belgravia. Now this bishop, though but newly gifted with his diocesan honours, was a man of much weight in the clerico-political world. He was, if not as pious, at any rate as wise as St. Paul, and had been with so much effect all things to all men that, though he was great among the dons of Oxford, he had been selected for the most favourite seat on the bench by a Whig Prime Minister. To him Dr. Gwynne had made known his wishes and his arguments, and the bishop had made them known to the Marquis of Kensington Gore. The Marquis, who was Lord High Steward of the Pantry Board, and who by most men was supposed to hold the highest office out of the cabinet, trafficked much in affairs of this kind. He not only suggested the arrangement to the minister over a cup of coffee, standing on a drawing-room rug in Windsor Castle, but he also favourably mentioned Mr. Arabin's name in the ear of a distinguished person. And so the matter was arranged. The answer of the great man came, and Mr. Arabin was made Dean of Barchester. The three clergymen who had come up to town on this important mission dined together with great glee on the day on which the news reached them. In a silent, decent, clerical manner they toasted Mr. Arabin with full bumpers of claret. The satisfaction of all of them was supreme. The master of Lazarus had been successful in his attempt, and success is dear to us all. The Archdeacon had trampled upon Mr. Slope, and had lifted to high honours the young clergyman whom he had induced to quit the retirement and comfort of the university. So at least the Archdeacon thought, though to speak sooth, not he but circumstances had trampled on Mr. Slope. But the satisfaction of Mr. Harding was, of all, perhaps the most complete. He laid aside his usual melancholy manner and brought forth little quiet jokes from the inmost mirth of his heart. He poked his fun at the Archdeacon about Mr. Slope's marriage and quizzed him for his improper love for Mrs. Proudie. On the following day they all returned to Barchester. It was arranged that Mr. Arabin should know nothing of what had been done till he received the minister's letter from the hands of his embryo father-in-law. In order that no time might be lost, a message had been sent to him by the preceding night's post, begging him to be at the deanery at the hour that the train from London arrived. There was nothing in this which surprised Mr. Arabin. It had somehow got about through all Barchester that Mr. Harding was the new dean, and all Barchester was prepared to welcome him with pealing bells and full hearts. Mr. Slope had certainly had a party. There had certainly been those in Barchester who were prepared to congratulate him on his promotion with assumed sincerity, but even his own party was not broken-hearted by his failure. The inhabitants of the city, even the high-souled, ecstatic young ladies of 35, had begun to comprehend that their welfare, and the welfare of the place, was connected in some mysterious manner with daily chants and bi-weekly anthems. The expenditure of the palace had not added much to the popularity of the bishop's side of the question, and on the whole there was a strong reaction. When it became known to all the world that Mr. Harding was to be the new dean, all the world rejoiced heartily. Mr. Arabin, we have said, was not surprised at the summons which called him to the deanery. He had not as yet seen Mr. Harding since Eleanor had accepted him, nor had he seen him since he had learnt his future father-in-law's preferment. There was nothing more natural, more necessary, than that they should meet each other at the earliest possible moment. Mr. Arabin was waiting in the deanery parlour when Mr. Harding and Dr. Grantly were driven up from the station. There was some excitement in the bosoms of them all as they met and shook hands, by far too much to enable either of them to begin his story and tell it in a proper, equable style of narrative. Mr. Harding was some minutes quite dumbfounded, and Mr. Arabin could only talk in short, spasmodic sentences about his love and good fortune. He slipped in, as best he could, some sort of congratulation about the deanship, and then went on with his hopes and fears, hopes that he might be received as a son, and fears that he hardly deserved such good fortune. Then he went back to the dean. It was the most thoroughly satisfactory appointment, he said, of which he had ever heard. But, said Mr. Harding, and then, failing to get any further, he looked imploringly at the Archdeacon. The truth is, Arabin, said the doctor, that after all you are not destined to be son-in-law to a dean. Nor am I either, more's the pity. Mr. Arabin looked at him for explanation. Is not Mr. Harding to be the new dean? It appears not, said the Archdeacon. Mr. Arabin's face fell a little, and he looked from one to the other. It was plainly to be seen from them both that there was no cause of unhappiness in the matter, at least not of unhappiness to them, but there was as yet no elucidation of the mystery. Think how old I am, said Mr. Harding imploringly. Fiddlestick, said the Archdeacon. That's all very well, but it won't make a young man of me, said Mr. Harding. And who is to be dean? Asked Mr. Arabin. Yes, that's the question, said the Archdeacon. Come, Mr. Precentor, since you obstinately refuse to be anything else, let us know who is to be the man. He has got the nomination in his pocket. With eyes brim full of tears, Mr. Harding pulled out the letter and handed it to his future son-in-law. He tried to make a little speech but failed altogether. Having given up the document, he turned round to the wall, feigning to blow his nose, and then sat himself down on the old dean's dingy horsehair sofa. And here we find it necessary to bring our account of the interview to an end. Nor can we pretend to describe the rapture with which Mr. Harding was received by his daughter. She wept with grief and wept with joy, with grief that her father should, in his old age, still be without that rank and worldly position which, according to her ideas, he had so well earned, and with joy in that he, her darling father, should have bestowed on that other dear one the good things of which he himself would not open his hand to take possession. And here Mr. Harding again showed his weakness. In the melee of this exposal of their loves and reciprocal affection, he found himself unable to resist the entreaties of all parties that the lodgings in the High Street should be given up. Eleanor would not live in the deanery, she said, unless her father lived there also. Mr. Arabin would not be dean, unless Mr. Harding would be co-dean with him. The Archdeacon declared that his father-in-law should not have his own way in everything, and Mrs. Grantly carried him off to Plumstead, that he might remain there till Mr. and Mrs. Arabin were in a state to receive him in their own mansion. Pressed by such arguments as these, what could a weak old man do but yield? But there was yet another task which it behoved Mr. Harding to do before he could allow himself to be at rest. Little has been said in these pages of the state of those remaining old men who had lived under his sway at the hospital. But not on this account must it be presumed that he had forgotten them, or that in their state of anarchy and in their want of due government he had omitted to visit them. He visited them constantly, and had latterly given them to understand that they would soon be required to subscribe their adherence to a new master. There were now but 5 of them, one of them having been but quite lately carried to his rest, but 5 of the full number, which had hitherto been 12, and which was now to be raised to 24, including women. Of these, old Bunce, who for many years had been the favourite of the late warden, was one, and Abel Handy, who had been the humble means of driving that warden from his home, was another. Mr. Harding now resolved that he himself would introduce the new warden to the hospital. He felt that many circumstances might conspire to make the men receive Mr. Quiverful with aversion and disrespect. He felt also that Mr. Quiverful might himself feel some qualms of conscience if he entered the hospital with an idea that he did so in hostility to his predecessor. Mr. Harding therefore determined to walk in, arm in arm with Mr. Quiverful, and to ask from these men their respectful obedience to their new master. On returning to Barchester, he found that Mr. Quiverful had not yet slept in the hospital house, or entered on his new duties. He accordingly made known to that gentleman his wishes, and his proposition was not rejected. It was a bright, clear morning, though in November, that Mr. Harding and Mr. Quiverful, arm in arm, walked through the hospital gate. It was one trait in our old friend's character that he did nothing with parade. He omitted, even in the more important doings of his life, that sort of parade by which most of us deem it necessary to grace our important doings. We have housewarmings, christenings, and gala days. We keep, if not our own birthdays, those of our children. We are apt to fuss ourselves if called upon to change our residences and have, almost all of us, our little state occasions. Mr. Harding had no state occasions. When he left his old house, he went forth from it with the same quiet composure as though he were merely taking his daily walk. Now that he re-entered it with another warden under his wing, he did so with the same quiet step and calm demeanor. He was a little less upright than he had been 5 years. Nay, it was now nearly 6 years ago. He walked perhaps a little slower. His footfall was perhaps a thought less firm. Otherwise one might have said that he was merely returning with a friend under his arm. This friendliness was everything to Mr. Quiverful. To him, even in his poverty, the thought that he was supplanting a brother clergyman so kind and courteous as Mr. Harding had been very bitter. Under his circumstances, it had been impossible for him to refuse the proffered boon. He could not reject the bread that was offered to his children, or refuse to ease the heavy burden that had so long oppressed that poor wife of his. Nevertheless, it had been very grievous to him to think that in going to the hospital he might encounter the ill will of his brethren in the diocese. All this Mr. Harding had fully comprehended. It was for such feelings as these, for the nice comprehension of such motives, that his heart and intellect were peculiarly fitted. In most matters of worldly import, the Archdeacon set down his father-in-law as little better than a fool, and perhaps he was right. But in some other matters, equally important if they be rightly judged, Mr. Harding, had he been so minded, might with as much propriety have set down his son-in-law for a fool. Few men, however, are constituted as was Mr. Harding. He had that nice appreciation of the feelings of others which belongs of right exclusively to women. Arm in arm they walked into the inner quadrangle of the building, and there the 5 old men met them. Mr. Harding shook hands with them all, and then Mr. Quiverful did the same. With Bunce, Mr. Harding shook hands twice, and Mr. Quiverful was about to repeat the same ceremony, but the old man gave him no encouragement. "I am very glad to know that at last you have a new warden," said Mr. Harding in a very cheery voice. "We be very old for any change," said one of them, "but we do suppose it be all for the best." "Certainly, certainly it is for the best," said Mr. Harding. "You will again have a clergyman of your own church under the same roof with you, and a very excellent clergyman you will have. It is a great satisfaction to me to know that so good a man is coming to take care of you, and that it is no stranger but a friend of my own who will allow me from time to come in and see you." "We be very thankful to your reverence," said another of them. "I need not tell you, my good friends," said Mr. Quiverful, "how extremely grateful I am to Mr. Harding for his kindness to me. I must say his uncalled for, unexpected kindness. He be always very kind," said a third. "What I can do to fill the void which he left here I will do, for your sake and my own I will do so, and especially for his sake. But to you who have known him, I can never be the same well-loved friend and father that he has been." "No, sir, no," said old Bunce, who hitherto had held his peace. "No one can be that. Not if the new bishop sent a hangel to us out of heaven. We doesn't doubt you'll do your best, sir, but you'll not be like the old master, not to us old ones." "Fie, Bunce, fie, how dare you talk in that way?" said Mr. Harding. But as he scolded the old man, he still held him by his arm and pressed it with warm affection. There was no getting up any enthusiasm in the matter. How could 5 old men tottering away to their final resting place be enthusiastic on the reception of a stranger? What could Mr. Quiverful be to them, or they to Mr. Quiverful? Had Mr. Harding indeed come back to them, Some last flicker of joyous light might have shone forth on their aged cheeks, but it was in vain to bid them rejoice because Mr. Quiverful was about to move his 14 children from Puddingdale into the hospital house. In reality, they did no doubt receive advantage, spiritual as well as corporal, but this they could neither anticipate nor acknowledge. It was a dull affair enough, this introduction of Mr. Quiverful, but still it had its effect. The good which Mr. Harding intended did not fall to the ground. All the Barchester world, including the 5 old bedesmen, treated Mr. Quiverful with the more respect because Mr. Harding had thus walked in, arm in arm with him, on his first entrance to his duties. And here in their new abode we will leave Mr. and Mrs. Quiverful and their 14 children. May they enjoy the good things which Providence has at length given to them. Chapter 53. Conclusion. The end of a novel, like the end of a children's dinner party, must be made up of sweetmeats and sugar plums. There is now nothing else to be told but the gala doings of Mr. Arabin's marriage. Nothing more to be described than the wedding dresses, no further dialogue to be recorded than that which took place between the Archdeacon, who married them, and Mr. Arabin and Eleanor, who were married. Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife? And wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's ordinance? Mr. Arabin and Eleanor each answered, I will. We have no doubt that they will keep their promises, the more especially as the Signora Neroni had left Barchester before the ceremony was performed. Mrs. Bold had been somewhat more than 2 years a widow before she was married to her second husband, and little Johnny was then able with due assistance to walk on his own legs into the drawing-room to receive the salutations of the assembled guests. Mr. Harding gave away the bride, the Archdeacon performed the service, and the 2 Miss Grantleys, who were joined in their labors by other young ladies of the neighborhood, performed the duties of bridesmaids with equal diligence and grace. Mrs. Grantley superintended the breakfast and bouquets, and Mary Bold distributed the cards and cake. The Archdeacon's 3 sons had also come home for the occasion. The elder was great with learning, being regarded by all who knew him as a certain future double first. The second, however, bore the palm on this occasion, being resplendent in a new uniform. The third was just entering the university, and was probably the proudest of the 3. But the most remarkable feature in the whole occasion was the excessive liberality of the Archdeacon. He literally made presents to everybody. As Mr. Arabin had already moved out of the parsonage of St. Ewolds, that scheme of elongating the dining room was of course abandoned, but he would have refurnished the whole deanery had he been allowed. He sent down a magnificent piano by Erard, gave Mr. Arabin a cob which any dean in the land might have been proud to bestride, and made a special present to Eleanor of a new pony chair that had gained a prize in the exhibition. Nor did he even stay his hand here. He bought a set of cameos for his wife and a sapphire bracelet for Miss Bold, showered pearls and workboxes on his daughters, and to each of his sons he presented a cheque for £20. On Mr. Harding he bestowed a magnificent violoncello with all the new-fashioned arrangements and expensive additions, which on account of these novelties that gentleman could never use with satisfaction to his audience or pleasure to himself. Those who knew the Archdeacon well perfectly understood the causes of his extravagance. 'Twas thus that he sang his song of triumph over Mr. Slope. This was his paean, his hymn of thanksgiving, his loud oration. He had girded himself with his sword and gone forth to the war. Now he was returning from the field laden with the spoils of the foe. The cob and the cameos, the violoncello and the pianoforte, were all as it were trophies reft from the tent of his now conquered enemy. The Arabins after their marriage went abroad for a couple of months, according to the custom in such matters now duly established, and then commenced their deanery life under good auspices, and nothing can be more pleasant than the present arrangement of ecclesiastical affairs in Barchester. The titular bishop never interfered, and Mrs. Proudie not often. Her sphere is more extended, more noble, and more suited to her ambition than that of a cathedral city. As long as she can do what she pleases with the diocese, she is willing to leave the dean and chapter to themselves. Mr. Slope tried his hand at subverting the old established customs of the close, and from his failure she had learnt experience. The burly chancellor and the meagre little prebendary are not teased by any application respecting Sabbath-day schools. The dean is left to his own dominions, and the intercourse between Mrs. Proudie and Mrs. Arabin is confined to a yearly dinner given by each to the other. At these dinners, Dr. Grantley will not take a part, but he never fails to ask for and receive a full account of all that Mrs. Proudie either does or says. His ecclesiastical authority has been greatly shorn since the palmy days in which he reigned supreme as mayor of the palace to his father, but nevertheless such authority as is now left to him he can enjoy without interference. He can walk down the high street of Barchester without feeling that those who see him are comparing his claims with those of Mr. Slope. The intercourse between Plumstead and the deanery is of the most constant and familiar description. Since Eleanor has been married to a clergyman, and especially to a dignitary of the church, Mrs. Grantley has found many more points of sympathy with her sister, and on a coming occasion, which is much looked forward to by all parties, she intends to spend a month or two at the deanery. She never thought of spending a month in Barchester when little Johnny Bold was born. The two sisters do not quite agree on matters of church doctrine, though their differences are of the most amicable description. Mrs. Arabin's church is 2 degrees higher than that of Mrs. Grantley. This may seem strange to those who will remember that Eleanor was once accused of partiality to Mr. Slope, but it is no less the fact. She likes her husband's silken vest, she likes his adherence to the rubric, she specially likes the eloquent philosophy of his sermons, and she likes the red letters in her own prayer book. It must not be presumed that she has a taste for candles, or that she is at all astray about the real presence, but she has an inkling that way. She sent a handsome subscription towards certain very heavy ecclesiastical legal expenses which have lately been incurred in Bath. Her name of course not appearing, she assumes a smile of gentle ridicule when the Archbishop of Canterbury is named, and she has put up a memorial window in the cathedral. Mrs. Grantley, who belongs to the High and Dry Church, the High Church as it was some 50 years since before tracts were written and young clergymen took upon themselves the highly meritorious duty of cleaning churches, rather laughs at her sister. She shrugs her shoulders and tells Miss Thorne that she supposes Eleanor will have an oratory in the deanery before she is done. But she is not on that account a whit displeased. A few high church vagaries do not, she thinks, sit amiss on the shoulders of a young dean's wife. It shows at any rate that her heart is in the subject, and it shows moreover that she is removed, wide as the poles asunder, from that cesspool of abomination in which it was once suspected that she would wallow and grovel. Anathema Maranatha. Let anything else be held as blessed, so that that be well cursed. Welcome kneelings and bowings, welcome matins and complines, welcome bell, book and candle, so that Mr. Slope's dirty surplices and ceremonial Sabbaths be held in due execration. If it be essentially and absolutely necessary to choose between the two, we are inclined to agree with Mrs. Grantley that the bell, book and candle are the lesser evil of the two. Let it however be understood that no such necessity is admitted in these pages. Dr. Arabin, we suppose he must have become a doctor when he became a dean, is more moderate and less outspoken on doctrinal points than his wife, as indeed in his station it behoves him to be. He is a studious, thoughtful, hard-working man. He lives constantly at the deanery and preaches nearly every Sunday. His time is spent in sifting and editing old ecclesiastical literature and in producing the same articles new. At Oxford he is generally regarded as the most promising clerical ornament of the age. He and his wife live together in perfect mutual confidence. There is but one secret in her bosom which he has not shared. He has never yet learned how Mr. Slope had his ears boxed. The Stanhopes soon found that Mr. Slope's power need no longer operate to keep them from the delight of their Italian villa. Before Eleanor's marriage they had all migrated back to the shores of Como. They had not been resettled long before the Signora received from Mrs. Arabin a very pretty though very short epistle, in which she was informed of the fate of the writer. This letter was answered by another, bright, charming, and witty, as the Signora's letters always were, and so ended the friendship between Eleanor and the Stanhopes. One word of Mr. Harding, and we have done. He is still precentor of Barchester and still pastor of the little church of St. Cuthbert's. In spite of what he has so often said himself, he is not even yet an old man. He does such duties as fall to his lot well and conscientiously, and is thankful that he has never been tempted to assume others for which he might be less fitted. The author now leaves him in the hands of his readers, not as a hero, not as a man to be admired and talked of, not as a man who should be toasted at public dinners and spoken of with conventional absurdity as a perfect divine, but as a good man without guile, believing humbly in the religion which he has striven to teach, and guided by the precepts which he has striven to learn. The end.
A whole galaxy to go.